to the finish line, cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up, running up the mountains deep and rough.
The team hits a shadow of his own and pins Chorong to the wall.
As long as he can, the point is allowed to flick down the Mayhem swing. Unbelievable.
Are you ready for the show? We caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Another one falls to Muse. Oh no, I can't do this. It's really starting to go off now. What the hell did I just witness?
Pardon? Right, looks like Pork's back on the menu, boys.
Flip has killed 2, and he drops and snipes 3.
It's a double pulse! A double pulse in overtime! Massive opening is shy. Looks incredible. Merritt, what? Wait, was that triple collapse?
Where did that come from?
What is...
Hello and welcome to Watchpoint. I'm Abelie May, and with me today are Jonathan Reinforce Larson and Scott Custa Kennedy. And on Wednesdays, we wear pink.
Obviously.
I mean, I like the different shades of pink that we've got going on. We've got the plaid pink, we've got the pink beret, pink shirt, and then, guys, I'm just like, I am a pink flamingo.
Yeah. You said wear pink, and this was out of my wheelhouse.
Blue.
Yeah, there's a lot of blue here for a pink day.
But look, there's the flamingos. You have to have the contrast.
That's true.
So
you did fine. You did fine.
Rock a little bit of that. Now, walk me through what you've got on your head right now, because what I noticed was Sab commenting under your Twitter post saying, I don't understand how you took a beret that I made look so cute in my profile picture and turned it into this.
So here's what happened. You came in, you were like, on Wednesday we're gonna wear pink. And it's like, obviously, we're gonna wear pink here. You know, look at it. And so I got my pink shirt, and I got my pink shorts, and I'm like, okay, but it's too basic. And and then from across the room I see it, sitting on the nightstand, a pink beret, and I'm like, I'm feeling a little spicy for this one. So yeah, here we are. I think I'm rocking it. Sab says I look weird. I think I look great.
Did you tell your
You look
fiance
a
that
bit
you were
like
taking
Luigi.
A pink
Luigi?
Luigi.
Yeah, pink Luigi.
I'm like that weird cousin that they haven't introduced to the game yet.
I would, yeah.
You also.
I was
Yeah.
I need to stop
No,
myself.
let's-
you finished.
No, sorry.
We're at hump day, ladies and gentlemen. We are at hump day, and Johnny is feeling it. But listen, we are heading into day 3 of the Midseason Madness tournament. And if you missed the first few days, first of all, shame on
How dare
you.
you.
Second of all, of course, we've got you all covered in the all-important, all-knowing, all-wise bracket.
Oh, there it is.
Let's take a look at it. We see the results of Monday and Tuesday. And right now we're looking at the upper bracket. If you're going, where's Wednesday? I only see Thursday. Well, don't you worry, because once we take a look at our lower bracket, we're going to see all of the matches that we have for today. Starting off with Dynasty taking on the Rain, Outlaws taking on Defiant, Fuel taking on Fusion, and then finally Spitfire taking on the Mayhem. But this is, the bracket and the schedule basically for today. But Scott, these teams are playing for something more than just bragging rights, are they not?
Yeah, they absolutely are. They are playing for league points and money. So everyone who has qualified for this tournament will receive league points. Everyone gets at least one. But if you win, you get 4 league points, 3 for second place and 2 for third place. But look at the money on the right side. We have $500,000. It's a lot of dollary dues going to the champions, and it gets distributed further down for the teams in the top 6. So it's not just bragging rights. There are league points which matter for the grand scheme of playoffs, and then a little bit of money always helps.
Johnny, $500,000 being deposited into your bank account. What would you do with it?
Buy berets. Lots of berets.
I respect it. I respect it.
Yeah, I mean, this right here is like a treasure, like $5,000 maybe.
Yeah, 5,000?
So I could afford 100.
100 of them?
Yep.
Excellent.
How many shades of colors are there?
A berets?
Of berets?
Yeah.
Endless, Johnny.
Endless. And there's so many different combinations that you could get.
Sell it for 100.
100? All right.
100
Well,
berets.
listen, if you are a beret shop owner, hit up Johnny, because he's going to make you a very, very rich person. Now, today is the first day of our lower bracket, which is a nice way of saying loser's bracket to the teams who have already managed to drop a game. Now, despite being only a single loss away from elimination, some teams are keeping their hopes high and their eyes on a lower bracket run back into the finals, because for them, Custa, this tournament is still comebackable.
No, Comebackable, obviously, comebackable is not going to be a thing. Stop trying to make it a thing.
It's gonna happen. Comebackable is definitely going to
not a thing.
happen.
It's
It's
not a
gonna
thing.
happen. But Scott, listen, if you have such an issue with this, let's start with you, because there are a lot of talented teams who have taken a stumble into the lower bracket. So which team do you still think could make a run in this tournament? Comebackable.
Not comebackable. It is winnable for this team in the lower bracket, and I'm going to talk about the London Spitfire. We've talked about this team so much, but they have continued to impress me. They were kind of like a meme for the first, for a few weeks of like, oh my god, they're finally doing it. They're playing the Rush style, and it's working. But in their match yesterday against the San Francisco Shock, they went toe-to-toe with our 12-0 team in the league for the regular season on these dive heroes. Hardy on that Wrecking Ball was looking good, and Sparker on this Sojourn had so many clips, especially from this Route 66, so it feels like they are a team that is peaking at the right time. And you have to also look at Backbone on that Zenyatta. The bone back Zenyatta has just been absolutely incredible out of nowhere, just putting up top tier Zenyatta performances. And today, of all days, is his birthday, and tomorrow is Poco's birthday. So if you are not cheering for the London Spitfire, you hate fun and birthdays and Poco, and Backbone.
Which is why I've been cheering for the Spitfire since we began. It wasn't just the barbecue, but it was also the birthday party that I'm expecting to get invited to if I continue to cheer for them in this event, right?
Birthday party in Hawaii when London Spitfire win the whole thing.
Ooh, birthday party in Hawaii. That would definitely be fun. I want a coconut cake and then pineapple.
It's not your birthday, it's their birthday.
It's
you
their
don't get to
birthday,
request
but like,
it.
listen, if I'm giving them my energy and my love, I'm expecting some party.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, London could definitely be poised to run it back. They'll face Florida in our first match of the day. Now, another squad that not a lot of people expected to be here in this lower bracket, Johnny, it's the Seoul. And this is a mercurial team, and they haven't lived up to their potential so far. What's going on?
It's comebackable
It's comebackable.
for the Seoul Dynasty. We're making it a thing, Ovally. We're making it a
Yes,
thing.
we're making
We're
it.
making
doesn't
it
even go
comebackable.
here.
We're making it a thing.
We're making it a thing. It's comebackable for the Seoul Dynasty. What was yesterday? Come on, Seoul Dynasty. You're the kickoff clash champions representing the East. And you just got swept by the Hangzhou Spark. I mean, we really messed up wearing pink update. Hangzhou is not playing.
Hey, I
But Seoul
predicted
Dynasty.
yesterday.
Come on! I mean, we had such high expectations from the Seoul Dynasty. Of course, Profit came out firing on all cylinders, racked up 12 out of 20 final blows for Seoul Dynasty on that very first round of Ilios. And then we won't talk about the rest of the series. We don't talk about the rest of the series. The first round is all that matters. But the backline for Seoul Dynasty, what happened? If we take a look at Vindheim's Zenyatta stats in the mid-season Madness qualifiers, 4th in hero damage, 4th in eliminations, tied for 2nd in the final blows per 10 minutes as Zenyatta, out of 23 players with 60+ minutes. These are great stats.
Except for the healing.
These are great stats. Screw the healing. Screw the healing. Okay? But yesterday, it was a clown fiesta. It was garbage. Okay? It was not what we wanted to see from Seoul Dynasty. You can do better than this. The dives were good, the Tracer play was good from Profit, Smurf did a pretty good job in the tank role, but the backline just couldn't help each other out. They couldn't stay alive. So here you see, this is them beating the Philadelphia Fusion in the Kickoff Clash finals and claiming that first stage title for this franchise. But then, against the Spark yesterday, it fell all apart. Vindheim and Creative, they couldn't keep each other alive. Fitz on Dorado on the Ash, I would have liked to see him help them peel a bit more. And you might say, well, they had bad stats because they got 3-0, they got swept. Well, maybe if they didn't have bad stats, they'd actually win.
No, that's ridiculous.
The other way around.
That's ridiculous.
If you have good stats, you win more. So I'd really like to see the backline from Seoul Dynasty step up and show some of that cohesion. Like, seriously. Like, show some of that team chemistry.
Yeah.
Because I just don't think that the Seoul backline did any favors to themselves yesterday. So I'd like to see them step up a bit more, and maybe they'll bring up the rest of the team with them.
Yeah, I'd like to see that too, especially since going into yesterday, you two hyped up that squad so much when you're like, just
good
wait till you
reason.
see him play, let's see him go. And I'm like, guys, the Spark just kind of steamrolled them. Should you two really be the analysts that I have on my desk with me right now? Just jokes.
Whoa.
Jokes, or is it? Well, listen, Seoul had the unfortunate luck of running into that dastardly Spark team who are getting a pass today because on Wednesdays, we stand pink. But that same Spark team took out the team that I think has a path that is totally comebackable. And can you guess who it is? Can you guess? Of course, it's Philly. It's the Fusion, and let me tell you why. Even though this is my first time being awfully Philadelphia fusion. I love that moment. Now listen, this may be the first time that I'm, on the desk with you guys, but you know what we were talking about in rehearsal? Just what Philly is made of, and more specifically, what Philly cheesesteaks are made of, which is what makes the great region so fantastic. Apparently, the water that they use to make the bread for Philadelphia cheesesteaks, it's like got alkaline or something in Philly, which makes the bread so fluffy, so delicious, and similar to this squad. All of the players just loaded with all of these
Water?
good things.
Alkalines?
Alkaline.
I don't think fix us.
Get a pH
Philly
test.
cheesesteak in this life.
That's what's gonna make each player strong to build and knead the bread of the fusion. I'm going somewhere with this. Analysts, want to help me out anywhere?
Yeah, you want us to, sorry, 3 days in, you want us to defend you defending the Philadelphia Fusion. We've told you that this is a bad idea time and time again. They're not gonna get the bread.
We need to suggest a change here. We really, there has to be another way.
I don't know if there is another way, because all I know is that the Fusion have my heart, my soul, and everything in between. But listen, even right now, while I've been demonstrating my dedication to the Fusion squad since my arrival, you two are always trying to sway me into supporting another set of players, and I'm not gonna have it. Which is unfortunate, because our next segment, you guys are going to be trying to switch me onto a different team, and we're going to see if you two can be successful after the break. So don't go anywhere, stick around. This is going to be interesting.
No more fusion.
No more fusion.
Welcome back to Watch Point. Now, guys, before we get into it, I want to shout out one person in the chat who I guess really enjoyed my bread analogy.
Your bread analogy?
They said, this is Leroy saying, loaded with empty carbs, water, and shattered dreams.
Philly fans in a nutshell.
Philly fans in a nutshell.
I feel bad for them. I really do.
I do, and that's why we care about you, and that's why we don't want you to go down this path.
Guys, listen, it's no secret that I've got blatant biases in the Overwatch League, okay? But I've yet to see a player that could convince me to betray my love for the
Oh,
Phillies.
come on.
I haven't seen it yet. What, you think that there's someone who can change
there's
my
so many.
allegiances?
Plenty of great players and teams.
Teams and players. Scott, what you got for me?
All right, let me start off, and this for me
on,
was
Scott.
the obvious
Let's hear
choice.
it. Let's hear.
It's Wednesday, okay?
It is Wednesday.
It is Wednesday, so we wear pink. So we're gonna hype up the Hangzhou Spark and specifically
Come on.
Shy, because
Yes.
this feels right up your alley. They're a pink team.
Perfect.
Shy is an incredible player. You've seen it over the last couple of days, but you know, being a great player isn't
Very good.
really gonna sell you on this team. Shy and the Hangzhou Spark, they have an anime character as a player of their team.
True.
So that's something that sort of leans into you. You like
I'm a
anime.
weeb.
On top
Yeah.
of that, Shy cosplays as well. We've seen Shy do some cosplays.
Yes.
Cosplays.
He has some moments. Okay, wait, we're getting a picture up here, so just be ready because you're about to change your mind. Philadelphia Fusion fans, they're about to lose you. Look at this.
Tracer
There we go.
How do you say
Oh!
this?
The cat girl cosplay.
This
Shy cat girl cosplay for the
Yeah.
Spark?
Shy has done it for the Spark. He is the sole denominator of this team of why you should be a fan right now. Look at this, the before and after.
Oh my
Amazing.
gosh. Okay, well, now this is actually convincing me. But that being said, like, listen, I'm coming from the league scene where we've got Sneaky, and I don't know what filter Shy is rocking.
No
here,
filters.
You know? Like,
Yeah, Sneaky uses filters as well.
how
Organic cosplay.
dare you? Sneaky is all natural, all beauty.
So is Shy. No, Shy, don't back down to her.
That's right, yeah,
Shy is
sorry, that's what he said.
Yeah. No filters.
Slightly convincing, but I'm not totally swayed just yet. I'm not totally swayed just yet, okay? But it's a pretty good day to pitch a pink team. But Johnny, what do you got for me? I'm not totally convinced yet.
Okay, so in my understanding, you like trash talk.
Oh, I
you
love
like the
trash
spice,
talk.
the picante. Yeah, yeah.
Love the spice.
Reiner yesterday, very spicy
Yes.
in that interview. Great interview talking about the Shanghai Dragons and the whole spiel. We saw the tea bags coming out. We saw the dabs.
We saw a dab?
No. Good. Yeah, we're on the single here, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, they called the end of it. Yeah, there we go.
No,
There we go.
oh my God. So Reiner, I feel like it's right up your alley, and he's good at the game too. This is his Doomfist stats. This
He's
season,
very talented.
first in eliminations, first in final blows, first in knockback kills, and the top 5 in hero damage and death. Like Reiner is really good at the game too, and he's a rookie. You could get in now, support Reiner, get in early, and then in 2 to 3 years' time, you'll be able to claim so much clout because you got in on Reiner early and you became a fan, you became a Gladiators fan. Look, Gladiators fan, they're equally as tragic as the Fusion fans, but they're better. They're better, and you know they actually have good players. So I'd get in on Reiner immediately. I think it's a great prospect, and you get so much clout in a couple years.
Yeah.
You know what? I am someone who loves trash talk. I love seeing personality in the league and honestly in the esports scene in general, and getting the teabag and then the dab
Yeah.
early
Yes.
on yesterday. Like that really
Yes.
got me excited. And also, you told me that he named himself Reiner after Attack on Titan.
Yeah, that is true. Come on.
It's a match made in heaven.
This is for you.
Come on.
This is the moment.
Johnny's kind of in the lead right now. He's convincing me. I'm not gonna
Oh, we got it.
lie.
We got it.
In the lead means that you are now a.
Listen, I'm not going to call anything too soon because you've only presented me with 2 players right now.
Okay, well, we do need to get
Have
one
any
out of here
other ones?
before.
I mean, like,
but
I swear to God, if you say proper again, I'm walking out the door.
we're contractually obligated to talk about Proper because he's so talented. He's so talented. He gave us a wave yesterday.
He did.
He's
So nice.
He's such a nice guy.
So nice.
And even when he is so talented, he's respectful to his opponents.
He is
so
proper.
if you don't like the trash talk, Proper is very respectful, even though he's better than everyone else. He plays everything as well. We talk about
Everything.
how great his Tracer is.
Roadhog?
His Genji's great. We've talked about it. If you could clone a player and turn them into 5 players and play every role, Proper would have one of the best teams in the world because
Yeah.
of how multi-talented he is as a player.
That's very weird.
How do you not like him?
I mean, we don't have the cloning technology just yet.
But if we did,
What if we did?
if we did, Proper would be.
You'd be a San Francisco Shock and Proper
good.
fan.
We are on like the Blizzard campus right now. I feel like we should go into one of these offices and just be like, listen, I get it, World of Warcraft new expansion coming out,
Yeah.
but what if we invested in cloning technology?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah.
The future.
I don't know. I don't think I'm sold on a rookie, you know? I don't think I'm
Alright, pull out the
sold.
big
I'm
guns.
not
Pull out
sold
the
on
big
a
Shy is not a rookie. The big one.
You need to pull out the
big
big
ones?
guns. I think it's
Alright.
time. Yeah, I
Pull
think you're
more
gonna
big
do it.
guns.
We got the big guns, okay?
Guns, all right.
How about the greatest Overwatch player of all time?
All time.
All time?
All
The
time.
GOAT?
And he's not even like overrated.
No, he's not.
He's like, you know, you're not getting in late by any means. It's Profit from the Seoul Dynasty. You could get in now and just recognize real, recognize real. Do you want to be real? Because if you are real and support the real, you'd be supporting Profit. This is all-time final blows in the Overwatch League. The entire league, all of Overwatch history. We're not talking about Apex. 700 more final blows over Carpe, who's the runner-up. And you know, yeah, but he's 700 final blows better than anyone ever has been on the Fusion. You should get in on Profit now. The greatest of all time. This is him fragging out for one round before getting swept 3-0 by the Hangzhou Spark. We're not talking about that.
No.
Seoul Dynasty, amazing. And Profit, he is the god. Yeah, look, you know, you heard about Faker? Well, Profit is not really Faker, but he's almost like a Faker.
He's kind of. He's like
the
a
Overwatch
he's
League
like
Faker.
a budget faker.
Yeah,
Budget
sure.
faker.
No, not budget. More like, you know, middle class Faker. it's really good. Get in on Profit. Seoul Dynasty, kickoff Clash champions. They're on a high. Come on.
Guys, these were actually really good arguments, but the fatal flaw with all of them is that none of the players that you named play for the Fusion, and that's why I'm going to have to go ahead and pass. I mean, listen, you said potential budget Faker. Why not go with the org that's connected to the real Faker on the T1 side? And also, Scott...
Because this is Overwatch!
Listen, Scott, you said that, you know, Shy, Catgirl cosplay. Let's talk about the real first Catgirl cosplay. If we could go ahead and pull up this surprise image. On the side of the Fusion, previous coach, Beezy for the Fusion, actually pulling out the first Catgirl. I believe this is a Diva cosplay that he had. Just look at the hope, look at the determination.
Diva?
I think it was Diva. I think it was like Catgirl. It was like a maid something.
This came out of left field.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. And I don't think you can, you know, convince me to betray the Fusion squad. That face right there, those shoulders.
But here's the thing. Would you say that cat cosplay was better than Shy's?
Yes.
Well, it's not. It was second best, and that is the Philadelphia Fusion motto. We're just trying to protect her.
She's lost.
We've lost her. Fine.
She's truly
Be a
lost.
Fusion fan. What do we care?
I'm always going to be a Fusion fan. Unless, oh, no. No, I would still take Fusion over the Spitfire if they had to meet each other.
Sorry, London.
So sorry that you guys kind of lost the game of this segment. But, you know, speaking of losing things, I've lost my train of thought into this next Mercy Skin promo. So let's go ahead and look at it again, because here is the new Royal Knight Mercy Skin, plate and all, and it could be yours for the low price of 200 Overwatch League tokens. Skin is available now through August 19th. Look at how gorgeous. We got the chest plate, we got the little wings. I like her haircut. What do you think about her haircut?
I love the haircut. Personally, I thought it was really good. Also, the polish on the armor. Someone scrubbed that armor. Someone polished, I don't know how you polish armor, but someone did that, okay? I grew up in an age where you don't have the polish armor, but someone did that. So, you know,
all right, well,
spend those tokens, because they deserve it.
spend the tokens. Now, later today, the Toronto Defiant and the Houston Outlaws take the stage to find out who will be the first team sent swimming home. We'll get into that matchup right after this break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Watchpoint. Now, later today, the Houston Outlaws will face off against the Toronto Defiant. The winner moves on, the loser is out of the tournament. Both of these squads had some tough matches to end up in the lower bracket, but each had moments against some very tough opponents. So, Reinforce, you saw some positive signs from the Outlaws yesterday.
Yeah, I did see some positive signs from the Houston Outlaws, and look, they played the LA Gladiators. Very tough matchup,
Yeah.
but really, there were some moments in that where I was just very impressed by the way they handled their composition and played around their composition. So we know that they like playing the Ana and the Zenyatta composition with the Sojourn, and then we're going to take a look at this clip. This is Reiner diving in with the Doomfist. He gets slept. This failed dive, just like the way they navigate this, the biotic grenade comes out to heal, the disruptor shot as well onto the backline to make sure that no one can dive on top of them. And here you see as well that Merritt's going to come onto Kevster and peel Kevster away. So all this coordination, very fast-paced, very quick about knowing how to navigate this quick dive coming in from the Gladiators with the Lucio, but they peeled them away, and I love that from the Houston Outlaws. I think they did a fantastic job at peeling for their team when asked for. It got a bit troublesome when the LA Gladiators decided to play Ana Send themselves and they opted for the mirror. But there were definitely some good signs for the Houston Outlaws in that matchup, and I look forward to see if they can build on that to have a better result today.
Yeah, the Outlaws did show some flashes. They had a draw, the first one of the season, which that was kind of crazy, and that's pretty good against the Gladiators. So, Scott, Toronto has been the gatekeepers of the middle all year long. So what player can propel them on a run through the lower bracket?
Yeah, I'm looking at the backline for the Toronto Defiant. We always talk about the DPS players, Hisu and Muse, but I actually think the Twilight Chorong backline is incredible, and one of the ways that the Houston Outlaws actually stumbled in their most recent match against the Gladiators was how strong and defendable that backline was for them. So look at Twilight's stats on this Ana right here. Third in hero damage, first in enemy slept,
Nice.
first in sleep dart success rate. We know how good he is on Ana. He's been doing this since he came into the league in 2019. One of the best that we have in the business. And it also frees up Chorong to play that Zenyatta if they want to play that more defensive style against the Outlaws. So Twilight for me is the linchpin for this Toronto Defiant team. If they can find a way to shut down this Dante and Pelican dive, I think that is going to be their best bet, because Toronto Defiant was a team that coming into this tournament, I was like, this is probably, they're going to fall out first round, they're probably going to go out. But after their performance here against the Dragons, I was thoroughly impressed, and I think the Houston Outlaws will be impressed as well. They have to do their homework if they're going to close this one out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, Johnny, is there a player on Houston who could also be the one to carry their team on a streak as well?
Yeah, I think going into this matchup, if we need to put the spotlight on someone, it has to be Pelican, in my opinion. Look, this is a role star caliber player. If you were to go over the Houston Outlaws roster, Pelican would be the first player you'd look to because he has that much name recognition at this point. You can see his tracer stats so far this tournament. Tied first for post-bomb kills per 10 minutes. Tied first for post-bomb pumps attached. Wow. 75%. That's extremely high, okay? Yeah. So Pelican, he is supposed to be the star player for the Houston Outlaws, but so far in this tournament, I'd say in general, despite those stats, he's been pretty middling on the tracer. This is his amazing pop-off moment in the kickoff Clash tournament, capturing this final Colosseo checkpoint for the Outlaws against the Defiant, who they are playing again in the lower bracket in an elimination matchup. So Pelican, he has the ability to clutch out this moment and be this big character for this team, but he needs to do it consistently, in my opinion. This is his time to shine in the elimination match.
Yeah, and for me, Pelican, he did not have a great performance against the Gladiators. We did his head-to-head stats against Kevster in that match, and it wasn't very good. Yes, the team got 3-0'd, but it needs to start with Pelican. As Johnny said, he is that star player for this team. If they are going to start making their way through the lower bracket, it needs to start with Pelican. He needs to put up those Rookie of the Year performances. He did last year.
Definitely. Sometimes I can't take you seriously as I look up and I just see the little cherries
They just look too fabulous,
dangling
right?
from your forehead. You know what? It's amazing. I love it. But one thing that I would like to focus on are actually our predictions. So let's go ahead and see who everyone predicted to win for today.
I bet Danny went with Dallas Fuel.
Let's
Almost
see.
certainly.
Oh, across the board?
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
interesting.
Okay.
Atlanta Reigns.
Oh, well,
That's so fetch.
the first impression for Seoul yesterday wasn't great, probably.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
No.
Yeah.
Also, you had told me that the Reign were kind of like our edgelords
In a way,
in
yeah.
a way, and I would like to see more of that.
But Seoul Dynasty, I can't believe the Pick'ems, the fans, went for the Atlanta Reign over the Seoul Dynasty. Like, I understand they did get beaten and swept by the Spark, but that's a stretch right there to say that Atlanta is the favorites going into this match.
Yes.
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 I can't defend it. I can't defend it as well.
Yes. Seoul Dynasty, they're the kickoff class champs. So I am too surprised.
Did all three of us go for Philly? Are you bleeding into us?
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely. All three of us went for the Fusion because, you know, you two, you're seeing the light. But I'm surprised fans didn't believe so.
Yeah, well, Philadelphia Fusion fans, a lot of them have left over the last few years. You know, it's a hard time. It's a hard thing to consistently go through, so.
So what you're telling me is that I need to get all of them back right here, right now?
That's not what I know.
Yes?
No,
All right.
okay.
Guys, listen. It's my first week here on the Overwatch League broadcast. I'm coming to you as a new Fusion fan. Hopefully I can get you to be new Fusion fans as well. You know, so start dropping all the love and all the likes in the chat and on social media, and we're gonna cheer the Fusion on through this. Did that help? Was that an impassioned enough speech?
Yeah, sure. I feel bad for the Philly fans. We're just so mean to them.
That's totally fine, but listen, there's only one way to find out how all these predictions are going to, you know, play out, and who, of course, is going to be right, which is probably me, and who's going to be wrong, which is probably you too. And that's to get into these games. So the lower bracket of the Mid-Season Madness tournament starts right now.
Bet I beat you to the finish line, cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the mountain, sleeping rough.
The team hits a shadow of his own and pins Choron to the wall.
As long as he can, the point is allowed to flick down the Mayhem, sweep them away. Unbelievable!
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Another one falls to Muse. Oh no! I can't do this. It's really starting to go up now. What the hell did I just witness?
Pardon? All right, looks like Pork's back on the menu, boys.
Lupus killed 2, and Z drops and snipes 3.
It's a double pulse! A double pulse in overtime! Matimo winning a shy! Looked incredible. What? Wait! Was that triple collapse?
Where did that come from?
Ready, set, go.
Here we are, day number 3, Elimination Day. My name is Jaws, joined by Rose, as always. And yeah, today is going to be a very sad day for a lot of teams and fans out there, but it's also going to be a very happy one for a lot of teams and fans out there. Of course, if you do lose, you will be going home. But if you win, you'll progress through the lower bracket. Rose, we have London and Mayhem first up.
Yeah, that's why I've got my best on, my Wednesday best. Actually, it's because I stole all the pineapples off the watch point desk.
Okay.
That's why they're gone.
You ran all the way
I
down
have
to
them now.
Irvine. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
And then all the way back to Philly.
All the way back to Philadelphia. That's a little insane. I believe it, though. I believe it.
I knew it.
Look, the London Spitfire, they've been looking pretty good. Against teams I don't think a lot of people expected them to do well against. Like, they played the San Francisco Shock yesterday. Was one of their hardest matches of the season, but showed up pretty big.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that they showed up pretty big is like, they're like kind of like, that's an understatement. I think that London was expected to just get rolled over, and the fact that they were able to hold their own, and like Sparker had an incredible performance. Like, that was just so special, and I think London Spitfire fans should be very, very excited about that. And I think that's also why London Spitfire are predicted in this matchup to win so easily against Florida Mayhem, because you got to look at the flip side too, and Jaws, they don't look good.
They've looked rather lackluster recently, but like, this is the time to turn it around, right? Like, you're in the losers bracket, but it's not been an easy ride. They played against the Outlaws the other day. It wasn't very close at all. They're currently at 0 map wins. Yeah, it's rough, but you know, there's still bright spots for the team. Xe coming into the roster a little bit later than obviously he'd hoped, but Xe has always been a star player with incredible star power, but it's actually getting that on show and showing the other teams and showing the world what he's made of. We do have Checkmate Someone, Rupal, and Arnamo starting today. And again, Someone has also been a tank player, rather animated, of course. I think that's why a lot of people love him, is that he's so animated, which is great to see. Can they take down the London Spitfire? I don't know, Rose. It feels like they're kind of climbing Mount Everest right now. I was trying to think of a mountain in the UK, I guess.
Do you have any mountains?
Yeah, we do. There's mountains bordering Wales. Snowden.
Oh,
Snowden.
that's pretty cool.
Snowden? I think it's Snowden. Yeah, I think so. I can't really remember. My English geography not great when it comes to mountain areas, I suppose. Well, there you go. Anyway, there's the London Spitfire. Backbone in the DPS to start off today. I can imagine we're going to see him a little bit on the Zen, because my God, he's looked so good, both on the Zen and on whatever DPS he plays.
Yeah, he has looked really good, and I think that's one of the reasons why London's going to be a bit more of that mountain to climb for Florida, which is, I think, surprising to a lot of people because Xe and Hydron have been constantly towards the top of the Sojourn leaderboards, and as Sojourn has been one of the more meta picks recently, you can definitely feel the impact a hero like that can have in a match, but when you're also looking across the board at Backbone playing the Mei, Sparker also playing the Sojourn and having those incredible pop-off performances, I think you start to lose the edge that you would have by having such a strong Sojourn.
Well, it looks like spirits are pretty high in the London camp, and it looks like they went for a little bit of a shop too. Kind of cute little plushies.
They look like they had they're bringing home some fun stuff to keep on their desks at home.
Yeah, or some gifts for the fam. All right, Lijiang Tower is our first map. Now, of course, it's something that we talked about just a second ago, Rose, and what the desk mentioned too, was that London, earlier on in the season, it was like a little bit of a meme. It was like, okay, they're only playing Rhine, they're only playing this Rush, and it ended up working out really well. Then other teams started running the Rush, and then Hardy played Winston. Everybody was like, okay, so his Winston definitely not as good as his Rhine, but recently it's been quite the opposite. Winston's been looking unreal.
Oh, absolutely. I've been saying this since the beginning of the season. Everybody looking at Hardy's Winston and going, haha, joke, Reinhardt only one trick, lol. But like, that's not true, and I think that Hadi, especially this stage, has been able to put a lot of that criticism to rest. Of course, we are on Control Center to start on Lijiang, so we're gonna see the Reinhardt on both sides of the field, but I would not count London out, especially when they are able to have that versatility of such a strong dive in their pocket as well.
It's mirror rush, though. I mean, does Mayhem want to play against the best rush team in the West right now? I'm not sure they do. Checkmate trying to find an angle on the back line. Backbone is going pretty low. He needs to heal up. Yeah, pops the ice block just in time. Checkmate still checking him, though, on the sidelines. Immortality Field's already been used from the Mayhem. Now is the chance for the Spitfire to run on forward. Checkmate goes down. No block, no Immortality Field, no pack, no health, no nothing. Same with someone just gets run over. A very early Immortality Field force from the London Spitfire just left Mayhem a little bit high and dry.
Well, this is a really tough position for Mayhem to be in now, too. I mean, yeah, that's a great snipe onto Backbone, and you're going to see Mayhem start moving in very quickly on that, but you can still find value as the May if you're able to get back in fast enough, and London are good at hanging on.
They're extremely good at hanging on, and I'll be hanging on to Hadi's every single word right now, although Xe snipes another one. Admiral takes a headshot, double kill for the Sojourn, but Backbone comes back from Sport, double headshot. Sparker on the side now, unleashing the overclock. Checkmate does pop the block to buy Mayhem a little bit more time on the point. They did end up finding the cap. The London Spitfire quite handily come back and find the flip.
That was really patiently done by London as well. You could see that Hadi was like, yeah, okay, like it's upsetting that we couldn't go back in and proc the overtime just a little bit longer to deny that cap, but look at how far forward they get to play now.
Nice wall. Hadi's got Shatter. Charge in from someone. Immortality Field's been used once again. Hadi's just lining this one up. Doesn't want to test it. You don't know how close someone is. We know he's 20% away from a shatter, but if he goes for one, I say that, jumps around the corner. 3 men on their back, and London Spitfire are going to wipe the Florida Mayhem. Xe gets pinned, and there we go.
What?
London continuing to hold.
Why did Xe pop the overclock though?
Good question.
It was after the Earth Shatter hit too, so it looked like it was kind of a response of Xe to use that overclock, maybe try to get a couple of picks and save the team.
Yeah.
But when you've got 3 members on their backs, Oh no, and an isolated Reinhardt too.
And an isolated checkmate. It looked like he was trying to set up for a blizzard. Shoutout comes out from someone this time, but not nearly as effective as it was for the London Spitfire. Admiral staving on to that beat, knowing Florida Mayhem have to make a push onto the point. The beat eventually comes through as Florida need to be able to touch to cause OT. Unlikely to happen at this point as the London Spitfire just finding kill after kill after kill. And there you go. Round number 1 is Spitfires.
Round number 1 is also very convincing and a great example of why you don't run the rush into London Spitfire. Just don't do it. Stop. All of you. Stop. There's just no practice for it. People have actually noted this a few times, right, Jaws? That when thinking about how to prepare to play against the London Spitfire, especially being the only team right now that really runs this rush as clinically as they do, how do you actually get practice against it? Unless you're scrimming against London or you're playing against them in an official, then you don't. But yeah. See? You see the Earthshatter and then the overclock. I heard it. Y'all heard it now too?
Yeah. That is pretty rough. Tell you what's not so rough is a pause. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that was very well timed for myself there. I was going to say, yeah, Florida Mayhem are running Farah instead. I think... looks like Florida Mayhem just need 1 minute. Don't know what the pause is for, but hopefully we'll get back into the game ASAP. In fact, it looks like they're ready already. Animo typed R, so sure. Yeah, we're good. All right, yeah, Florida Mayhem running Animo Mercy checkmate on the Farah Rose.
Well, I mean, you have to do something different. Obviously, the rush versus the rush doesn't work, despite kind of the classic look of Control Center being that Reinhardt rush composition for the meta. But you just can't do that against London. And so having very few avenues to be able to practice against it, I think you just have to go with something that's a little more unconventional and hope that that's going to be something that can catch this composition from London by surprise. There is a change, though, and that's going to be Sparker on the Sombra instead of the Sojourn.
Much easier to deal with someone, that's for sure. That is a very interesting place to translocate. Like, you got to be a little bit careful. Good checkmate. Got to watch those hacks. Sparker taking 3 shots. Does he know where he went back to? He did kind of look to his right, but it was actually all the way by that mega health pack. Could be quite easy to take out if Florida Mayhem managed to find him. Checkmate's on the ground again. However, the hack doesn't last all too long nowadays. And Hardy charging off the screen finds not only Exy, but RuPaul. Checkmate and someone do put themselves on the board with the London Spitfire. A couple of pixels away from actually capping. It's up to someone to actually stay on the point. It's up to Checkmate to actually kill people and force the London Spitfire back. Admiral does end up going down, and Backbone without the block is easy pickings for the Mayhem. And now it's just dealing with Hardy. And there you go. Florida Mayhem are going to be able to find a cap.
Ooh, look at that too. There's some big staggers coming through as now the point being unlocked.
That was clear.
Yeah, London trying to potentially get back. Checkmate's just really doing well on this Farah. Really nice kind of forward-thinking shots that are coming through, and so I'm really excited to see if this composition can kind of keep working for Mayhem, especially when they're able to play so much more spread out, which does make playing the composition that London want to, just running into somebody way harder. Like, how do you hit the Farah here, except trying to send Sparker to hack it?
Yeah, it's a little bit tough. I mean, you got EMP now, I suppose, but solo EMPing a Farah, not the wisest normally. There's the hack. Just sliding on the roof as the thrusters come back up. It's all good, really. They do have to worry about this barrage and the mines as London head towards the white room. However, Sparker with that EMP could negate all of that. Checkmate now hearing that window coming up, but London Spitfire have already done the damage. There's a barrage in the small room, only finds one. Landon was the only person there. A fire strike always actually ends Checkmate's life, but London Spitfire taking advantage of Checkmate being on an off angle. And they end up capping the point. Nice barrage, yeah. Oh. True.
Well, yeah, that's nice.
I thought it was going to get dunked in the drink then. That was close.
I actually thought so too. Good to hang on. Oh, wow, look, Hottie just stole the health pack away too. Anybody that would have wanted to flank around that way.
bit tough for London, or a bit tough for Mayhem, I should say, on the point. They're going to deal with that shatter. Quite easy kill onto someone. No barrage to really worry about, but now they got to look towards Exi. He's already got 1 kill. The late beat from the London Spitfire to try and end the fight. Hattie once again finds a miracle pin. I don't know how the lad does it. Someone comes back from the spawn, kills Landon, but April now revenging his support. Means London Spitfire just continue to hold. With Exi going down, there's not really too much damage coming out from someone on Checkmate to deal with Hardy on the point. Sparker trying to go for the manual hacks again, but London still in control.
Watch out for this one.
Yeah, they're in really strong control as well. I mean, Sparker's gonna have another EMP to be able to close out when we get towards that last by territory. And Checkmate was already forced to back off when the manual hack comes through.
Forcing the transcendence.
Oh, what?
Okay, that's a really good play by Backbone. Clearly, RuPaul did not expect someone in White Room that early. Sparker does end up going down, and Immortality Field has been used by London Spitfire already. The barrage comes out, but yet again, it's a nice one. Got 0. Nice for London Spitfire, at least. Landon uses the window out in the open as Checkmate is now just hounding down Hardy. London Spitfire have the EMP, but they don't have the backup to follow up. So they end up foregoing the point. Hardy again finding a ridiculous pin, but gets cleaned up in the very end.
Yeah, you're gonna be taking too much damage from those blasts from Checkmate. The Sphere barrages have really been not good. Hopefully this next one that Checkmate's building up to could be a little bit better, but as it stands, Florida Mayhem, they've not been finding much value at all out of many of their ultimates. I mean, the fact that RuPaul had the Transcendence already focused. Oh my god, getting focused down now.
Solid AP. We take those every day of the week. Animo has popped the wings though, but now he has got a lot of people to res. Maybe he just goes Battle Mercy. Nope, Admiral takes him out of the sky. It's pretty easy. And just like that, in a blink of an eye, London managed to find the flip. 90% in building now.
You can see a quick panic swap too from Mayhem to go to the Tracer, the Moira, and the Lucio, trying to get back to point in time. But London really poised to take this second round in this first map.
Also available from Backbone. Overtime is ticking down. Mayhem need to touch and continue that. Checkmate so close to barrage. It's the only ultimate they have in their tank after all the swaps. The beat comes out for London Spitfire. He hits 5 and XC bites the dust. OT is still ticking through. The barrage is here. RuPaul finds 2 kills out of nowhere, so now it's a 3-on-3. RuPaul is still pretty low, but kept alive by the right click and the healing orb. Animo, however, can't put out enough healing before Backbone takes care of the Moira, and now it's Hardy in a 2v1. Overtime still ticking down as Sparker comes back to the point in time to continue the OT. Hardy gets healed up once again as London Spitfire now need to come in and hit a big EMP. Someone puts up the power block and Exi comes back with a little bit of revenge onto April. Now Landon's going pretty low, forced to use the lamp, but he survives and kills Checkmate. London Spitfire still on the point with an EMP and mines coming up. More and Mayhem have absolutely nothing to play with. It's a double EMP. RuPaul and Animo still alive, but not for long. OT ticks down, and London Spitfire will find map 1.
That was a very impressive stall from London Spitfire at the end as well to maintain control and then also get up to eventually capping that second round. I mean, that was scrappy too, but the fact that they were able to hold on long enough to be able to buy enough time for the rest of London to come back, like with the EMP, very, very impressive.
Yeah, that stall was insane. I mean, I thought RuPaul killing 2 there was enough. I mean, you have the Moira and the Lucio, you're so survivable, but didn't end up working out. That barrage from Checkmate also not helping the cause, unfortunately. They tried to make some changes, but couldn't quite find the key that fit. London Spitfire still very, very strong looking. We'll have to see what happens in map number 2. It is losers picks, so it's Florida's chance to choose. We'll see in a bit. Welcome back. Good start for London so far. 2-0 on control. Mayhem tried to change it up a little bit there, Rose, on that last round. They run the Fire and Mercy, but the barrage is hitting like zeros on carriols. Like, it's tough out here for Mayhem. They can't run the rush versus London because London known for their rush, but then they also run something like the Fire, which is to kind of counter and, hey, you can't even touch us in the skies because you have Sombra and you have a May, but then London just run rings around the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think it's such a tough matchup for Florida because I think that they've had a couple of collaboration issues on the team. Like, the team synergy just feels like it's falling a little short, and even when you're looking at something like a rush or just even some of the ways that these ultimates were getting utilized, it felt like Florida was looking at it from an individual lens rather than the team fight as a whole. So we are going to see some swaps across the board as we look ahead into our next map. You're seeing one of those on your screen right now. We will see Sir Majed jumping into the roster here for Animo, and then we're also seeing London Spitfire making some adjustments as well.
Yes, we do. And guess who it is? It's Backbone going to support. We are going to Eichenwalde at Rose, and Backbone's Eichenwalde yesterday was just unreal. Like, his Zenyatta play was ridiculous. I kind of wish I remembered the stats, like the live stats from those games, because he was pumping out numbers.
Oh, I don't even need to know. I just want the, I have highlight reel shots like flitting through my mind now, Jaws. Like when Backbone just hit the volley straight through this crazy angle into spawn and killed somebody.
That is the classic spot. That is the classic spot. The Widow or Zen spot. You stand up there to try and get the spawn kill. It never normally works, and I say this a lot, Rose, and like those little angles. If you are right-clicking as a Zen, like in pro play, in Overwatch League play, you're like, okay, no one's going to go for those. They're too obvious. Like, people in solo queue do those all the way down to, like, you know, silver. And if you're not doing them silver, you probably should. You get some more kills and maybe some SR. But, like, to see that in pro play is like, okay. Like, it's kind of the reverse mind game. We're not going to... Why would I do that? That's so silly. Like, it's so obvious. But then when it does happen, you're like, okay, well, you just got to hit yourself in the head, you know? It makes for beautiful clips, I'll tell you that right now. We do...
it was the amusement on Backbone's face, though, which made that whole clip for me. It's like, as he was, like, chuckling to himself as this happens.
Watching London play, even though they did lose the shock the other day, they had a lot of smiles on their face, I think, especially, like, considering they got one map and they also did very well on the other maps. It was definitely something to be happy about. And now let's look at the Florida Mayhem, because they're also changing a couple of their players. We are seeing Sir Majed come in. We're seeing Exy and Checkmate staying in for DPS. And again, it's a team that's had a very slow start. Exy came into the roster a little bit later on, like we were mentioning before, but they've not found a single map win as of yet in the mid-season madness. Like, claiming one on a map pick is going to be nice, but they've kind of already had those chances. And yeah, maybe they've had some tough opposition, but you need to start now. Your tournament lives are on the line in this series.
Yes, it absolutely is for both of these teams. And look, you know, Florida Mayhem definitely.
Look, you can't see the lobby chat, but Backbone beat in them with "Don't get 5-orbed, don't want to get added to the montage." Like, he is already in their head. Backbone is planting the seeds of doubt in the Florida Mayhem. You best believe they're checking every single like pixel angle that Backbone could take as a Zen.
Yeah, wait, what? Okay, Florida Mayhem must realize what's coming. They're the ones that picked Eichenwalde, okay? It's loser pick, and Florida Mayhem picked Eichenwalde. And I'm getting the I told you so prepared in case Backbone actually does hit him with a 5-orb.
I'm telling you, more for the Reaper package. I'm all for it. All right, we're just about to jump into the game. Just waiting for all the players to be ready and waiting. Looks like Hattie is ready. And I believe the Florida Mayhem are not that far off either. So, map number 2. Mayhem need to come up with something big. They did end up losing to the Houston Outlaws yesterday. Again, Outlaws being a fairly strong team right now, a bit up and down in terms of performance, but still like exceptional with players like Pelican. They got 3-0'd by them the other day, where they didn't actually go to Eichenwald, to be fair. So again, maybe changing up that, changing up the strategies going later on to the tournament. Okay, Midtown didn't work for us versus the Outlaws yesterday. We didn't even cap a point, unfortunately. You know, maybe Eichenwald is our map.
Yeah, possibly. I really do hope that this works for them. I want to see them try out something that's just a little bit different, that really allows them to synergize better than just having these individual performances and hoping that that's going to be enough to change the tides. And I think that someone's Winston is absolutely the right way to do that. And that's one of the reasons I love that Florida Mayhem actually did choose Eichenwalde, because we talked about Hottie's Winston, which is going to be that flavor of composition we'll see London Spitfire set up on the defense with. But what about someone's Winston? Joss, I feel like that's been a really particular standout hero pick for that player.
Yeah, it has definitely been good. But you have to look at like Checkmate and XE to match Sparker and Shax too. Like, if we just kind of forget about Backbone and Landon for the meantime, because we know they've both had very good performances, I think XE, who was finding a fair few picks on the first map, like, you got to look to him again to open things up. I doubt this Widow Shot hits. No, it does not. Oldest trick in the book. But XE just need to continue to do that, and then Mayhem need to capitalize on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's been definitely, I think where some of that miscommunication has come through is that maybe a pick happens for Florida Mayhem and there's not really enough to be able to capitalize upon that and just continue to carve that forward. But look at how someone is able to really approach these fights with just some of that aggression, and there you go. They've got to go on this, Jaws.
Okay, there you go. That's what we wanted. XE with a pick. Sparky cleans him up, and Hattie cleans RuPaul. So it's a 2 for 2. Someone doing a fair bit of damage, but Shax staying alive in the small corridor as a Tracer. Pretty disgusting amount of damage. Little 1v1. Shax is pretty... Well, Chevy's lost him. Hang on a second. Where's Waldo? Where's Shax? Gets the recall. I should say where's Wally, really. Well, where's Waldo's the American version. I'm sorry, Lone Spitfire.
It's okay.
Are they going to be able to touch? Maybe Shax is here. Yeah, he does. Okay, discorded. He's going to have to hit the recall at some point. There you go. But Disruptor Shot in the choke point is going to be fairly nice. Stop London Spitfire from already approaching through that elbow. Nice stick by Checkmate. Finishes off Landon. And that will be the points.
There you go. This is the synergy that we wanted to see from Florida Mayhem. I love this. Someone has just been such an aggressive Winston, and you can see how much space that's really being able to create for the team. And XE is taking full advantage of that to be able to show off why he is considered one of the best Sojourn in the West. So Florida, they've got the point unlocked, they've got this payload moving, they've got control of the high ground also, and look at Sir Majette trying to do his best to try to 5-orb somebody.
I was about to say, yeah, he's trying to 5-orb. Doesn't need to though. There's the right click from someone. Beautiful stuff. Tank mains do have aim. They have to now with the Winston right click. Good start from the Mayhem. Wow. They not only win this fight now, Rose, they get high ground for free.
They do, and this is huge. I mean, look at this. That was such a quick fight win for them. They have so much time in the bank to be able to move this forward that they're not even worried that much about having multiple members push the payload at this point. London Spitfire have to get set up by this checkpoint, but maybe get a pick with this too?
Beautiful. Beautiful force the Transcendence, that bubble to stop the healing coming through from Sir Majed. Good stick by Shax, he's been nanoed. Sir Majed in a whole heap of trouble, does kick Shax away, forcing him to recall, and actually a nano in response. Sir Majed still going pretty low, but getting pump pocketed by RuPaul. Hardy finishes him off with the Primal Rage, he jumps to high ground to find anybody else. RuPaul still sitting on the payload with the help of someone, but London Spitfire have the spawns, and Spark coming back with the overclock is going to be a good point for London to push off of. They're still contesting. It looks like Florida Mayhem are happy just back up for the time being. Want to regroup as 5 and go again.
Yeah, they have to. They've got to wait for Sir Majid to come back, and so you'll see that Zenyatta finally in range to be able to provide that Orb of Harmony over to Checkmate. And so now Checkmate can go into a position to use this Pulse Bomb.
Wow, really nice check and a Checkmate there. Very good. Just force him all the way back, force that recall so he can't perma-touch the payload. Force Transcendence on Backbone there too. Not a good start, and with Huddy going down, London Spitfire in a sticky situation. XE does fall, but with the tank and both DPS being available... Oh, okay, well, maybe not. Not both DPS anymore. Checkmate dies with Pulse, and now Sparker on the flank. RuPaul was already dead. It's just Sir Majed to deal with as London halt the Mayhem once again.
You're going to see London Spitfire have a bit of a better time defending from that bridge anyway, just because it is more defensively favored, and so they can get Sparker set up on the high ground, kind of create some of those crossfire angles. Then, of course, Shax has some great health packs to be able to play around as well. There's just so much area that Florida Mayhem are going to have to traverse, and they're going to have to start setting the pace here, especially if Shax kind of keeps getting the upper hand on the Mayhem. I mean, look at this. At least someone's able to force them back towards the point.
Yeah, this is really what you want to see from Checkmate, just perma-pressure in the payload. I mean, we saw it from Flatter the other day. You force the positioning, and if London Spitfire are too far away, you get a free cap. Ideally, Checkmate just stays around that mega health pack and then zips back up to the point. Or in fact, it's actually going to be someone. But with two people committed, it's a little worse, especially if you have someone committing on top of that. Like, you can't then force high ground, so ideally you just send the Tracer. But it is someone on the payload once again, trying to give his supports enough time to rotate up towards the high ground. But it might be a little bit of a 2-on-2. There's the Nano. XE has popped the ultimates, but can he find too much damage? Sparker is in his sight, so he's just getting bopped around and bubbled. Completely denied by Hattie's Winston bubble and actually taken out. Both Winstons end up finding kills as Hattie is put to sleep. He's still in a primal rage, so has a lot of HP to manage. However, being in a small corridor, he is going to have to worry just a little bit, but forces the Transcendence, which is good once again for the London Spitfire, forcing the trans from Sir Majed again and again and again.
Yeah, it's been just time and time again. Sure, Sir Majid's going to be able to get the leg up onto Backbone, but I don't know if that's going to be enough, as London Spitfire can continue to turn the tide back in their own favor.
I mean, it's just, these fights are just unbelievably scrappy. 40 seconds to go. It wouldn't feel like there's been, what, like 4 minutes? Feels like there's been two like very prolonged fights. London Spitfire, they've got Transcendence coming online, they've got both DPS ults, and there's 30 seconds to go.
I mean, that's such a good point though, Joss. Like, where did the time bank go? There really hasn't been a proper reset here for either of these teams, and Florida Mayhem just kind of continue to just throw bodies at the point and hope that that's going to be enough. Looks like Checkmate can get back into a position to try to contest the payload, but that does pull Shax back into action. Yeah,
you don't win that though if you're Checkmate, you're discorded, and the other Tracer has Harmony, or there's just no way. Another early Transcendence forced, but this time on the side of the London Spitfire. Checkmate is contesting payload to trigger overtime as someone does join him. He's nowhere near that primal rage and is pretty low. That bubble from Huddy is absolutely massive, blocks a lot of that healing. Sparker does end up going down, but very little bodies now on the point for the Mayhem. Is going to be up to RuPaul, not the person you really want touching. And there it is. Couldn't even get there in time. Sir Majed was on a flank, a kick in frustration. And the Florida Mayhem, they hold on the bridge.
Yeah, that's a good position for the London Spitfire. Florida Mayhem, though, I think that we have been able to see how well this Winston is utilized on a defensive angle as well. And so maybe if someone can kind of hold back a little bit more, just to be able to be a bit more reactive as a Winston in this defensive position, then maybe that will be the secret sauce that Florida Mayhem needs to be able to tie up the series. But I don't know, Jaws. London right now, they look really, really good, and they are playing as a team, and that is such a big difference.
Yeah, unfortunately we haven't had any montage moments yet from Backbone, but I'm sure we'll get them in a moment. Maybe next match, we'll see. But yeah, someone's been kind of hanging out with Checkmate, just kind of linking arms and running to the payload more often than not, and then it feels like they're not clearing high ground, is what this is screaming to me. Someone in Checkmate are just kind of so concentrated on touching the payload, you know, forcing London Spitfire's positioning, but then London like, that's fine, we can send Shax over there. If we really need to, we can send Huddy, and then someone then has to react to Mayhem's support, trying to take the high ground with XE, but then that's difficult because Hardy's in the way. Like, it does feel a little bit disjointed right now for the Mayhem.
Yeah, they don't really seem like they're all on the same page of how they want to coordinate, but... Oh.
Don't get 5-orb.
Don't get 5-orb, Backbone. You agreed in chat. Whoever gets 5-orb first loses this game.
Yikes. Yeah, I
Yeah,
wasn't
you
quite a
missed that
5-orb,
part.
but that was a railgun to the dome. Semashev maybe trying to ego duel Backbone just a little bit there. Steps into the wrong angle and ends up going down. Huddy back on to the Reinhardt. Yeah, I mean, I was going to call it a miracle ping because he does find a lot of them, but that was a pretty easy one as they go. XE ends up falling to Sparker, second kill of the fight for the Sojourn, and London Spitfire taking this very easily. Maybe Mayhem come back, but Checkmate's already forced the recall. Yeah, there you go, he dies.
Yep. Yeah, Sirmajed not going to be too long for this either, and someone has got to get the heck out of here.
RuPaul is...
why is RuPaul there too?
I mean, he committed, I suppose. Okay, he's dead. He got a kill, but yeah. I guess at that point you committed. You were like, I'll just get ult charge, I suppose.
I think that that's a good example, though, of how, like, this miscommunication has kind of been coming through. Like, are you gonna go contest? Whose job is it? London Spitfire capped, and then they were still Florida Mayhem people by their spawn doors. Maybe it was the spawn camp. That was the ticket, right? Yeah.
True.
Just to be ready and prepared for the spawn camp.
Maybe a little bit too ready. Oh, wow. There's someone with a very aggressive dive. Doesn't get antied, so he is good to back off. You have to be careful about LOSing your healers when you're against a Zen, because you get blown up. Speaking of getting blown up, quite literally there. Ooh. Someone almost dies. Perfectly timed nade from RuPaul, and a couple of shots heal him all the way back up to full. Like I said, the Discord does so much work. Shouldn't be nerfed though, just saying, as a Zen player. He's going back in once again. Nano squishes Landon. Can he add Backbone to the Jar of Jam? Yes, he can. Nice double kill. Easy support cleanup. And now the Lone Spitfire gonna have to go again. They got a little bit of progress, and they got the doors open, which is the more important thing there.
Yeah, but like, look, that's great. That is exactly the coordination we want to see. Oh, someone gets so low. So many resources have to be invested into keeping someone alive. But you can see he's already back up to full. And London Spitfire, they get to go again. Look at the way that they're playing so spread out, though. And I mean, this does allow itself way better for a composition like this, because at the end of the day, when you switch sides, you just didn't have enough point presence, I feel like, for the strategy that Mayhem was trying to go for. But this time around, yeah, you can leave your supports alone and just wreak havoc in London Spitfire's backline.
Someone using that Primal Rage pretty early. Pulse Bomb from Checkmate lands onto Landon. Another Transcendence force, or what I can only imagine was forced. He was on high ground with Exy, just to be chilling. Nice body shot to someone. As the overclock comes through, Exy wins that duel quite easily with a high ground advantage. Nice little body shot onto Shax, cleaned up by Semashed. I kind of want to know what happened to Semashed's Transcendence there, whether it was forced or he's just kind of using it to help people. Backbone's been nanoed. Yeah, run, Exy, run. You're 20 HP. Does he get the final orb? Oh, he does. Headshot too. That's what I'm talking about. Nano Zenyatta also scary, and so is Hardy in a small room with a Primal Rage. 3 minutes to go. Only a few meters left between match point and the London Spitfire right now.
Yeah, you've got RuPaul that just respawned, someone about to join the fray as well, but it has to be Checkmate first to touch.
Touch? Any touches? Okay.
There are touchers.
I still get scared. No touches!
Oh, there's no touches!
There are no touches. C9, yep, high fives everywhere, yep, no touches. Miscommunication, you were talking about it, Rose, there you go.
I hate it.
No touches.
I hate it here.
They got the touch,
Stop
but
it.
then they did not retouch.
What?
Wow.
Stop! We were so close to not having that happen.
Yeah.
All right, well, you know what? We got out of the way. It's day number 3 of the Midseason Madness. We got our third C9 of the tournament so far. We've had one every single day. No more today, okay? That's it.
Oh, man. I'm glad we caught it at the very end there. Backbone's small little sarcastic clap. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, what a way to start out the day. A C9 on Eichenwalde.
Cool.
And we're going to a very special map for the London Spitfire in just a moment. It's going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar, the C9iest map that all of C9'd.
Stop.
It's stupid. We're going to go to break. We'll see you guys in a sec. Welcome back, everybody. Before we get back to the game, so I just want to give a special shout out to our friends at the University of Hawaii at Manoa for being such a wonderful host to us this week. It's been a fantastic run so far, and I'm glad we get to have an event at such a wonderful place. Without the help of the university and its esports club, this week's global tournament would not be possible. So from all of us here at the Overwatch League, thank you so much. Yeah, from everybody. It's been great to have the players live in front of each other, which is awesome, and being able to play across the two regions as well. Like it's been great. So yeah, thank you so much for hosting us. Let's get back to the series, Rose, Mayhem, and Spitfire. Yes, another C9, I know. Feels like we are cursed at this point with every C9 possible.
We are. Well, that's why they put Rose and Jack together. It's because we're the Titanic.
Oh
Get it?
my, yeah.
Hey, it's a sinking ship.
Oh man.
Sorry.
I mean,
I had to say it at least once.
yeah, that's reasonable. Has to be said. Backbone's got the eye mask on. Okay, took it off. It's all good. Honestly, at this point, just put it back on, bro. Just put it back on. Mayhem are going to maybe step off the payload anyway. Look, we're going over to Watchpoint Gibraltar as our next map. And this was also the map that London Spitfire played, where there were just an unbelievable amount of C9s. Like, again, it does feel like we're a little bit cursed here. But I think London are going to be pretty happy with that one. That was, of course, against the Dallas Fuel. And there was 3 or 4 C9s in that series. Like, it was absurd. So hopefully we don't get more here. I know it's very painful for some people and fans, especially fans of Mayhem right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was... We're just going to focus on what's ahead, which is hopefully a map win here for the Florida Mayhem. They're still looking for their first map win of the Midseason Madness tournament. They do not want to go home yet, but London Spitfire, of course, are looking poised to send them home. But this next map, though, maybe. I mean, we're still going over to a very good Winston map. Winton?
Maybe some Winton.
Jump? Winton Zap?
The new one I did see. Oh man, I forgot the text that goes after it, but it's like blue circle emoji, like Winston. I was going to go Winston emoji, but like gorilla emoji or something, and then the text. I thought that was very funny. I will protect you with my blue sphere. No, it is a very good Winston map. Florida Mayhem have made a small change. Arnemo's coming back in. So, yep, Brigitte makes the most sense, especially on the high ground. They're going to be on the offense first. We'll see what XT and Checkmate can do, because, Rose, they've not looked incredible. Well, XT found some nice picks, and Florida Mayhem have been able to capitalize on those things, but XT has also been kind of using ults weirdly, like when Hadi got a 3-man shatter, he used the overclock to try and turn the tide, but when it's a 3-man, it's pretty hard to do so. Checkmate's had some decent pulse bombs, or like forcing the transcendences, but it's just like the capitalization of those small advantages that Florida Mayhem are currently struggling with.
Well, I think that's the problem, is that Florida Mayhem has been using their ultimates too reactively, and so they're not getting the value that synergizes the best with their team's playstyle. Whereas if you are going to kick things off with something more aggressive, like go in with someone's Winston jump, and then try to capitalize on maybe, sleeping Winston right there. Excellent. That's the stuff that we want. Not, oh, Shatter? Let me see if I can save my team, bro.
Yeah.
Hold up a second.
It's okay. XT Widow, very strong, very powerful. Wow. Wow.
We are cursed.
I mean, he even gave me like the comedic timing. That was very generous of you, Sparker and XT there. Thank you very much for setting that one up. What a fantastic clip. Well, they still got a lot of push here, killing Hardy a little bit ago. Can you find another shot? Nope. Good reactions there from Anime. Got to be careful though. He's on the flank.
Where is XT? Well, I think this is so smart from London too. Kind of like force Mayhem to go server, and then this happens.
Yeah, then do that. Throw a big nade. Hardy jumps in. Sparkle with the disruptor shot. Easy game.
What?
Good start, but
Hadi didn't even get the health pack there. Can we just point out that Hadi actually didn't get the health pack? That was all off the back of landing, keeping Hadi alive.
Yeah, it doesn't need health back. When you got a adamantium backline.
True.
Or runite backline. It's up to you. Florida Mayhem, they still got a fair amount of cart push. And at least at this point too, when the cart rounds its corner, XE can sit on the high ground. He of course does have to worry about Sparker still. No longer on the Widowmaker. Rather a short distance for a lot of the London Spitfire to cross to try and get to XE. So this makes a lot more sense. Engagement into the server room. Nice little shot onto Sparker. Disruptor shot providing a lot of cover actually. Kind of kiting Landon into the rest of his team. But the problem is Shax is already in there. Backbone gets nanoed. Backbone in the corner, still killing people. Checkmate is committed his entire self to kill Backbone with the help of someone. Luckily, the Primal Rage was in the way, otherwise Backbone probably would have cleaned up with that nano. Someone is pretty low, health pack respawning in a couple of seconds, but Sparker is there to clean up. Overclock online rather soon. Another nice kill from the Sojourn, and London Spitfire still holding the point down.
Yep. Florida really do trying their best right now. I think it's just going to be really hard to break this defensive hold that London Spitfire have. I mean, they're even getting member advantages in these fights, and Florida are still not able to convert that into progress.
Another nice start.
Hardy's just jumping is so fast.
Nice sleep. Instantly gets woken up though, but Hardy can't really do the damage and can't sustain himself for there for too long. Someone had a good amount of payload pressure. Pushed the payload almost to the checkpoint. A few meters to go, but now the re-engagement. Transcenders from Backbone more aggressively this time. He's going to have to do something here. That pulse bomb's big. RuPaul and Landon do end up going down, so it's the Brig versus the Zen healing matchup. Shax utilizing the pulse bomb a little bit later on in that fight, and now Sparker is all alone in the side room. This should be Florida Mayhem capping the point. Yes, it is. A very good start. I'll take Brig over Zen any day of the week in that small corridor if you haven't got Arnas to back you up. So a nice pulse bomb from London Spitfire. Couldn't quite save them.
Yeah, really nicely executed. Now we get a chance to see Florida Mayhem take a couple more adjustments here. And the Brig choice is very nice. I like that. I think the Zenyatta just unfortunately wasn't converting enough over for the Florida Mayhem, I think, in our last iterations of this type of composition. And so seeing the Brigida here, which is able to kind of follow around, maybe kiting for RuPaul or just being able to go in with some of these DPS players, matters a lot more.
There's the Primal Rage.
Oh.
Wait, CCTV camera now. There we go, nice kill. Oh, a stick, wow. Whoa, dearie me. Yep, Sparker was mid-slide when that stick happened. Unlucky landed. You can blame Sparker for that one. Florida Mayhem with a nice double kill there from Checkmate's pulse bomb. They're pushing the payload, a couple of meters to go. Oh yeah, you have to back up. Animo in a whole lot of trouble, but a nade from RuPaul keeps him in the fight. Can he finish the tracer? No, he cannot, but Checkmate kind of putting the Florida Mayhem on his back right now as they push on forwards. They're going to have to reset with Animo dying, but Checkmate is putting in Lord's work.
Yeah, Checkmate has really been carrying on this one. And I like that the pulse bombs have been maybe even not just flashy with the double pick there, but also really high value. Even if you're trying to force something out, we've seen maybe Backbone get forced into a couple of awkward Transcendence uses from Checkmate and just the backline in general. Taking their attention away is great.
Yeah, not quite a special delivery, didn't even connect. Unfortunate. Good sleep onto someone. Didn't really result in all too much as he was with the rest of his team. And now you don't have that for the new Winston who's jumping to high ground. Yeah, Landon's regretting that sleep dart, but Backbone's there to the rescue with the Transcendence. He does escape alive with Landon to now back all the way up. A late nano boost here could turn the tides of war, but that rally is going to be hard to chew through as the Florida Mayhem push on forwards. Good shot onto Shax, but they do trade their traces. It's a 4v4 with the rally on the point. XE is more than healthy with that over health, but Checkmate does end up falling meaning that pulse bomb can't be built up for this fight. London Spitfire rolling their ultimates fairly well in this engagement, and now someone's had to back up. Backbone super far forward, in fact, in the spaceship. London still controlling the high ground as the Mayhem struggle to put the payload in. There's 6 seconds to go as the London Spitfire holding down.
Yeah, look at how you have Sparker set up as well with a 100 charge shot, ready to take somebody out as soon as they touch that payload. But they have touch, there's overtime.
Yeah. Nobody get off. Nobody get off. Super glue yourself to the payload. Someone, at least. Checkmate on the flank. Backbone deals with him easily. Someone trying to punch off to the left to try and deal with somebody, but it was in vain. Pulse bomb wasn't even needed as Backbone finds yet another kill, and it's just Arnamo to keep the point alive. But it ain't gonna happen. The London Spitfire halt Mayhem before the second point.
Still a valiant effort, especially when London Spitfire looked almost unbreakable on that first point, and then Mayhem were able to get past that and then at least get towards the end of second. Well, isn't that weird? We saw a second point on Gibraltar, huh?
Yeah,
Oh.
it does feel a little bit weird.
It's a little weird. Anyway, what a side note. Now we get to switch sides. London don't have too far to go, but maybe Florida can finally put the pieces together to start working as a team. Those are cute.
Yeah, I've never seen
Wait, do
those
they make
before.
those?
I don't. Maybe? Maybe?
I want a pair.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. I would be surprised.
I would buy one.
They do look rather comfy.
I have like 4 Pachamaris.
Might as well. Oh, what was what was this? Oh, this is the initial push. Ooh. The
Wow.
wave. That was very well timed to survive that pulse bomb. Hardy do be
That was
juggling.
incredible.
Yeah, Hardy Winston, extremely strong. He's looking good. I mean, he's got 30% of his team's damage right now. Someone actually on the other side's got 29%, so the tank's doing a whole lot of work. It is Checkmate finding a lot of the final blows, but cannot underestimate the damage from the Winstons.
I like all these these cheeky start strategies that we see. We saw this from Florida Mayhem on their attack push as well, but the quick Roadhog pick just to give Roadhog like an extra 10 seconds of playtime every map, but also to see if you get the cheeky hook combo. Because boy, would that be devastating.
Yeah, we've seen that once already before. Never again. These things happen once in a blue moon in the Overwatch League. Thank God we at least saw it once. Oh, what a shot. Wow. Yeah, this is what you really want to see from Exy, especially on the Widowmaker. This is Florida Mayhem's ticket right now. Again, I did it again.
Gosh darn it, John! Stop talking!
Okay.
Stop talking!
Sparker clearly listening to caster comms right now. Ends Exy's live pretty quick.
Yep. Now we're gonna see the payload get moved under the car wash. Hotty's gonna start bullying people off of the high ground. But don't all go into the same tiny room. Hotty's almost got Primal Rage.
Yeah, he's built it up so fast. 75%. Someone is almost equal that. Backbone does end up going down. Nice executed dive by someone and Checkmate there.
Yeah, this is where Florida Mayhem look to perform their best. I mean, I think that this is the... Okay, Checkmate used a pulse bomb. Don't know how much I agree with that one there. But I was going to say is that I think this speaks better to Florida Mayhem's playstyle of allowing some of these more hero plays to come through.
Yeah, that...
When they come through.
Surprise, I'm back! Jumps down, here's the Primal Rage, jumps straight back up again. Trying to kill the bricks, pretty hard, especially when you have a RuPaul right next to him, even with a nano boost. If you can force that nano, that would be sick, but doesn't end up working out. In fact, just feeds a lot of ult charge to the Brigitte. Body shot with the nano, instantly ending a Tracer's life there. Sparker on the point, but someone actually gets nanoed and cleans up 3 people. Mayhem with a fantastic start to their defense. With 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, Rose, it is Watch Point Gibraltar first. Tough to complete, but they're looking strong. They've got that rally for the next fight.
Yeah, this is amazing, especially if Florida can navigate this next fight maybe towards server, where that rally could be a bit more effective for everybody. Then Florida could definitely keep up with this defensive hold. XE doesn't want to get crunched here by Hottie's Winston, or woohoo, or by Shax, I guess.
I mean, he's been crunched a couple of times in that position. He got out this time, though. Discorded a couple of shots from Landon, everybody else following up with damage. Oh, what a shot! Those shots are tough to hit. Headshot straight below you. Incredibly difficult. Okay, does Landon Spitfire want to go again? Potentially, yeah. Looks like Hattie's backing off. He was purpled. Oh, what a shot. He does trade. It isn't the worst. Widow's effective range is pretty long, so you can get back to the point or get back to an effective range pretty quickly. However, Hardy is saying it's go time. He's getting body blocked. In fact, perma blocked. Couldn't get out of that small room. Was hoping he built up that primal rage, and no one was going to fall on the side of the Mayhem, because they had that rally going on. All right, 30 seconds to go, and now checkmate clean in house. Sparker does kill him, but again, Tracer very quick back to the point. London Spitfire, they got ults, but can they get this first point?
Well, the biggest thing that London Spitfire can do here is just go forward, make sure that they are able to get the overtime activated on the cart. You can just go under car wash while you see Florida keep them busy, and then as soon as they jump down, pop the overclock here when Sparker feels like they're ready to go.
What a nade by RuPaul, and nano onto someone, a nade onto Landon. Easy game. Now the primal rage is used. Everybody's in a small room. No way you can escape. You got no heals. It's gonna be a triple kill for someone. It looks like it. There it is. The London Spitfire with 2 people left. Landon's coming back, and Hattie is trapped in that mega health pack room. He's got the health back, but he ain't got a hope in touching that point. The Florida Mayhem setting themselves up in this series. Stop that 3-0. London Spitfire still on match point, but signs of life from the Mayhem now.
Yeah, that looked great. That absolutely looked great. And you know, again, it speaks to the ability for XE to maybe play a little bit more of like a solo hero carry. And then you also get a chance to synergize with 2 of the kind of more important sustainable pieces with the Winston and the Tracer. And so it all just kind of comes together in a composition like this. I'd like to see more of this if they are able to as we look ahead to push as our next map type.
Yep. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, someone on checkmate looking great on the dies. Communication cleaned up for sure. We're going to Coliseum as our next map. We'll see you after this. final week before the mid-season madness kicks off.
Gaga now taken down. Lee Jae-gon finding that kill. Tries to stay alive, and Lee will finally finish him off with that rail. Jinmu 20 HP in a dream. Dashing and ducking around. Somehow still has not died. He kills them both! What just happened on screen?
There's no way.
Jinmu had no HP.
He knows.
1v2. And somehow he kills them both, and that's enough for them to get the cap.
Here we go.
Thank you, observers.
What
they just don't hit him. He's on 15 HP.
He just
completely demolishes them. Wow.
Jinmu he just neo'd out. He just neo'd out of control. He just dodged every shot.
I think they're getting ready for it as well. As you can see, Pelicans are trying to get the dash reset up and running.
Okay, he's got dash. He's calling for it. Nano, Blade, straight to the back. The Transcendence, not enough to save Victoria. The slash and then dash kills Punk too. What a nade from Iris. That does absolutely nothing when Pelican's in your face. A 5 kill for the Genji. And that's the Pelican we know and love.
Feels like, yeah, he might actually.
Pushed out.
Leave has to go as well. Leave has to pop ult. Surely.
He gets whip shot away, pops the Transcendence, just keeps everybody alive here for the time being. 10% left to go. Now Lee Jae-gon gonna fall. Izayaki as well. Eliminated the overclock. Finds the elimination. Leave. Trying to go on the hunt. Finds Splitter. Gets the hit. Holy. Was taken down. And they're gonna make it happen. The full hold. Fate knows it's over. He just sits still. 92.4%. Leave playing off the back of Monk's contest. They make it work.
That's your MVP from 2021, baby. Infrasight for Infrasight here. Bigger difference maker could actually be the Dragon Strike. That will force Fusion off the payload, and that could be a cap, but Fitz is dead.
Wait a minute, what?
2 great shots from MN3. He gets a 3rd. He's looking for some more. Immortality Field buys a little bit of time, but what an absolute incredible volley from MN3. Shutting them down one after the other.
Fitz taking a bunch of damage straight up.
And he's dead. They get the alley-oop. MN3 able to find the head. Just take him out. Dynamite not at the ready, otherwise you could try to flush these guys out from the back of the...
Dude. It's like we never left Circuit Royale. We're still there. We're still on Circuit Royale. We haven't left.
This man is absolutely insane today. What on God's green earth is going on? What did they feed him today? Is this the work of the cheesesteaks? I know they took him to the cheesesteak place recently. Is this the secret formula?
Blizzard from the back. Do they expect it? Slightly. Crimzo pops the Transcendence. Victoria's in a little bit of trouble, but with the Immortality field, he should be good. Piggy has also been frozen, but saved with an Immortality from Iris. Merit. What? Wait. Was that a triple collapse?
Where did that come from?
I think that was a triple kill with 1 railgun. I could be wrong. That was a triple kill.
Replay.
No
did it just go
way
through
did you
all
line
of
that
them?
one up.
Oh my god. Oh, they were standing in a straight line.
Best Sojourn player in the league, stats-wise. Hey, add that one to the replay package.
Oh yeah.
Merrick comes out with a first triple kill with the with the overclock in the league. That was just absurd. Welcome back. Mayhem have found a map. They took watch point Gibraltar. As now is London's turn to pick as we head to push. And I mentioned we're going to Coliseum. What a surprise. London picks a map that they can play Rush on. Admiral's back in supports. Backbone swapping over to DPS. It's looking all fine and dandy in the London camp.
Well, I mean, we expected London Spitfire to play the Coliseo, not just because of the Reinhardt, but also because if you look at some of London Spitfire's past performances on this map, they have put on clinics for everybody when it comes to some of the angles and the positioning that you can take on Coliseo and try to find these really fantastic angles. My eyes are on Sparker. What is Sparker going to do? The Soldier 76 flanks in stage 1 were absolutely crazy. And what can he really get done here with the Sojourn as well? Even more mobility.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, there's only one person I'm looking at right now, and that's Hardy, and his opponent, someone in the mirror. And will they end up going the mirror? It didn't work out on Li Zhang. control center, and it didn't work out when they even tried to then flip the script a little bit and run the Farah. It's a tough call for the Florida Mayhem right now, and this isn't really a map. You can play the Winston. We've seen things like Doomfist, of course, from like London Outlaws, but it's definitely a map that London are very comfortable with, like very comfortable. Yep. XE has been performing pretty well, like on the Widowmaker, on the Sojourn. He's staying in. His Arnamo is back, so, you know, signs do point to rush once again. Do they want to run something a little bit different? Maybe go for some really crazy, like, super aggressive dive to try and kill the London Spitfire backline? It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, but there is a possibility for the Mayhem to bring this to a map 5. So if we look at some checkmate stats on Watchpoint Gibraltar. He was putting in some bad numbers, Rose, actually. He was just permanently in the kill feed for the Mayhem.
Yeah, and this is where Mayhem have looked best the entirety of this series, and they finally started to put all the pieces together on Gibraltar when Checkmate could play the Tracer alongside someone's Winston, and of course having XE to kind of round out that big dive with the follow-up damage from the Widowmaker, or even kind of engaging for the dive with some of that damage. And so Checkmate definitely able to go in, clean up things really fast, generating those pulse bombs very quickly as well. So definitely finding tons and tons of value. But is that going to be doable on Colosseo when you know you're going to be playing against the rush flavor from the London Spitfire? You have the Lucio that will be able to help keep your backline more mobile, more agile, and that Tracer may be less effective playing against a backline like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that is true. That is very true. It's just tough. I don't know, man. It's just tough. You know, when London Spitfire get their chance to choose a map, they'll choose a map they can play rush on.
Absolutely.
We'll see if Mayhem can come up big. I mean, a lot of it is down to the way that May plays, on top of like the Reinhardt and whatnot. Those walls can be just ridiculously impactful, either separating the Rhine or maybe separating the supports, maybe even separating the Mage. Separating someone to then find a quick kill is always imperative. But the issue I think the Florida Mayhem ran across on Lijiang Tao when they played the Rush Mirror was they were getting forced to use things like Lamp, things like Wall, things like Ice Block, like super early. And it was an extremely tough battle when the enemy team has those cooldowns and you don't. And in fact, we're not even seeing the rush from the Mayhem, and I think that's a smart move. Going for a little bit more of an aggressive dive with the Genji, with the Winston.
I agree. This is definitely what the Florida... I don't trust the Rush Mirror for any team into London Spitfire. I always get a little defeated in my own head when I look at that and go, I don't know about this one. Feel free to prove me wrong. But this is a great start here for Mayhem, getting that big pick on a Sparker.
Yeah, another fantastic pick from XE. I would love to know how many times XE has found like the first blood in a fight. Because it has got to be 9 times out of 10 for the Mayhemmer right now. Almost kills Admiral in the sky. In fact, does. Finishes him off just with the left click. And now Backbone's in trouble. Triple kill for the Sojourn. Make that a quad? No. Rufel takes it away. The Mayhem, once again, off the back of XE's initial pick, do find the win in the team fight.
Excellent stuff. I mean, this is the problem that we had before, where we were seeing XE maybe get some of those initial picks, but then not enough follow-up coming through from the rest of the Mayhem to be able to make that pick worth it.
Oh, what a wall.
Ooh, huge wall?
That was a really big wall. Stopped XE from sliding off. Huddy ends up helping get the kill. Admiral kills someone. Didn't even need their tank player, apparently. Sparker did end up going down. However, with the bot in control on Spitfire, this should be good. That was an extremely intelligent wall. Had a very good stagger kill onto Rufel.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that stagger pick was big, but man, like, this is why we tout Backbone as one of the best Mays in the league. Is because of some of this heads-up play when you look at, well, yeah, I could use my wall. Here's the range that it has, and perfect execution and reaction to just making sure that you're able to get that pick. RuPaul does have the Nano ready to go to someone to start this dive.
He's already pretty low. Nano does heal you up, luckily, so you can just... Oh, there you go. Oh, nice boot from Admiral. Booted him back, so he hit his head, and he's stunned. Oh, goodbye. Nice pin, easy kill. That window stops Florida Mayhem from aggressing and using that Nano Winston for space. London Spitfire dealt with that perfect.
Well, I mean, London, they've played against so many different teams that like to use this more aggressive Winston style. And as the team that runs this rush, you know that they know the intricacies of how they can utilize the things in their kit to really give them favors in these matches.
XZ coming up big over and over again with the railgun. It does get cleaned up, but killing the Lucio in the rush comp, pretty good. London don't even take the lead. Well, they take the lead off of that not by a whole lot. Florida Mayhem have only got a couple of meters before they end up flipping the script there.
Yeah, they should be able to flip this before I think London will be able to get back.
Nope, unfortunate.
Oh, okay, well. Ooh. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I'd back off too if I knew that Sparker, if I was keeping track at Sparker had an overclock.
No heals. No heals. RuPaul and Animo were completely LOS by someone's positioning. Perfect shatter, and solo shadows like that are good. Like, you normally like, oh, 3, 2-man, water shadow, whatever, but do you get a Winston or someone off on the sidelines that can't get healed? Even a bit, Animo, even if he invested the B in that situation, that would have gone to waste. Like, good luck getting it around that corner.
Yeah, well, why is the rest of Mayhem playing so far back, then? And out of LOS for the Winston? Like, there was a good amount of distance between the backline and some...
Blade, engage. The Blizzard comes out, defensively used from the London Spitfire. They ended up burning a lamp in that situation, but Blizzard for Blade, not the worst. Beat for the Florida Mayhem now. Admiral's a couple of percentage points away from his, so London Spitfire end up backing up. Oh, the beat doesn't quite hit Sparker, who gets juggled in the backline. Now someone trying to isolate the support with this Primal has got landed in the skies, and now a clear shot for XE onto Admiral. Nice work by someone.
Yeah, see, that's why I like it when sometimes you do see someone get really aggressive into the backline and start kind of bullying the Sojourn, the Ana, whatever, Baptiste that's in the back. It works out sometimes for someone and something, but...
It is very annoying. Nano boost, jump in, there's the window, someone's health bar disappearing right before your eyes. Couldn't do much of anything there. Didn't get frozen, but slowed for long enough for him to get extinguished. Good headshot by Sparker there. The Mayhem, however, they do end up getting the lead by about 20 meters. So now London Spitfire have to escort the bat all the way back.
Yeah, but London's starting to work up to things that will be able to get them there. I think Florida as well are on the clock to try to race Hottie's Earth Shatter. You've got the overclock from XE. Hopefully that's going to be able to do them some favors. And then also you're looking at Checkmate's Blade to not get countered by the Blizzard this time and also be the decisive fight winner that we know that those Dragon Blades can be.
What an annoying position for Backbone to be in. Almost double taps Animo, in fact, yep. Triple taps him instead, that'll do. Losing a Lucio is not great because now Admiral can run you down. XE trying to take care of that problem himself, but is met by Sparker on the other end of it. Luckily, RuPaul and Checkmate on the high ground were able to kill off Backbone. And London Spitfire lose control of the bot again. Florida Mayhem now with a Blade and almost a Primal Rage coming up. London Spitfire unable to gain any meterage on the bot push there.
They don't get any to try to match what Mayhem did, but they did push the bot far enough that they get to come back with all the ultimates in the world, or just into the loving arms of Hottie.
Couple of swings, no. Primal Rage Force, not bad though. Kind of take those ultimates where you can. Now they just have to deal with him. Now he turns into a giant old battery. But a giant old battery for RuPaul too. Another pick by XE to start off the fights. This is what you want to see. There's the pin from Hardy, goes wide this time, but Backbone on the flank once again takes care of one of the supports. Can London Spitfire come on top of this engagement? Looks like it for the time being, as someone and Checkmate go down to the large swinging hammer of Hardy as the bot has been stolen by Backbone. He is just a menace right now. He is a menace on the May. Like, not only seeing the bot, solo Blizzard in the backline, the Florida Mayhem, they lose control of the bot, it walks all the way back to their side of the map.
Well, I mean, look at this. You know, Animo could just go ahead and taxi Hottie back to the bots. And so we were worried a bit about them getting some progress. Well, here's a great way for them to start making that up. They forced out ultimates from the Florida Mayhem, get to come back in with an overclock and a beat, and also a window if they want it.
Nano Blade, though. Nano Blade or just Nano onto the Winston. We'll see what ends up going down. Sparky using that overclock, trying to peek and hunt for things. The Nano, the Blade. Sparker's life obliterated. Now the London Spitfire have to use ult to try and see them through this fight. A very late B from the Mayhem, but the Blade already did the work for them. London Spitfire lose a fight in the same position for the third time in a row, just unable to push that bot any further. Well, I guess they got an extra 5 meters, but no way near the 62 that the Florida Mayhem currently have. And with 2 minutes to go, the time bank be dwindling.
That's absolutely true. I mean, Xy's coming up on another overclock as well. That's a great zoning tool, even if it isn't going to be enough to get some picks. You hear that voice line, Joss. I feel like you back up. You go hide somewhere. You don't want to get one-tapped by the Sojourn. But Hottie's already back in here. You know that he's got the Earth Shatter ready to go, but look at Xy poised and ready to with this overclock coming online post-haste.
Oh. Doesn't quite find the pick. There's another solo shatter onto someone and a perfect shield from Hardy to stop someone getting healed. Window was used by Landon. They're doing the same kind of combos over and over again, just denying as much space as possible. Peak anti-nade by RuPaul. Can anybody clean that up? Okay, Landon does actually end up going down. There's another kill by Checkmate, another dash reset. And London Spitfire once again unable to really move the bot. That was an unbelievable hero nade from RuPaul there to save them.
Woo! Yes, it was. And sometimes those hero moments can work for Florida Mayhem as long as it's getting communicated and the team can go in and actually capitalize on it. But as it stands, we've kind of been in this checkmate sort of situation where who's going to be able to actually get control of this as we enter into sub 1 minute territory, and Florida Mayhem are in the lead.
Yeah, Mayhem don't really feel any pressure at all to try and push this bot. They can very much just fight in the neutral, fight on the ground that suits them. Overclock available. Xy's just going to pop it. The Blizzard comes out. Xy gets a collapse, but doesn't find the kills. He gets frozen. Got a little bit greedy there, trying to clean on up, and was just sat in the Blizzard. A Lamp isn't going to survive long. Not against Checkmate. Building up towards the Blade as he's just nanoed. There's 20 seconds to go, and the Florida Mayhem on London's map pick might end up taking this one. They don't even need to push the bot, and it doesn't look like they're going to. Oh, well, tell a lie. In fact, Animo is going to try and escort it for a little bit, but no, they're just going to push past it to stop London Spitfire from touching. There's 4 seconds and counting. Someone's got to touch. A slam's already come out, but they're not going to be able to get there in time. On London's map pick, Florida Mayhem bring it to a map 5.
They've been looking better and better over the course of this series, though. Jaws, I mean, even just looking at how much better Florida Mayhem played together as a team on Gibraltar, and then seeing how they played smart on Coliseo as well. I love that you called out that they were just kind of playing on their own terms, because it wasn't all about the aggressive go, go, go from someone to try to push the payload at all. They recognize we've got control, we have the lead, we just need to make sure that they don't touch the bot. That's it. They didn't overcommit, and they didn't also try to over-execute.
All right, Florida Mayhem just turning. They're turning a new leaf. Xy picking up just first blood after first blood, just getting these initial picks, and they're able to capitalize on them and playing to their win condition. Not overextending, like you said, Rose. They're looking good. You're going to a map number 5 right after this break. You're not going to want to miss it. map number 5, and maybe a reverse sweep for the Florida Mayhem as they take Colosseo. London's map pick, mind you, Rose. Out on a map they're very strong at, like the Rhine comp, the Rush comp. Like, you'd expect London to win that one 9 times out of 10, but surveys ended up saying, well, actually, Mayhem, off the back of Xe more often than not, finding those initial picks and playing to their win condition perfectly.
Yeah, that win condition oftentimes being just Xe maybe getting an opening pick, and then the follow-up coming through from Florida Mayhem to be able to turn that one pick into a team fight win. And it wasn't even a flashy game either. Neither side got to the first checkpoint, but they didn't have to. Because for Florida, it was about just controlling the game and controlling the tempo of these team fights. And that's something that they did incredibly well on Colosseo, and they have just looked better and better as the series has progressed. But we are about to head into the 5th and final map of the series.
We are going to Oasis, which is, again, London's map pick. So here we go. Well, to be fair, another map you can play the Rush on, but maybe London Spitfire want to pivot towards the Winston. They can do that still, even with the Lucio, which is what Admiral's probably going to play.
Yeah, with Admiral on the roster, you're expecting to see the Lucio for sure, and then really it's Landon that ends up playing a bit more flexibly to be able to lend itself to the rest of the team's composition, and then also just the map that we are on. Curious though, we're starting to see the compositions already. I believe Florida Mayhem's a little bit more that's what they're going to be stepping out of spawn with. Obviously quick Symmetra teleporter, and then go back over to the Tracer and just kind of continue to play this dive moment that we've been seeing from Florida Mayhem. But it's London that I think is the different, well, it's obviously the different one. You got the Lucio and the Moira here, which speaks to me that London's about to try to hit them really fast with the dive. So they've got to go fast, they've got to find value.
They actually get a big value hack on the Mega Health back there, so Mayhem don't really want to fight that. There's basically another healer with you if you fight in that location, so Mayhem realize that, back away, just put themselves on the point. However, Hardy can just perma-juggle the point if he really needs to. Capitalizing off those hacks, like you were saying, Rose is going to be key, but look who's in the kill feed again for the Mayhem. Xe finds another pick, and it's a big one. Landon going down is disastrous, and Backbone now taking a nap. 3, 2, 1, gets the Translocator somehow off, but still, didn't matter. London Spitfire with 2 people in the bin. End up going down, the Mayhem find the cap.
Yeah, look at how far forward Xe can play as well, just to continue to charge up these shots. Hadi's just a huge battery right now for this, and that would have been such a big pick if Xe had been able to land that shot with all of that charge.
Ooh, okay, Backbone still getting checked.
Oh.
No, would you look at that? Another first pick for Xe. Okay, Mayhem coming out rather big. Like, this is completely the opposite of what happened in the first map. Like, full 180, brand new day kind of team.
Yes, it is. I mean, let's look back at that first map, shall we? Florida Mayhem, some of these players using ultimates after the fight had already been lost, hoping that they were going to be enough of a difference maker to keep their team in this one. But I think that's almost underestimating their opponents, the London Spitfire. London, though, they are playing for this EMP to be able to get themselves back into this first round.
Checkmate do be checking. Spark, pulse bomb gets thrown out. Get damage, but not a kill. Hadi is rather strong with that overhealth from the shields, but he does kill Animo. He has got mines, but someone and Checkmate once again just forcing the London Spitfire to fight on their terms. 70% for Mayhem. They've got 2 DPS ults. They got the beat coming up. Like London Spitfire, they haven't even earned themselves a coalescence yet.
No, that's the thing that is such a stark contrast to me. Is, okay, they've got the mines, but you expect Hadi at this point to be putting in enough damage. Admiral and Landon have been perma in spawn. But yeah, it's been bad. It's been so bad so far, and that just speaks to the level of control Florida Mayhem right now on the situation.
Manual hack onto someone. EMP available for London Spitfire. They might want to use it to just erase the beat, especially with someone going down. They do end up finding the flip. Mayhem are okay with this, and just back it away. They don't want to use ults. They want to force London Spitfire to do so. But now London, they could shift the tempo pretty easily. If they didn't win that fight, it would have been over. But they now have double support. They've got Pulse and EMP.
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff to see here. Just going in with the EMP now.
Nice. Easy game. 5-man EMP. Checkmate still finds a kill with a Pulse Bomb. Yeah, it's 4v1. Ain't gonna happen, son.
Yeah. It was a wrecking ball too. You hope you're able to land a stick onto a wrecking ball.
They are pretty quick. I will say that. Trying to defend my own Tracer. They are pretty quick.
No, they're very fast, that's for sure. But it just means also that Hadi's able to get back to the point very quickly, so you're not seeing that really translate over to the value you wish that would have had. Someone, though, has switched over to the Doom Fist. So we've got some one-punch potential now on the board, huh?
All right, double beat. Sparker checked already. Sparker trying to set up for a Pulse. Had to hit that recall by the looks of it. As the Spitfire just happy just to contest the payload point for as much as possible. There's the beat. Florida Mayhem not satisfied with London's positioning. And then the Coalescence on top. Double support ultimate used from the London Spitfire, but Apple's already dead. London Spitfire's health bars are just falling. What happened to Landon's ultimate? Did he get punched out? I'm not sure. The London Spitfire just collapsed. Double support ultimate meant nothing. The Florida Mayhem recapped the point. And now a 1 round away from reverse sweeping London Spitfire and sending them home.
They are getting closer. They are getting closer, and they have earned this. You know, this series overall has been such a wonderful evolution of the Mayhem to watch, where they struggled a lot in those first 2 maps, and then something started to click for them. Maybe it was the halftime break. Maybe they all got snacks or something. I don't know. But let's watch this Coalescence, because I had questions about this too, but you see the Coalescence here, and then, yep.
It did get a thought, though.
Someone.
The Moira is so tough to play against the Doom, and the cooldowns are just so fast. Okay.
Yeah, it's easy to get off kilter with that, for sure.
This is London's comp right here. Maybe not with the Moira, but they're running it anyway. They just want to go fast. Got Hardy back on the Ryan.
It's not a bad call when you know that there's not a Doomfist on the other side. You know, but it is usually Sparker that plays the Sombra here.
2 HP. Oh, he's good.
Oh my god. He's got a dream, though.
Luckily. Might turn into a nightmare if they're not careful. They're already 1 round away from going home. Oh, nice little 3 clip here on RuPaul. RuPaul diving and dodging. That's just to get out. Forces the recall. And Hardy ends up falling. Oh my god, what is this London right now? After like a fantastic 2 days in upper bracket round 1 and against the Shock in the upper bracket quarterfinals. This is very uncharacteristic, but this is all Mayhem. Like,
yeah,
you got to think back to when they last played. They last played against Outlaws. They got 3-0'd. Like, it wasn't a super close series, but this is a completely different team we're looking at right now. Even from the start of this series, to be fair, Rose.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a huge evolution for the Mayhem. They look like a completely different team right now. But if you're a Mayhem fan, you are very, very happy about that. Xe has high ground control, and look at how well he's keeping the support line in check for Spitfire. Hadi has no support in the front line.
He was going pretty low and had to back off. The Mayhem still control the point and can juggle it if they really need to. Someone closer to that Primal Rage. Nano online for RuPaul in a couple of percent. Sparker eventually trying to check Xe, but he's at 100 energy. 1 little body shot now might end Sparker's life. He does end up going for it and whiffing, but now the blade from Checkmate is good. A beautiful nano blade, in fact, chasing straight after Landon. A triple kill for the Genji. Almost made that a 5k, but Backbone zipped back just in time. And the Florida Mayhem have ults to boot.
Good to see you.
This is a great rotation for Mayhem. This is phenomenal. They have ways to be able to deal with the EMP. And while Backbone has this EMP online faster than that round number 1, it's an Animo sound barrier that could just completely save Mayhem here and push this over the edge for them to take this series win.
Shatter, whiffs. Overclock coming in as overtime is approaching soon. Admiral's high in the sky, gets the boop onto Xe, but just sends him down to low ground. Now Landon has to come up with this Coalescence, but Sparker's already dead. A trade 1-for-1 as the Cole comes out rather late. Someone's Primal Raging. The Hardy on to the wall as London do find the flip. Admiral even committing the beat. It does hit 4, and the Florida Mayhem have a beat of their own. But maybe they just hold on for the next fight. Looks like they're going to, as the Spitfire refuse to go down without a fight.
Look at this. Sparker's actually going to switch over to the Sojourn. Looking at that as a bit more damage output than the Tracer has been able to provide so far. Hopefully that is going to be what gets them to get up to that 99, bring us into a third round. I want to see this go all the way, but Florida still haven't used a sound barrier. Love that you point that out, because now they get to go in aggressive with this if they want to.
Hack onto Exy, still gets the beat though, so he's good. Sparker changed over to the Sojourn, but now he's going straight back to Spawn. Might need to be Tracer. RuPaul kills 2. The London Spitfire quivering right now. They need to touch. The Florida Mayhem are going to find this flip, and in fact they're going to chase the London Spitfire all the way to their spawn. Admiral is dead. Overtime ticks down, and the Mayhem come up huge. A massive reverse sweep to see them to the lower bracket round 2.
Woo! Mayhem! Holy moly. I know it's called the Midseason Madness, but like I kind of like the sound of the Midseason Mayhem. That's not bad. That's not bad. The alliteration's still there, right?
I mean, it's close. It's close. It's been pandemonium, honestly. The Florida Mayhem come up massive. A reverse sweep off an extremely hot London Spitfire, taking a map off the shock, looking fantastic against the rain. And the Florida Mayhem keep their hopes and dreams alive in this tournament after what was an extremely cold day 1 against Houston Outlaws. Like, this is a Florida Mayhem I did not expect to see here today, but I'm so happy that we're seeing it. I mean, their next opponent is either the Dallas Fuel or the Philadelphia Fusion, which is another match later on today, Rose. Oh, wow, what a way to start off day number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Holy moly. I mean, I remember even just at the top of the series, I think you and I were both expecting that, London Spitfire, they look really hot. Florida Mayhem, they've looked bad. They haven't had a single map win yet in the Midseason Madness tournament, and yet here we are, a 5-mapper showing us all of the different sides that Florida Mayhem has to offer. But there's one player, Jaws, I feel like stood above the rest, and that was Exy.
Oh yeah, player of the match is definitely going to be Exy. The amount of picks he found to open up these fights for the Florida Mayhem was insane. Like every single time a fight started, he had already killed somebody. And yeah, maybe it didn't work out in the first couple of maps, but on Colosseo, like, helped them win more often than not. They played around that win condition. Look, we've got the lead. We can just play back, wait for Exy to get a pick, and then we can win these team fights. Like, what a standout performance today.
Absolutely. I mean, Exy's still one of the best Sojourn in the league. That's 60% railgun accuracy. Man, Jaws, what is it about the Midseason Madness tournament that we have seen Sojourns hit like 55% plus accuracy on these railguns? It's just super impressive when you see numbers like this.
Yeah, I mean, he is just a beast. He took that small break, of course, and then came in late to the Florida Mayhem this season, but he slotted right in. And he's been looking real good. Him and Hydron, unbelievable Sojourn players. And, you know, the Florida Mayhem, yeah, they may have got 0 maps on day number 1 of the tournament, but they come back with 3 now, knock London out, and they go on to the next round, Rose.
They do. They still have a tough opponent ahead, as you pointed out. There's 2 pretty heavy hitters, I feel like, that could be waiting for them when they have their matchup determined. But what a great start to the day, and I know we have so much more Overwatch to show everybody.
Yes, we do. Toronto Defiant and the Houston Outlaws are playing next. It's going to be a nail-biter. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. So I had a hard time deciding who I wanted to talk to for the post-match interview, and so I said, hey, I want both XC and someone. So we got both of them here from the Florida Mayhem. Guys, congratulations on the win. How are you guys feeling right now? 일단 오늘 인터뷰를 이제 제가 좀 생각을 하면서 이거 한 명을 고르기엔 너무 힘들다. 너무나도 좋은 경기여서 그래서 두 분을 이렇게 모셨는데요. 오늘 지금 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요, 일단.
저희가 이제 2대0으로 뒤쳐진 적이 있었지만 저희는 이제 이게 떨어지면 이번 스테이지는 끝이기 때문에 마인드로 이제 무조건 이겨보자라고 하면서 이제 지브롤 때부터 열심히 했지만 그게 잘 돼가지고 이제 오아시스까지 오게 되면서 역습을 한 것 같습니다.
I mean, the first two maps we were really losing, and up until that point, you know, we really didn't get our hopes up, and we're like, let's just concentrate. And I think it was from Gibraltar where we said, hey, we should really focus up and try to really win this game because if we don't, then we're out. So that really kept us going, and you know, I think that mentality helped us go all the way through Oasis and for us to get the win for today's match. All right, XD, how about you? How are you feeling right now?
지금 소감 말씀.
저는 저희가 하와이 진출 확정전이 보스턴전이었는데 그때도 저희가 패패승승으로 역습으로 이겼거든요. 그때도 MVP를 먹고 이번에도 패패승승으로 MVP 먹은 거 보면은 일단 그 보스턴의 덕이 아닌가, 그렇게 생각합니다.
Right. I mean, coming for the qualifier matches, I think how we got into the tournament was when we beat the Boston Uprising. We reverse swept them, just like we did London Spitfire today. It was loss, win, and it sort of repeated the same thing for today. So it just got me thinking. You know, at that time I got the MVP. I got MVP today as well, and I think I just want to say thank you to Boston. All right. Okay, next question. I think I'm just gonna, you know what, ask both of you guys. So your next match, because of this win, you guys are going to be facing off against either Dallas Fuel or Philadelphia Fusion. Who do you want to meet in your next match? 자, 다음 경기가 오늘 승리로 인해서 이제 필피오 아니면 달라스와의 경기가 있을 텐데요. 어떻게 두 분은 누가 이겼으면 좋을 것 같나요? 그리고 또 누구랑 또 경기를 펼치고 싶으신가요? 일단 let's go with someone.
네. 저는 댈러스가 이기고 저희랑 만났으면 좋겠습니다. 그 이유는 저희가 이제 작년이 아니라 저번 달 댈러스 매치 때 댈러스한테 져가지고 저희가 떨어졌거든요. 근데 이제 지금도 딱 그 똑같은 상황이기 때문에 이겨가지고 복수하고 싶습니다.
Last time, I think I really want the Dallas Fuel to win, and I want to see them in the next match because last time we played, we lost against them, and that's how we got disqualified. So I want that revenge against the Dallas Fuel. All right, XE, how about you?
저도 당연히 댈러스가 이겼으면 좋겠고, 일단 이유는 4-5년 동안 이제 같이 함께 온 감독님이 댈러스에 계시고 저는 그 감독님의 실력을 믿기 때문에 댈러스가 이길 거라 생각하고, 댈러스랑 또 제가 젤러스 출신이니까 댈러스가 올라와서 저한테 좀 두드러 맞았으면 하는 생각이 있어서 댈러스가 이겼으면 좋겠습니다.
I think I also think that the Dallas Fuel is going to win because you know, they're a great team, and not only that, their coach in that team, I have spent 4 to 5 years training with them, and also they're a really great team. So I do believe that the Dallas Fuel are all going to win, and also I really want them to come up because I've been part of the Dallas Fuel family, and so you know, now with the Florida Mayhem, I really want to, you know, I want to be the one to put them down to the ground. All right, XE and someone, thank you so much for the interview. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사드리면서, all right, let's send things back to Ovally. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. Guys, before we talk about that match of what just happened, let's talk about that interview. He wants to put Dallas into the ground.
That was aggressive wording.
I mean, listen, do you not trust Danny?
Oh, well, that's true. No, I wasn't judging Danny. I'm more saying XE is confident. You know, he did. You know, you might know he was supposed to play with the Dallas Fuel, but he had to retire due to personal injury, and now he's back to bury the Dallas Fuel. Apparently.
I just like the idea of like Ovally maybe not knowing that XE was supposed to be part of the Dallas Fuel. It's just like, why? Why would you want to put him in the ground? What? What? That's awful.
It's very aggressive. But I mean, listen, he can be aggressive because that game right there, that was our first 5 maps of the tournament so far, or of this week so far. It's the first reverse sweep that we've had. And it's potentially Backbone's first birthday loss.
Oh, so you had to throw that in there. Happy birthday!
Worse than the interview.
Happy birthday. Unfortunately, 3-2 victory for Florida Mayhem. But Scott, as a Spitfire fan, it felt like they had it. What happened in that third game?
Yeah, I think all of us predicted the London Spitfire for this match, and we thought they had it. You know, in Lijiangtao, it's a map that they're very comfortable in. They went over to that one. They played the rush composition. No answer from the Florida Mayhem. As a lot of us expected, the diff was there. The MTD was there from Hardy. And then, you know, it was like, oh, okay, you know, this is going to be very difficult for the Florida Mayhem to sort of overcome. We then went over to Eichenwalde, which it was closer, but it still looked like the London Spitfire had the advantage in that dive matchup as well. So it was like, oh, okay, well, just feels like Florida's just gonna fumble out of this one. But then when we get over to the watch point Gibraltar, they had that bad attack as well. They get caught on the second point, and you know, I was ready. I was putting my ears in. I was getting ready, sitting down in the chair, like, oh, time to talk about the disappointment. But something snapped, and you know, someone said that in the interview of like, we realized that if we lose this map, we are out of this entire competition. We are going home, the first team to be eliminated. And someone in Exi really stepped up in this map. That defensive hold on the first point against the London Spitfire, someone just went absolutely crazy. You can see him doing it right here in this room. And Exi was able to get a bunch of those frags to just slow down that time. But then it became the Checkmate show, in my opinion.
Yes.
We go over to Coliseum, we go over to Oasis, and Checkmate really starts stepping up. And this is someone we don't really talk about enough for this Florida Mayhem squad, because he is sort of that sort of secondary player, and he hasn't had those big pop-ups. But we need to give him credit. His blades were so good at stopping every time London Spitfire got to this bridge, tried to push it past this 40 meters. This happened. Checkmate gets the nano blade, goes absolutely crazy, and puts a hold onto that push. And then on fifth map, London Spitfire, they looked demoralized. They didn't have an answer to the dive of the Florida Mayhem. And London, no one expecting them to go out in the first round.
No, I don't think so. They are going to be our first team eliminated, which means that we will not be seeing them anymore in the tournament. But again, it does mean that Florida Mayhem are going to move on to the next portion of the tournament, which again, either going to be the Dallas Fuel or Philadelphia Fusion. And as you heard the players say, they want to see Dallas as their next opponent. And look at the reactions from the Mayhem right there. Look at them, super excited. They were down 0-2. Look, high five? Yeah. High five? Yeah.
Almost the best.
Oh, smiles across all of their faces. But Johnny, as they move on, as you were saying, lots of strengths coming out from this team. So what else do they have to focus on as they continue throughout?
Yeah, I mean, we all predicted a lot of Spitfire. And I think part of that is actually that we didn't like what we saw from the Florida Mayhem. But there were actually several examples I found in that matchup where I liked what I saw from the Florida Mayhem. I think they're a very strategic and methodical team. So as we take a look at a couple of these fights where it worked out for them, we can see what the Florida Mayhem are good at. What are their strengths? And so it comes here, they're capping point A on Eichenwalde, and Checkmate, very tactical on the Tracer. We're playing long sight angles with Diana and the Yara, and we're going to kill off Hadi here. And when Hadi is out of the mix, that's when we can push the momentum 5 versus 4, and we're going to end up capping this point A on Eichenwalde. So there you find a stick as well, brilliant, individual play from Checkmate there. But it's very methodical. And then we're also going to see another play on Gibraltar as well. This time you're playing a Brigitte, which means you have more defensive capabilities. You're going to pick off Hadi once more. He's bionated, so you're utilizing the Ana skill set. And then again, 5 versus 4, you can push the momentum when Hadi is dead. He's the tank of the London Spitfire. And then Checkmate, once again, just capitalizing off this one frag, and he's going to push the momentum here. He's going to rack up 3 quick frags to finish off this fight here. And so again, the first instinct from Florida Mayhem, it's really good. The first kind of like plan they have set in place for each team fight, I think it's really good. And as a final example, we're going to take a look at Oasis here, the nano blade from Checkmate. Hadi is going to push in, that opens up the backline. And that means that Checkmate can capitalize on the backline being exposed for the London Spitfire. So every time going into a team fight, the Florida Mayhem, they have good plans, they have good shot calling. Where it breaks down for Florida Mayhem is after, like the first plan fails, that's where you have Checkmate, okay? He's no prophet. You have Exi, he's all right, but he's no shy. That's where the individual skill kind of falters if the first plan doesn't work out. So I still like the strategic, methodical nature of the Florida Mayhem, and excited to see if that can help them more wins here in the losers bracket.
Definitely, and we're going to have to see how they continue on through that losers bracket. So let's go ahead and take a look with our results now plugged in. I do believe we have the bracket ready to go. And here we go. Look at that first Thursday, or the second Thursday match, I should say. Florida Mayhem moving on, going to be taking on either Dallas Fuel or Fusion. And again, as we heard, they want to play the Fuel. Now,
I mean, the way, well.
Go ahead.
I like to say the way that Fuel are playing, but then again, that means they've beaten Fusion, and I'm like, okay, hold on. Yeah, okay.
I think all three of us predicted Fusion too, so...
I don't believe that Dallas, like, I think Dallas has been really struggling. I think Philly should have the edge, but, you know, everyone does believe in Dallas, and Dallas has that X factor to be able to get there. I would be interested to see a Dallas versus Florida Mayhem matchup.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I think it could be good, but again, that's a match that's happening tomorrow. Let's talk about the match that's happening today, because the next one that we're going to see is Toronto versus Houston. And I know we previewed it a little bit in our pre-show, so have your thoughts changed at all coming in?
No, not really. I think this is actually probably the closest match that I had expected coming into today's match, because, you know, the Houston Outlaws are a great team, but it feels like they always seem to fumble in the playoffs, and, you know, that was, you know, the tradition so far already. They looked good in the first day when they played their first match, but when you went over to their second match, they just really did not show up and just fell over, while Toronto Defiant also, they took a loss in their first match, but they did look improved. They don't look like the team we saw in the regular season. So honestly, it's anyone's game. It really comes up to who shows up in the server, who's playing their best out, because I think strategically there isn't that big of difference.
It is very Houstonable.
It's very Houstonable.
I didn't want to say it, but you'll say it.
I said it. It's very Houstonable. You know, credit to the Houston Outlaws. I showcased also what I liked from them in you know, earlier this week. But Toronto Defiant as well. I think Toronto Defiant, they're better than their 12th seed, like, you know, then that shows them. So Toronto Defiant, if they like polish up a few couple of things, they could be a team to be reckoned with. So we'll see.
And something to also point out is yesterday on Twitter, Jake did post another book photo saying learning how to read again. So who knows if that's going to play out to their
I'm just
favor.
giving away the strats, teaching Jake how to read.
I know, right?
Doomed us all.
Doomed their entire team, but we're just going to have to find out how that match plays out when we come back from this quick short break. So don't go anywhere, because coming up next, we got Toronto versus Houston.
Day number 3 of the mid-season madness. We've already had one banger game, first 5 mapper in the mid-season madness tournament. Look, Mayhem end up taking the dub. London Spitfire still killing it on the timeline. Rose, yeah,
Huh?
yeah, that's pretty sick.
You know, this is really good.
Yeah.
I took one of those pineapples from the watch point desk and I cut it open, and it was pink.
So you sprinted to Philly, from Philly to Irvine in the break and all the way back. Damn, that's
Well, yeah.
pretty fast. You gonna share that with the audience or not?
You awesome?
A little bit, yeah. Put it up to the camera.
It's
lens.
really good.
Don't put it on the camera lens because you won't
Look,
get that
look,
off.
it's actually pink. Like, you guys might think it's like color correction or something, but it's like legitimately a pink
That's pretty cool.
pineapple.
I've never seen a pink
It's really
pineapple.
good.
I will say that. Although I've seen, I guess they're not pink, but like candy floss grapes or cotton candy grapes. Which
Those are really good.
is pretty nice.
Those are really good.
Yeah, so what it kind of
Yeah.
reminds me of, but yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little
It's
bit
like-
jealous. I'm gonna be real.
It's kind of like that. I don't know. It's like it's not like differently flavored. It tastes like a normal pineapple, but it without that compound, like the bromelain or something that causes it to sting your mouth.
I kind of like
It
that.
has less of that.
I
Wait,
actually kind of like that. I know it's
Do you like
but
spicy food
like
too?
sharp things, like food that makes you go like, like I kind of
Okay.
like spicy food. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm like too crazy with the spice, but it's pretty good. I quite like it.
Okay, okay.
Not as bad as
Now, see, I don't like food
yeah.
that like hurts me, so I
Yeah, that's
vibe
fair.
with the pink pineapple here and non-spicy food. But we do have some spice, Jaws, and that is match number 2 here
Yeah.
at Midseason Madness.
Toronto Defiant and the Houston Outlaws. Now, Toronto Defiant had a rather lackluster showing, but they were against the Dragons, who are currently 6-0 in maps, which is a little bit insane. And they are against the Houston Outlaws today, which have also looked, Outlaws looking a little bit up. But let's have a look at Toronto Defiant, Hisu, Finale, Muse, Chorong, and Twilight. A very, very strong backline that Toronto are running. And it's something that they talked about on the desk, Rose.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, you can't talk about Toronto Defiant with also looking at Chorong and Twilight and how well they've been able to play support for this team. I mean, Twilight, one of the best Anas in the league. Chorong there with the support from the Lucio. And also, you're able to use the two at their best when you're able to put them on those two heroes. And that's a look that Toronto Defiant have really been relying on, which is putting Muse on the Doomfist to really help to kind of bolster their team's offense.
Let's have a look at Houston Outlaws. They 3-0'd the Florida Mayhem in upper bracket round 1. Then got 3-0'd by the Glads, who, kickoff clash winners. Like, Glad's still looking incredibly strong. So we'll see if the Houston Outlaws can make that lower bracket run. I mean, Merritt has just been performing out of his mind. And actually, Rose, you mentioned it in the last game or in the last series. The Sojourns recently have just been out of this world. And the clip that is going to stand out to everybody is the triple collab from Merritt on Colosseo with the overclock. Like, that is going to go down in history. That's going to be on the VOD reel for a long time. I'll tell you that right now, just to how unbelievable that play was.
Yeah.
But him and Pelican have just been dominating more often than not when they don't go against teams like the Gladiators, to be fair.
Yeah, that's a great point, though, that Merritt and Pelican really have been just having such explosive impact on the Houston Outlaws. And, while we were looking at even just our past series, sometimes you can have great DPS that get opening picks, but you need to have the rest of the team be able to follow that up. I think Houston Outlaws does have that ability to follow up on picks that Merritt and Pelican are getting. So, when it comes down to both of these teams, though, Doomfist versus Doomfist, Dante in the starting lineup here for the Houston Outlaws, it's going to be a pretty big banger of a match. But, Jaws, we got to give the people what they want, and it's this triple collat.
Just insane stuff. Not sure whether we're ever going to see that again. You just don't see people lining up like that these days,
No.
Like, maybe in bot lobbies, but, I mean, the ragdoll physics also make it. Sojourn did, like, 6 flips. That's ridiculous. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, Pelican and Merritt doing wonders for the Houston Outlaws. start the season off. Houston have been a bit up and down, but it very much felt like they found their groove, especially against the Mayhem. The Gladiators are just a completely different beast. We'll see how they do. They will, the winner of this series will face Seoul or Atlanta in lower bracket round 2, which is, again, going to be a tough fight. I think everybody expected Seoul to win yesterday. A lot of Preds were just like, yeah, 3-0 Seoul, 3-0 Seoul, whatever. It was only the wheel that managed to get the 3-0 Spark Pred correct. And whoever you face whoever ends up winning this game and facing Seoul Dynasty is going to have a tough task. But that is lower bracket runs, right? You're on 1 life remaining. You haven't got that safety life anymore. If you're
you got to get there first.
Exactly.
You just got to get there first, and so that's the task ahead for both of these teams. We're looking at Oasis to kick off this series, and for Toronto and Houston, I think this is a great map choice to start things off. Teased a little bit how we've got the Muse Doomfist versus the Dante Doomfist and how those two are really going to be battling it out. But I start to look at how are the DPS going to support that Doomfist engagement, and also how do the backlines respond to this? I think a few times we've already noted how Dante plays a bit of a different beat when it comes to the Doomfist, and that's to be a little more peel-oriented, to help out Iris and Lastro in the backline. And that could be a huge difference maker here, especially if Toronto decide to go after them.
So he's going to stay on the ball. He very well could.
Yeah, he could.
Not a crazy amount of flank angles or anything. You can go with the Wrecking Ball, but it's not the worst pick in the world. And especially if you know the Outlaws backline might be a little bit of a pain point. Although, to be honest with you, it hasn't been a pain point for the Houston Outlaws. Iris specifically has just been an absolute god on the Ana. His sleeps have been crazy recently. But still, take out the backline, normally you end up winning. Less seals, always a good thing.
Yeah, but I think that's why you look at maybe Toronto Defiant going with some of these other pieces, like the Wrecking Ball can definitely go back there. And if you're going to force Dante to go peel...
the easiest kill alive.
Well, there you go. Maybe just Pelican just does the peeling for you.
Yeah. I mean, Discord hits every sticky bomb. He's good to go. All right, it should be point cap for the Outlaws. No one's going to juggle that if you're Defiant. Point cap, I said. Said point cap. There you go. Nice.
Listen, we're cursed. We can't say anything anymore.
Oh, wow. Dante missed that punch completely. And Chong deals him in very, like, you just kind of kick him, push him away, and that's it, as good as dead. Iris and Lastro, however, for the Outlaws, looking pretty clean with kills of their own. Finale is on the point. Tried to double blink in there to Pelican. Didn't end up finishing him off. Defiant so close to capping. They do end up flipping. Someone touched it for half a second, so the Outlaws lose a bit of percent. Finale can juggle this, and so can Muse. A bit of a slip up for the Outlaws. They trade both Anas too. Houston Outlaws need to be able to find control of this point once again, but looking rather unlikely as Hisu is back in the mix, taking care of Pelican.
Yeah, wow, look at that. I mean, it looked like Houston maybe just stumbled for a second, and we're going to be able to pick it back up. But pretty strong territorial control right now for the Defiant. As I say that, though, of course, they like to prove me wrong. Choron goes down, so does Hisu. I can stop talking.
Doing a trading. 3-on-3. Transcendence for Lastro. With Iris dead, that's the only healing they've got. The Outlaws do find the cap, and Lastro pops out of the Transcendence and transcends Twilight up to the heavens. There you go. Houston Outlaws find the cap, and I'm glad we talked up Lastro and Iris at the very start of this game, because they're kind of dominating right now with the final blows.
Yeah, I mean, they don't necessarily need to have that peel. It's just, no, I think the safety net of knowing that the peel is available, whether it's going to be Pelican or Dante, that kind of goes back in case they start to get bullied. But if they're left to their own devices, then, whew, I don't want to be going toe-to-toe with that back line. And here it says a Nano as well.
Nano onto Lastro, why not? Yeah, he's already got 3 final blows, making some more, yeah? All right, Pelican gets 1 kill onto Twilight. He does dupe, in fact, into the Ash. Could be a very quick Bob online if he gets a big dynamite. Looks like he's already used it. Has to actually land some shots. 88 HP, you got to pocket him, but it may not even be needed. The Bob is available. The copy Bob gets thrown out. So does the dynamite. He fades away. Or, sorry, the Ash fades away. The Bob not necessarily fading. that quickly at least. Gets a couple of extra shots off and then disappears. But 80% for the Outlaws is Toronto Defiant, unable to make anything stick.
Yeah, and we're entering into last fight territory as well, where Houston are really poised to just keep control. They've got the overclock from Merritt. If he's set up on the high ground or in a corner, then you know he's going to be able to get some really quick shots onto the enemy team as Muse goes rolling towards spawn.
Yeah.
Wrong spawn.
I mean, he doesn't even knock down a couple of pins. Like, he needs to be able to get back. He's getting very little support from the rest of his team. In fact, he's finished off by Pelican's sticky bombs. They do trade tank for tank, but now they have to deal with this overclock. A nice headshot. Oh, onto Finale. That was beautiful. And now the support's in a whole lot of trouble. No way Defiant can touch, and Merritt. Who's really surprised? Killing a whole lot of people on the Sojourn. Only 25% of his team's damage. Pelican's got 30, but he hits him with the overclock, and yeah, he looks fancy at doing it.
He does look super fancy, but you also don't have to be flashy as a DPS in order to find that value. We normally, I think, with the eye test, look at a DPS and the kill feed and go, oh yeah, like that DPS is putting in a lot of work. But I think that the fact that Merritt still has like such a large percentage of the damage, but you're not necessarily seeing that in the kill feed, like he's still definitely putting in the work to be able to get Houston Outlaws that first round victory. Second round though, not seeing a whole lot of changes for either side, as it's still going to be the Sojourn Echo Doomfist for the Outlaws, and Defiant still sticking to the Tracer Ash Wrecking Ball.
Bit easier to get some environmentals if you're Muse here. It's also way beneficial. Oh,
goodbye.
Goodbye, Iris. They kind of saw him coming too, which was kind of sad. Dante was asleep through that engagement. Oh yeah, I mean, come on, you can't poop an Echo.
You sure can try though. You sure?
Yeah, A for effort. A for effort.
Yeah. I mean, that's great example of why the Wrecking Ball does work here. I love that now we speak something into existence and like they give you a great example.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true.
Perfect.
He's going to do it again, look.
Yep.
Merritt's caught out a little bit. Should get the support required. Yeah, there we go. Now you can just kind of chill in main. Just wait for a couple of boops. Yeah. I think he was wondering there if Pelican had shift. Of course he did in the end. Lastro steps out into no man's land. Where was he? What's he got? Ticket the Polar Express or what? Like, usually it's 3 kills.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. This is just unfair. This is like pinball. New Overwatch game mode?
Pinball? Yeah. Someone's probably made that in Workshop. I wouldn't be surprised.
I bet.
Look,
I bet.
Muse positioning again.
He could do it again!
He do be chilling though.
Oh, come on. Oh, look, you can see Pelican's like looking for Muse too.
Oh, did they?
No one's seen it.
Oh, they didn't hear him either. Lastro in a whole heap of trouble. Good follow-up from Finale there. Good slam by Muse. It's a much better map for Toronto Defiant. If they remain in control, Hisu could do so much work on this high ground with the help of Twilight. The coach gun to peel away from Dante. Outlaws need to do something. 70%. They've got the nano boost, but that's about it. And Pelican goes down. Already?
Yeah, I mean, this is. Oh,
you should die.
He's got slipped out of the mines.
Nice, but no, mines went down, but he did get slept. Triple blink for Finale. Post-bomb onto Merritt. Equal trade-ish. And they're both going to get back to the fight relatively quickly. Bob, Transcendence, Nano Boost. Outlaws have only got a Nano Boost to work with. Dante's going to get Meteor Strike. There's the Nano. Nano onto Chorong, though. Now he can just kick Dante away. And with the Discord up on Dante, he doesn't really want to fight Chorong. Still does a lot of damage. Meteor Strike up onto the high ground. A coach gun from Hisu to send him flying, so he does no damage. Now the Bob is on the point contesting for the Toronto Defiant. He eventually disappears as well as Chorong, but they do trade as Zenyatas. Muse just dominating, though, in the neutral. The overclock has been burned by the Outlaws as they put themselves on the point. And there you go, only one person left. It's Twilight on height. But Outlaws do control, and yeah, goodbye, Twilight. You ain't Twilight.
What an incredible call and response from both of these teams, though. I love the way that Dante positioned himself to get out so many different tools from the Defiant before the rest of the Outlaws decided to go in and get the follow-up. Like, the nano on the Chorong, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, once that was over, Dante goes back in, forces out the Transcendence. Those were two massive tools just completely taken off the table that they had to fork over because Dante was in their face. That's how much respect Toronto's definitely been giving over to that Doomfist. But is it going to be enough? Because Houston did also have to use a lot of ultimates there too.
Nice stick. Pelican takes care of Chorong. Good positioning from Pelican, in fact. Muse has been very annoying, I think, for the Houston Outlaws, but Pelican's kind of doing the same thing. He's playing Muse Simulator, just hiding on the wings. Gets a decent amount of ult charge for the next pulse, but 50% of building. Okay, Outlaws, looking good.
Yeah, they're looking way better. I mean, at first, they were taking way too long to try to get back to the point. But now that they're playing from a defensive position, they really seem to understand how they want to make this second round a victory for them as well. As Muse just don't fall victim to it again.
Another triple blink finale kills Iris with the pulse. Triple blink and recall. It's been working well for Finale thus far. Meteor strike for Dante as Lastro kills Twilight from afar, sitting all the way back near his team. Oh, Finale was one bullet away from killing Dante. He eventually gets him with a melee, but not before Merit and Pelican can put the rest of the Toronto Defiant in their place. 95% for the Outlaws. This could be a 100-0 flip here.
I think it's going to be. Look at that, the Lucio from Cho.
Oh, they don't
get back.
touch. Oh, that's not really a C9. I mean,
no.
I was expecting Toronto to touch. I think Toronto Defiant were as well. Houston Outlaws looking good. That was a complete flip. Toronto Defiant were on 99%, Outlaws on 0, and they managed to whip that one straight around. Wow, Muse was putting in absolute work on this map. He only had 18% of his team's damage, though, I will say. It was mainly Hisu doing the damage, then Muse finishing people off by the looks of it, but Houston Outlaws off to a fantastic start. Not even breaking a sweat on that defense for Oasis. As we jump to a quick break, do not go anywhere. Eichenbalder up next.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eyes on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
All right, welcome back. Houston Outlaws with a 2-0 on control to start the series off. We head into Eichenwalde as our next map. That's Defiant's pick, Rose.
His Defiance pick. So originally when I looked at that, I went, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, Muse, there's some great Doomfist rollouts on this map, but they must be cooking up something really special, Jaws, because it's in fact Hotba that is going to be subbing in for Muse. And when we see Hotba in the Toronto Defiant roster, you can definitely expect them to play around some of those off-tank heroes that Hotba is so good at and so known for. So I'm very excited to see what Toronto have in terms of strategy going into this map.
Yeah, and Houston Outlaws are keeping Dante in. So Dante versus Hotba as he just joins the lobby. Yeah, it's rather curious. We have, it's been mostly Muse. It's been Winston, a bit of Wrecking Ball, obviously. And Muse did really well on that last map on the ball, getting loads of like early picks, capitalizing off of Hisu's damage. They just weren't able to clutch it out at the very end. Houston Outlaws still proving they're quite the formidable opponent. I mean, Merit is still putting up big numbers on the Sojourn.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you think of Houston Outlaws, I think that one of the characteristics that comes to mind first is that they're scrappy. They're resilient, right? Every single series I feel like we've seen from Houston Outlaws, at least the ones that you and I have casted towards the end of Stage 2 qualifiers, boy, did Houston put on a show. Like, goodness gracious, I thought I was gonna like stop playing with my emotions like that a lot of the time. So it was cool to see them get that 0 to 100 flip on that second round of Oasis. And they're just going to be sticking to the things that have been working for them the most. And I guess that's another reason why I have some questions about the Hotba switch in here is maybe Toronto Defiant doesn't feel comfortable enough playing against the Dante Doomfist if that's what they're expecting to come out.
Go on, Hotba. What are you picking? It's not Diva.
Is it Diva?
I don't think so. Not on first. That would make sense. Okay.
Okay.
I was like, yeah, I don't think you play Diva on first. It would more like second. There's not really a lot of high ground on first you can really take control of. So, well, there is, I guess. You got the bar area, but Sigma makes way more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
I love Hotbar on Sigma, so we'll have to see how he can contend with the Outlaws. Of course, you know what Outlaws are going to play. Dante's in, so
yes.
Doomfist. He's not going to play Winston, or if he does, I'd be very happy, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that for quite some time.
No. What we're seeing from Houston is kind of just a classic composition from them. Got Merit Sojourn that has been creating those waves. Pelican, though, off of the Echo, not even playing the Genji here either, but just going to stick to the Tracer to have a little bit more mobility to approach the backline of Toronto Defiant. And also just be able to tussle with Finale that's going to be on that Tracer as well.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
Maybe free pick here. There's a shield right in front of Finale. Very nicely placed by Hotba. Stopping all the damage coming through from the choke. Can't quite capitalize on that sleep. However, it does mean Finale had to burn the recall, so plays safe near the gates. However, Hotba starting this fight off with a bang, killing Last Strike. Does get cleaned up in the small corridor, but if Hisu can stay alive and just pepper the backline, this should be good. Speaking of which, double kill for the Ashe.
Ooh. Yeah, unfortunately, Hisu is going to go down there, but not without taking some names with him. And Hisu has enough mobility in the Ashe kit to be able to get back and have that long-range damage available for when Houston decides to move back in, especially when you've got Lastro that is going to be punished a little bit here with those Orbs of Discord. You have to be nervous trying to move in on that.
Oh, well, Pelican being a right-click warrior there on the high ground. It's a really nice position to take, so Hotba can't get on the point without taking free damage. Hotba's shield's just getting destroyed, and so is his health bar. Now Charong in a little bit of trouble too. Toronto Defiant tried to attack from 3 different angles. Finale wasn't quite in position quick enough before the Outlaws could pounce. Is a tick and a little bit. Yep, and that will just be that. Outlaws will cap the point and get the payload going.
We're going to see Toronto Defiant start to get set up on the defense. They're able to take that height very, very quickly. I like that Hoppa also on the Sigma is able to get these really nice coverages of those angles as well with that movable shield. See, you kind of have to start moving a little bit because of the Sojourn looking in your direction.
Nanoblade for Outlaws have the Transcendence. Hopper needs this Flux online. You can deny the Nanoblade with the Flux. Or obviously Chong would be great to have the Transcendence online, but there's the Nano. He's half HP. Is he going to go for the Blade? Yes, he is. Gets instantly healed up. Nice little deflect. The Coach Gun sends Hisu flying back. He only gets 1 kill, but they're granted positioning off of all of this. Make that 2, in fact. Make that 3. Thank you. And make that 4, Pelican. Okay. Make it a 5th. Not quite. Merit steals that one right from under him.
Hey, we've seen a couple really nice Genji 5Ks. Full team wipes coming through so far. Maybe another day, Pelican.
I mean, the legendary anti-nade on that corner at the very...
Yes, exactly.
With infinite dash resets.
On my mind.
That felt pretty good. There's Bob. He's the 5th man on the... Nice slip. Unlucky. Hopper is dead, so it's a 5v call. Now, Hisu with a kill onto Iris. Yeah, Bob didn't really do too much, but still denied a fair bit of space away from the Outlaws. And losing Iris like that, not great. So they're going to have to go again.
Yeah, I think that was perfectly fine. At this point, I don't know what else you're really going to be expecting out of the Bob except for just territorial control. I mean, putting that on the cart was really nice. But, whoa!
Oh, wow, okay. Okay, and Hisu is also dead. Merit does end up going down, but Lastro and Merit coming up huge. Late Transcendence for the Toronto Defiant, but it is a 4v2 right now on the point. Finale is going to be able to get back in time, but not before Pelican and Dante have their way with the Toronto front line. Still, a nice defense from Toronto. 2.5 minutes turning into 4 for last is a fairly sizable time back. But if you're Toronto, you can't lose players that early. In fact, there's even more staggers coming through.
Yeah, if you saw that, I think you just have to back up. And unfortunately, I think there was maybe a bit of a miscommunication where they didn't get the call to fully back up. And so, of course, Houston, with the mobility that they have from some of these heroes, can just go ahead and take advantage, go in and get those picks. So now, just like that, the cart has rounded this final corner and started to make its way towards its final destination.
Dante's a little bit of trouble. Wow, Chorong getting picked off. It's not Finale, it's Chorong, unfortunately. Nano, Blade for Pelican. Pulse Bomb misses. A double slash onto Hopper. A reflected shot onto Twilight. Hits the nade on his feet, but it's not enough to save him from the damage. Dante tussling with Finale as the payload is still moving. Ooh, nice predictive punch in the small corridor. Pelican with another kill. 5 meters-ish to go for the Outlaws. Nano onto Hopper Ball to put them on the payload, but still the Toronto Defiant are trapped in their own spawn. A nade from Twilight is going to be good enough for Hisu to find some kills with the help of Bob, but there's still Outlaws members alive and well in the back lines. Can Hopper clean them up? Yes, he can with the help of Chorong. He's just kicking people away. And that'll be the defense for the time, but again, Houston Outlaws just piling on the pressure with these nanoblades.
Yeah, it's so tough because, you know, Transcendence can only heal so much, and so you're able to get some nice combos, and that's something that Pelican is very, very good at. Then sometimes that Transcendence really isn't enough to be able to bite through Blade plus that Nano on top. Houston Outlaws, they did use a lot of the gas that was in the tank, though, and so now Toronto might be able to find some footing, especially as Chorong is moving up to that Transcendence and can use it more aggressively here rather than as a reactive tool for the Dragon Blade.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon Blade's coming up rather soon, 20% away. Oh, Finale's dead again! Oh, and Chorong's dead again! Oh, it's disaster! It's falling apart. This seems like an old book. As 2v3 on the point, and it is only the Ana to touch. Twilight's so close to Nano, but ends up going down to Merits. And Nano onto doomed. They're not going to wait for Pelican. They could just end this now. Nice double punch, in fact, onto Hopper and Chorong. A nade, Finale, and Hopper glow bright purple as Merit now takes to the skies. Dante refusing to die, kills Chorong with the slam, and that will be that. 0.3 meters to go. Hopper eventually falls, and with a minute to spare, the Outlaws complete Eichenwalde.
Good bit of time bank that Toronto were able to get out of Houston Outlaws before that full capture came through, but not quite under that 1 minute mark.
Initiating match.
So Toronto definitely have to finish this map with time in the bank to bring us into extra rounds.
Yeah, it does always feel very painful having the other team finish
so
with that
close.
yeah, that extra 8 seconds, or 9 seconds technically, I guess. Yeah, unfortunate, but there it is. To be fair, they had 4 minutes going in to the last point. They chewed off 3 of them with some valiant defense, but yeah, Outlaws do come up ahead. Again, it's Chorong and Finale. In the last few fights that we saw, Rose, they're going down first, and it is pretty tough against the Sojourn a lot of the time. Like, Merit is just constant. We saw it with Exy as well, right? The Sojourns in general getting a lot of early picks. Merit is charging up his railgun off of the shield of Hopper, who is playing Sigma, and then peeks round or does a slide, snipes either Finale or Chorong, and then it's an instant advantage of players.
Oh, look at that.
Oh yeah, this was the beautiful cleanup from Pelican. Oh, everybody is just so low. Man. Yeah, he got 4 kills after that play.
Yep, Pelican definitely going in there and playing a little bit of sweeper duty. But got a really interesting look here from Defiant. Let's see if it sticks. Obviously, Hisu just going over to the Widowmaker for a quick pop-up atop the building, try to get a quick shot, and will go back over to the Ashe. But my eyes right now are on the hot Bazaria, Jaws. I'm very excited to see this.
Yeah, the Zarya does a lot against the Doomfist, right? You can bubble people that are punched, and so they can't get instantly finished up. Ideally, you have targets permanently that are out in the open, but it's honestly just Finale more often than not, so you can kind of save a bubble for Finale and save a bubble for your supports. And then Doomfist does not like a high-energy Zarya, to be fair, either. Although no one does, to be fair, but especially not Doomfist. He can power block, yeah, but the beam just chews through him. Oh, nice counter flank there. Merit was trying to find an off angle, but Hisu just check it. And the Genji doesn't like it either. Yeah, that beam goes straight through the reflect. Hopper with a nice bit of forward momentum as the Outlaws are pushed all the way back to the bar already. 90 energy onto the Zarya.
Yeah, look at that. You go, well, you just get so much energy so quickly, and then maybe you
don't wake
people down. Oh!
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. He had to back up anyway, he was discorded. 100 energy, almost a Graviton Surge as well for Hopper. Okay, he's pretty close. Hisu does end up going down to a very quick thinking Outlaws who just walk straight past Hopper. The Graviton Surge comes out, Dante is history, but the Houston Outlaws are still holding on. Hopper with 3 kills, make that a 4th maybe? Merit is just going so low. He's charged up to 100%, but Hopper's still got bubbles to spare. Hopper almost 1v5.
But that I would have believed it if you had said that Hoppa did 1v5. Like, that was insane. But look at that too. Hoppa gets to walk away with all of the charge that he built up and gets a nano on top of it.
Just keep feeding him resources, you know he's going to do the damage. Transcendence popped really early for Houston Outlaws. They're healthy for this fight, but that's not good. Graviton Surge is 50% away. He's charging up off of Dante right now. Use the power block so you don't get too much ult charge. But there you go, a nice little punch, but instantly good reaction times from the Toronto Defiant backline. Chorong hits the Transcendence and now Bob's on the field. Dante with no power block gets instantly destroyed. And the Houston Outlaws looking like they're going to forego point A. Graviton Surge being built off the Hopper too. Looking real good for this next one.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I think Toronto Defiant's really happy with how that ended up working out for them. Hopper with another Graviton Surge, and maybe that could be a great answer. We talked about the Gravitic Flux from the Sigma maybe being an answer to the Dragon Blade, but what about if you just grab the Genji? Just grab the Genji.
That is very true. Well, honestly, it's like Shadow, right? You can get one grab, one person in the grab, and it's fine. It's more than okay.
Yeah.
Because the swing is just so massive. Oh, nice triple dragon headshot there. Very cool. Blade available. Oh, wait, who's in the fight? Who are we looking at? Oh my god, okay, Pelican. Oh, the reflect kill onto Hisu. He thought he had his back turn. Can he kill the Zen too? A nice little right click, a reset off of the kill from Merit. That was a beautiful 180 reflect there from Pelican, ending Hisu's life.
Wow, okay, so no, you can't use the Graviton Surge to get the Genji. That's fine. Go again. Toronto Defiant only used one ultimate in that fight. And so now they get a chance to build up to this pulse bomb from Finale. Finale has had some incredible sticks. And it's all up to maybe forcing Dante to peel, use those cooldowns, and then go back in when Dante is least expecting it to go after the supports.
Oh, Finale looking to go demon mode right now on this high ground. Triple blink, throws the stick out, doesn't quite get the connection. That's now back all the way up. Hopper's trying to create as much space as possible. Trying to capitalize on the Dante sleep. He is nanoed. Dante trapped. He's dead. And now Merit popping the overclock. Can he actually find heads? He does find Hisu, but a coach gun sends him off kilter. And Hopper's still doing so much work on this Darian.
Wow. Yeah, well, this is the secret spice we wanted, right? This is what we wanted to see. It was all about the attack push here from the Defiant. I feel like Houston, we're not really expecting this coming out from this team. But can it be enough? They are starting to get closer to that second objective. But they've got to get it over the line.
He's got a third of his team's damage right now is Hopper. 12k damage per 10.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He's controlling the high ground. The thing is, right now, you don't really have someone to touch. Like, Hopper ideally touches because he's the tank, right? But you have to be so careful of Dante doing exactly this. Nice little bubble, and in fact, it's going to get... Oh, the body block with the Transcendence. I'm sorry. That was ridiculous. Dante was nanoed in that corner. The Toronto Defiant just going to put this payload in. Bob's on the bridge, playing point guard, and there you go. 2 minutes and 45 seconds for the Toronto Defiant, attacking point C.
That's a lot of time in the bank. Hoppa's rolling up to another grab. That's gotta be plenty here for the Defiant. Like, I'm expecting this to be a capture, but it has to be a capture with time in the bank. That's what's so upsetting about that 1 minute 8 second time bank that Toronto were able to whittle down in the Houston Outlaws.
Grab's coming online. Grab nade, like Dynamite on top, like that is disgusting amounts of damage. Finds two, Dynamite thrown over. The anti-nade is big, it kills Pelican. Dante shoots up into the sky using the ult, finds Hisu, caught slipping just a little bit, but who's in the kill feed? It's only Hopper. Iris now in a little bit of trouble, give him the 5k, not quite. A Toronto Defiant pushing Pelican off the point. 1 minute and 50 seconds they end that round with.
That's time. That was what they wanted. That's perfect. And the fact that it's like twice the time bank of Houston as well is a really good thing for Defiant. You know, with a minute left, it's always at such an awkward point of, are you going to actually get ultimates online to be able to win a fight with? It's tough. You could generally get some support ultimate up, but with 2 minutes, almost 2 minutes, Toronto could get potentially a full slate. And that could be a big difference maker.
The rate Hopper is charging grabs, absolutely.
That's 2 grabs.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely gets a grab online. I mean, the best thing about the comp the Outlaws are running, I don't know if maybe Merit stays with the Ashe here. You're going to get a lot of value if you find a headshot with the railgun from Sojourn, so maybe they opt into that instead. Or he plays this. Oh, it's this is the asserting dominance body block. Well, Dante is pretty slow to begin with, I guess. We're 90% speed reduction, but I mean...
That's still so funny.
Transcendence in your face. That look
yeah, why not?
That's ridiculous.
Why not?
All right, okay. 1 minute and 8 seconds for the Houston Outlaws to try and find a piece in this one. Looks like Merit is sticking on this Ashe instead of the Sojourn. A lot less one-shot potential, unless it's on a Tracer.
Well, you also get the point presence, too, if you're able to get the Bob. We've seen Bob do some incredible.
Wait, he didn't even mean to kill Finale. Finale just jumped in front of him. He was trying to shoot dynamite. They end up trading DPS for DPS. Finale for Pelican. Pelican switching over from the Echo onto the Tracer to get back to the point in time, and that's given them so much space. Now Finale is not here to harass the backline of the Outlaws. Not good for Toronto Defiant, although Finale will be back in a moment's notice. Now has found his like-for-like in Pelican, who's got the recall, so he should be good. Dante with a punch into the small room. Hopper in a little bit of trouble, but used the bubble to protect himself. But Dante changes his target straight onto Twilight, who was burning to death. Merritt, he ends up getting the kill, but they lose Dante in the process, and Hopper getting healed up to full HP. The Toronto Defiant, losing both DPS, now need to deal with Merritt, who's on the high ground. Hisu is back in the action, and so is Chorong. There is a couple of seconds to go, as Lastro is the only member left alive for Outlaws on the point before Dante gets back in time. He is dealt with, but now Dante is pretty low. It's a trickling of members from the Toronto Defiant on the point, but it's good enough. 56% for the Outlaws is the only progress they get.
Wow. Oh my gosh, Lastro was just seconds away from that transcendence. So close. That might have been enough sustain, but there you have it. The line has been drawn in the sand here. And Toronto Defiant know exactly what they want to do with this sub 2 minutes to get the job done. What a smart map choice.
Yeah, Hopper Zarya looking clean. If they can replicate the same kind of thing as they did on their previous attack. Hopper got like 3 kills. He threw out a grab on what looked like a very, well, almost unwinnable scenario. He was definitely feeling himself. Outlaws going to run the same thing here. Merritt on the Ashe, Pelican on the Tracer. They're not dicing with the Echo, it seems.
No, I think this is just safer. I want to see this Hisu.
The piece is. Sharp shot.
So
wow.
Clean.
That was very clean. Yeah, who'd have thought?
Nice.
Hisu, very good player.
Hey.
When he's not playing Sombra, like I can't believe they're playing Sombra. His aim is extremely good. Is he not going to go grapple Widow? No. It never works, but it's always worth trying. Yeah, but
no, it's not.
When it works, when you get the pick, it feels so good.
Okay, what, like the sub 1% times it works? Okay, sure, yes, absolutely. No, the Ashe works. It's consistent damage. That Hisu's clip was a great example of that.
Oh, he looked.
He's fine. He's fine. No stressing.
It's the worst possible feeling when you're burning to death by dynamite and no one's healing you. Very stressful. All right, they've got to deal with Mara on the side. Oh, we got headshot. Easy kill. Finale? Yeah. Double blink, melee, instant kill. Now Dante is pretty low. The Houston Outlaws corralling in the small corridor, and whoa, would you look at that? Hopper's already on point. 60 energy to his name and a couple of bubbles. Dante had to do something. Twilight does fall, but they need to touch. Pelican goes down to Hisu, and just like that, the Toronto Defiant tie the series.
Hopper Zarya. That was the secret sauce, Jaws. The secret sauce.
Yeah, I mean, he did 32% of his team's damage, 3 grab kills at the very end. Like,
yeah,
that is what you want to see. 15 final blows, only 2 behind Hisu. Finale falling a little bit further behind. Only 4 final blows for Finale, 18 are limbs, but Hopper and Hisu show that map for sure.
Yes, they have very much practiced the Zarya Ashe combinations, and that was such a treat. Now we get to go into extra maps here. Houston Outlaws get to pick.
Yes, they do. We'll see what they want to pick after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec. The Midseason Madness Legendary skin sure got the royal treatment. It's Royal Knight Mercy, which is on sale right now through August 19th for just 200 League tokens. So make sure you pick that one up before it disappears. Don't let it disappear. But it's got it. 200 League tokens. It's not that many. Should have a couple of banked up anyway from watching this tournament. So there you go.
Yeah. Good stuff. I'm gonna go cop the skin.
Yeah, I already got it. I signed in the other day. I was like, not gonna pass it up. Also got the spreads
That's
too,
smart.
which is cool.
That's smart. See, I wait too long and then like I forget. So
Yeah. Okay, don't.
yeah, go do it now. Is basically
Don't
what
do
we're
that.
trying to tell you.
Go get it now. Yeah, there you go. All right, Toronto Defiant and the Houston Outlaws. As you can see, two handsome lads have joined either team for this one. We've got two substitutions, both in the tank role. Piggy coming in for Dante, and we've got Muse stepping in for Hotbar. So complete tank swap up. We are going to Dorado for the next map, and that was Houston's pick.
Dorado makes a lot of sense. I think that this is a great time for Houston Outlaws to flex some of the dive that they have been working on. I mean, also, you could also just maybe run Piggy Sigma, Pigma?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess that kind of works.
Is that what we landed on?
Yeah,
I don't
I mean,
like
that's
that
what
that's what
you
we landed on. No. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I didn't start this.
Someone's
but I'm
probably said it at one
exacerbating it.
point.
I am. Someone said it before me.
Okay.
I don't know
I believe
who.
you.
I'm not gonna put the blame on anybody else, but they have said it before.
That kind of makes sense. It's like Sig, Pig, Pig. Yeah, it makes sense. I get it.
Yeah.
Sigma. But yeah, we definitely could see Piggy on the Sigma. It's also a decent map for stuff like Winston too, which we've seen Defiant run. Let's see what they want to go. Toronto will be on the defense first. We have Outlaws on the offense.
Yeah, I think that, Toronto is one of the teams that we look at as a bit more flexible. So I think whatever they end up having to play, they will pull out all the stops to be able to do so. I mean, Muse, of course, we've seen Muse play the Doomfist, the Wrecking Ball, the Winston.
I think Piggy's
Doomfist
trying
makes a
to...
little more sense, but...
Piggy's trying to say hello to Hisu, but Hisu's just not responding.
Oh, no? Aww. Hisu.
Rip. He is zoned in.
Attackers incoming.
That's sad.
He doesn't want to mess around.
Hey, hello. I mean, that's fair. Turong did, though. Turong just hit a pinata.
Yeah, that's true.
Could you imagine kicking a pinata?
In real life.
Yeah.
If I had a shoe on, I don't know why I'm thinking I'll do this barefoot, but if I had a shoe on, yeah, you could probably kick a pinata. I think that's a valid way of opening one. If they're hung up on a tree, you could go for like a bicycle kick or something like a full-on like flip and kick. That'd be kind of cool. That's a new content idea, actually. I'm just thinking of it right now. Watchpoint desk, you have been warned.
There you go. There you go. As long as you're wearing a shoe.
Yeah, yeah, shoes on. All right, so we are seeing Piggy on the Winston. This was a big question, actually, for the Houston Outlaws coming into this season. With Piggy as the, I guess not solo tank as Dante plays Doom, but as the only like main tank player, like primary tank player, because he's not a main tank player, he's technically not a tank player. Can he play the main tanks? There's something he's been doing very well on, is actually the Winston. It's good to see Piggy diversifying throughout the entire roster of tank heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you could still have the ability to play like a Sigma on this map if you want to, especially when you're looking at third point, but I think a story for a lot of these tanks and a lot of these rosters has been one similar to Piggy, which is, can you play everything? I'm glad to see that a lot of these teams are answering that with a kind of.
Ooh. Wow.
He was just unfazed too. He's like 5 HP unfazed. Just walks.
He almost said hello to the Grim Reaper there. Oh, nice counter nano onto Hisu. Blast him straight out of his own bubble. Ooh! Just a little 45-degree headshot and then a nice little tap onto Pelican. Hisu. The Heat is lease already. Houston Outlaws with 2 minutes and a bit to go. Toronto Defiant in a good spot. Very nice reactive nano from Twilight as Piggy got sent in with the nano of his own. Got a bob and a pulse for next fight.
Well, it was great because it wasn't just the reactive nano, but it was also Hisu's coach gun that just bopped Piggy backwards and away from the team. So while Piggy had already used his cooldowns to engage, he didn't really have anything to be able to follow that up with. So great stuff from Toronto so far. Another big pick.
Okay. Oh, and Finale kills Piggy. Okay, there you go. Finale didn't have a crazy amount of final blows last map, but determined to find some more. Ooh, that was close. Yeah, don't want to mess with that for too long. He was getting spammed with heals from Spawn.
At this point, Charong has the Transcendence. Twilight going to be building up to that nano boost once again pretty quickly. So that's at least helpful for Toronto, but you're looking at kind of the same tools on the other side as well for Houston.
Mr. Bob has arrived. Finale coming up big again. Very early pick-off. Transcendence forced by Piggy, who's using the Primal Rage. Can Piggy find much else? He's rejoined the rest of his team and now using the Transcendence to push on forward. There's the kill onto Charong as he was out of the ultimate already. A copy just before Twilight dies. And now with 3 healers on the field, the Houston Outlaws should be good to see this one through. Free nano boost. We'll take that. Oh, hello. He's just hiding. Ooh, little bit.
I like how it took a split second. He's so funny.
Figgy is one of the most, he's like someone in the way he's like so animated.
Yes.
He's just taking the Mick and Muse halfway across the room.
Oh.
All right. This is ending now, maybe, for the Toronto Defiant. Finale is already dead. Merit with a nice little angle, actually denying a lot of space from Hisu to get much done. Dynamite lands on Merit, but that's about it. Disruptor shot on the front of the payload, and there we go. Houston Outlaws eventually take the first point. Wasn't after a small struggle, but they get there in the end.
Yeah, they don't have much time left. I mean, look at that. 2.5 minutes to be able to deal with second point, and you want at this point for Houston to take the high ground, make sure that they are not going to give that advantage over to someone like Hisu or Twilight on Toronto Defiant. But look at where they are so far. Houston hasn't really taken the time to do that. Piggy's been playing a little bit more reactively with this Winston, which has been working out for Houston, but it does mean that you've got to be careful about who you're going to send up to the high ground to deal with those big threats.
Okay. There's going to be 2 very large threats on the board right now as the nanos are available from both Ana players. Piggy's close to the Primal Rage. He did a lot of damage in that last fight. You got to heal him up before he bites the dust. There's the first nano. A later nano would be perfect. Oh, very short hop there from Muse. Perfectly timed. Nice mechanics. Feels good, man. Piggy, Primal Rage up on the high ground. In amongst the chaos that was downstairs, the Toronto Defiant bunker on height, did not expect that, but Finale and Muse with a later Primal Rage are in a good spot. Muse maybe not so much, he's 21 HP and is now just trying to look for Pelican to make sure he doesn't kill him. There he is. Oh, okay, I was worried the bubble. Oh, you can see it on his face. He didn't expect that beam damage.
No, you knew that, like, that was always going to be super risky, but I think Muse had a tough decision. Do you go after the health pack that's in the church, or do you just try to go get to the sightlines of Twilight? Or just the loving embrace of Pelican? One of the 2. Or 3? Yeah, that didn't work out great, but Toronto can definitely come back into this one and contest.
Response from Finale. Good stick again. Double kill for Finale.
Wow.
Merit and Lashro dies to the pulse bomb. And what was a good engagement from the Outlaws. A nano boosted Piggy up onto the high ground. They take care of Hisu, but Finale again with these pulse bombs looking super good. 30 seconds to go now for the Outlaws. They've only got Transcendence to work with.
Yeah, they've got to back up here too, because if they get staggered at all, there's no one really with enough mobility to be able to get back into this and have a full 5-on-5 team fight with. You can see Piggy chasing after Finale, but gotta get postured for this final fight and try to push them over the edge. Yeah, they don't have height. They also, what do they have? Transcendence.
Wait, what are you doing? Oh, Chorong is going melee mode. Well, he's got the Transcendence, I suppose. Speaking of which, nade from Twilight's up in 3 seconds. He might just be able to end this here. This Transcendence value is absolutely massive from Chorong. Lashro does end up going down, but trades for Twilight. So only a support on each side now. Houston Outlaws have Iris alive and well, but it's only Piggy that's touching the payload. Overtime has been triggered once again as the Primal Rage has popped from Piggy, but he's getting focused. The Discord all doing too much for Piggy to handle. He does manage to get out in time, and in fact gets naded. Iris comes back at the perfect time to heal Piggy almost up to full. The Merit Bob finishes Muse, and the Outlaws aren't out of this just yet.
No, look at that too. You can see Twilight waiting in the wings for somebody to be able to come back to support. But there's nobody else that can touch the cart. That is another minute and a half added to the time bank here when Houston Outlaws are running out of time. Still don't have much to work with going into this last point, and that's twofold as there's very little time, and also what do they have besides this nano that is coming up?
What is he cooking? What is he cooking? Might be cooking Merit for dinner, maybe. Oh, doesn't quite get that last shot.
Okay, that was sneaky then.
Oh, nice sleep.
Oh.
Can they do anything about this? Maybe just send the Winston in with the nano? Don't think so. It's just going to be an anti-nade onto Piggy. He's going to have bubble, so it's good. And the healing. Anti-nade doesn't last as long as it used to. Only 3 seconds now, not 4. Double blink over the top. Nano boost on to the Winston. Finale hitting the floor pulse, but it's all good. Muse got the nano boost. Finished off Piggy with the help of Finale there. 30 seconds to go. Outlaws in a very similar situation as before. Got to reset. They've only got one support ult again, and it's Nano.
Yeah, but that Nano really could top up something big here for Outlaws. I think Merit's going to get the Bob online, no problem. But if Piggy get a Primal Rage up and the team overall can sustain long enough to be able to chew through the Transcendence coming up for Toronto, then that could be what Houston needs. But it really comes down to when these ultimates get used and what value they find.
Oh, what a nade. Surely not. Iris does end up using the nano onto Merit, who's extremely low. The Transcendence from Chorong straight to the back line of the Houston Outlaws. And now he's behind the rest of the team. The Houston Outlaws have control of the payload, and the Bob is actually playing doormat right now. Luckily, it's focused on Muse's bubble, so Toronto Defiant can escort themselves around it to the point. Piggy ends up killing Hisu in the heat of it all, but Piggy is so low. Primal Rage in about 10%, but luckily Muse has got it first. Overtime ticking down. Piggy is finished off, and the Houston Outlaws stopped before third.
Good push from Houston. Toronto, though, did have to give him a bit of a run for their money. Felt like Houston constantly was working against an overtime situation for finishing up that point, and then just didn't have enough time in the bank to be able to complete that third. But now it's a pretty winnable situation here for Toronto, I think, when they are switching sides. Just depends on how Muse decides to kind of continue to lead the charge. I feel like a nice defining characteristic of Toronto as well is that they've been showing us so many different looks of their team, not just in composition, but in play style. Just really good adjustments.
Adjustments all round by the looks of it. Piggy on the Sigma, Merit on to the Sojourn. I mean, this is kind of what we thought he'd play coming in. So it makes more sense having the Winston on the offense because you have to control that high ground. But on the defense...
It's a better engager, too.
Exactly, yeah.
But yeah, you're right. On the defense, that Sigma is going to be way more impactful. Oh, Twilight.
Slow-mo heals.
No.
Woo! Good sleep. That was really nice.
Oh.
See ya.
It's so impressive, like how well Twilight and Chorong play together. Yeah. I think it's another thing that I've been very impressed about, and another characteristic of Toronto I like looking at is that Chorong and Twilight, like, we could probably talk forever about how good they are individually as support players and like their best heroes, but gosh, together they are just so good. They keep each other alive so well.
Yeah, that's what you need. It's what you need, honestly, in Overwatch 2. There's not another tank to obviously peel for you, so your backline needs to be solid.
Yeah, Toronto definitely got that. Whew, look at this though. Pelican's gonna have to back off. Nice rotation from Houston, though, to be able to meet Toronto under the car wash.
It's good of Pelican to kind of keep checking the Tracer there. Oh, Finale very low. Blinked into the wall, had to recall. Yeah, doesn't really want to go down this early, especially since the Toronto Defiant have managed to gain this high ground, but now they have to deal with Piggy. He's already used the shift, and with Pelican going down, not a good start whatsoever. He's now trying to go for the flank, needs heals, gets it in the bucket load. There you go, now Muse in a good spot. Disruptor shot in those small corridors, like Piggy's taking infinite damage, but there are two supports behind him. But look at the amount of space that Toronto Defiant are now been granted. The payload push is kind of insane. It's actually up to Pelican to touch to stop it from going anywhere else. A very early nano boost onto Muse. He jumps towards the backline. Astro isolated, but they do end up trading. A good pulse bomb from Pelican as they do trade once again. But Merritt coming up big on the Sojourn. The hero's very much known for at this point. Muse kept alive in the thick of things, but unfortunately not alive for long enough for him to earn that primal rage. Merritt, what was that, 4 kills in that fight? Okay, yeah, shrug it off, go again. 2 minutes to go for Toronto Defiant.
I mean, that's a quick overclock there for the Sojourn as well. I mean, Iris didn't even have to use the nano. We saw Twilight engage with Toronto Defiant with that ultimate, but wow, I mean, Houston, so much control and so much patience to be able to follow through on these game plans that they've put together. I mean, look at Merritt. Merritt's about to go like sicko mode or something with this overclock, I feel.
There's also a flux available for Piggy. There's so much Toronto Defiant have to deal with. He needs to fight a big pig with the railgun, because it's looking very unwinnable right now. I say that actually as Muse gets the primal rage kill onto Merritt. Piggy's now in a lot of trouble. That flux did almost nothing. Toronto Defiant with only a single ultimate versus Outlaws almost 5 stack of ults. Oh, looking really good. Lastro does end up getting nanoed, but Muse is doing a little dance on the bubble, but not quick enough. As Lastro ends of life with a boot to the face. The Transcendence utilized, but the Toronto Defiant still winning this fight. Luckily, Piggy gets back to the point in time, but this nano and the trance should end it all. It's just Piggy with only a Zen healing him up. And the Toronto Defiant, with a single ult entering that fight, end up winning it.
Oh my god! Hisu killed Merritt when Merritt popped the overclock. Oh my god, they used overclock at the same time and Merritt went down. Hisu's like, I've done diff. I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the Ash now. I've done my job. Oh my god, that was insane. Like, I think Houston, it looked like they made a mistake going with the Transcendence. Like, I still don't believe with like how they tried to hold on to that, but man, they got a lot of resources out of Defiant.
Yeah, they did. They've only got the pulse bomb, but you take that trade any day of the week. You end up just kind of eviling the ultimate banks now. Oh, Pelican. Sneaky. No, spotted. Oh, hello, Finale. No Rob in the bank today. Oh, forced the recall on Finale, but he's got the Discord Orb, or the Harmony Orb, sorry. Or he will be able to get one in a second. And free payload push for Toronto Defiant right now. Houston Outlaws are unwilling to contest for the time being.
Ooh.
Pulse bomb.
Well, that's a...
Yikes.
Well, now Houston have to back up.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, it's not the worst. At this point, it's like super defendable, but it's also Houstonable, so there is that.
No, don't make that a thing, please. We're already cursed enough. Don't.
That is.
We
that is
we shouldn't
very
say that.
true. Ooh, well, it was 1 HP. All right, Outlaws are coming back to the point. They nano Piggy and send him into the backline. He's discorded, but the damage resistance is going to be good. Another pulse thrown out, this time on Pelican, but looks like it was a wall pulse more than anything. Hisu deals with him. A swift headshot's going to end his life, and with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, the Toronto Defiant are in good stead. Piggy makes another re-engage, but has to fight for his life on top of this minivan as he gets taken out by Hisu. Hisu with free high ground control right now is controlling the battlefield, sends Bob to the point, who's going to look to cap. 0.3 meters to go. Toronto Defiant unlock that third point. Map is going to end heroes.
Oh!
Another dirty kill onto Pelican.
Oh, that was nasty. Okay, you said the Heast was unleashed. He is in fact leased. I'm pretty sure that this.
At this point,
that's it.
It's safe to assume. Safe.
Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good to assume that. I mean, and like looking at Toronto, what they have to continue to snowball this with, you've got the Nano, you've got the Transcendence, another Pulse Bomb finale. Huge stuff here to kind of finish out this map.
Twilight backing up. He's getting crunched right now. Good sleep in the bubble. Oh, did he wake him up? I think he woke him up himself by accident. Actually forces the Transcendence out of the Toronto Defiant. Piggy went pretty low after the anti. Rejoined the rest of his team as the Primal Rage subsides. And now it is time for another offense. Piggy gets nanoed straight into the back. A little right click onto Twilight as they trade backlines. Outlaws coming out on top as Lastro existing still with the Discord Orb is good, but the Toronto Defiant getting a lot of free payload push. Outlaws have got their closest spawns, and with Pelican Killer Muse, that should be good. Hisu again, taking care of Pelican.
Oh my gosh.
He can't do anything off it, but it's clean shots.
Wow, I mean, look at how much like Hotba on Eichenwalde was able to make such an impact for the team, and now Hisu on this Ashe has just been so standout. Hisu has another Bob for this last 60 seconds and a couple of meters to go on this map. So much disruption, just push that to the back line.
There's Bob, he's joined the fight. Coach guns away to get to that mini health pack. Bob chilling, Bob, yeah. Unfortunately chilling in another life now. Outlaws, they haven't got any ults to spare. Toronto Defiant, they've almost got that Primal Rage, and with the kill on Temerit, there's a whole lot of damage now missing. Houston Outlaws backline in a good position to deal damage from afar, and with Twilight falling, bad news for the Toronto Defiant. It's 35 seconds to go, and with Muse asleep not doing all too much. I might have spoken a little bit too soon. Piggy a bit angry in the cams there. No, they don't touch. Oh dear, the coach gun from Hisu to push the Outlaws off of the point. The Toronto Defiant with a defiant stand on last on their defense, managed to just bip Outlaws to the post the last couple of seconds. 2-1 up in the series. We're going on to push as our next game mode, Rose.
It's gonna be a good match to keep looking forward to after we get through this next break, huh?
Yes, it is. Smiles on their faces for now. Houston Outlaws, their map pick again after this break. We'll see you in a bit.
I can read it in Korean, you know? Nuku Ayo. Hey, not funny.
Who's the biggest prankster on the team?
I'd say Nero.
Hawk and Nero.
It's definitely me or Hawk.
I'd have to go to Pelican. This guy's just always up to something.
100% Pelican. Maybe Piggy and me.
나 팀에서 무조건 장난꾸러기는 스파클 선수가 장난꾸러기를 넘어선 그냥 선을 넘었어요.
Always doing something to mess with people. They like making people mad sometimes.
Me or Hawk just troll the team, like everyone on the team. No one's safe.
팀에서 장난꾸러기는 제가 생각했을 때는 마제드인 것 같습니다.
What? Probably Hydron. I guess it would be me. I like pulling everyone's leg a little bit.
He'll go up and change someone's wallpaper or something while they're not looking.
Or if someone's mad, just making them more mad, just for their own entertainment.
It's just something that we do and we find it funny.
Who has the best fashion in the league?
To be honest, I don't know how any of the other players dress, so I'm just going to assume it's me. Hydron. I think Hydron.
다른 선수들에게 그렇게 관심이 많은 게 아니어서 잘 모르겠는데 플래타님 아니면은 보이드님 아닐까 싶습니다. 왜냐면은 리그에 많이 나온 것도 그렇고 인스타 같은 것도 보면 옷 잘 입는 것 같아가지고 그런 것 같고.
제가 근데 사적으로 옷 입은 걸 본 적은 없지만 제스처 선수가 조금 옷을 잘 입는 것 같고요. 리그에서는.
For our team, who would it be?
Maybe 이리스?
I don't think our team got dripped. We're not dripped out.
리그에서는 잘 모르겠는데 팀에서는 이제 피어리스 형이 옷을 좀 좋아해서 아마 제일 잘 입지 않을까 싶습니다.
In the league, I think Shu has the best fashion, and I think on our team, it's probably Kai.
And Kevster, actually. Yeah. What teammate always has your back, no matter what?
Probably my Jed. It's my Saudi brother.
I think they all have my back. You know, we trust each other a lot, and you know, we're a team, we're a unit, and I don't think there's any like barriers between us.
한 팀원은 제가 생각했을 때 한빈 선수가 제일 믿음직한 것 같아요.
I'd say everyone on the team. We're all friends. We help each other through everything. Probably Pelican.
Maybe Dante?
뭐 다 제 소중한 팀원들인데 어떻게 하나만 골라요? 다 소중한 믿음적인 팀원이죠.
Welcome back. Toronto Defiant and the Houston Outlaws facing off. Toronto Defiant won that last map, so it's Outlaws. It's their turn to pick, and they're going to Colosseo, and we're having a substitution. Dante is stepping in, Piggy stepping back. Now, Colosseo, Dante, Doomfist, great. Awesome. However, Hisu is just kind of tearing it up right now in the server.
Yeah, but think about this. How many times have we seen Houston Outlaws clutch on Colosseo?
Tell me.
Okay, so it's a lot. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I can think of exactly 2 times that we've seen Houston Outlaws on that one corner right by the bridge just completely dominate the game in such a surprising fashion as well.
I mean, they best hope they're on. Yeah, they're on the correct spawn side of things. Maybe it's they only play well on that side when they play from that side.
Oh no!
I don't know. But yeah, it's been ridiculous. Pelican had the insane Hangzhou clip. Merit had obviously the triple collat from the other week. Like, it's all fine and dandy, right? But Toronto Defiant, they've been looking good this series so far. Hisu especially on the Ashe, just shutting down the Tracer like over and over again. Like every single fight, Pelican just peeks his little head in, boom. Instant headshot, instant kill with the Ashe. Like, it's looking too good. And when your hit scans are on hot streaks, they don't stop.
Nope. I would totally expect Toronto Defiant to keep Hisu on the Ashe Not that the Sojourn has been bad. I mean, we did see the Sojourn pop off from Hisu onto Merit and Dorado, but it's been the Ashe that Hisu has been really standout on. And I think it just also synergizes a little bit better with the looks that we've been seeing from the tank line of Toronto. It's been mostly Muse this series. We did see a little bit of that hot Bazaria earlier, which, whew, that was
really good.
super spicy. Super spicy.
Yeah, not too surprised to see Muse here. Makes most sense. Yeah, they can play ball, Doomfist, etc. Ideally, you just have Muse in for the for those picks, and then you have, of course, every other pick like Sigma maps and whatnot. You can swap out. It's not too much of an issue.
Yeah.
Now, the Outlaws, of course, are going to run this. It's just whether they can actually shut down the Hisu.
Yeah, that is a big question. I mean, the fact that Hisu is on Ashe and has that coach gun available does make that way more difficult. I think what you really need to do as Houston is find a way to kind of force that coach gun out so that Hisu has a little bit more of a difficult time repositioning and just kiting away from the damage, and then say maybe send Pelican on the Tracer behind him and try to take him out here. But not what Muse is going to try to land the first punch.
Nice slam. Here's that to nade himself to keep himself in the fight. He's taking a whole heap of damage. Didn't have Discord orb on him. I wonder where it was. Yeah, you could just keep recycling this over and over again. Just going for the slams. Finale finishes, tries to follow up and finish someone off, or Hisu throwing in the dynamite. So the perfect combo. You're not surviving that. A slam with a dynamite and Finale is shooting them. It's pretty tough. Oh, they did sleep Muse. Oh, nice burst damage. 700 health to 0.
Whew. Yeah, that just disintegrated. I mean, that's the power of like the Iris auto though.
Jesus.
Is all of the sleeps, but okay. This is just ridiculous.
How does he keep getting away with this? Pelican's movement is exceptional on the Tracer.
Yeah.
But Hisu aim, better, apparently. Nice slam again from Muse and Heat. But he has got the Harmony Orb and, yeah, a whole lot more healing after that Bionade. Now Twilight is going to be stepping too far forward. Nano boost onto Dante. Triple kill? Not quite. Quad kill for Outlaws as a whole. It's only Finale that survives, has to run away.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Dante's going to let that one slide. Okay, I think you have to now because of the triple blink away, but that's the power of the Doomfist right there. And I think one of the reasons why Houston has been able to clutch on this map in particular so often is that those 180 punches, impressive.
It's going in.
They're deadly.
Lastro,
oh my god.
Double right click kill from Lastro. Hit both Hisu and Twilight with a single right click. Ooh, boy. Houston Outlaws. Rose, what I say? They're on their side of the map. This is the clutch spot right here for the Outlaws.
Yeah.
44 meters and counting. Toronto Defiant have ults to come back in this. Almost a slate, like a 5-stack of ults. But Merit's on the bridge, and he's got overclock. Top and bottom tech.
He does. Oh my gosh, you also have Lastro that could come in clutch with the Transcendence. Pelican is waiting for.
Twilight, super low. Transcendence from the Outlaws all the way into spawn. Chong didn't stand a chance. The Houston Outlaws with an unbelievable amount of tempo. Just spawn capping them. Oh, Finale. Nice play around the disruptor shot by Pelican there, so Finale can't get in his grill. That was super nice positioning from him. Houston Outlaws, they get the checkpoint, Rose.
They do. I mean, like, look at that. Houston Outlaws kept Toronto Defiant busy through the entirety of that butt scratch mode. And, like, now we're already working around the corners.
Iris jumped into the mines. The Bob in that corner is just... you can't dislodge that.
That's a good corner.
Iris jumped into a mine. I saw you do that. All right, nice defense from Toronto. Don't use the support ultimates either, but they still have to contend with Merit and Pelican.
Yeah, but I mean, Houston didn't have to do anything there either. They recognized, yeah, that Bob positioning, we can't get past that. May as well just go ahead and reset. And just like that, Houston are back in this. Pelican finds Muse.
Yeah. I mean, that's ideally what Pelican does, right? Is just make sure Muse can't get these big slams. Oh, Hisu cutting on the DPS, though. It's Merit this time. Oh, and Pelican, in fact. 2-for-1 trade. Meteor strike for Dante. Forces out the Transcendence. That's actually not bad for the Houston Outlaws. They're still wanting to fight, presumably. They put the nano onto Dante. He gets kicked away as Iris nanos Lastro in response. Or, nanos Chorong in response. Twilight nanos Chorong. Wrong DPS support line there. 12 meters and counting for the Toronto Defiant.
I like that fight that Houston took, because we've seen teams get more strategic about push maps, which isn't just like, oh, we got to win the fight and then we got to keep pushing the bot. At this point, Houston recognizes we have such a big lead over Toronto, we just have to keep it. And so if that's going to be biting some time off the clock, that's what you got to do. And look at how many ults they got out.
He's looking for another clip. Ain't going to happen. Everybody's running away. They know what happened last time around on this map. Yeah, Pelican kills Finale. Can Houston come up with the goods again? Twilight dead, doesn't look like it. Iris has been exceptional with these sleeps. Muse is having a tough time really doing anything. He had a couple of good slams to start off the map, Rose, but Wrecking Ball's getting shut down.
I think it's because of the way the Houston Outlaws are checking their corners. You're not getting surprised anymore. You see Lastro going completely on a flank. Where's he going? And then Pelican's going other which way?
There.
Wow.
I take that trade. Easy game.
Yeah.
Merit's on height, slides directly towards Finale, but he's good for the time being. Pelican with the pulse, throws it out, dodges. Toronto Defiant take a step back as Iris goes back to spawn. The bot has gone over the checkpoint again, so they get the Outlaws get the forward spawn. Shouldn't matter all too much for them though. Outlaws losing Dante. Yeah, they want to go again. They can take the fight a little bit early, Rose, but like you were saying, perfectly well said. Like, they don't have to go for these crazy fights. Like, they can't just jostle the payload because they've got such a distance.
Yeah, they're just gonna go fight
Lastro's on flank
again.
Hello? Lastro's on flank. Someone kill him. Okay, yeah, Dante just jumps straight to the back line and assassinates the supports. 4 minutes to go. How they didn't clear Lastro, I don't know, but he ended up doing a little bit more than what they anticipated. You'd never really expect the Zenyatta to be on a flank like that.
No? You wouldn't? No? Just me?
Never? Never?
I don't know.
That's ranked play right there. It's okay, guys.
Listen, I've seen Bone back, okay?
That is true.
You can't tell me that you can't expect a flanking Zenyatta in Overwatch 2.
Double nano. Is Hisu with the nano? He's been doing most of the damage this game already. Can he put the nano to good use? Bob's actually doing a fair bit of work. Backing all the way up at the Houston Outlaws. They get a fair few meters off the back of that push, up to 95, with 3 and 20 minutes to go. 3 and 20 minutes, imagine. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Houston Outlaws in a very, very good spot.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this. Every single time Toronto tries to make any amount of headway towards matching the distance that Houston have already accumulated, they get stopped in their tracks. Great rotation through these ultimates. Houston's finding so much value. These big picks in the back line or the front.
Where'd Merritt go? Where'd Muse go? Oh my. Okay, Pelican once again
Back to
forcing
spawn.
transcendence. He just kind of walked up and then got a headshot and his little ragdoll fell to the ground. Oh, nice, like, weird slam cancel there by Dante. Finale finds that stick somehow, but Houston Outlaws, regardless of them losing people at this point, Toronto Defiant are very much on the back foot. Hisu, another headshot onto Pelican. His aim is still looking clean, but they need to win these next couple of fights, and they've not had any luck pushing past this small archway.
Well, now that Muse has switched over to the Doomfist and is off of the Wrecking Ball, we might see a bit more of that explosive damage that we want to see in the front line. Especially when you've got Trong with those Orbs of Discord. That's why Houston has been able to find so much value. It's just how quickly you can delete people. We just have to see Muse do the same.
I mean, Hisu's at 37% of his team's damage right now. He's looking super good. Muse ends up going in. Power block gets cancelled. Merritt with 2 kills. Looking for a third. Twilight cleaned up. An easy one with the overclock. The Houston Outlaws, once again, force the Toronto Defiant all the way back to spawn. And look, 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. It's the biggest hill Toronto have to climb now. And they've only got the Bob to defend here.
But this is exactly where Houston Outlaws want to start making their comeback. If Toronto won here, Houston go home. They don't want that just yet. They got to show us what they've got on their map choice.
Look like maybe it's going to a map 5 with Lastro with a big pick. Lastro, yeah, forced the transcendence, but my team are doing too much. Oh, Dante's asleep, but Pelican's already done the damage. 3 kills for the Tracer, and Houston Outlaws, they're in control of that bot.
Got the bot. They've got the distance. They're going the extra mile here. Pelican might just be able to shut it all down here, looking at that pulse bomb.
Still with Finale. As long as he distracts Finale here, it's perfect. Like, Merritt could just sit on this high ground and force the Toronto Defiant towards them. Dante gets nanoed into the back line. Does take a quick nap, but he's still nanoed, so he can't get instant kill. Well, tell a lie. Hisu's nanoed, so yes, he can. Nice double kill for Hisu. Maybe make that a third. A little punch to finish off Merritt, but now with 30 seconds to go, the Toronto Defiant have to play perfectly.
It's gonna be such a tough hill to climb. I mean, Muse switched again, is now on the Zarya this time around. Can he pull a page out of Hoppa's book and really make a tear through the defense of the Outlaws? They've got a long way to go here, Jaws, but if they can play this right through the Transcendence, ride it into maybe a Graviton Surge, Toronto could just finish it out here if they play this right.
Could. It's a very big could on if. Merritt popping the overclock. Pelican on the duel. The Transcendence has been popped from the Toronto Defiant to keep them in this fight. Merritt trying to pick people off from the backlines, but it's not working. In fact, Muse just lobs a right click at him. Hisu with another couple of kills, continuing that damage. Again, still 40% almost for Hisu. Team damage. With 38 meters, they have to climb an unbelievably big mountain. Overtime is here, and the Houston Outlaws are coming back with ults.
Yeah, they do. I mean, they at least have the pulse bomb, but you know, maybe there's a way that Toronto Defiant can still get through this. I still think this is very much in Houston Outlaws' favor, and it's up to them whether or not they win or lose this map.
Bob available for Hisu. Merritt not quite so lucky as he's just changed. Pelican with a double blink to get onto the back line. Now Hisu in a whole lot of trouble, but so is Chorong. Twilight with a perfect peel, but Finale with a pulse in the back. Toronto Defiant needs to play perfectly here, and that's currently what they are doing. Muse switching over to the Zarya is working out thus far, but losing Hisu is not good. Butt scratch mode initiated as Toronto still in overtime.
Well, the bot's gonna get moving again. You can see a bit of a forward positioning being taken by Toronto, but they don't want to overextend. They do sniff out Pelican in the rafters.
That's so early. What? That's such an early nano. Dante might just have his way with him, he's not careful. A Transcendence from the Outlaws to keep everybody alive and well. Hisu comes back and gets one kill, but it's all over. The Outlaws have wiped the Toronto Defiant and are taking us to a game 5.
Amazing stuff here. It really did for a brief moment look like Toronto might have been able to do it, and boy, they did do a lot with what little they were given in that last couple of seconds for the map. But Houston once again showing us why Coliseo is their turf. Whoo, boy, another map 5 here, Jaws.
Yeah, Midseason Madness is giving a lot right now, and I don't want it to let up. The Houston Outlaws taking us to a map 5 off of their choice. Now it's Toronto's time. We'll see where they want to take us for this 5th and final game. We'll see you after this break. Yeah, the light is really shining on us today, that's for sure. Gifted another map 5. Toronto Defiant and the Houston Outlaws going all the way. Not quite a reverse sweep here, but the Outlaws, they chose Coliseo, and with very good reason.
Yes, they did. I mean, I think that at that point, like, this is kind of like the map you don't want to take Houston to ever, right? Just when you think of Houston Outlaws, just don't take them to Coliseo. You just don't want to. I know it was their pick, but obviously in the future, I think all teams could look at that and go, yeah, we're never taking them to Coliseo ever again.
Yeah.
Never again.
Well,
But on to the next
Tower.
one.
Yeah, on to the next one. Lijiang Tower is the 5th and final map. Series will end here. One team will go home. Toronto Defiant. This was their pick here, Rose.
Yes, it was, and I think also for good reason. When you've got Muse in the roster, I think Muse has been showing us a lot of different looks, but let's look at a bit of a journey backwards for the Toronto Defiant so far as we've looked at how they progressed through stage 2 of this season. And I think Toronto struggled a little bit to find out what they wanted to play that would give them the best chance of success. I'm pleasantly surprised today that a lot of the different flavors they've showed us have looked very good, but that wasn't always the case, and I think they needed a bit more practice to be able to show us that they do have all of this versatility. And Lijiang is one of those maps that I think you could throw people for a loop a little bit. And when you look at when Dante's in the roster, and you're like, ah, Doomfist, there's one round you kind of don't want to hit on Lijiang. It's going to be Control Center. I know we're going to that one first, but Muse Zarya? Question mark?
Okay.
Exclamation point?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Zarya's been working out regardless of who's playing it. Hopper played it earlier on. He did very well on a map that they did win. And now Muse rocking it. I like it. Against the Doomfist, feels pretty good.
Yeah, it does look good. And I mean, look at Houston. They're a little scared to approach. Lastro.
See ya, Finale.
Ooh.
Unlucky. Nice double kill from Pelican. Oh, he's feasting on the back line. Triple kill, make that. Why not make it a 4th? Iris spoiling that one with a kill onto Muse, but Pelican with 4 kills in that fight. Outlaws cap the point.
Yeah, I mean, I love the positioning that okay, listen. We talk about flank Zenyatta as kind of a joke here, but now it's actually something that you actually need to keep an eye out for. Because Lastro has this great tendency to just get behind the enemy team, and if you're not careful, you're not looking behind you, then, well, you're going to be looking at spawn pretty quickly, because Lastro's there. So, yeah, there. Okay.
All right. What happened there? No one knows. Muse just died.
Pelican Lastro things.
Yeah, maybe Dante like punched him around that corner there because it didn't look like the Toronto Defiant supports had a sight line. Oh, I thought Pelican was going to get timing then, but it's all good.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We can see Pelican kind of checking the flank as we see Finale creeping into the back line. There's Muse. You can't deflect that one, Pelican.
Lovely tracking onto Pelican there. Beam going through deflect, of course. Now a nice bubble, 100 energy, thank you very much. Iris in a whole lot of hurt, same with Lastro. This is what you can do when you get going as Zarya. Oh, it needs to reload! Wait, get it?
No.
Okay, they're good. Hisu finishes that up, and the point gets flipped.
There you go. Yep, yeah, we're following you, Muse. Don't you worry.
I mean, Hisu...
You are indeed on fire.
Hisu's doing crazy things right now. He entered this game with the most final blows in the server. Like, he's...
Yeah.
Was at 50, obviously a little bit more now. Pelican and Merit were not too far behind him, but 46 each. So Hisu's doing a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of final blows right now. He's going to have Bob online, Muse with a grab. He does manage to find one. There is no Transcendence for Lastro. Muse hitting that bubble as soon as he jumped into the grab with Iris to finish him off, so he didn't get antied. And Outlaws, they have 5 ults for the next fight. They still have to contend with their Transcendence, a Nano, and that bomb.
Yeah, well, Nano Muse with energy? Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. I am worried, too, that the Blade will not be as impactful if Muse continues to just be able to use this.
God, Dante's Doomfist is so clean.
So
He gets
good.
all the way to the back line in one swoop, or punch I should say. There's the overclock. Those bubbles from Muse now timing out. Bob's on the point for some more help, but Merritt with a little 180 flick there onto Finale's head. Yeah, Bob wasn't too much help, unfortunately. He's just sent that one in pretty late. Houston Outlaws regain control. Defiant, though, with a nice 73%. They're going to have to win this next fight before it's their last.
Well, Finale's working up to the pulse bomb. Iris and Lastro seem to be kind of left to their own devices a little bit, as Dante's had to play a little more upfront and personal.
Trying to Defiant getting torn limb from limb right now. Chong goes down super early. Was in server, and Twilight wasn't there. Okay, Chong's now going Lucio. Gonna have to. 90% in building. Finale, if he dies here, it's all over, almost. Although Chong can still touch point, to be fair.
Yeah, you've got Chorong and you've got Finale.
Touch.
Oh.
Triple blink. You got there. And now it's up to Chong to really touch this point. That's the thing. There's the blade. A nice little boop, but he jumps straight back into him. He had to try and touch. Finale gets back in time. He's got the post bomb. The Pelican with no deflect. Would have been a nice target, but decides not to throw it out just yet. Nobody can just throw it into that grab, but Dante's already dealt a lot of damage. A triple kill for the Doom. It's only Finale now to touch. He triggers overtime once again, but Dante with 4 kills in the fight. Chorong is back, but not for long. The Outlaws wipe Defiant and take round 1.
Yeah, this is definitely the best stage for the Doomfist. Control Center, that was the one that Toronto Defiant were like, we probably would rather not roll that. But they did. That was the first one. Toronto still put up a heck of a fight, though, especially with that Zarya. But this is really where I think we will see the reasoning behind why Defiant chose Li Shang. There are way less avenues for you to get good punches, rollouts as the Doomfist on these next maps. But here's a great example of the Doomfist.
That punch was so good. Oh my god. Oh wait, that was 5 kills. My bad. My bad. He killed. Yeah, he killed Muse too at the very, very start of that one. My bad, Dante. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
5 kills for Dante in the last fight. Yeah, like I mentioned it in that map too, but Dante's Doomfist is so.
What?
How did that happen? It's scrap metal.
Yeah. Okay. I think
nice
that.
Punch. But then now he's in trouble. Don't know HP. Not going to happen. Off it. Well, that was an unbelievable pick from Merritt there. But Hisu, of course, it was Hisu. Clean up.
Yeah, I mean, Finale just gonna go back, count the point now that it's unlocked. But yeah, I think this is really where the Zarya can shine. I mean, how many possibilities really are there for the Houston Outlaws to surprise Toronto? I mean, okay, seeing a Doomfist fly across your screen is a great way to surprise people. That was fun. I like that rollout.
Ooh, that was close. Hisu, purple, in a lot of trouble, but so is Chorong. Merritt, once again, at the start of the fight, picks him off. Will it go the same way, though? Will Toronto Defiant clutch up? They've already killed Lastro. Point is being perma-contested by the Outlaws. Someone needs to touch. They do just in time, but Merritt's going to burn to death before he gets healed. Luckily, Dante was on the case and did get the flip, and now has the backup of Iris. Almost has that nano. If he stalls out for long enough, he should be good, but Twilight in kind is a couple of percentage points away. It depends how high a charge Muse is right now. Should be a fair bit, but with no bubbles, oh! It might not be an issue now with Dante going down to that pulse bomb.
Yep. And Muse is going to go ahead and, you know, quietly take that nano to the front line.
Nano?
But nice stall coming through from Houston.
Iris actually decides to nano Pelican. Can he get much stuff done? Not really. There's still a lot of bubbles that Muse can throw on his teammates. His 75 energy, and with a grab, Dante is back in just for some stall. 33 now building to 39. Oh, Pelican's
still a good stall. Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh.
Oh no.
Should be good.
Look at that.
Yeah, they all just sail over his head. Oh, good.
I like the Echo though. I think that with the Tracer, you're taking a little, or at least the Genji, you're taking maybe a little too long to try to get into position. The deflect also just not working. So Echo, why not just take to the skies?
All right, yeah, nice grab. Just solo grab is more than enough, but look at that. Pelican's already in the back line, and Merritt is up in your face. Hits that overclock, gets a double kill. Easy as you like, the Houston Outlaws. Even though they get grabbed, or Dante getting grabbed, just shrugged it off and they're gonna go again.
Yeah, that's the power of the Pelican Echo. Just, you can't deflect the Zarya, so why not just get out of her range? Yeah, just ignore her forehead, it's fine. It worked out fine.
Don't test him, Muse. Don't test him. Ooh, he hasn't got grapple for another 3 seconds. He's good. Finale, not so much though. Recall straight into a disruptor shot. Full HP again after a brief heal. Bob on the point, but Twilight in the spawn. Transcendence Force as Finale falls pretty low. The Houston Outlaws trying to make it this last fight, and they might just do that. Dante gets some free charge there for his power block, but fortunately, in the meantime, him just kind of camping on the point, they did lose Pelican.
Well, at least Pelican can fly back over, but boy, you gotta watch out for Hisu.
Nano misses the punch. It was a powered up one. That is a sleep, a nice little anti, but Dante still kills Twilight. They woke him up too early. The Defiant have the numbers on the point, but Houston Outlaws have Dante. Surely he goes down. He is so low. There's no way he survives this. A little bit of a stagger kill too. Outlaws on 99%.
Yeah, the Nano definitely good from Iris to just try to keep Dante in the game. I think they would have been better served to save it, just to have it for this next engagement. But at least you know that the duplicate is coming online. Pelican can play a bit more aggressively here, and they're gonna have to go fast. They're running out of time.
They are indeed. Chorong's already dead. Toronto Divine on 95%. They do trade as Pelican goes down, but all eyes on Mirror right now. He's so close to overclock. He builds that up. It could be all over. Disruptor shot to stop one of the chokes being pushed through. Now Hisu gets nanoed. The perfect target, some would say. And even a nade on top of him too to keep him alive. Lastra in a whole heap of hurt. The Toronto Defiant determined to keep their life in this tournament alive. Pelican is back in, gets the dupe, not quick enough to activate it. As the Toronto Defiant are taking us to round 3.
Oh my goodness. 5 maps, 3 rounds for our final control. I cannot believe it all comes down to this, Jaws. One of these teams is going home tonight, but they are not going to make it an easy fight to get through. That is for sure. All comes down to Gardens. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we truly have been gifted with some stellar Overwatch already. Let's have a look at the Hees.
Here it comes.
I mean, he's been doing so much work throughout this whole series. Wow, okay, yeah. That's hard on Lastra right there. That's super tough. You ain't escaping that one.
No. Yeah, not the range that the Dynamite has. It's a little too fast for those Zenyatta legs to hover him away from. But similar compositions coming out from both teams. Got Muse Wrecking Ball, which did work out for them on Night Market, or Market. I'm just calling it Market. But even though Merrick gets this opening pick,
nice pick.
Jaws, I feel like, I don't know, Defiant, I feel like they just sustain through this and then they're fine. That has been the pattern.
That has been the theme, yeah. And they are gonna just orb Finale on point so he can contest. Yeah, okay, Muse is there. Even though they lost one, they can still fight. But look at this. Oh, just the spawn camp. Ooh, dearie me. Merit's Sojourn is insane. Houston Outlaws do manage to camp that point halfway to an overclock already, and they're just going to hound down the Toronto Defiant. Ain't standing a chance. Houston Outlaws, they find the first cap, and they got ultimates coming online already.
Look, this is why I like bringing it up that, hey, sometimes Merrick gets the first pick, but it doesn't always translate. It translated this time. Thank you, Houston, for proving me wrong. They get the first cap, and they're also going to get a nano coming up soon. Finale only needs a pulse bomb, though? What? Wait, what?
He's been doing damage.
When did that happen? When did that happen?
A lot of damage. Well, Merrick's near in the overclock. I would be scared. Especially going in White Room, that's not the best place to be when you're against a Sojourn. All right, there's the pulse. He earned it quickly, but threw it away even quicker. Now with the overclock, now everybody's all lined up. Oh, he gets one. Make that a second. Hisu jumping out the way. Chorong wasn't quite so lucky. Merit finding 4 kills in that fight. The cleanest sojourn you'll ever see.
Look, it's another day in the office for him. Merit's is sitting here like, I gotta focus. I'm focusing up. Where they coming? Are they spawned yet? That's crazy. Not even a smile. Not even a little smile.
He's zoned
That's
in.
Okay.
30% away from knocking Toronto Defiant out of the mid-season madness.
That's true. Now it's up to Pelican. Pelican's got the blade, can follow that up. As long as he doesn't get taken out first by this Muse Zarya or this Finale Tracer in the backline.
He's just super low already. He's literally one shot. Someone please heal him. Finale doesn't have that recall, so has to dodge back towards that mega health pack. The nano onto Muse to stay, keep him alive, but it wasn't going to work. He got antied. The blade's been pulled. The Outlaws are shredding through the Toronto Defiant. Their hopes and dreams of staying in the mid-season madness all but coming to an end. Finale doesn't even get back to the point in time before Outlaws win. A 3-2, a full round of control to end it out. And Outlaws will advance through the losers bracket.
Ooh, that is a clutch from Houston. That is for sure. I like how we talked about going to a 3rd round too, and Houston were like, nah fam, we're gonna 100-0 this. Like, it's all good. That was so decisive from them in that final round, and you have to give it so much credit over to the DPS on Houston, I feel like. Merit and Pelican just put in so much work on that final match.
Merit Sojourn just does continue to impress, that is for sure. I mean, the backline for the Houston Outlaws looking great. They did take a small knock coming into today. They lost 3-0 to the Glads in the upper bracket, but with a match like this, yes, it was close. Toronto Defiant have been on a slight upwards trajectory in terms of their play, especially people like Hisu, which has been shown off today too. So it's something to keep your head held high, I think, if you're a Toronto fan for sure. But Houston Outlaws, they do take it to a game number 5. They do come out on top, and they will be facing either Seoul or Atlanta Reign later on.
Yep, we've got to figure out who their opponent is going to be, but we also have to celebrate the player of the match, because while we can give credit over to the DPS of Houston, I think we also need to shine a bright spotlight onto Lastro, the Zenyatta for the Houston Outlaws.
Yeah, especially at the start of the series, he was finding a lot of value on the Zen. Like, the backline for the Outlaws has always been a strong point. I know people like Connor, like Avast, have been talking up Iris for a long time. Lastro has been fantastic support. Oh my god. Oh, that was the double kill. Yes, okay, fine. Yeah! I'm glad we saw that, yeah. I knew we definitely have a clip of that. But he's just been a fantastic Zenyatta for the team. And the thing that you want from your Zenyatta, and you've always wanted, was just to stay alive. The more time you're up, the more discords you can put on people. But with Lastro, it's like, yeah, more discords, but also a lot more damage and a lot more kills.
Yeah, I mean, look at the amount of offensive assists. Hello? 13 per 10?
Quite a lot.
That's a lot. That's like so much. And every single time you look at the kill feed as well, Houston Outlaws, whenever they get a pick onto somebody, it's usually accompanied by Iris or Lastro's picture next to whoever ended up getting the final blow. And it's because of the fact that those Discord orbs were constantly getting followed up on, and the communication of this team is what has been so good, and why they can also get these massive clutch moments and these clutch wins.
Yeah, they've looked good. Look, the Outlaws, yeah, they took it to a map number 5, but, you know, it feels like this is where their run has started, and they need to continue that role, because they're going to face one of 2 top oppositions later on this week in the Dynasty or the Reign. And we'll find out just who that is after this break. We've got 2 more unbelievable games coming up soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit.
야, 쟤때 개빡해. 잘 잘랐네.
Welcome back to Game Break, everybody. I'm here with Pelican from Houston Outlaws for the post-match interview. Pelican, before we start, you look pretty tired. Are you okay? 지금 좀 피곤해 보이시는데 괜찮으신가요?
아니요, 안 괜찮아요.
안 괜찮아요? He said he's not good. Why are you not good? 왜 안 괜찮으신가요?
또 풀세트까지 가가지고 또.
He said he's very tired because he had to go. I mean, he had to play all the way to map 5. But hey, I mean, at the end, you guys did get the win. And like you mentioned, it was a very back and forth match between you guys and the Toronto Defiants. What helped you guys get the win today against the Toronto Defiants? 방금 말씀하셨다시피 5세트까지 갔고, 하지만 뭐 끝에는 승리를 하셨잖아요. 좀 오늘 어떻게 해서 승리를 하시게 된 것 같으신가요?
원래 저번 경기부터 이제 저희가 항상 풀세트 가면은 무조건 이겼는데 이제 그게 연습이 된 것 같아가지고 이긴 것 같아요.
I mean, this was definitely not our like map 5 win. We sort of had all these sort of situations happen time to time, and I think having those practices and having to go through those experiences really helped out for our clutch moments for today's match. All right, and also Pelican, like you said, this match was very, very tense. But you did get the win. If you had to pick a player that gave you personally the hardest time today, who would it be and why? 그리고 방금 또 말씀하셨다시피 오늘 경기가 굉장히 접전이었기 때문에 펠리칸 선수가 좀 보시기에 토론토 팀에서 제일 좀 개인적으로 좀 나를 좀 힘들게 한 이런 좀 선수가 있을까요?
일단은 희수 선수가 좀 힘들었는데 뭐 일단 제가 못한 것도 있고. 거기 팀은 일단 희수 말고는 잘하는 선수가 없는 것 같아서 일단 희수가 제일 힘들었습니다.
All right, I do definitely think that Hisu from Toronto Defiance gave me the hardest time. He's a good player, but also, there's a part of me thinks that I played bad as well. But it has to be Hisu because other than Hisu, there's no other players for me to choose. Hisu's the best player in that team. All right, Pelican, again, congratulations on the win and thank you so much for the interview. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 네, 오늘 승리 너무나 축하드립니다. And with that being said, Ovally, take it away.
Danny, you can't just ask people why they're tired. You can't just ask people why they look tired.
He can, he did, and Pelican was very nice in his response. Well, as far as Danny translated.
Why can't you ask people why they're tired?
First of all, it was a Mean Girls reference. Thanks for picking that up as we're all wearing pink on a Wednesday. Second of all, no, I was just poking fun at him because, I mean, we did go all the way to a full 5 maps. He said that he was tired at the end of it because I don't think they expected to go a full 5, especially with the little bit of an anticlimactic finish there for the Outlaws.
Yeah, everyone was like, oh my god, map 5, round 3, the ultimate matchup, and then Houston just dominated them. Like, it wasn't even close in that final round. And, the funny thing is, we said going into this match, it was Houstonable, but I think this was... Is this them turning over a new leaf? Okay, well, I just thought I'd give the Houston fans a little bit of optimism, but it was awesome to see them finally coming back from a deficit themselves. It feels like every time a match was getting away from them, they never really had that ability to bounce back, but they did a great job of it in this match. So they obviously came in here and took the first map, and, it looked like the Houston Outlaws were going to start feeling themselves. They were doing very well. Their backline, Iris and Lastro, were just flanking all over the place. Lastro, I don't know what he decided at some point that he was just going to flank 100% of the time and just all over the place. And the Defiant didn't really have an answer to it. The Hop Bazaya here in Eichenwald really did turn this map around. It felt like Houston Outlaws were going to run away with it. And they felt like they really did like the Zaya versus the Dante Doomfist. It started to work. What would happen is Dante would go in and they have those bubbles, and if they ever got charged on the Zaya, it would work for them, but it did not work for them in map 5 for Muse. So, Toronto Defiant, I think they've had a good tournament, all things considered. I think maybe not in the regular season, but in these playoffs, they really sort of hit a new gear. So I'm excited to see more from them in the future, especially Hisu going absolutely crazy, but that is the end of their tournament run right here, and the Houston Outlaws stay alive.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on the Toronto Defiant. I mean, it just felt like they hit a wall, unfortunately, with the tank flexibility against Dante's Doomfist, and it did feel like Muse's Zarya pick on Lijiang Tower to wrap it up it was a bit of an improv pick. Just like, well, the Winston didn't really work out. I played a ball for a bit, but Zarya feels like the best bet. Obviously, it kind of works here on Control Center, but even on the other rounds, it did feel like a bit of a stretch for Views. So Toronto Defiant, they gave it all. We highlighted several times how we thought that Finale had a great performance on Tracer. Hizu as well pops up as we expect him to do. But ultimately, I think that Houston Outlaws, they're a pretty well-refined team now. I will say, Merit saved them so many times with the Sojourn. I mean, he got early picks all the time. Great, by the way, to see the teams, thanking each other for a great match, shaking hands. We haven't had that many two Western teams facing off and, shaking hands, and, it's good to see them.
Yeah, no, it is nice, and to be able to have that sportsmanship, give everyone either a hug or a high five or handshake is what we were kind of seeing there. But unfortunately, yes, that does mark the end of the Toronto Defiance run, as we are going to see Houston Outlaws continue on through the tournament. And I do believe we have a lower bracket that we can take a look at now that we can update it with all of our results so far. So you can see this is our losers bracket with the Outlaws and Mayhem both moving on. And Outlaws are going to play the winner of Seoul Dynasty versus the Atlanta Reigns. So that's going to be a very interesting matchup for them. But listen, we have to get into our next match, which is going to be the Philadelphia Fusion taking on Dallas Fuel, which is coming up. And gentlemen, I know you're the analyst, but let me just go ahead and put on my analyst cap.
Okay.
Right, where's the beret? Give me the beret. Can I have the beret?
Oh, yeah.
Can I have the beret?
Okay, there you go. Here's your Philadelphia Fusion hat.
This is my analyst cap, and I will put it on with pride and with cherries on the top. Now, if you're to ask me, an Overwatch League professional, why I thought the Fusion was going to win, I would have way too many reasons to list. And that, just hold up, let me just pull some baseless claims and analysis out. Remember when you showed me that player chart at the beginning of the day in our pre-show, and Carpe came in second?
Yeah.
For final blows. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, you're really making this up as we go.
Yeah. Higher than any Dallas Fuel player. Let's go!
Carpe has been Carpe has been struggling a little bit so far throughout this season. They've been leaning more on MN3 and Zest, and as much as that, that's great. I think we got to look more at MN3. We most recently saw the Dallas Fuel fall to the Shanghai Dragons on the back of that great hit scan performance from Lip, and we saw Gurio come in a little bit on that Circuit Royale, and they just couldn't match up. So I think that is going to be the problem that the Dallas Fuel are going to have to overcome once again. We said if they can shut down that Ashe, it'll work for them. They were not able to shut it down. Now they get a second chance at it against a different team in the Philadelphia Fusion. So maybe we'll start to see the Dallas Fuel have some... No?
Too much opium for the Philadelphia Fusion, by the way, here.
Well, okay, tell me why Dallas is going to win. Tell me...
Okay.
What are you
a lot of rookies, okay? Dallas Fuel, if they play the Lucio Moira, it's something different.
When
not a lot of teams in APAC. Not a lot of teams in APAC play Lucio Moira, and then you're like, oh...
Because it doesn't work.
Well, sometimes it works. It worked last year. It worked last year.
60% of the time, it works 100% of the time.
We all love a classic. So, maybe Dallas Fuel, they bring it out, the Fusion are like, whoa, Moira, we've never seen this before. Like, wait, we don't know what to do. I'm just saying, I think that the Philadelphia Fusion, it's going to be a game of adaptability for the Fusion. I'm being serious here, by the way.
No.
I need to put my foot down.
Fusion.
Yes, but the Dallas Fuel, this is going to be a game of adaptability for the Philadelphia Fusion, because you haven't practiced against Lucio Moira, and when Dallas Fuel, they step up the tempo and they play their best Lucio Moira, it is a different game. So yes, I know that Fusion, they're great at, Tracer head-to-heads and, Ashe and Sonya and stuff like that. It's a different ball game, all right? So prove that you can adapt accordingly, and I will believe the Fusion, okay?
They don't need to adapt. What Philadelphia Fusion are doing has worked against the Dallas Fuel. We saw the Shanghai Dragons just do it. The Dallas Fuel are the team that need to adapt.
They have Legion on and stuff. Their business is fixed up.
Fusion have great players and they have a good dive sometimes. I'm not going to say they're as strong as the Shanghai Dragons.
You can't compare Shanghai.
All right, okay, gentlemen.
Fusion.
I enjoy the energy, but I think we have to let the actual players fight it out on the map. So we are going to get into that game, but first we have to take a quick break. I'm going to let them fight off screen, so everyone stick around, because when we get back, we're going to see the Fusion take on the Fuel. No, this is my hat! It's my...
Get him, Zap!
And welcome back. It's time to carry on the day. We are at the halfway point. Now it's time for some more Overwatch League action. I'm Achilleos here with Avril. I heard for whatever reason we're wearing pink, something to do about Wednesday. It might not be Wednesday here on our side of the world, Avril, but I decided to do it all the same. But here we go. Fusion going up against Dallas Fuel. We will unfortunately continue to send some teams home. Question is, which one of these two is it going to be?
You know, the best part, we didn't coordinate this again. I didn't ask you, you didn't ask me.
True.
We just hive-minded, we went through the internet, and by through the internet, I mean, like, we didn't even contact each other, we just showed up, and this is how we look. We just both were thinking, you know what, this is the wavelength we're on. You said Wednesday, in my mind, is it 5-map Friday already? I had to check the date, because we just had 2 back-to-back map 5s.
Yeah. Yeah, already been quite the day, and like I said, only at the halfway point. So maybe we could just go all the way. Why not 20 maps? Screw it, let's just do it. I don't know, just full send it. We'll see if it happens. But yeah, Fusion versus Dallas Fuel. This is going to be an interesting one. Dallas Fuel coming in, falling down a little bit later, obviously, so they're going to have their map choice. We'll see where they decide to take us. But Fusion, having a little bit of a shaky start. Need to bounce back.
Yeah, and I think Dallas as well. But at the same time, when you look at these teams going up against Shanghai, it's always a bit rough to start things out with Fusion as well.
Yeah.
You know, this is a team that we feel has super high highs in terms of their peaks, but at the same time as well, you know, they've had some lows throughout the season, hoping for some highs to continue through the lower bracket here. They did lose the Hangzhou Spark, but considering how good the Hangzhou Spark have been so far in the upper bracket, they also 3-0 the Seoul Dynasty. We'll be seeing the Seoul Dynasty right after this match as well. It maybe isn't so bad because, well, Hangzhou just look like they're on a different level, and Fusion and Seoul Dynasty happen to be in their warpath.
Yeah, I mean, huge step up from the Hangzhou Spark, who I had a lot of questions surrounding them coming into this tournament. Obviously, you know, have very rarely made it to the tournaments, and then when they do, haven't found that much success. But right now, it looks like they're very much showing up. Dynasty, like you said, we'll be seeing them after this series. We'll see if they can bounce back as well. But for now, we'll focus in as here as the starting 5 for the Dallas Fuel.
And this is the similar story, right? Because Dallas Fuel also fell to the Shanghai Dragons, who, by the way, as pointed out by Jaws and Necro a little bit earlier on, 6-0 as far as maps across their 2 matches so far. They took down the Toronto Defiant, who now have been eliminated by the Houston Outlaws. Dallas Fuel also in the pathway of Shanghai through their rampage in the upper bracket is also Fuel, looking for a bit of a bounce back. And unfortunately, these 2 teams, you know, big fan bases, a lot of hope to try and make it far in the tournament. Some unluckiness as far as, you know, COVID issues for the Fusion as well. It's not been amazing behind the scenes for the Fusion, so really they're just hoping for the best to see how far they can make it through. But to lose one of these 2 teams here this early, it doesn't feel good.
No, it definitely doesn't. I mean, these are 2 teams that you would expect to have, you know, a very deep run from. But unfortunately, here in the first day of the eliminations, one of them is on the chopping block. Well, rather, they're both on the chopping block, but only one of them is going to get chopped.
Well, you say deep run, but consider this. Both of these teams were runner-ups in the kickoff clash. They already had those deep runs, so that's why it feels kind of weird, right? You get second place Philly Fusion from their loss to Seoul Dynasty in the kickoff clash. Dallas Fuel as well, 0-4 versus Gladiators, and their western side of the kickoff clash as well. So both teams that came second, one of them has to go now. Map number 1 coming up in this first of 3 here. Chosen by Dallas Fuel, Oasis. Now, we saw this yesterday versus the Shanghai Dragons. Admittedly, this was their best map. I've been a bit of a critic of the Lucio Moria so far, but when you consider the 3 maps being played by Dallas Fuel, that was their best look. So my question will be, are they going to run that back again? Is that going to be very effective versus Fusion today?
I mean, even just earlier in our previous series, we did see a little bit of that Lucio.
They locked it in?
Moira coming out. Didn't go so hot, though, earlier on, but these guys seem to have it mastered, so if the Fuel are going to be piloting it, give them a little bit more leeway.
Mayhem actually dropped it earlier. They didn't run it versus who did they just play? The London Spitfire, and they actually looked pretty reasonable off the back of that one, so we'll see how this one goes. Coach Rush very much believing in the capability for this Lucio Moria to pop off. Edison back on the Reaper as well, Spark on the Genji. This is basically the blueprint for how they looked competitive versus the Shanghai Dragons on this map yesterday, but again, they did not win. So, Philly, what are we going to do about this? Dallas Fuel, early rotation straight away towards the jump pad side. Philly Fusion will rotate opposite towards, I think, Coastal. No, they're still playing around main for now.
This could prove to be a little bit painful for the side of the Dallas Fuel if Zest is able to really nail his shots, get those sticky bombs across onto those squishier targets, because you don't really have too many people who can reliably try to take him out of the skies. Everybody fairly short range. Sure, Sparkle can throw some shurikens, try to dash up, get on top of him, but it can prove to be rather difficult. We'll have to see how they decide to pilot this one. As for now, opening skirmish comes through as the point has opened up. Fuel dangerously close to getting this initial lockdown if they could just clear it out, but Fusion are here to stay for now. MN3 falling low, pops the recall, goes back in, gets behind Fielder, puts a hell of a lot of damage down onto that Moira, but so far, no kills to be found. They finally clear out the point, and that's going to be the lockdown first here for the side of the Dallas Fuel, now ticking up.
Well, look at this. You have the Fusion support line on the high ground so far. Sparkle with Claim Flesh Blood onto Zest now finally getting on top of it. Aim God and Fix. There should be a cleanup from the Dallas Fuel now, and it is.
Yep, great dash through. They find Aim God, fix the taken out. There's the support's gone. Bellisria just going to grabbing the health pack to make sure that he stays alive. Exits back over towards the spawn rooms. For now, Dallas Fuel is going to be sitting pretty, already moving up above 25%.
Fusion unable to keep Zest alive then, and then obviously you see Sparkle challenging the supports on the high ground. That's the key contested area. This is why Dallas Fuel started their rotation initially on the rollout towards a jump pad side. And for the Philly Fusion, if you want to put Aim God back up there, they'll have to fight for it once more. Edison looking for some angles as well. First ultimate's coming through. That's going to be a call from Fielder.
Yep, built it up very, very quickly. Pops that one's looking for the kill, and it's going to be Zest taken down. Sparkle once more, getting on top of that Echo. Does end up falling. Quite a bit of damage out onto the enemy Genji as the pile driver comes down. The minefield dropped in as well. So far, everybody just backing away, not looking to play forward into it. It's MN3 looking for an opportunity to invest this pulse bomb. Knock up there. Shield falling a little bit lower now. Is going to be dropping the beat though. Shield's coming through. Transcendent's going to be out from Aim God. Pops the try to keep everybody alive.
Sparkle waves away.
The blade, and he could pull it on the back end. He does. He pulls it out. He manages to find Aim God. A sliver of HP for Sparkle, but somehow he manages to stay alive. Does it eventually get taken down as the DPS duo on the side of the Fuel will fall, but it's without supports right now for the side of the Fusion, which means that Zest goes down as well. The Fuel went out the fight. They maintain control at least for a little bit longer here as the flip is narrowly coming through, but the point has now been cleared, and this is last fight territory.
And preventing Fixer from popping the rally as well. That would have been the next ultimate on rotation. Sparkle with that blade just trying to wait out the timing of the Transcendence from Aim God. Philadelphia Fusion very much lacking in kills so far. They've only got 2 frags. That last fight was their two first bloods coming on through. Fixer now gets that rally up.
He does. The Duke at the ready. Gio avoiding getting taken down. There's going to be the duplicate out onto Edison.
Big move.
He goes for the Wraith form. He tries to get in on top of Fielder. That Blossom going to be invested. They will manage to knock Zest back out, so he takes right back up to the skies. Aim God eliminated as the next Coalescence comes through from Fielder, and he's just keeping everybody alive. Fusion not finding anything at all. They will get cleared off at the point. It's 100% to 0 to kick things off here for the Fuel.
And it's Bellisria as well. Part of the reason why they wouldn't have been able to touch is, well, Bellisria going for the big slam, goes a little bit too high there, drops the mines. Could have been a turnaround, probably unlikely. 3 versus 5. Dallas feel very much ahead. And let me touch up on the point I was trying to make a little bit earlier as well in terms of the sort of frag output, the damage output leading to kills from the Philly Fusion. It took until the second to last fight there for them to even get their first kill on board, and there was only a total of 2 final blows the entire way through. Unfortunate situation for Fixer there, ends up did it get booped in, or was that a shield basher? In either case, just dies to mine. So we have one final blow for MN3, 1 final blow for Zest, and that's it. No further kills from Philly Fusion that entire round.
Need to step it up a bit more, as now we're going to be having Sparkle matching in the skies with the Echo. Shifting away from the Genji. Already good amount of damage coming out off the rip there. MN3 falling low. Will be safe though, as Edison trying to slink around the back and get on top of these supports, and so far he is being quite stealthy. Finally does go ahead and open up with a shotgun blast, so now they know exactly where he's at. He is looking for Bellisria, taking him dangerously low. Health pack does get snatched up, takes the Wraith walk, moves back over to the point. Dallas Fuel looking for that initial lockdown once more. Nearly have it, just have to try to clear them out. Aim God getting jumped on just off screen. Does manage to stay alive for a little bit longer here, and it's going to be a trade-up. Fusion finally able to find some kills right off the rip. They pick up 2. The point's still not going to be locked down from either side. Fusion seem like they may just be able to make this happen for themselves.
Bellisria will get out with his life, so Bellisria so far has avoided death multiple times. By the way, the only member of Fusion that actually hasn't died so far over the course of this entire Oasis. First ultimate's coming online now with MN3 finding this pulse bomb. Edison falling the Fusion. Can they get further percentage on the scat?
Massive pile driver to find the kill there on Edison, knocking out multiple members on the side of the Dallas Fuel, and the cleanup comes through quickly thereafter with Sparkle and Fearless going down. Looks like the support duo do manage to make their escape. Fairly elusive when you have the Lucio and the Moira. They stay alive. Dallas Fuel going to reset and look to retake this point as Sparkle. He shifts off. He's going for the Tracer.
And that's going to... Oh, it's very hard to heal the Echo, I think, with the Lucio Moira composition. So Sparkle being a little bit more self-sufficient on the Tracer for the following fights will do him some good. More ultimates coming online for Fusion, though. This is where Dallas Fuel are a little bit further behind. They want to go aggressive here, but they need that Coalescence. It's just about up.
MN3 down to 17 HP, pops the recall, stays alive. Fixer this time the shield bash. It doesn't send him to his death. Instead he finds Sparkle, gets the elimination. The pulse bomb stick goes through. Edison going to be taken down, and this is a wash for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Fusion winning the fight quite handedly. as the cleanup will be there. Fearless just using the rest of the Primal Rage to make his exit, and he's going to be swapping over the ball as well. So further adjustments being felt, to be necessary for the side of the Fuel, because right now they're in danger of also getting 100-0.
It's a cheap fight. It was a rally plus a pulse bomb. Sparkles killed immediately on their side of that fight. Dallas Fuel wanted to get aggressive with the Coalescence, but like I said, the timing meant that they had to wait slightly longer to get it done. A couple fresh heroes, like you said, the Fearless ball now coming on through. Low HP on AimGod, but it'll just trans.
Pops the trans, big crash through there from Fearless. As the Lucio dupe is going to be...
got a kill with it too.
Once they get that sound barrier, yeah, he does. Manages to take down Shio. Gets in on top. Sparkle finishes him with a melee hit, and yeah, looking pretty good here as he charges forward. So not going to be fighting a sound barrier, but still fighting an immense amount of impact, and they are fighting so far away from the point, which is right now not being contested at all. There you go, the roll through does come in. Fearless able to force out the overtime, but Fusion have realizes they send multiple members over to deal with him and try to keep him zoned back. Crash back through, Sparkle goes in, gets the touch, the beat gets dropped from Shio, manages to shield up on the 4 people. Fielder going to be the only one without. Edison immediately getting tagged down to half HP, does manage to stay alive for a little bit longer, it would seem, as they need to win out this fight, but Edison eventually does get dropped. Now Fielder going to be taken out of the equation as well. Shio continuing to get tagged lower and lower, and the healing throughput from the Lucio is just nowhere near good enough to try to keep them alive in this fight. Fearless cannot make his way back in, and there it is, 100-0 in reply from the Fusion, taking us to a final round of Oasis.
It's a big response as well. We talk about the fact that they nearly had no final blows in the first round, a total of 2, right? One for M3, one for Zest, so shared between those 2 players. They go from 2 final blows to 17, so 15 found on that last round on Garden, so a major improvement there. Ballasry is still deathless, by the way, so very hard to punish that ball, and you kind of see that at the beginning of Gardens, with Dallas Fuel wanting to chase him down, where in Edison's POV, he's specifically trying to punish Ballasria. But he plays for the health packs. He's getting healed from a distance by AimGod. He's able to slide on through. And no one able to really do too much about him. Dallas Fuel now are not going to start on the Fearless Winston again. They leave the ball instead. Sparkle on towards the Genji. So not going to be on that Echo to start things out with.
Right back into the skies. Zest not really getting too much with the initial sticky bomb volley. Continuing to poke and prod as Chio trying to keep Ballasria at arm's length. Pile driver does come down. It's a good amount of damage, good amount of charge. And MN3 manages to find Sparkle. The kill coming through is right now the attention of the supports on the side of the Dallas Fuel is being pulled every which way. As the point now unlocks, Sparkle still looking to rejoin, so it seems like the Fusion just going to get this lockdown initially relatively for free.
Yeah, they'll get the cap almost immediately here. Philadelphia Fusion as well, climbing an ultimate. Sparkle coming back on towards the Tracer. Dallas Fuel need to be the initiators here, and they finally get Ballasria down. That's his first dead.
Yep, an initial pick. Looking good. Edison trying to go for the deep TP, but immediately is met with some damage and has to pull out of there. Keeps himself safe now, just looking for a target, but Chio gets on top of AimGod, finds that kill. Zest going down as well, so Dallas Fuel looking for a very fast flip this time around. Fusion just going to be looking to delay as long as they possibly can, but the flip will come through. Only 25% established right now for Philly.
And I think this is the desired team composition for Fearless and Sparkle as well, as far as the Dallas Fuel's overall Lucio Mori comp is concerned. The first blood for Sparkle, though that's really unfortunate. It's going to be another 5v4 coming on in, and Ultimate still roughly favoring the Fusion, except for that Coalescence that might have to be popped now.
It does get popped. MN3 sending up the pulse bomb, not going to be finding a kill, but Ballasria does get in top of Fielder, finds that kill, but it's going to be traded out as AimGod falls as well, so Fixa now going to be the lone source of healing for his squad. Sound barrier dropped by Chio, so they want to be able to maintain control of this point, and with the kill on the Fixa, that means that there is no support to the fight here for the side of the Fusion until AimGod can try to rejoin, and even then you just have that single target healing from the Orbs of Harmony. That being said, Fusion still managed to come up with multiple kills as they look for Feelers to the beam at the very last edge of it. He's got just enough pixels there on that range to be able to take him down, gets the elimination, the flip is there. Fuel at 47%, but Fusion back in control.
Fantastic endurance by the Philadelphia Fusion. They lost both supports. Like you said, they were waiting for AimGod to return. Zest plays for the duplicate, actually gets pretty reasonable value. He just prolongs his life, comes out of duplicate form, gets a double kill. So pretty damn good stuff there for the Fusion. And now they get to win that one just off the back of one ultimate, catching up to the 47% that Dallas Fuel have. Waiting for Dallas Fuel to engage again off the back of their 3 ults, but with Edison having to shift out, something good.
It's going to be the minefield to start from Fearless. Ballasria now going to be using his as well, looking to cut off their access into the point itself. Sparkle still hovering down low, holds on
to look for the Spawsum
as well. Going to be looking for a target. Green HP out of the members of the Fusion. Rally now expiring. They still hold on to the Transcendence. Fuel, ooh, they would love to have some support ultimates right now, but they're still so very far away.
Eyes on Edison. Super important that he gets us off. This might be the opportunity. Sees a couple supports. Tries to bait up the Transcendence from AimGod, but AimGod's not going to pop it.
He does not. Holds on to it. It's Zest overstepping just
No, AimGod's just gone in.
Track him down. Gets an elimination, but look at the fight coming through. They just rush him down. Fixie gets right on top of Edison, makes sure that he cannot use that Death Blossom whatsoever. Trance now on the back end to escort everybody else forward. Fusion want to finish this right here, right now. They don't want the Dallas Fuel to try to get another opportunity to flip this back into their favor. Fixa, however, going to get dropped. The Coalescence built up. Fielder trying to stay alive, trying to keep his teammates topped up, and so far it's looking rather good for them as AimGod is going to be taken out of the equation as well. No supports now for the side of the Philly Fusion. The sound barrier on the way as well for Chio. Can win this fight and have that in their back pocket. It's going to be looking rather good for them, and there's the flip.
And Edison doesn't have to use the Death Blossom there either. Some pretty good pickups on AimGod and Fixa. Fusion trying to get aggressive there. They will buy themselves a couple of frags, some space to work through. They definitely get that 99%, which is all important. But Zest not going to have any heroics this time with the very late dupe. We have another situation where they don't have supports. Zest goes for the duplicate, finds a Moira, but can't get too much done on that Moira. Dupe barely has a second of Coalescence, so opportunity now for Dallas Fuel to take this one to 99. They have a lot of ultimates, and they're going to use one now.
He's going for the TP. He's got the Death Blossom, and he lets it loose. Managing to find one. The pile driver comes in from Bellsria. Does manage to shut it down, making sure that they don't bleed out any other members. But we're going into last fight territory here as Zest gets eliminated on the back end of the fight. So 2 quick kills. Now at 85%. Dallas Fuel looking to finish this out.
And Sparkle can finish that as well, because if he picks up another support kill or anything here, could be lights out for the Fusion. Zest moving towards the Reaper as well. Looking for all that stability, kind of losing a bit of faith on that Echo. Not sure if that's going to be the right call, but for Fusion, it's the call that they're going to make. Here comes Sparkle now.
Very last second. Pulse Bomb not going to connect, and Zest is there. He gets the headshot. Sparkle goes down, and the Pulse Bomb found absolutely no value. Minefield now dropped here. Looking to escort the rest of the members of Fusion forward onto the point. The rally going to be rolling from Fixa. Fielder nearly there to have another Coalescence, but he needs it stat. We'll see if he can get it. Sparkle's going to be swapping him.
Oh, it's gone.
To be there, and Fielder, he gets taken down. It's interrupted. The whip shot from Fixa is absolutely massive, and now Fearless will fall. It looks like the rug has been pulled out from beneath the Dallas Fuel. The OT bleeds away. No one else can touch. And the Fusion, after starting off this map, that first round of City Center, going 0 to 100, they turn it around. They get the win. Oasis is theirs.
And a very closely fought University towards the end there as well. Fix it with the shutdown on Fielder's Coalescence. But really for me, Seth, it starts from the fact that Sparkle going for the Pulse Bomb as he should. It barely misses. Fix up, dashes away, use that shield bash. But the fact that Sparkle ends up dying, he was even very surprised by that. You could see his cam, I mean, wasn't expecting to die there. Ends up being another 4v5 situation. A lot of first deaths in multiple fights for Sparkle, costing Dallas Fuel a number of opportunities there. But Dallas Fuel really did push Philadelphia Fusion towards the end there. They were behind. Fusion had the 99 first. Dallas Fuel still got there, but it slips through their fingers, unfortunately.
It also just felt like a lot of indecision, constantly having to swap up when things didn't really go well. You know, you get that first death going through, immediately swap off the Genji over to something like the Tracer and whatnot. So we're seeing these adjustments from the side of the Fuel, but it seems like once they have to make those, they're not able to really find their footing and, you know, carry that comp forward for a win. Fusion kick things off 1-0. We'll see if the Dallas Fuel can answer back, because once more they will have a map pick as we get ready to go into hybrid. We'll see where they take us when we return from the break. And welcome back, guys. Do you like fan art? I sure as hell do. Make sure you guys go ahead and submit your fan art celebrating the team or region, whatever it may be, that you want to see win the entirety of the Mid-Season Madness Tournament and the Overwatch League fan art gallery. Get that stuff through, because we need some better art. We can't rely on Mr. X to continue to push Carl or whatever he's called. We need some actual artists to show us some good stuff, you know? Maybe that's just me, but that's what I want to see. I don't know. Either way, try to carry on with this series, see what happens, as the Fusion have already kicked things off 1-0.
I've seen some pretty good art recently as well. You know, there was that play of the game that Merritt had, the 3K immortalized in a comic style from, I believe the artist's name is Milkfish. Brilliant stuff. Paragranins as well. We actually requested a fan out of us as a duo. That actually did come. And we got it. The Paragranins. We actually did. That was pretty fun. So let's talk about the next map coming up, though. Kings Row being picked by the Dallas Fuel here. And substitutions being Fury coming in for Balesteria, Rio coming in for Edison. So the read here for both the teams is that Fuel are going to be moving away from the Lucio Moria plus Reaper combination. They're going to be moving towards more of a, I think the double flex support here, the Ana Zen with Fielder Ana plus Chio Zen, Sparkle Genji, Fearless Winston, Maguru most likely on the Sojourn as well. Whereas the Fusion are probably going to be playing more of that Sigma style, maybe a bit of Zari in there as well, but usually when you bring Fury in, he is there to play the Sigma.
I'll have to just wait and see what they decide to piece together, if they want to change it up and subvert our expectations, or if it's just going to be, you know, straight shooting from both squads. We'll find out as we do get ready to go into Kings Row, and also see if the Fusion can take this to a 2-0 lead, bring it to match point. Dallas Fuel, obviously, this is their map pick. They are banking on this, you know, to get themselves on the board, tie it up 1-1, and then try to retake the series from there.
Contextually as well, the last match that Fuel played, which was versus the Dragons, when it was their turn of map pick for the hybrid, they actually took us to Midtown. We've joked plenty of times about the Midtown incident for the Philadelphia Fusion, but they've actually been a lot better at Midtown now, so it does feel, for whatever reason, they've opted to shy away from that particular map. And now over to Kings Row instead. We actually haven't really seen much of Kings Row, if even at all, I think, so far in the tournament. One thing I do want to comment on is this is where I would like to see the Gurio substitution really pay off, because unfortunately versus the Shanghai Dragons, maybe no real fault to Gurio, because Lip is just a monster. Let's be straight. Lip, MVP runner from last year. In my mind, the #1 hit scan player last year as well. Rookie's a new rookie coming on M. It's a pretty hard matchup. This time, however, he's up against rookies on the other side. MN3 has been dominant on the hit scan so far in the regular season. So, more work cut out, but Gurio needs to step up from yesterday for sure still.
I like even just the little micro adjustment. He knows that people are going to be anticipating that initial Widow shot to come through, so actually waits a little bit longer before he peeks the corner. Still doesn't find anybody, and we'll just be picking up the Sojourn. Gurio starting to poke out through Hotel. Rail across, but obviously not going to be finding any kills. No headshot there. And now just posturing forward onto the point, starting to tick up.
Probably just working their way forward slowly. Just Fury, you know, moving that shield up, trying to get some feet on towards the point itself. Zest as well.
Bombs are huge.
I mean, really good high ground damage just to put Dallas Field, keep them honest.
Yep, Fury is going to find Fearless. Fielder and Shio had both been taken down so very low. I think they had to break line of sight, which meant that they could not try to bail out their main tank here. He does go down. He's going to try to swap over onto the Wrecking Ball to rejoin the fight. Maybe they do want to fight this one out. He's nearly back, but someone's going to have to touch here pretty damn soon.
No,
and they're not going to do it. The call comes through.
Fearless.
It's going to be 5.5 minutes in the time bank.
He can't make it in time, and this is just what we're seeing as well in changes similar to Oasis, but at least on Oasis, I think ball has a bit more value, typically speaking, on a map like Kings Row. Especially after A, it just gets more difficult to play the ball. You know, as you're going to B, as you're going to C, ball has less and less value in my mind. Winston would probably be most ideal here. The other reason is you want to have a good target for Fielder to be able to nano. Losing Geo here is exceptionally unfortunate. So Dallas Field, they have to give up space.
Yep, not having that Zenyatta, not being able to break down the front lines. Having the Discord orbs and whatnot means that they have to concede a hell of a lot of space, so no initial chokehold coming through from the side of the Dallas Fuel. MN3 will be taken down, but it's quickly traded, so yeah, another Sojourn going to be falling on the opposite side. Field trying to cut across from the flank angle, but now he is rotating over towards the Fusion spawn. He's out in no man's land. He's falling lower and lower. The sticky bombs will basically finish him off.
they're just self-staggering. There's no reason for Fearless and Fielder to try and make that play. They're already down multiple members. They have more players trying to come on through. I could understand if Fearless wants to try and get a little bit tricky. There's no Anna on the other side. He might eat a rock, but Fearless should be otherwise fine. Why is Fielder there, though? Fearless makes sense. Fielder should not be there at all.
Yeah. Bit of a head scratcher for sure. All I know is that the Fusion are making impeccable time right now on this push. The window is out as well. We're trying to send them back. Sparkle going to be diving in, assisted by the Nano. Blade just a couple % shy. Fearless, however, still going to be taken down. MN3, even without the overclock, just manages to chunk him out with the help of the Discord Orbs. They get that elimination. The Fleck goes through the Blade now at the ready. Does he decide to pull it? We'll have to just wait and see. Aimgot, however, now going to be taken out.
Missed a chance.
And it's going to be used by Chio, but kills still continue to be found here for the side of the Fusion. A 1 for 2. Now Chio falling. Fielder out of the fight in the Transcendence. It doesn't buy them any space. It takes a couple seconds off the time bank, but they still will manage to break through. It's 5 minutes for the final stretch with 4 ults in their pocket.
And that's the thing, right? Because you could see the pressure on the Chio. Do you burn the Transcendence now? Do you save it? He would love to save the Transcendence to counter out the Flux from Fury, but they're down members there. Sparkle waiting for an opportunity to Blade. AimGod actually gets slept. That would have been the perfect time to play because you could kill AimGod there. You could prevent the trance. He dies anyway, but Sparkle dies almost immediately after. So Dallas Fuel just couldn't find the opening to actually get that contest surely underway. I mean, they touch, sure, but how do you actually win that until you can get the Blade out?
A lot of damage there as Fielder almost gets taken down. Guriel, his dying breath with one final overclock shot will find AimGod in the head before Zest finds the elimination. The dupe from Zest pulls the Blade. It does get broken out and taken down. They finally will find their footing and stop this cart from pushing forward. Fearless cleaning up 3 in the back end of the fight. The Dallas Fuel at long last in control.
So 3 for 2 ultimate trade there. Dallas burnt 3, Fusion burnt 2. And Zest as well nearly got that Blade up. He actually duplicated Sparkle's Genji, and we know how damn good Zest can be on that Genji. He's like, you know what? Got a taste for that Genji. Let me lock it in for real now as we move into C. Smart choice. Would actually prefer that to the Echo. Had he gotten that Genji Blade up, that could have been a very hot contest for the Philadelphia Fusion. Losing AimGod, though, to me was a big turning point. They couldn't block out Sparkle's Genji Blade, so no trance there, unfortunately, for Philly Fusion. Still opportunity, though. MN3 AimGod having those ultimates up, especially looking at MN3 here to make some moves.
Slow and steady now. Fusion just poking and prodding after the swaps have come through. Guriel thinking about swinging around the corner, looking for a head to click on. Met by that barrier, the dynamite not going off, I don't believe. MN3 falling lower, actually slides out of the immortality field, which does get cleaned up, but maybe send some heals over his way. Stays safe for now, just looking to zone them back. The window, yeah, allowing them to start rounding the final corner. Fearless looking for the crash in. At the floor, MN3 taken down. Sparkle finds 2, gets Fixa, gets MN3, gets AimGod, and Sparkle cleans up 4 kills in the fight. Now just 27% off his next Blade.
Yeah. That's the Sparkle we know and love. That's the role start we're talking about here. Fighting Mad Valley on that Genji with the big flank, using Fearless as bait there to slam on in. Everyone's focused on the ball. Sparkle comes in, unbeknownst to the Philadelphia Fusion. MN3 will now go over to the tried and true, his signature Automaker. Can he get anything done here? Sightlines are limited until Fusion can make space for him. So, for now, Fuel coming up to closer ultimates. Have a lot to play through. Fearless can also make MN3's life really difficult as well.
Oh, they get the sleep across. They're looking for the headshot. They think him low enough to be able to get the elimination. Zest, however, did fall. Chio with the shield bash. Takes down the enemy Genji. Now gets fixed with a whip shot. And it's going to be a bloody brawl back and forth. The Dallas Fuel still have priority. They have the closer spawns. The cart still rolling back, and Fusion now dipping below 2 minutes.
And they won that without ultimates as well. So, you know, just off the back of neutral frags, they get to hold on to 4. Some decent pickups by Chio towards the end there as well. And like you mentioned, time being a bit of a factor. Fusion have majorly slowed down, at risk of maybe not finishing the map. A very big fight about to come on up with Flux and maybe even the Blade coming online. But with Dallas having so many defensive ultimates plus respawn advantage, I mean, they're in a good position to hold.
They certainly are. Bob going to be sent down first. The Flux coming through, picking up a couple members on the side of the Dallas Fuel, but Fielder still holds onto the Transcendence, knows that they are not under any severe threat.
Straight at the Bob.
Bob cleaned up for now. Fusion still just trying to poke and prod their way back over towards the cart. Fearless going to be slept as he goes into the minefield. Still zones them back away from the cart, though. Good placement of these mines. Finds more space for the side of the Fuel.
And just kind of waiting out certain ultimates here, Fusion. Don't want to pull the trigger until they can get rid of the mines. Still waiting for MN3 to maybe get a pick there as well. Got a couple of close shots. Still the Spark and then he got hit. Here comes the play now.
Yep, the deflection used first, dashes in the back. Transcendence comes in from Aim God. Sparkle rotating around the back, and okay, he dies. He doesn't have his jump to try to make it back up the opposite side of the platform, and now Fielder's going to be taken out as well as Gurio. 3 kills, but Sparkle sacrificing himself. Looks like finally the Fusion will be able to get things going, but it's just 35 seconds. The Dallas Fuel should be able to recontest. They're going to try to get this cap across. Yeah, actually, Sparkle, he dashes in. The Transcendence is there. 146 meters left to go as this is going to be expiring rather soon. He pulls back away. Search comes through. Gurio playing forward, but slicing and dicing is Zest. He's looking for another target. He's going to be able to get the Reaper. Fearless has come back through, but it would take an absolute miracle, one of which that is not going to arrive for them. They finally will be able to clear it up, and crucially, Fusion do finish this map with time in the bank, but it was a great hold from the side of the Dallas Fuel. I mean, reminder, 5 minutes at the start of this final stretch to try to finish King's Row. They take it all the way down to 13 seconds.
A really strange situation coming through from Sparkle there as well. You know, it doesn't really make too much sense for me to haven't reset that. I really did think that he had the dash. I didn't actually check the HUD to see if he had it or not. I just assumed that he did. You know, jump down there. We've seen that play from Echoes, and you know, perhaps Genji can do it too. Dash on up the other side, wall climb, you're okay. But yeah, it seems pretty anticlimactic. Pulls the blade, can't get too much done. To be fair, the Transcendence was there, and the Fusion ride the wave of snowballing those frags. They didn't really lose anybody. They had plenty of members up. Nanoblade coming online for the final fight, or the final contest, I should say, from the Dallas Field, where Fielder has to burn a Transcendence just to touch Sparkle on a Tracer, just to get that initial touch there as well. And, well, Philly, like you said, cleaning up with just 13 seconds remaining in a situation where it was looking dire, their ability to cap, and that's considering, like you also mentioned, the amount of time they walked through onto C with. You have to give credit to Dallas Field to be able to hold that long. Just unfortunate it didn't end up being the completed hold on C because it was so close. But for Fusion, probably, you know, you'd have to imagine after capping B, they should be able to finish the map. And, well, they do, but the time is very low.
5, 4, 3.
Well, here we go now. Fuel on the attack. See how this looks for them. Zest playing on the Hangzhou, sent out the recon arrow. Just looking to scout and see what they're going to be prepping in the spawn room. Slide up. Oh, really aggressive high ground contest. MN3 dodges out in the accretion though, and Sparkle, he's getting deep. Finds MN3, finds Zest. The DPS are gone. Fixes out of the fight as well, and Aim God is the last one standing. Just trying to stay safe up there in the high ground, but that is such a quick gap. The first volley takes it. Dallas Fuel have a massive time bank to work with.
Yeah, blinking, you'll miss it, right? Sparkle coming through with some more heroics on the Genji. Like, he might have just kind of fallen off the map on that C defense, but straight away on A, he just gets the job done. Zest now moving over towards that Echo, and for MN3 as well onto the Sojin. So a little bit more survivability maybe against that Genji, but didn't get a lot done on the Ashe straight off the rip when Sparkle's in your face. Dallas Fuel now, oh my goodness, Aim God has been pretty good with these so far.
Another good pick from him. Chio out of the fight early. And because it was such a clean fight, I mean, Chio, you know, he doesn't really have to do too much healing, so he doesn't build up towards that sound barrier very quickly. Now getting picked, he's going to be further delaying it, so sitting at 35%. As the deflect goes out, Sparkle just trying to stay safe. Rotates back around, doesn't want to take the fight against Zest, but Gurio does. Gets the rail, and that's going to be the Echo out of the sky.
Well, that's what we want to see out of Gurio right now. He's pulling some real weight to be able to get those first bloods. It means that they won't have to use that window just yet. I was going to mention that Field is quite close to that Ant Matrix. That would have been their entry point to get a fight underway. But with the opening frag, just one kill makes a huge difference. They'll push through a couple of different corners now. And this is where Fielder can set up for his actual window. And they might be at the window just for the final cap as well, which is really strong.
Cart being held on the corner. The dive comes through from Fearless. Primal nearly up. Zest taking down Gurio once more with a rail. Does take him out of the skies. Just not finding much value right here on this defense. Fury contained into the corner, falling lower and lower. Fielder will eventually be able to take him down. And it looks like the Dallas Fuel will not be denied, will not be slowed up very much here on this attack. Sheer just diving in on top of Fix-Up, finds that final blow. Check the time. About to be, you know, 5.5 minutes of the time bank for the Fuel. 5:42 for the final stretch, and this is going to be an incredible defense for the Fusion if they can train this down, but it doesn't seem likely.
Well, Fusion have the ultimate, so we are expecting a reset to come on through pretty quickly here. Fearless already burned the Primal. This is going to need to be the beat coming through from Chio if Spark can get this blade up as well, but most of these ultimates can be countered. The fact that there is going to be an Aim God Transcendence, we're expecting the Fury Flux to come on in. First is going to be the window. Chio doesn't have the beat just yet. He can't counter this.
Yeah, he does not have it. Fearless gets dropped. Chio now just going to be taken down. I think the Fuel more than happy to just go ahead and concede the rest of this fight. Just want to try and deny as much ult charge as they possibly can and back away if possible. Seems like the 2 DPS will manage to make their way out of there, as Fearless is now going to be swapping back over onto the Wrecking Ball once more.
He's actually in a position to go Ryan if he wants to, because they're already playing Lucio Bat right. And I actually think, you know, the Ryan is a reasonable option on C, but he'll move over towards the ball. Seems that they really just want to be playing towards more of a dive style. That really does kind of help Sparkle a bit more, so I can see that being a capability and possibility for the Dallas field. Snipe on the fielder, though. That'll be a reset.
Quick pick, M3. Kicking things off, and I mean, this is exactly what you need if you're going to try to, you know, drain this time bank down. It's already going to be just over a minute gone. Every single pick that you're going to be able to find is effectively going to be, you know, 15 seconds, 20 seconds bought, depending on who it is and how long it takes them to rotate back. So, you can find more of that. They can really start to whittle away at it.
Right, here goes the blade.
There's the blade, but there's the Flux out on the 2. Beat comes through from Chio, helps keep him alive. Sparkle gets on top of Fix-It, finds the first elimination of the fight. The cart once more going to be advancing forward to the side of the Fuel. Now the overclock going to be popped by Gurio. Both down to about half HP as Zest goes for the dupe. Has to slide away, continues to get taken lower and lower, and the pile drive will go ahead and knock him out of the duplicate. And the overclock will finish him off. Massive space broken open here for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Once more advancing forward as Fielder. Going to be respawning now, looking to rejoin quickly as he possibly can. Overclock, 3 minutes, 42 seconds remaining. They get within 4 meters now. The overclock there, M3 absolutely flattened. Fearless gets on top of him, knocks him out of the park. Will get taken down, does get traded with the help of that Discord orb out from Aim God though. Enough main tank. That does slow them up and deny their, rather reduce their ability to play forward onto the card. So Dallas Fuel might have to go for a little micro reset here.
Yeah, they just don't have the firepower anymore. Gurio goes down to Aim God as well. And again, credit to Gurio to kind of give Dallas Fuel a brilliant chance there. He landed the initial rail onto MN3 as he comes out of spawn, that then enables Fearless to get the slam down so they can get the kill on him and deny the overclock. But when we pull back even further, let's rewind slightly more. Fusion, in the previous fight, Ingok didn't pop the transfer, Sparkle popped the blade, so they lose Fixture immediately and put themselves at a disadvantage. I don't know how MN3 dies as well. Seems like he suicided or he fell off the map. But unfortunate scenes for the Philly Fusion. It comes down to the fact that they had to pull the whole squad together, use that respawn advantage, Fuel slowed down the frags, and then Fusion started to stabilize. Still 2 minutes 40 remaining here. Dallas Fuel waiting for mines.
Just a couple % more to go. Fearless going to have that. I mean, even if he goes in with a pile driver, that'll be enough to get the ult ready. Now has it. Starts moving forward. The minefield going to be dropped in. Pops that adaptive shield as well. Try to keep himself protected. Fury is getting absolutely swarmed right now. The Discord orb is out onto him, and he needs to try to stay alive. He's got the Flux online. 2 kills come out. Waste Nano as he gets Sparkle, and Chio is gone. Flux dropping him down. They find Fielder. Zest is there for the alley-oop. Catches him as he hits the floor. 2 quick kills, and now just 2 minutes remaining as the card is going to start rolling back.
My God, thin margins there for Fury's life there. Fixer holds on to the nano boost. I'm thinking, is Fury gonna die here? If Fury dies and the nano isn't used, that's gonna come down to Fixer. That's Fusion potentially losing that cap as well. So, big props to, I guess, you know, the confidence to say, all right, well, maybe we don't need the nano here. Just pop the healing and Fury ends up living. And off the back of a Flux as well, they'll be able to defend.
Yeah, they rolled the dice, and it came up great for them. Chio again picked off.
Fearless Sigma, by the way.
As I said, these initial pickoffs, every single kill that they find is so much time taken out of the time bank. Dallas Fuel down below a minute and a half. They have so many ults to work with though. But so did the Fusion.
Man.
Nearly about to have 4 online. Zest finally going to be eliminated, but not before he does get Sparkle. Fielder antied out. A sliver of HP remaining on that Zenyatta.
It's early nano. I don't know about this one.
Able to persevere for a little bit longer.
This is very aggressive from Fusion. They don't need to do this right now. They need to wait for Field to come into them, play the nano defensively. Although I guess MN3 can just keep doing that. So every single time the Dallas Field want to start pushing on in, like you sort of mentioned previously, somebody, namely MN3 most of the times, is going to get that first blood. And now we're under 1 minute. We started with 540, and it happens again, MN3.
Yeah, Fearless and Sparkle taken down. Fielder's been walking a tightrope with his HP bar the last 3 minutes. Somehow has not died. Finally will fall as Zest moves forward, throws the pulse bomb. Won't get the kill, but it doesn't matter. They still find the supports. They continue to bleed them dry. 37 seconds remaining as MN3's on an off angle, holding on to this overclock.
And if this is a cap, it's going to be an OT cap as well. Dallas will have a plentiful bank of ultimates to play through. Fearless has, played enough on towards the segment now that he actually has 68% coming online. Furio will finally find him in 3. This is the 5v4 Dallas Phil been waiting for.
Okay, the pre-rally coming through. Chio gonna get that green HP out onto as many people as he possibly can. Unfortunately, though, Fielder not really receiving any of it. Flux comes in from Fury, drops him to the floor. They don't get the Transcendence out. They just take Fearless down to about half HP. Overclock expiring. Nade going through. He catches him N3 on the flank. The answering nade comes through. Gurrio's got to reposition. Sparkle, however, in the blade. Goes over towards the spawn. Finds Fixa. Zest gets dropped. Transcendence rolling from both of the Zenyatas, duking it out there on the cart. His Fury will be taken out. M3 rejoins, gets one headshot of the Gurrio, but Sparkle is cleaning him up. Gets him M3, gets aim god, and they will get the finish. And it's going to be a 13-second difference as we go into extra innings.
Yeah, I mean, 5 minutes ago, it seemed like what we had was a Dallas Field time bank in the making that was just going to flatten the Philadelphia Fusion, but both teams stalwart defenses on C point. I mean, just aren't letting anything go. It only slips through in the final moments there. And like I sort of mentioned, if it's going to be a cap, ends up being an OT cap there, a shutdown on MN3. Question marks towards aim god there with the late Transcendence twice in a row. He doesn't say Fixer. Second time that's actually happened there when Sparkle blades. First target ends up being Fixer. Trans comes in after Fixer dies. And then, well, Fusion lacking one healer. Sparkle still on a killing spree. Coming up with some major frag source in there, including the shutdown into MN3. But for me, it does start with Gurrio turning the tide around with the initial pickoff onto MN3. We had about, what, 4 or 5 first bloods from either MN3 or Zest, or maybe even Aim God from Philadelphia's C defense. Fuel couldn't push on through. Consistently down 4v5, right? But the one time Gurrio gets MN3 down, that's the go time for Dallas Field.
Oh, I mean, just great. Not quite spy checking, obviously not a Sombra, but pretty damn close. Catching him on that flank, opening things up for them to finally, just breathe a little more easily as they went back in for that push. But now we go into the extra innings. A minute on the clock for the Dallas Fuel. See how they fare. It was a very fast attack on point A last time around. Can they make it happen again? They absolutely need to.
Well, it's off the back of Sparkle, right? So it comes down to can't fix it. Aim God stay alive. This time we are going to have the back on the defense also. Oh, it's just not going to happen. Sparkle gets the field.
Immortality field is there, but Fixit and Fury managing to find 2 eliminations. It's going to even the playing field a little bit, but Fuel obviously going to have those faster run backs. Fearless as well. Taking down Fixit on the back end. Already the Fuel are posturing forward on the point. Zest, desperate need of some TLC, receives that Orb of Harmony from Aim God.
Should be a contest.
They're going to have to try to fight for this one, but Fury is still so low. They need to get some healing onto him right now.
Zest in a 1v1 as well. He needs to be able to touch. Somebody's got to make this happen.
And
the Fusion are right here. No, they're not going to go for it at the end of the day. All 5 members are not that far, but they are considering a situation where, okay, they'll give that up, or they'll just play the close defense. But this fight, they need to win. Desperately, Fusion need to win now.
Sparkle once more trying to get into the back lines, break things open for his team as he has done time and time again so far on this map. Seems like right now they are none the wiser as to his position, but here's the rotate around the side. The deflect comes out and very quickly. Zest falls down about half HP. The Mortality field going to be forced as well. They clear it out. Zest left out to dry. No healing going his way. He was locked into the alleyway. Ends up dying, and Sparkle gets on top of Fury as well. Once more, the deflect going through. Fixa nowhere to go. Sparkle cleans him up. Can he get an ace? He's certainly looking for it, but Chio says no. Gets his hands dirty as well. Finds the kill onto Aim God, but the Dallas Fuel have broken open the second phase of King's Row, and they're making an immense amount of distance here. This push is incredible.
Okay, there should be one more contest because Fury is going to come in with that flux, but they're waiting for a couple more members because there are late staggers and it's in OT as well. The respawn's going to take a very long time, so Dallas Phil at minimum are going to get maximum distance on B, but if they cap, they probably win this map.
Oh yeah, I mean,
contest.
There very few and far between where you see these kind of pushes coming through in overtime, and Gurrio gets right on top of Fixa midair, snipes him in the head. The Flux not gonna find a damn thing. Fury taken out. There is the cap. Like you said, that might just be it. That might be Dallas Fuel effectively tying up this map. We still have to see the Fusion go on their own push, but yeah, it feels like it's already over.
Well, it's very difficult to reach this amount of distance in 1 minute, like 1 minute 13. You know, the extra 13 seconds basically is just one reset. It's one player dying or respawning here, but Dallas Fuel, they actually still have ultimates online, so they can push further.
Fury, jump at the half, moves up to the high ground. The contest coming through. The blade going to be pulled. He's going to be broken out of the mech very quickly. Maybe even dealt with it as well. Fearless into the backlines with the primal rolling, gets on top of M3. There's the clear for the aim god, and it is just absolutely immaculate from the side of the Dallas Fuel. They clean them up, fix it in desperation, swapping over to Lucio to try to go for the touch. He will be able to dive in, but he's just as quickly dealt with. And there you go. 6-point cap on Kings Row with a minute to begin with. The Dallas Fuel have certainly set the stage for the Fusion. They say, hey, if you can match it, best of luck.
Yeah, that is
so very unlikely.
It's a perfect snowball. It is a perfect snowball all the way from the first initial push into A down right to the final push that we had on the end there as well. And Dallas Fuel, the fact that they didn't even really need ultimates to cap B, it's just a snowball effect. This is where we, again, rewind back to the moment. After A was capped, the decision was made from the Fusion. We are not going to contest this point. Fury was close, but like you said, was missing a bit of health. Zest was in position to maybe go for the touch, but he was in a 1v1 with Sparkle as well. Probably would have ended up going down there had he gone in. And the risk-reward decision-making for Fusion is, okay, Zest can go in. But if he just dies and we're going 4v5, we're probably going to get wiped. If that happens, we're going to get super snowballed. So the decision is, don't touch, but we will fight for the archway. If you fight for the archway, that subsequent fight is a must-win. As I described, Fusion desperately needed to win that fight because that was the choice that they had made. No touch means you win archway, means that's a defendable point. You fail that, now you're being giga snowballed, and that's exactly what happened. They were never in a position again to have greater ultimates than Dallas Fuel, could barely even contest for B, and then don't even talk about C. I mean, they just had nothing to work with.
We're in this together.
Yeah, we don't talk about the C incident. Well, moving forward, M3 looking for the pop shot with the Widowmaker as per usual. Doesn't spot anything. Zest, quite a bit of damage there on a Fearless, but it's not enough to get the elimination. There's the rail out, chest shot, M3 down to a sliver of HP, and Sparkle manages to chase deep enough to get the kill in the end. Already, only half the time bank going to be taken away from them. 30
That's 13 seconds.
Kills there.
That's the only 13 seconds they have. That was the only advantage they had coming in. They cannot lose another fight. Now, Fusion, if they have any shot at capping all 3 points, which is exceptionally low, by the way, it would take a miracle. This has to be flawless now.
It absolutely does. Sparkle pulling back. Stay safe. Knows that how instrumental he has been on this map and
wants the nano
continue to perform. It's nearly there, as you say. 19% left to go. Sparkle. Step up there for just a moment to get on top of Fury, though. Finding the tank. Fielder going to be traded out. That is going to be the nano taken out of the equation. Now Sparkle's gone down as well. Chio slept. Just the opposite side of the statue. And so far he has not been dealt with, but they finally will spot him. Kicked into the wall, and there you go. The cap will be there for the Son of the Fusion, so at least get an opportunity to make this deep OT push.
Yeah, insane damage output from Aim God. They really pulled this weight. And for the Dallas Fuel as well, losing the key member there, they needed the nano boost that would have sealed the deal. Nano onto either Sparkle or Fearless, and that would have given them potential fight win. Chio being slipped as well right after Fielder dies. 0 supports alive. Sparkle's in deep, but he can't get healed at all. And Dallas Fuel, they know how important this fight now is. Fusion lost this fight and then end up losing all the rest of the caps. Dallas know they have to win this fight.
Ults coming up for both sides. The duplicate nearly there. Guriel making his exit as the sticky bombs come flying through from Zest. So far, starting to breach their way through the archway, diving to the back from Fearless. The Nando's going to be used. Fearless empowering their tank. MN3, the first one to be taken out of the equation here. Transcendence rolling from Aim God, trying to keep everybody else in this fight. Fielder will get traded out. Overclock now going to be popped from Guriel as he looks for a target. But Fury and Zest, they both get on top of him. The dupe to keep himself alive. He was down to a sliver of HP, but he times it out perfectly. The cleanup going to be there as Chio does fall. Still holds on to the beat. They still will have an opportunity to try to recontest this card.
Seth, look at the economy though. This is really unfortunate for Fusion. They wanted to hold on to ultimates. Yes, they win the fight, but it's a marathon race here. You still have 2 to 3 more subsequent fights to go. Dallas Fuel held on to ultimates. They were happy to cop that loss as long as they made the Fusion spend, and the Fusion had to empty their piggy bank just for that fight. Now the Dallas Fuel can come in with everything.
Need the win out. Try to force some errors on the side of the Fuel. See how their focus firing looks as they're going to go aggressive. The beat comes through. MN3 taking down the blade, gets pulled. Aim God eliminated. Both DPS going to be anti down to the side of the Dallas Fuel, but they do not give a damn. They are more than comfortable right now. They have cleared out the Fusion. Fury unable to get there, but even if he could have kept it contested for a little bit longer, he would have simply died. Dallas Fuel on their map pick of Kings Row do get the win. They tie it up 1-1.
Really clutch at the end there. You have to give credit to Dallas Field. That entire push through in the time bank is unbelievable. Just a single minute, and they finish the whole damn map. And then you look at the defense there as well. Okay, they did lose A. They did lose a subsequent fight as well, but the economical trade is the important thing to note here. Dallas Field forced every ultimate out of the Fusion while keeping their own, and that is what's going to give them the edge to come back and defend. Had the Dallas Field lost the next subsequent fight with 3 extra ultimates, then you would say the Fusion have a very strong opportunity to cap there. But as was mentioned, if Dallas Fuel had even capped B, that probably is the win condition, Seth, and we didn't even need to go to C because Fusion in their time bank could not get to B.
Well, all tied up at 1-1. We have already had 2 map 5s here today. Can it happen once more here in the 3rd series of the evening? I'm certainly hoping so, because right now these teams are firing on all cylinders. Dallas Fuel, though, getting that win. Fusion now going to have their map pick as we get ready to move into Escort. We'll see where they decide to take us for that map when we return from the break. So don't go anywhere, guys. There's still so much action to dive into. And welcome back, guys. Dallas Fuel able to go ahead and tie things up at 1-1 with a map win on their pick of Kings Row. And a hell of a lot of it had to do with this man right here on your screen. Sparkle looking rough on that first map of Oasis, but he clapped back in a big way.
Disgusting stuff, made 23 final blows. He opened up A point twice in a row as well, and just generally had fantastic Genji, outplays everything that you want out of Sparkle. Like I said, towards that C point defense as well. This is the role star player that we need. This is the role star player that Dallas needs to be able to come in, diff guys like Zest if possible. We got young blood on the Philadelphia Fusion who are really showing up on the Genji, but Sparkle, he is the OG Genji. So that is going to give the Dallas Fuel a lot of momentum through. For those that are curious as well, Sparkle, like we saw on the stat card there, 23 final blows. The next best on his team was Fearless on 12, then Gurio on 11. So he was significantly pulling weight on the Dallas Fuel. Talk a little bit, Seth, about the next map coming on through as you're starting to see the substitutions. Bellisria in, Hanbin in as well. You'll be surprised because you think it's going to be Circuit Royale, but Fusion have actually opted for Route 66, which to me feels like it should have been Circuit Royale, given the fact that that has been the map that had popped off the most on with M3 Widowmaker. You can still play the Widowmaker here, but much better on Circuit Royale, and also given the fact that Fuel looked exceptionally weak to the Dragons on Circuit Royale in their previous meeting. So that to me would have been the perfect map to go to, but Fusion, they have other ideas.
I mean, even I think at that point, Dorado could have been a good selection to have as well, because it also still does lend to that long-range sniping play style that MN3 in particular has absolutely excelled in. But it seems like they have something up their sleeve. They have different thoughts, so we'll see what they do have prepared for us on Route 66. Obviously, snipers can very much still come into play on this map, but just not quite to that same degree as we have been seeing on the other two escort maps.
I could see a situation where you're like, maybe let's not take it to a very good Winston map. I think Dorado is a good Winston map. Gibraltar in particular is an excellent Winston map, but that's also a good sniping map, and you want to give MN3 those opportunities. Circuit Royale, again, is the other reason it's ideal is, okay, you are going up against the Hanbin Sigma, but you have Fury on the Sigma, who is also a fantastic player on that role, so I don't think they should be scared to face the Hanbin Sigma at all. Jin's got something cooking up behind the scenes for sure in terms of why they would want to go to Route instead of that map, and personally I'm dying to see it because I need to be convinced. I need to be convinced that this is the right choice for the Philadelphia Fusion.
Well, time will tell. Let's see what they do have pieced together. Which side with the swaps made will be able to find victory, because winner of this one is going to be moving up to match point, and they are then one map away from moving forward, staying alive in this tournament and eliminating their opponents. So everything to play for. And with each map that we go into, the deeper that the series goes, the more pressure is going to be applied to these players.
One extra thing I'll add here in terms of matchup differential is the fact that Fuel, because they're not running Fearless, they're not going to end up being able to play the ball here. Route 66, very popular on the both A, offense and defense, is going to be that wrecking ball. I'd say B is all pretty damn good for it. C, I think the Sigma is going to come in a lot heavier for Zarya, for Hanbin, and the Zarya as well, like I was about to say, is a pretty reasonable pick there. So I think there are some key heroes that Hanbin can play across this map, but Fusion and most of the other teams would rather play ball.
Well, just 15 seconds, and then we'll get to seeing what these guys do have ready to go. So we open up the gates. But Fusion, rough position, losing out on that last map. I mean, Fuel making just such a miracle run to be able to push all the way to the end once more of that King's Row. They need to make sure that they're keeping their mental clear, staying focused on the game. It can be difficult when you do have these rookies playing in a high pressure situation. Made it to a grand final in their first ever tournament. Now they find themselves trying to stay alive, fighting for their tournament lives in their first international event. As you can see, the please pause coming through from the players. So we'll just get another little moment to go ahead and chat about whatever the hell we want.
I mean, let's just even kind of go over. We'll stick to the game for now until I get a little bit bored of it. But Dallas Fuel, let's talk about their opening comp because they're on the defensive side and they're actually going to roll out with this. Gurio, Ash, Sparkle, Tracer, Hanbin, Sigma, Fielder, Zen, Chio, Break. So it's going to be kind of like you do see this sort of composition on the circuit. You know, London had been playing something similar to this as well, where instead of the Tracer, you'd play the Genji, right? And then that Ashe position could either be a Widowmaker or a Sojourn. Here, it's going to end up being the Ashe, and that's actually a very, I think, APAC style of thing. I wouldn't be surprised if MN3 also does play the Ashe, but Sojourn across all 3 points here is also pretty damn strong. MN3's Ashe, though, as we'd seen in that victory versus Seoul, that's something to behold. So that's something that they really, really need.
Yes.
And if Fusion can win this map, or actually even if Fuel win this map, the next map type is going to be push. Fusion have the capability to go to New Queen Street. We can maybe relive some of the moments of MN3 Ashe on New Queen Street versus Seoul Dynasty if Fusion want to take us there. So I think there's a fair chance that this can go to 5, given that New Queen Street is next and Fusion are probably favored there. Have a Fusion win this one, Dallas takes us to maybe a Colosseo instead. Maybe they win that one, we go to a map 5. So I think the capability from map 5 is definitely on the cards now.
Yeah, it seems like it's just a product of the day. You know, everybody going to the map 5s. We'll see if that can happen, but thank you very much to the mysterious masked admin who very quickly dealt with the issue so that we can jump right into the game. So as you mentioned, Ashe here for Gurio. See how he fares going up against, you know, potentially MN3s.
Probably going to need to see...
We've never had a Bastion in APAC, have we?
No, I don't, and for good reason. You know, you want to play some good heroes.
Yeah.
Here, so, you know, for the most part. I say good heroes with the asterisks because sometimes you do see the Sombra in APAC, but, you know, it is what it is. So here we go. Tracer going to come through Resist as well. I think that's expected. You want to have some dive capability with Balasria, MN3 on the Sojourn, which I think is a great matchup into the Sigma here. Charge up those rails off of Hanbin's shield and try and get some opening picks that way.
Enemy here.
Spotting them. Yeah, it's right now the Fuel kind of scattering to the wind, playing spread out. Balasria looking for the catch on a Gurio, but it doesn't come far enough into the cave to actually get knocked back there. So not going to be really displacing and harassing the Ashe too much. This time around, though, we'll go ahead and get a crash through. Health pack up from Chio. Just looking to go ahead and keep him alive. As Sparkle pops the recall, has to exit back up on top of Big Girls to try to stay alive. And it's going to be Gurio getting the better of MN3 for that first blood.
Flanking.
Oh, yes, he is.
He's got to be careful about this.
Around the backside, the Dynamite burning away at them as well. Cleanup's going to be there. Balasria just rolling back over to the diner to try to stay alive.
High risk, high reward for Gurio today. Okay, I appreciate it. Yeah, but if he does go down there, that would have been potential advantage for the Philadelphia Fusion as far as respawns are concerned. Ashe not the fastest hero, right? So you have to be a little bit concerned not to feed, but because the early damage coming on through and a successful flank, 68% towards a Bob very early on. That's the highest charged ultimate. Good to see.
Right back into it. Trying to inch this card forward. Slow and steady here for the side of the Fusion. Fuel looking to put an end to it.
Oh, man.
Hanbin gonna
damage.
Finding a kill on the Aim God, yeah. An immense amount of damage going through. The Zenyatta falls to the floor. Fixa as well, just so far forward, trying to contest, trying to get this kill onto the enemy Sigma, but Hanbin is being sustained by the rest of his squad. They keep him alive. He just hugs back around the wall, and once more the Fusion are going to have to go for a reset, and that's going to be half the time bank drained down already.
Well, they got Sparkle, but he's a Tracer, right? So that's not really necessarily going to end up being an advantage. He'll be able to triple blink back and do all of that. You can see silhouette-wise, Sparkle's already basically here now. Dallas Fuel have all these ultimates to play through. You do have Fusion catching up, but for the most part, Dallas are in control economically. This will be a pretty decently big ultimate fight if Fuel don't pull the trigger early. It doesn't look like it will happen, so Fusion will be racking up towards 5 now.
Dangerously low there. Barely managed to stay alive. The Flux coming through the pulse bomb on the drop down, but no, Fielder's going to be taking the kill for himself. Says, sorry, Sparkle, but that one's mine. Snatches it up. So, you know, consolation prize for the Fusion is that the pulse bomb's out of the way.
Yep.
But they still haven't found much purchase.
It's two ultimates for just the pulse bomb Zest there. That means that Aim God gets to use his trance for another fight. It didn't end up countering the Flux there at all. It's minimal loss for Fusion. This is actually an acceptable position for Fusion to be in, but this fight needs to be really good now, and it starts brilliantly.
Yep, really big pickoff. Rally rolling, just giving that green HP over to everybody on the side of the Fusion, and Fielder goes down, so that's going to be the Transcendence out of the fight now. So nailed up the nade up over the top of the sign there. Just looking to zone them back, and the Fuel have collectively pulled away. Just waiting for Fielder to rejoin.
They should bob
Finally
here.
some distance to be found here with the Fusion, now with 48 seconds remaining.
And the Bob will be the first to contest, give Hanbin some space to work through. Really good boot coming through from Chio.
Made around the back, rally rolling from Chio.
Not on the point.
Flying space, keeping everybody alive. Sparkle gets on top of MN3, plays off the back of that body shot from Gurio. They find the kill. The bomb is not on the card, however. As the minefield comes down, Fielder just looking to clear that one out with the Transcendence rolling. Fixa now going to be picked off. The supports out of the fight as Gurio gets both of them. And now with 20 seconds remaining, Zest is just hiding back inside of the cave, I do believe. Waiting
Overtime
to try to contest this as MN3 is going over for the Sombra. True desperation.
Yep, spy chicken from Gurio as well. A little bit wonky on the bob there, I think. It mostly gets LOS, but ends up working out anyway. Gurio finds the kills on the rifle itself. Dallas
Somebody touch?
holding on to pulse
Nobody
bomb.
can touch.
No,
How
they
do
can't.
touch?
Zest got it.
Okay.
There's Sombra, Tracer, and Ball. There's no excuse for not touching, really.
Yep, it just made me question for just a moment. Looked like they weren't going to make it, but they do manage to make it happen in time.
They're the ones that are cursed to the secret.
Very true.
Don't worry about it.
Unless you and I are casting Chengdu, and either way, Bellis are going to be taking out MN3 as well, falling. The pulse bomb is good to get Chio out of the fight, but I don't know if that is going to be anywhere near good enough here. Once more, the touch coming through. Aim God going to be picked off. Fixa, I mean, he's just rotating around the back. He's trying to get a kill on the Hanbin, but he can't make it happen. Zest continuing to play a little bit elusively, but as the recall gets burned, he will fall. Bellis re-up, just no chance of survival, and it is a full hold in reply from the Dallas Fuel on the Fusion's map pick.
It's a disastrous situation for the Fusion, and now in a very likely scenario where if Fusion do lose this, and it's looking like they will, you're going to have to start asking the question, what was he cooking? Jin, head coach of the Philadelphia Fusion, had the opportunity to pick the Circuit Royale map, opts to pick Route 66. Still don't know why we are on this map. Can't see what the plus sides for the Fusion are, really. We had one good fight, Aimgog in first pick, onto Fielder, cool. That gets them cart distance. Dallas Field come back in, still plenty of ultimates to play through. You'll notice that Dallas Field didn't try and initiate a counter dive and try and like force a fight 4v5 or anything. They say, okay, we'll wait. You still have distance to push through. We'll fight at the end here. We still have ultimates to play in. Fielder comes back in. We have a full fight, play through the Bob and the rest of the ults, and they end up completing that full hull Fusion. Now have to get a fuller hold. And unless Jin's strategy is like, no, we're just gonna, our plan is to full hold, which is a rubbish plan. There's no justification for this map choice. I'm sorry, there isn't one.
Definitely a bit of a head scratcher. Perhaps some no-hill experimentation, no-hill-esque experimentation, I guess I should say, coming through. Just stayed up for 16 hours and said, I got it, Route 66.
Yeah,
this is the play.
Like a fever dream choice. He must have ticked it on the wrong, you know, he got the sheet. It's like, all right, pick your next map, and he just ticked the wrong one. That's happens, you know, happens.
Yeah, could very well be the case.
MN3's like, I could be playing Widow right now, but you know, I'm not. It is what it is.
No, he's not. He is on the Sojourn, which did not look great on that attack. Let's see how it fares with the defensive sight lines. In theory, should be better. Can't get much worse than what we just saw, to be honest.
Gurio's Ash so far has been impressing. I think this is the kind of turnaround we need to see, right? You know, fair criticism to Gurio's performance yesterday versus Lip wasn't great. It is Lip after all. He will get first fragged here, but still opportunity for Dallas, you know. This is Fusion. Like, if Fusion are going to get a fuller hold, they need to start like that, so.
And that they do. Fielder Chio still quite far forward. They're trying to get on top of these supports, and Fielder will finally go down. Chio shortly thereafter picked off. Nice shot from MN3.
Yep.
Definitely looking a lot more alive so far on the defense, but they're that's 25% of the way. They just need to do that multiple more times.
Basically got as many frags in that last fight as they did over the entire attack just previously, so you need to start snowballing somehow. You'll notice as well on the flip side when Fusion were attacking, by the time ultimates came up, both teams had a lot of ultimates. Here, Dallas Field have that first pulse bomb. Fusion aren't that far ahead in ultimates, so it's very likely we're in another situation where both teams will have equal ultimates coming in.
Spellsria going for the dive into the back, and Zest is there. Great combo play to take down Fielder, just further delaying these support ultimates. They're only at 50-some-odd% here. Aim got well out in the lead towards his own Transcendence, as Zest hunts for a little bit more. Health pack claimed by Sparkle means that he does stay alive and manages to exit with his life intact. Pulses available on either side could be absolutely monstrous for the field to finally break through in this push.
Yeah, harder for Zest, I think, than Sparkle to pull this off. It really depends on what kind of flank control we have. And Zest is not keen to play hyper aggressively or anything, so he just needs to make sure he marks Sparkle so they're kind of looking at each other.
Sparkle once more. A little bit of a back and forth between the two. Pulse at the ready. Somebody please help Zest. He's been begging for some healing.
Now.
Finally does receive it. He sees the supports over on the side. Sparkle throws the pulse bomb off screen. Doesn't find an elimination. M3 popping the overclock. Gets Fielder in the head. Takes him down. Guria will manage to answer back, finding a single pickoff, but he's not going to be able to do too much more. He's forced back around the corner. A minute
It's
and
not a
20
big
seconds
cleanup,
now remaining.
It's not a big cleanup because Dallas Fuel don't get staggered here. They actually have better respawns. MN3 on his way back in, but can he make it in time to affect this fight? Dallas Fuel already working their way up, and they actually force ultimates. So it's a situation where Fusion would prefer to ult second there, but because Harmon's pushed up, they get the ult first. Flux catches one.
Goes for the Flux, finds one, catches Aim God, gets dropped down, has the Transcendence. Fielder in the meantime taken down moments before he was going to have his own Transcendence available. The Pulse Bomb stick good from Zest. The pile driver takes out Gurio. And once more, the Fusion managing to persevere. 44 seconds now remaining as they look to complete this fuller hold. Zest going to be taken down, but can rejoin rather quickly.
Well, that's
needs to stay safe.
Feels much better for the Fusion now because they actually got the Flux out, and Harmon's going towards Diva. Well, I guess they just want to play this one a little bit quicker. If there is a dive option available for Harmon, the first choice ends up being Diva. His hero pool is not going to include the Bull or the Winston here. They have two defensive ultimates plus the Bob, so they can contest well.
Great rally rolling. Nade comes through. Guria falling low. Will manage to stay alive. Looks for a target to try to take the head off of it, but so far they're playing around and away from him. Bob's going to be thrown into the back. Card contested. Overtime. Forced out as a guarantee. The Bob going to be cleaned up. Imgod just dealing with that one as quickly as he possibly can. HP from the rally widely going to be gone. Shio still holding on to just a little bit of his own. As the Pulse Bomb gets slapped down onto the floor, but it's not going to be finding a stick. It's not going to be finding a kill. Sparkle cannot break things open. For now, the cart just going to be steadily advancing forward. As all of the Fusion play around the back of Big Earls. Contest is going to be there. Zest jumping forward, has to recall. Spellstria comes rolling in, and Sparkle taking down MN3 with a headshot off the back of the rail. Finds that kill. Gurio now going to be gone. Have they actually managed to make it happen? It certainly is looking like it. Imgod going to be picked off. Hanman down to about half HP. The stick is good. Fielder is out of there. Zest finds the kill. Chio is eliminated. The pile driver takes Hanman out of the mech, and oh my god, I cannot believe that they've actually managed to make it happen. You said if the whole strategy is to play for the fuller hold, that is a bad plan, but either way, it works for the Fusion. They manage to make it happen. They get the win. They move up now 2-1 in this series.
Well, sometimes a bad plan can still work when the attacking team just fumble, right? It happens. It's an unfortunate way for Dallas Fuel to lose that map. I think they were in a commanding position, had completed the full hold, had reasonable ultimates coming in for that final fight as well. Did kind of get clapped by MN3 earlier on, but well, Jin dodges a bullet here for sure. Maybe there was something else to be played on B or C. Relying on a fuller hold that's just simply not a strategy. So bailed out by Dallas Fuel, unable to push him through, and blessed by Zest with a fantastic pulse bomb in the final fight, the fielder as well, and the rest of Philly Fusion completing that hold. So, you know, props to Fusion for getting that map win.
Yeah, had to very much dig deep for it, but now the Fusion are going to be bringing us into match point territory. One more map, they will stay alive in the tournament and send the Dallas Fuel home. Dallas Fuel going to have their map pick as we get ready to go into push. We'll see if that is going to be good enough for them to move forward, keep us going in this series, and extend us to yet another map 5. It's going to be coming up in just a few minutes, and as I always say, you don't want to miss it. This has been a wild series, so why would you step away now? And we are back, and oh boy, things continue to heat up. The Fusion narrowly scraping by with a victory on their map pick of Route 66. A fuller hold is what it took, but they got it done all the same. Dallas Fuel now moving forward with what would be their last map pick in this series to see if they can extend this into yet another map 5 set as we get ready to go into push.
I'm going to try and forget that last map happened. Philly tried their hardest not to win and then won anyway. Thanks, Dallas Fuel, as we move on to New Queen Street, where, like I did mention, here was going to be the map drafting strategy for both teams. If Dallas Fuel win, then, you know, Fusion get the map pick, they go to New Queen Street. If Fusion, if the opposite happens, then Dallas Fuel, I thought, could have potentially looked at Colosseo. Turns out they are going to take us to New Queen Street anyway. So this is going to be an interesting choice. I think this is a great map for the Philadelphia Fusion, but for the Dallas Fuel as well, they're a fast team. What I'll say for them is the one good thing about them going to New Queen Street, and I hate that I'm about to say this, but it actually does allow them to play stuff like Lucio Moria a little bit better than playing it on the Colosseo map. So if that's really what they want to do, then I think New Queen Street is actually the right call for them as well.
We'll see if that is going to be the play, but it has to be concerning because obviously, you know, pool is limited when it comes down to the push. Right now, we just have the 2 maps in until we move, you know, further along with the betas and whatnot, and can add those new maps into the Overwatch League. It's kind of a coin flip, you know, which one you want to go for. You just have one or the other. New Queen Street is that map, though, that we saw MN3 utterly dominate with his Ash on. So this is a terrifying prospect. No matter how comfortable you feel with the comp that you might be able to run, if it is going to be the Lucio Moria that, you know, Fuel have been able to find success on, you still have to have that thought in the back of your brain that MN3 could just do you dirty.
And that kind of happened, right? I mean, you're looking at the final Route 66 defense. MN3 started to really pop off. He was heating up already on towards that Sojourn. We kind of felt that pressure onto Kings Row as well. So I would say we're gearing up for an insane MN3 performance, potentially. I mean, this is the exact map that he really, I feel like, he already had a bit of a breakout this year, but he really broke through, like kicked the damn doors open, just like Kool-Aid Man through the wall on this map versus the Seoul Dynasty. So if that happens here, Dallas Fuel are potentially going to be in trouble. They have to be concerned at least a little bit about MN3, and there needs to be a game plan in hand about how they're going to shut it down. Maybe that's through Sparkle. Maybe it's going to be more Genji gameplay. That is actually potentially a good route to play through, but that does need to happen. They need to shut down MN3.
See if they are up to the task, but Dallas Fuel have absolutely everything to play for right here in this map. They need to get this win to take us into map 5. Otherwise, their tournament run here in Midseason Madness will come to an end, and they will sadly be getting back on a plane and flying home.
And boy, have they gone to a lot of Hawaiis.
Oh yeah.
Atlanta even.
At this point, I think they should probably just have a vacation home.
Yeah.
At this point.
Hastra needs to just like have a second base in Hawaii at this stage.
Just get a condo right on Waikiki Beach. Why the hell not?
Very veteran as far as going to Hawaii. Okay, let's take a look at what we're playing out the gates here. So I did mention this was going to be a reasonably good place for the Lucio Moria to come back through. That is indeed what's going to happen here. I think the good news is Fearless is starting on a ball. It had felt like that Fearless wants to play ball with this composition and multiple points at Oasis. He swapped off the Winston 2-go ball. This time, he just starts on the ball. That's good to see.
A little bit of a square off there in the center of the map. As Fuel are going to be rerouting, taking a long swing back over towards the call it coast side.
Call that one a sphere off because it's 2 balls.
Ah, there you go. It gets squared up, but there you go. Fearless, the first one to fall. MN3 already finding first blood, and oh, what a boop. Goes for you. Blink and you miss it, but yeah, Chio sent sailing off the side of the map into the icy depths. As they will just get the cleanup rolling through. Sparkle falling low, pops the recall. Pile driver not going to connect, but Zest still playing forward, looking to harass him out. Currently has a 20% lead towards that first pulse bomb.
I don't know what it is. It's like opposite day for Fearless. Whatever hero Fearless spawns on for the neutral, he's almost guaranteed to not play that hero and just immediately come back to something else. So he's just doing the opposite. All right, let's trust the Fearless Winston, as we normally do. Dallas Rio, though, with the number of kills that he got around 74%. Zest and Fix are getting kills. This is a done deal fight.
Yeah, that one is very much over. Zest coming up with 2. Fearless now going to be just kicked right in the chin there by Aim God. He's able to find Fielder as well on the back end. An effective team wipe coming through as the bot will once more be pushing forward for the side of the Fusion. And yeah, it is a very scary prospect here.
Yeah, well, the field is swapped now too because they've moved from a Lucian Warrior comp to a standard Winston and a dive comp, which means 2 players start on a fresh ult. It's credit to Fearless, he got 61% on a single life, but mines are here now. A bunch of other ults for Philly are here now. Philly are very likely to cap.
Certainly looking for it, just 0.2 meters away from having that checkpoint in the forward spawns. Jumping into the back, there's the minefield, drop down, hits the Tracer up into the air. Sparkle does manage to back out of that position, stay safe, but Nano's out. As MN3 looks for another target, gets Fearless, and Fielder, he's gonna tuck inside and try to stay safe. Dynamite goes through, does connect onto them, and cleanup comes in. Checkpoint already done with. The bot, his break is over. They continue to push and they stretch this lead.
That's MN3 for you, man. I mean, you picked this map versus Fusion, you're asking for that smoke. This is what's going to happen. Bob's available to protect MN3, and that's how Philly can win. More ultimates still coming online for both teams now. Primal been used.
That it has into the back line. Sparkle as well going to be investing. The pulse bomb doesn't manage to find an elimination, but Fearless does get Zest kind of pinned to the stairs there. And comes up with a kill. Won't force the Fusion back as they look for a little bit of a reset. They have an immense amount of space to work with. 73 meters off the first push basically is absolutely insane. And now Sparkle's dead. MN3 gets another headshot. Overclock going to be used by Gurio. He's down to half HP. The Discord Orb is out onto him. He will finally manage to find a kill, but he's off the side of the map. Pelosria once more comes crashing across, finds a kill. Fearless antied out. Aim God gets the finishing blow. And nice save. Drives right back onto the edge. Absolutely beautiful tech from him as Chio, he's got nowhere to go. Ends up getting dropped. Sparkle forced to recall, and he's just heading for the hills.
This guy's the boot master, you know, you can't boot him off. He designed it. He knows the ins and outs of how to play that situation. 3 ultimates, no 4 online for Fusion. Still waiting for that bomb, by the way. That could be pretty deadly here. And again, credit to Fearless for getting a primal in 1.5 fights. Sparkle will finally go for Genji. Where is that bomb?
Oh, there opposite side of the bus stop, so isn't going to be getting too many primary targets to focus fire, but
is this 100 meters?
Zone them back indoors. Yeah,
it is.
Really looking
100
like
meters.
94.
110
they're pushing forward, and there's nothing that they can do. I mean, this could be a finisher on the map. They might be able to just push to the end, because right now the Dallas Fuel, they have no ground to stand on.
It almost doesn't even need to be a finisher. 110 to 0, literally 0.00 by the way. 6 minutes left to go. Dallas Fuel, they need to win everything from here. This is going to be so difficult.
Okay, Gurio does get the rail shot into the head, but Sparkle taking down Fearless. Very low on HP, and with Fielder, the only one alive, they just cannot get him, so the bot is going to be shipped right back in front of the Dallas spawn once more, and these daggers are so brutal. Chio, he's the only one alive. He does have the sound barrier, but isn't going to be good enough for them to play through to finally gain some control. The bot continues to advance. Contest. Nearly there, pulse bomb from Zest, not going to connect.
And Fusion kind of back out a little bit because they can. Here comes the beat.
They drop the beat, the shielding there. The bot just kind of getting juggled back and forth. The Transcendence is going to be used by Aim God. Fearless well under the back lines. Has to try to wrap back around to safety. Will manage to make it out. Pile driver connecting from Bellisria. Antied out. Will be finished off. Sparkle able to get in on top of the wrecking ball to get the finishing blow. Anti-Nate does go forward. The Fearless going to be taking a nap, but finally the Fusion can breathe a very brief sigh of relief as they have control of the bot.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this is they're jumping out of the frying pan into the fire here. Still on 0.00. Half the time is now elapsed and expired. And really make no mistake here, this is Everest for Dallas. They need to climb Everest here. If they lose a member, Sparkle going down here. The Nano anyway, they have to try and win this.
Yep, Nano out onto Fearless. Aim God will get picked. Fielder with a nice lob in on that anti-nade. Finds one now with Fixa. Eliminated Gurio, starting to find some value here. The overclock comes up with 2 kills. Bellisria just looking to slide out, make his exit, will be allowed to do so, and the Fuel can finally start establishing some real distance. 0.35 meters, not quite going to cut it. Now they're moving forward into double digits.
Well, the snowball is what's required here. You know, Zest is going to be as annoying on the back line as possible. Gurio is actually very far forward. I think Gurio is going to try and make a play here. It's difficult to do that as a Sojin because you can't hold him to rail charge. You can see he's got 0. So it's not like you just pop behind somebody and 100 to 0 them. Not quite the right hero to deal with. He's going to go in now.
Oh, really aggressive position. Finds both of the supports. Slates in the corner. Yep, massive kills coming through from Guriel, breaking down both of them. MN3 is well traded out, so it is a 2 for 3 in the end in favor of the side of the Fuel. Bot, however, being slowed up. Bellisria making sure that they cannot gain any meterage whatsoever for free.
Yeah, just flying double supports there, you know, unguarded as well. It seems like the Philadelphia Fusion were obviously very much distracted by the fact the Fuel were pushing, so both the supports ended up being alone. Good situation for Guri to find himself, and off the back of the nade as well, we'll be able to get a lot of damage to actually find those kills. So maybe he will find 100 this year. Gets 2 of them in fact.
There's the crash through. Adaptive shield once more from Bellisria. Just continuing to harass, jumps them back, goes to the pile driver. The beat comes through. Nano now out on the MN3, trying to keep him alive. Sparkle just retreating, still holds on to the Dragon Blade for now. Shots flying and aim gun somehow getting Guriel. Takes him out. In the meantime, the bot is being shipped by Zest. He does this all the time. It's a great bot bamboozle once more here on New Queen Street at the hands of Zest. The bot is going right forward in front of the Dallas Fuel spawn, which they're going to realize pretty soon because everybody's dead. Everybody's going to be on the side of the map. And now they have the forward. Yeah, they have the forward position. They win that 4v5. They win that 4v5.
And Philadelphia Fusion now have forward spawns as well. This guy is the most unbelievable payload thief that exists in this entire league. He's done this to every single team and nobody learns. No one can stop Zest. He's a burglar.
Fearless is just melted. Nowhere near the healing required to try to keep him alive. Everybody piles in on the Winston. They find the elimination. Sparkle now in desperation going to be pulling the blade as there's 2 minutes left. Jumps forward. No kills to be found yet. And in fact, he is going to be taken down. Fixa gets him in the rear with the shield bash. The elimination's there. The minefield takes down Fielder. And once more, the bot is pushing forward. The Fusion looking absolutely insurmountable.
They got to pop ults. But once you do that, economically, you got to be behind, right? Fusion, they don't have to finish the map. They can play this defensively, force Dallas to overspin, and then Fusion can just bank up.
Fusion 100% feeling it right now. They pull back. They say, yeah, we've got so much distance. You've got not even 40 meters. And you still have to bring the pod back
Fusion
across the
go
opposite side of the map.
Fusion need to get aggressive and force these ults out.
With Bellisria getting top back up. Should see the re-aggression. There it is. He goes sliding forward. Pulse bomb at the ready. Zest looking for a target. Fielder going to take it down mid-Cole. Will be a throw out. 1 for 1 on the supports. Looks for a little bit more, but can't quite take down Shio, who is getting closer and closer to that next sound barrier. Overclock going to expire. Guriel picked off on the back end. The bot once more just being held in place by Zest. Making sure that they cannot bring this back into a neutral position. They maintain those forward spawns for as long as humanly possible.
Yeah, MN3 goes towards a Sombra there as well, so Fusion are trying to give Dallas Fuel a bit of a chance here. I respect it. Dallas Fuel, can we make something of this? Less than a minute left to go now. Certainly it's going to be really good scouting, setting up for a big dive here as well, so you got 3 potential flankers coming on in. Spotting Fearless, that's going to be the target.
Gets the hack, just looks for some damage. The sound barrier now going to be used from Shio. Drops that. Moves forward, trying to get on top of the Sombra, but MN3 just goes ahead, zips away, and now the sound barrier shielding has expired. Sparkle, Pulse Bomb nearly online, hasn't really been connecting with these too much here today in this series. Needs to absolutely nail somebody with this stick. It's wrapping around the back, dashing forward. It goes into the wall. It's not going to find any kills. Chio does manage to get on top of Fixa, but Gurio's already out of the fight. Chio finds both of the supports on the side of the Fusion. Massive opening here. They have the man advantage for the time being, but Zest will get Fielder in the end. For a little bit more. The stick is out. Fearless going to be falling low. They take him down below half HP, but the kill has not been confirmed yet onto the Winston. As I say it, though, MN3 does arrive, does get the kill as we go into overtime. But you can't get off the payload. Contested for now by the supports. They're pushing it forward. And a reminder, they have not gotten this checkpoint yet, so the bot will take its break if they can get there. They do back on it too. The shove back coming through. The shield bash pushing them away. Sparkle in the corner, nowhere to go. Gets taken down. Contest coming through. Fielder once more, now going to be eliminated. It's all on Shio, and no one can get there in time. Absolutely impeccable. As we said, the Dallas Fuel, they did not have a great choice in push maps, but this was definitely the worst of the two. And Fusion absolutely excel on New Queen Street once more. It might not be the utterly dominant pop-up performance from MN3. This time it's much more of a group effort from the side of the Fusion collectively. But no matter, they get the win. It's 3-1. They stay alive in the tournament. Dallas Fuel, they go home.
It's far too much meterage found there for the Philadelphia Fusion. I think even at the 6-minute remaining mark, it was going to be nigh impossible for the Dallas Fuel. This is the nature of playing push. When you're down that many meters, it is so difficult. And in the final fights there, all Fusion need to do is trade members. If they get any kills, it puts Dallas Fuel into the bin because they need the respawns, but the respawns are too far away. It's too slow because you're in the OT. Fearless dies, can't come back. It's got to be instantly a 4v5 or less if you don't have the numbers there. And we talk about Dallas Fuel needing to scale Mount Everest. Unfortunately, they're not going to make it to base camp. That was domination from the Philadelphia Fusion on that final map. Competitive throughout the series. Still got to give credit to, the Dallas Fuel for taking Kings Row. That overtime attack is one for the ages. Spark had a great map, but a single map does not win you this matchup and does not progress you in this tournament.
No, it certainly does not. Well, this is another one of those tough moments of trying to figure out who is the player of the match. But at the end of it all, especially with the great Bamboozle, as he always does on New Queen Street, on push in general, it's going to be Zest who picks it up for his squad, and very much was instrumental in them being able to get this win and stay alive in the mid-season madness.
I think this was the most equal in terms of everybody's output for the Philadelphia Fusion. I think typical games that we've casted, it's like, oh, okay, MN3 obviously popped up here. Zest had a great game here. Maybe Aim God or even Fixer or, Fury Ballesteria have their individual moments. But today's victory for the Fusion was kind of like an overarching victory where everyone pulled weight at various times. Some, everyone kind of contributed to some mistakes here or there, but can't dwell on those for too long because one of the key aspects of this win today, I still have to rewind us back to Route 66 because that was an unbelievably winnable map for the Dallas Fuel. One I think they have to they got to be kicking themselves for because that's a situation where I feel like Fusion actually misdrafted in terms of what map they took the Dallas Fuel towards. Dallas Fuel set themselves up to a great single situation to be able to win it. And had they won that map, we would actually be going to a map fight. We could maybe even argue that New Queen Street is not the most ideal place to take the Fusion, given that that is, I think, one of their strongest maps next to New Queen Street. So we've got one of the Fusion powerhouse maps in there, and it shows like 20 meters as well. Payload theft committed by Zest. MN3 had some good moments here. Didn't just take over the map, but had some strong moments. And Dallas Fuel, this is what Seoul Dynasty experienced on this exact same map not that long ago.
Yeah, I just, like we said, a much more shared effort. And I think that the secret this time around, Avril, was that not only MN3 had a cheesesteak this time, it was everybody on the team got a cheesesteak. Everybody feasted. They got energized. They got ready. They tapped into that secret power, and they were able to get the win. And, I felt it. I thought it was going to happen, so I decided to join them, and I ordered a couple cheesesteaks for myself.
Nice.
So I'm going to be feasting on this, so I'll just go ahead, let you throw us to a break while I devour this thing.
Yeah, so what this is you're like the you're like the counter Bad Patch of Mario, right? You bring good luck to the Fusion, I understand now. Well, that's going to be match number 3 done and dusted, folks. We are going to go to a break when we come back. Atlanta Reign and Seoul Dynasty. But first of all, obviously, we're going to take this to the desk, so Ovally and the rest will meet you on the other side of this.
우리도 없어. 손보라 부조야. 루시오. 받는 거 치면 끝이야.
모이라 밀었어.
루시오 보자.
힐 가능해.
나이스.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Go to takemetomanoa.org today.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Watchpoint. Now guys, 3-1 win for the Fusion. It's kind of interesting. Who has been a Fusion fan this entire time, despite the doubts, despite the second place stuff? And sure, it's not like they just won the entire tournament, but I'm gonna act like they did, so Fusion fans rejoice! That being said, there were a couple moments where it looked like the fuel was, coming out a little bit, but it wasn't perfect.
We were all right.
Yeah, we also chose the Fusion.
We also chose the Fusion.
I'm gonna ignore that fact because as we were going into the game from our break, Johnny, you were actually popping off about the Fuel's Lucio Moira potential comp, and we got to see it a couple times, and it did.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. No, roll it back. Twitter knows all. Roll it back.
Yeah. Look, I predicted Philly because I thought that Philly would win, but, you know, if it's like a 65-35, of course I'm gonna give Dallas Fuel like the 35. I'm not gonna sit here and act like, oh, Dallas Fuel, they suck, they have no chance. It's like, no, I'm gonna give them their 35% and, tell it how I see it. But Fusion, I believe them to be the favorites going into this one. I was a bit spooked, perhaps, by, them being a bit of a rookie team here with Fixa, for example, on the main support role, being able to handle the aggressive dives coming in. But they did a good job adapting, Cess duplicating Lucio's, etc. But also, Sparkle got picked several times. It felt like here on Oasis, and Fixa actually had a couple of pop-off moments here on Brig where he got double kills with the Whiplash, etc. So, it was a good performance by Fusion overall, but Dallas Fuel, they had their opportunities, I feel like, too.
Yeah, well, like this King's Row, it shows when the Dallas Fuel are able to play their comfort heroes, you can get Sparkle on that Genji on a map like this. Sparkle went crazy. He doubled any other player on the Dallas Fuel in final blows. And when he has that comfort, when they can have that coordinated dive, it looks good. And, honestly, I was starting to doubt myself a little bit for not on the Lucio Moira, on the Dallas Fuel. When we went over to this Route 66, they had a full hold. They looked good. Everything was starting to work. Gurio was coming alive. But then, the worst thing ever that could happen happened. The fuller hole came out for the Philadelphia Fusion, and that just felt like a demoralizing moment because that was the best opportunity that Dallas Fuel had to start getting everything moving. And then we head over here to New Queen Street. And now I want to talk about the Lucio Moira because they come out on a Wrecking Ball Lucio Moira composition with Sparkle and Genji, I think, and then they make 3 switches in the first minute when you know exactly what the Philadelphia Fusion were going to come out and play. Philadelphia Fusion weren't doing anything unique. They weren't changing their play style. It was the Dallas Fuel who were just almost not anticipating what was going to come out and then switching in the middle. So I think the issue with the Dallas Fuel throughout the entirety of this midseason tournament is they just didn't find an identity. They didn't find a way that they wanted to play the game. Yes, they don't feel comfortable playing that double flex support, which is very prominent right now in the meta. They didn't really want to lean on Gurio all the time, especially at the beginning of the tournament. So, you know, it's just one meta. You know, the Dallas Fuel, they are a talented team. I expect them to bounce back from this, but this is definitely one that they will want to forget.
It's got to be fixable for them in the future, though, right?
Yeah. No, they have a great roster.
I thought you made a fix a fusion joke. And I was like,
Now you're upsetting yourself.
I'm mad at myself that I didn't get it. I'm mad at myself that I didn't get it, but it's okay. We'll move past it. Because even though they are knocked out, clearly it's not just the end of it for them. It wasn't a 3-0. They did put up a little bit of a fight, and there were some really close back and forth matches. So end of the line for Dallas Fuel. They're going to be sent either swimming home or hopefully flying home.
I hope they fly.
Right? I hope that they fly too. Or, I don't know if they would fly though, because it seemed like they just kind of like sank in the match against Fusion.
Well, that's
but
just mean.
No.
Yeah, I know Philly won, but you don't have to be mean to Dallas.
Spitfire got knocked out. Philly is my only horse in the race now. If they got knocked out, I would be a very sad host for the week. But
I mean, you do have one more team.
I do have the Outlaws.
You're supposed to transition to the Atlanta Reign.
Oh well, I mean, yeah, they're next to my predictions, but like.
Oh, you don't feel that strongly about them. Oh, I see how it is. All right.
We'll get into them in a second, because first thing that we need to do is we need to look at our updated bracket before Johnny just tries to take us all over the place. I'm the host now, Johnny. I'm the host.
My bad.
Well, let's take a look. This is the losers bracket that we could see right now. The Philadelphia Fusion are going to be taking on the Florida Mayhem, who just got finished knocking out the London Spitfire. So then, of course, in our final match of the day, we are going to see Seoul Dynasty take on Atlanta Reign, and the winner is going to go on and face the Outlaws in tomorrow's match on Thursday. So let's start talking about Atlanta Reign versus Seoul Dynasty, because first of all, I don't think that Atlanta Reign expected to face Seoul Dynasty when they dropped into the losers bracket, and I don't think that Seoul Dynasty expected to even be in the losers bracket, especially this early.
Yeah, I think the Atlanta Reign are definitely, they had that bad loss to the London Spitfire, but I'm sure they were like, yeah, we'll just get our legs in the losers bracket. But now they have to go up against, you know, the Prophet Fitz duo and the DPS potentially Stalker. But, you know, you talked about it a lot yesterday, Jenny. The backline for the Seoul Dynasty are the things that need to be tightened up. So I'm kind of curious to see how these two teams match up, because the reason the Seoul Dynasty struggled yesterday is their backline was just getting absolutely run over by a great dive. But that's not really how Atlanta Reign likes to play the game. Hawk likes to be disruptive on that Doomfist and then hope that Kai can start getting that damage out. Are you worried for Atlanta in this matchup?
Yeah, I'm worried for Atlanta Reign because I don't think they can really pull off the same style that Hangzhou Spark did yesterday. But there are different strengths with the Atlanta Reign. Like, I would look to someone like Kai in this matchup, for example, that could really take over the game and then force Seoul Dynasty's hands. Like, oh my god, Kai is just popping off. He's so good on Sojourn, or Ash for that matter, if you want to, you know, counter dive a little bit. We have seen Atlanta Reign, though. They have opted sometimes to put OG on that Zenyatta and play the double flex themselves. Maybe that lack of, like, an immortality field or lack of, you know, inspire healing from a Brigitte, for example, maybe that opens up the door for Smurf and Prophet to just wreak havoc, because you have to be scared of the dives coming in from Seoul, because it's so potent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Super potent. We're going to have to see and actually let these players speak for themselves with their own actions as we get into our final match of the day. But before we do that, we're going to jump into a quick break. But don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it's going to be Atlanta versus Seoul.
And welcome back, guys. It's time to go into our final series of the evening. We have still to send one more team home. Seoul Dynasty getting ready to go up against the Atlanta Reign. Both of these teams, if I'm going to be brutally honest, have looked kind of abysmal in the matches that we've seen so far. And now they square off against each other to see who stays alive in the tournament and who has to get back on the plane or just stay in their apartments, I suppose, for the Dynasty.
Or the Gen G facility. They're looking for their second star here. They got to post up that very beautiful silver star from the kickoff clash victory. But the last two matches, including I say last two because they had also lost to the Philly Fusion in the regular season here before entering the midseason madness, and then losing to the Spark the way they did was a bit of a surprise for everybody. So Seoul Dynasty have a bit of bounce back to do. Now it's an interesting game, Achilles, because I still expect a lot in this lower bracket, actually, from both teams. I think they both have this identity of being lower bracket demons. Atlanta Reign last year in playoffs got knocked down very early, then had this incredible run all the way through to the grand finals with Shanghai, right? But Seoul Dynasty, remember, they lost to Shanghai very early in the upper bracket for kickoff clash, then also went through the lower bracket. So both these teams looking for that very similar lower bracket run now, but only one of them can make it.
It's a very fair point. We'll have to see who's able to come out on top. I mean, Fusion already, I think, exceeding a lot of expectations with their win. If you missed that last series, not the first series, because that was the third series of the day, because we get these damn long days with plenty of action. But yeah, I mean, a 3-1 victory, just looking absolutely incredible by the end of it all. Able to get that win. And something we didn't mention, but on Alarm's birthday of all days, a very great gift for him as well. So really well deserved from them. Now Dynasty and Atlanta Reign going to be looking to do much of the same. So we'll see who is going to be able to dig deep enough, because both squads absolutely have their work cut out for them.
So let's take a look at the Atlanta Reign first and foremost. They lost on day one to the London Spitfire, who themselves actually got eliminated today. And we were obviously there, Seth, covering the Atlanta Reign. It did not look very inspirational from the Atlanta Reign. It felt like they were behind the pace from the London Spitfire the entire time. Couldn't quite match up the Ryan from Hardy. To be fair, no one really has been able to, and now no one will for the rest of this tournament. Ultraviolet OG, I think, uncharacteristically didn't have a great performance. Kai didn't look very good against Sparker either. A lot needed to change from the squad, but they sort of need to change up pace now, because they're not going to be playing a team like the London Spitfire. They're going to be playing against, next to, I guess, Hangzhou Spark's current form, Seoul Dynasty, where this is APAC's best as far as dive goes. I've been saying for some time now that I do believe APAC has much stronger dive teams than what we see in North America, which means for the Atlanta Reign, you got to be prepared for this one. Seoul, they're angry. They're not going to be happy about losing to the Spark, who right now look like, next to the Shanghai Dragons, obviously because they're both still in there, the top two APAC teams. Super scary. But Seoul Dynasty, we've seen what they're capable of. We know they underperform. We know that this isn't them at their true strength. And sure, for the Atlanta Reign, I could probably make that conversation happen as well. So for both teams, it's about the redemption to play up and towards their true form that they've displayed over the course of the rest of the season up until this point.
Well, the Dynasty looking to bounce back. See, Creative not getting his shoulder massage this time around. Maybe, like you said, kind of overworked the shoulders, was a little too loose in that last series. We'll see how he fares here today, but we do have Fitz out the gate alongside Prophet. We'll see if Stalker shows up as we go deeper into the series, or if they say, you know what, let's go with the kind of tried and true duo of Prophets.
And I have a prediction here. I think Fitz is mostly going to end up playing the Sojin, so it might just be a stylistic choice to say, like, okay, well, Stalker started yesterday on the Sojin. We're going to give Fitz that opportunity now. And real quick as well, before we actually get into the match, when I looked at the history between these two teams, would you believe it, they've only ever played each other twice throughout the entire history of the Overwatch League. This is, I think, one of the rarest matchups that we have in the whole league. Find me a matchup between two teams that is equal to or less than 2 total matches played in the history of the Overwatch League. Only 2. Overwatch League 2019, Season 3, Week 2. Overwatch League 2021, Countdown Cup Tournament. Specifically in that Countdown Cup Tournament as well, which is, Hawaii last year, one of the many Hawaii trips that the Reign had made, and the only tournament entry that the Seoul had made last year, because they also didn't make the playoffs, remember? Seoul got knocked out of the Countdown Cup without winning a single match. They bowed out 0-2. And now that storyline is still possible here, because they already lost their first match. If they do not beat the Reign, this will be their second international in a row where they bow out 0-2 and don't win anything.
Well, they certainly, that is a fate that they would like to avoid. But Atlanta Reign, like you said, I mean, both of these teams have in the past displayed themselves to be those lower bracket demons, those dark horses who get knocked down early and then manage to make a run through. We'll see if they can do it. As once more, as we take a look at the map set, we are going to be heading into Oasis to kick things off.
I swear, like calling Seoul a dark horse just doesn't feel right. It sounds
it doesn't
dirty.
feel right.
It sounds like it shouldn't be the case. I'm happy to call Atlanta Reign a dark horse because I actually do believe they are one. But Seoul Dynasty are meant to be a favorite here, which is why it's so shocking that they are down in the lower bracket so early. I still think they're probably favored. Atlanta Reign have their work cut out for them, but a team that you can't count out simply because we know how good they have been in previous lower bracket runs. This is definitely the weakest that we've seen Atlanta Reign in some time, though, especially compared to their performance in the kickoff clash, right? And now they're going to have to play the #1 seed from the Eastern Division. It's going to be spicy. Oasis being picked by Seoul Dynasty. This seems like a run-back moment for the Seoul Dynasty. They did actually play this one I completely lied. They actually played Ilios versus Hangzhou Spark, so we're actually going to change things up a little bit.
A little bit, change of scenery. Look to avoid the shortcomings from Ilios. As we turn our sights once more to City Center as the starting round. See how they fare and what these comps look like as we get ready to have the gates unlock in 30 seconds.
Both teams looking like they're coming through on Doom. Now, the thing about Seoul Dynasty is it shouldn't be very difficult for them to read the opening strategies or any strategies out from the Atlanta Reign. They, at this point, should know that Hawk is going to be likely the only tank to be getting any sort of play time here. Gate is just going to have some fun in Hawaii for now. Hulk is going to be playing mostly Doomfist with a little bit of opportunity to maybe get into, obviously a Sigma would be pretty good for him as well. We'll see what happens on Escort. Low chance of also going towards the Rhine and some of the other main tanks, but Smurf will be much more comfortable on those. So Seoul Dynasty, given that information, they're going to come through with their own Doom. Ana out in the open. It's pretty much going to be a mirror on both ends, except for the Ash for Fitz, and Kai coming through with the Sojin.
Yeah, we saw him hovering the Sojourn at the beginning there for Fitz, but does decide to swap it over. And for now, is having a little bit of pressure applied from Venom, but manages to pull away. Prophet taking the high ground, now dropping down, looking for a target, sending a couple shots. The pulse pistols over towards Hawk. Does now receive that Discord orb, falls down below half HP. Will be sustained for the moment. Smurf gonna find first blood though. Gets in on top of Venom, finishing him off with a melee hit. Now looking for a little bit more. Prophet as well under fire, goes down to 30 HP. Back around, utilizing the centerpiece here of the map. Breaks line of sight, keeps himself safe. And now Dynasty going to be looking for the initial cap, but Prophet gets eliminated. Taking down the rail shot from Kai, looking good. Smurf as well, sliver of HP remaining for him, but the healing starts coming through. Creative surging up ahead of Ultraviolet, will manage to keep him sustained as Kai is dropped by the Dynamite. And the cap is there. Rain in control for now.
And Seoul Dynasty had a +1 there as well. They actually got 2 frags to Kai's only 1. This is the sort of situation where Seoul were unable to hold on to the cap itself. Nano coming on through now, first ultimate of the game.
The Smurf diving into the back line, and that's going to be both of the supports falling down. So they look for a very fast flip. Kai kind of sliding over into the wall. Buys himself a little bit of extra space with the nade, but Smurf just knows his limitations, knows exactly what he needs to do in order to get the damage output necessary to get a kill. Yeah. He does so, the Dynasty get a flip, but now we get a pause.
And we're getting a very early sort of preview of, Smurf, his capabilities, and the width of his, the breadth of his hero pool as well. I think this is, assuming that he can have a great performance today. Would you say he maybe underperformed versus Hangzhou Spark? Because I felt like the entire Seoul Dynasty were just at the whim of Alpha Yi and Shy on that particular match, so maybe you can say the whole squad didn't look particularly great, but Seoul on their best day, Smurf is a powerhouse. He is basically everybody's ideal kind of like North Star, what you want out of a main tank, or just any tank. And I think when you look at the strategy coming through from the Atlanta Reign in terms of their substitution strategy, we're looking at a situation where Brad has publicly said that he wants to put the main focus on Hawk so that they can develop him into a player that can play across the entire tank hero pool, something that Smurf has been the pioneer of so far. So currently, we're still within a situation that, both tanks are comfortable in this matchup, Doom versus Doom, it's all good. Venom, I think, is having some issues technically on his end, so we'll get that one fixed up and see what happens. Atlanta Reign, though, not a bad start to this opening. They have less frags overall. They just lose a fight here, but because they have the opening 26%, it's a slowdown for the Seoul Dynasty. But from here on out, it could get difficult because Seoul Dynasty, once they get in control, we'll see if they ever let them go.
Yeah, and OG is a little bit further ahead of Mayhem by 11%, so somewhat negligible, but crucially, the Atlanta Reign will have both of their support ultimates available. Right. Creative, obviously, just having used the nano boost, so a decent advantage for Atlanta Reign as they do look for the retake here once we can get back into the game. As you can see, Venom just making sure that all of his settings and everything are good to go, and then we should get underway, hopefully.
I want to talk about the OG Vindame sort of matchup here as well, because in my mind, and correct me if you might have a different player in mind, but Vindame to me kind of leads the race in main support players off-rolling towards a flex support like a Zenyatta. And I don't count players like Skewed, by the way, because he's actually a flex support first who off-rolls to a Brig. I'm talking the other way around. Vindame to me has been quite a leader in that regard, so OG. To be fair, Vindame also did kind of play poorly in the opening game versus Hangzhou Spark, but the normal Vindame that we're used to is very good on the Zen. OG is going to have to step up there as well, because I think both support lines between OG and Ultraviolet creative Vindame didn't look particularly good in the opening games.
Well, once more, our mysterious masked admins leaving the player area, so we should be getting underway in just a bit, but here's a little zoom in on Vindame so far. Obviously, just a single match played, and this is the qualifiers, never mind, not the actual mid-season madness. I know how to read, but yeah, his stats, very respectable when it comes down to the Zenyatta.
Yeah, 22nd on healing though, but who cares? It's a DPS. You're playing Zenyatta as a DPS. Yeah. Healing optional is my policy on that one. So it's all about the tied second for final blows. Love to see it. It's the impact as well. This is the kind of flexibility that teams that don't have the extra support players, like this is not a team that runs 3 support players. This is a team actually just like the Atlanta Reign that only have the 2 support players and require that their main support does flex over. We should be in a situation where we are unpausing very shortly. It seems like Venom's issues are about to be fixed. So as you sort of pointed out here, OG slightly ahead on the ult charge compared to Vindame. Let's see if that ends up mattering.
Yeah, both teams gave the ready. So we go right back into it. Vindame just now respawning. We'll look to steadily rejoin in with the rest of his team as quickly as possible, but Reign do have a small little window of opportunity to get in here and try to find some picks or some skirmish damage. Yep, there it is. Ultraviolet has finished that one off. OG just 14% away from that Transcendence now as Hawk getting beaten and battered. Uses the Meteor Strike to avoid the Pulse Bomb explosion, does keep himself alive, and has to actually takes this very aggressively, and he gets smurf. He just Goomba stomped the ever-loving hell out of him. Dives into the back. Sleep is going to be there from Creative. As the ante goes out of the Prophet, he'll stay alive. As Hawk now still diving forward, has the nano. He's looking for Creative. Only a light charge up with a punch, though, so it doesn't get too much damage dealt. And Vindame on his return finds 2. Hawk and Ultraviolet now going down. Smurf right back into the fray, dives forward, helps Prophet find OG.
3rd overall final blow for Vindame so far. Really cool stuff coming out from Hawk. Just no fair. Diving on top of Smurf. Not going to be a defensive meteor strike. Just going to use it offensively to kill Smurf. You'd love to see something like that. The follow-up nano boost from UV as well to keep Hawk alive. To try and give Atlanta Reign a little bit more to play through. Unfortunately, though, Seoul Dynasty off the back of Vindame. Couple of frags. Prophet as well picking up a kill. About 70% now, so quite a significant lead.
Getting into last fight territory here for the Dynasty to be able to close that out. There's a dive into the back. Anti-Nate comes through, and Smurf does not actually exit. He has the Meteor Strike available, but doesn't use it in time. Kai doesn't give him the opportunity, takes his head off with that rail shot. Still holds on to the overclock. The flip nearly there. Just need to finish clearing out the point. So far, has not happened. Dynamite onto Kai, just taking him down to about half HP. Is okay for now, but Fitz finds Venom, takes his head off. Overclock popped. Kai looking for some targets. Will find one. That's Fitz at Smurf. A big opening here. Reign still have not gotten this flip through. Prophet kills OG. Kai is taken down. OT now starting to bleed away. Ultraviolet rushes forward. Does get the reset on the overtime, but they need somebody to arrive. And Venom, he has to recall just shy of touching. And even if he had gotten there, it didn't look very great for them overall. So there you go. The Dynasty, they gain control of the point once, and they never lose it. 126% on City Center.
Some good heroics from Kai. Have to give him credit for that one. Pulls the overclock in. Yeah. We know Kai Sojin is capable of turning fights around, but playoff P is also going to do that. You're up against Prophet in a situation where you know, backs against the wall as far as the tournament is concerned. Profit's not going down easy. This guy is something that Atlanta Reign, outside of playing plays like proper from the shock, you're not going to have opportunities to play against the caliber of that skill level. So Seoul Dynasty will, as previously mentioned, once they get control of the point, not ever really give it away. Smurf actually coming through on his own, so they've got to mirror Hawk pretty much the entire way through.
That they are. Garden again. University will be the third and final round if we can make it that far. But yeah, nade was massive. Clipped Kai, clipped OG. No follow-up damage to find the eliminations. Smurf for now. Just challenging up onto the high ground. Spots them. Rotating around the back. It's, however, taken out. Kai with a nice headshot once more. Brings it down, finds first blood for his squad. The flip, the lockdown is going to be there. Atlanta Reign once more gaining control first and foremost. Now pushing forward to looking for some additional kills as well as an energy reset on the Smurf, but he ducks back around the corner, manages to keep it.
This is going to be an interesting matchup as well because I would have rather normally have expected Smurf to go something like a Winston, maybe a Ball or a Doom here. Playing the Zarya versus Hawk is definitely playing towards his strengths, and well, despite getting a double bio nade, they didn't really press for any sort of map control.
Oh, well, 2 quick kills in reply. Mortality field gone as well as Dynasty want a fast flip once more. That guy nowhere to go, ends up falling. It's going to be 30%. On the side of the Atlanta Reign, as the flip is there. Ultraviolet going so very low. The bubble from Hawk doing just enough to keep him protected.
So first flex support ultimates are online. It's going to be Window versus the Nano Boost. Nano targets here, well, I mean, most likely going to be onto Smurf, shouldn't it? So the Graviton Surge has got to be online, and they can actually counter, so there's a grab.
Oh, he just lobs it in, the ante on top of all of it. And as the Immortality Field goes down, the kill is found. It's 1 on the Ultraviolet, but OG, as he swings the corner, Vinheim is there, and the follow-up kills will be found. Profit now turning back. Playing forward, still holds on to the Pulse Bomb, and Dynasty win out the fight.
Ultraviolet now going over towards the Ana, and that's like a perfect counter as well, because what you see is, okay, well, that's going to be an opportunity for Atlanta Reign to at least push on in. But Window comes up, Smurf instantly grabs in. The timing of the grab could not have been a bit more perfect, so Atlanta Reign will have their opportunity to grab now. They better come in quickly, because Fitz is on his way back.
They have the rally rolling to escort them forward. OG still 17% off of his own. Bob thrown in as Kai looks for some targets. Smurf locked up here into the grab, but managing to stay alive. He didn't have the rail, he had to go for the reload, and that kind of cost him that moment to get the elimination. Coach cut from Fitz will find Ultraviolet. He gets taken down by Kai once more, but Smurf still is absolutely wreaking havoc. Hawk and OG both taken down. Kai trying to slide his way out to safety. He'll be able to stay alive, but Hawk now, knowing that time is not on their side, swaps over onto the Doomfist.
Yep, and the Zen coming through from OG as well, so just going to be changing the comp a little bit further now. Seems like the pace just wasn't there for the Reign, right? You see the early pick onto Fitz, 5 versus 4, and Reign failed to press the advantage, and also Fitz came back, used the bomb. It ends up being a 6v5 because the extra bomb. They kill Fitz again. Can they use this?
Looking for it. Mega pack there for Venom. He stays safe. The flip getting ready to come through from the side of the Atlanta Reign. They will just go ahead and concede this. Dynasty more than happy to give up a little bit of extra time, a little bit of percentage over to the side of the Reign. They know that they have a significant lead.
Yeah, it's what they should have done last time, really, but better late than never. Bionade landing on 2 for the Seoul Dynasty. No ultimates online just yet. Reign struggling to hold on. I mean, they need to find a pick through Kai, ideally. Wait for the Nano.
Down at the back, he's looking for Fitz, but look at the damage in response from Dynasty. Take him down to about half HP. Goes back away. Another anti going forward. Smurf cleanses it, Vinheim. Just waits for it to expire. As the right click's coming through, he's instantly at 100 energy. Looking for a target. Hawk gonna be slept, nanoed up in the back lines. Venom will find a pulse bomb stick, but here comes the grab. Slaps it down, OG gonna be the first to fall. Ultraviolet as well, gonna be burnt down by the dynamite. Smurf will get traded. Fitz falls, and it's gonna be the Reign actually managing to hold out. Creative now in a rough position, has to die, but time is not on their side anymore. Dynasty need to get back into this if they want to try to close this out. Otherwise, it's looking like University is on the horizon.
Well, Fitz is going to go, Smurf is going to go over towards the Doom as well to come back quickly. And, well, you also see that Smurf was just trying to trade backlines, knew that his backline was in trouble, but if he can get a successful grab off, receive the Nano and carry, possibly could have been a fight win. Fitz kneeling towards the Bob. Hawk on the Meteor Strike, should be able to stay alive, but Kai, to be the difference maker on the overclock, could get Atlanta Reign this round.
He's got it ready, the Bob. Almost there for Fitz. Now online, Hawk
98% for Hawk.
Out off the point. Yeah, he ends up falling. Didn't have the meteor strike. Smurf moving up into Kai's face. We'd love to push him off the side of the map. Hasn't been able to do so. Now he's getting beaten and battered. Manages to make his exit. The flip starting to come through. Kai finds Fitz once more. Seemingly just has these rail shots magnetized to his skull. But now it's into double overtime on either side with the Dynasty in control. Mayhem falling low, trying to kite back the rally. Nearly there for him. He's about to have it online. Prophet throws at the pulse bomb. Doesn't manage to find an elimination. Takes the recall out. Stays alive. The rally rolling for Mayhem. Stand up for a brief moment. Transcendence coming through Pierogi. Cap has it to buy some extra time, and once more the the Rain have now gained control of this point for themselves. Prophet going in, he knows that has to get rid of Kai. They haven't been able to do it yet. Creative snipes, finds one. Nano goes out on the Smurf. He goes straight in for Ultraviolet, finds that kill. Hawk going to be taking a nap. The Transcendence expires from OG, and Fitz manages to find the elimination before getting traded back. And they're zoned off the point, but the flip is there actually in the Rain. They managed to take this one right out from beneath their noses. Hawk going to be slapping the C9 there in chat. Utterly back and forth between the two teams on a razor's edge. But this will extend us into a third round.
I gotta say that he's not wrong. That technically, to me, is probably a C9. Prophet needed to stay on the point there. Rain actually got the flip a little bit early, about maybe 15 seconds early, so they actually had the cap going the entire way through for the most part. And at that sort of time, and look, Rain knows there's better than anyone from that C9 on Ilios against Houston, right? If you step off the point for even a second, when we're that deep into OT, the thing disappears instantly, the wick burns out. So Seoul Dynasty, unfortunate mistake there. They looked like they actually had a decent player advantage. Great sleep on the Hawk that enabled them to kill the back line. For Seoul Dynasty, everyone went hunting for the frags. Prophet stepped off, and the round is over.
Well, now, last round to settle it and see who starts off this elimination series with a map win under their belt. The comp not being really altered by either side. Still just going to be the Tracers, the Ash versus the Sojourn, which, of course, Kai has been finding an immense amount of value with it, consistently taking down Fitz.
We'll see if Smurf ends up staying on the Zarya as well, because this time Hawk actually starts on the Doom. And the pressure's already on here. Seoul Dynasty trying to make some space happen.
Kai trying to find a kill, but this time Fitz will get the better of him. It's too much damage being applied. Fitz now, however, out in no man's land, will fall down as the pincer comes through. Venom on the one side, Hawk on the other. The kill is there. Mayhem going to be taking a nap, and it's a very rude awakening from Ultraviolet. Sending him back into the respawn room, and once more for the third time now, Atlanta Rain will start things off with the point lockdown.
And Seoul Dynasty kind of feed extra members there when Smurf is already down. You know, Vindame is still in the mix, dies, in my opinion, unnecessarily. You know, you kind of do have to wait for Smurf. It's very unlikely that they could turn around the fight without him. Prophet at least is very close towards a pulse bomb, so is Venom, to be fair.
Oh, OG. Needing some peel. It does come through.
UVS Nano.
Going to force them back, but Prophet and Venom both about to have these ults online. The pulse bomb's now up, but once more, Kai does find Fitz. Headshot. Great sleep dart. Creative. Helping to keep Smurf safe. Knows that they're going to have that pulse bomb, but the ante is absolutely massive. Manages to find 3, and the cleanup starts coming through. Just the DPS left alive, hovering back over towards the spawn room. The Rain very handedly win out the fight. They hold the point, now cresting 40%.
Yeah, great Nano coming through as well to save Venom and then collect the rest of the kills. You mentioned the Bio-nades already coming on through. It's a good lead from the Atlanta Rain, similar to what we saw earlier. The Seoul Dynasty starting out on the back foot. It's their turn to Nano. And much harder to access the back line with their sort of nanos, unless you just want a nano Prophet, but most likely it'll go on to Smurf. And you probably won't have that much energy available at this current time, so it needs to build that up again.
Fitz once more, falling down. Stun out of both the supports. Pulse bomb there from Venom, not going to find an elimination, but the follow-up is still looking great from the side of the Rain, who continue to just push forward. Creative going to be taken down, and looks like this last round of Oasis might be an absolute wash for the side of the Dynasty, as they cannot find a single kill in the fight.
Well, this is just uncharacteristic from Seoul because they're playing more of a brawl style with the Zarya. With their signature has always been dive, so they're really trying to force the Zarya to work, and Rain are outpacing them at all fronts. They're able to consistently get these fights in when Seoul Dynasty haven't had any ground to make. 90% left to go, and a bunch of members on Seoul still looking for their first ultimates. Again, the Nano is online, and they need that to be able to push on in.
Prophet trying to put pressure out in the back lines. Rally rolling from Mayhem. OG holding on to the Transcendence. Nano at the ready. Creative not using it yet. The grab gets thrown in, but he's just waiting. He used the Nano now. Smurf taking down Fitz. So very low. The stun out onto everybody, and no one can make it to the point. Absolutely clean in the final round. Atlanta Rain looking very much alive. Great shutdowns consistently onto Fitzkai, just making sure that Dynasty were basically operating as a four-man squad this entire way through. They closed it out very nicely, and they start this series off with a win.
I think competitive on both ends when you look at the first two rounds, but once we got to University, you're just left wanting look at the Seoul Dynasty, because if you've watched the Seoul Dynasty before, you know, again, specialty is going to be dive here. The Zarya composition, so slow for them, completely outpaced. They never got a fight if they wanted creative, waiting so long to nano. Ends up nanoing Vindame, half the team's already dead. You're just not going to get a fight when doing that. They had no opportunity to even get on the point to start a fight. That just isn't Seoul Dynasty to me. What they're doing here on this map, but particularly on the University, is so outside of their normal style, it doesn't make sense.
Wow. A rough start once more for the side of the Dynasty. Looked great, you know, at times there, especially that first round. Managing the Atlanta Rain with relative ease, but Rain very much focused in those last two. Clapped back. Now they start things off with a right foot forward, a map win under their belt. See what happens, though. Once more, the Dynasty going to be having their map pick as we set our sights forward to Hybrid. We'll see what they land on, where they want to take us, and whether or not it's going to be good enough to tie this series up 1-1. Again, an elimination match, a must-win for both these teams. See who can get it done when we return.
2 shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look. Don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage who you.
And welcome back. The Atlanta Reign starting things off nicely with a win on Dynasty's map pick of Oasis. Came in as a higher seeded team, elected to go there for control, and they fall shy of the mark. They're stepping off the point in the second round and not really being able to do a damn thing on University. Well, they once more have a map pick at their disposal, but can they make use of it? That is the question.
Things look as normal for the Seoul Dynasty on the opening city center, right? But after that is when things start to really get awry. And Atlanta Reign really kind of showing their capability, especially on that University. Like I said, it was a bit of a weird look from Seoul Dynasty, in my opinion. Fitz also kind of having a bit of a rough time versus Kai after Kai definitely warmed up over the course of the entire 3 rounds of Oasis. So it's time to see what Stalker can do instead as we head into our hybrid map. Nero also coming in for Venom, as you would normally expect for the Atlanta Reign. Venom mostly only just plays the opening controls, and Nero will take care of the rest as we move through the series.
Yep, which was kind of what we had initially with Stalker, but now he's going to be coming through for the second map with Fitz stepping away. And it's you don't want to point fingers and be like, this was the problem, but Fitz had such a rough time with Kai just regularly being able to take him down. Even by the end there on University, Venom was getting his hands dirty in dealing with Fitz. I want to see how Stalker does fare, whether or not his swap out is going to be good enough for them to be able to get a win on our next map. Here's the stats from Kai on Oasis, though. Man was putting up numbers. I'd love to see how many of these final blows were against Fitz, because it feels like just about all of them were.
Well, he certainly was the final blow leader across the board for both teams here. 15. The next highest was Venom on 10. And then finally, I believe it was Smurf on 9. So if you're curious to where Fitz is, because I've named 3 players and Fitz hasn't been on the list yet, he was actually the one afterwards, coming through on 8. But that is basically half of what Kai had as well, with double the deaths as well. Kai had 6 deaths, Fitz had 12 deaths. So to say that he definitely struggled in that matchup is, I would say, it's pretty accurate. Kai definitely towards the end. I think Kai maybe didn't really have that matchup under lock until we got to the second round. But from there, yeah, it was definitely mostly Kai in for the Seoul Dynasty. Now, an opportunity for the young Stalker to come on in, the rookie on the Sojin, as in previous games that we had kind of noted, top Sojins of the Eastern region. Stalker had been at the top of that list for a while, next to players like Shy, and then eventually Lip that also got there as well. But I think Stalker's performance on their opening match versus Hangzhou Spark left a bit to be desired, because Shy definitely handled them. That was not a normal day for Stalker. He would normally be able to compete against Shy much more evenly. He's going to have to play much better now versus a player like Kai, which we know traditionally has been basically the top North American Sojin.
Well, we should be getting ready to go into our second map here in just a moment as the players have gotten settled. Substitutions. Quick a minor issue there for Nero as well, but everything should be taken care of. You should be able to get things underway. I mean, I was going to say it's been 5 maps the whole way through, but that's not the case, actually. Fusion got a 3-1. My memory already starting to fade, I guess, from that series.
It felt long.
Like it was a hell of a lot longer than it was.
We got like 6 points on King's Row, speaking of which, it's going to be our next map. It was a super long King's Row, right? So it did feel like a potential 5-mapper. Also, Route 66 took years off my life, so it just added to the length in a way, even though that was a short map. King's Row being the choice of Seoul Dynasty is an interesting one. To me, Eichenwalde would have been an obvious choice. It's a little bit more dive favored, but Seoul Dynasty, especially on Oasis, seem to have been kind of shying away from the dive outside of the initial Doom pick for Smurf. So question mark will be on what does Seoul Dynasty want to play with here. We've seen kind of Smurf play through a entire gamut of different heroes, Sigma being one of them. He's obviously played the Winston here as well. So starting out on something that Hawk should actually be pretty comfortable on. We'll have to see if Atlanta Reign want to maybe think about matching this one once they see the composition out from the Seoul Dynasty. because I'm sure Hawk would love to get into a Sigma 1v1.
Well, certainly. It was a bit of a weak point, at least at the early days for Smurf. Once we started seeing Sigma kind of fall into the meta a little bit more, but is drastically improved it since then. We'll see though. For now, Kai just going to be waiting, going for an initial shot with the Widowmaker. Nero looking like he's going to be coming out the gates with the Genji.
One other thing,
if you can find any value. Nope.
Is that I think Hawk has definitely struggled a little bit on the main tanks like the Rhine and the Winston as well. Those are Gators here, right? So given the chance, maybe Hawk will think about what he can do in this particular matchup. For now, though, it does look like they want to play just a standard dive here. Winston, the Nano will be there as well. Nero on towards the Genji. So no cause for concern in terms of changing things up. Already on towards the point. Seoul Dynasty need to respond.
I like the way that they play that. They try to contest the high ground with Nero, force out the accretion, and the Winston comes through, but Kai does get taken down right off the rip. Vinham back over onto the Zenyatta. Continuing to find some nice value. Push around the corner. Stun not going to connect. Anti goes out onto Smurf, and he's just going to go ahead and backpedal, back float away from the Winston.
He's been taking a bit of heat from Ultraviolet so far. He's been eating Byron nades, had a sleep a little bit early on there as well. Could have led to his death. Lands around looking for that first tick. Will find it. Seoul Dynasty, no contest for that.
Once more challenging the high ground. Gonna force Smurf's position. Would love to get him down onto the ground, but
Nano's
so
coming.
far, Dynasty not feeling the need. Nano, as you say, about to be up for both sides. Creative and Ultraviolet fairly neck and neck. A little bit closer here for Ultraviolet. Continues the spam. Now has it ready to go. Nero, in the meantime, antied out, down to half HP. The Nano goes forward. To pressure them out in the hallway. Halfway now to that second tick as Smurf is completely on an island. They manage to segregate the rest of the Dynasty away from the tank. They find the kill. Stalker pushing out, does manage to find Nero, but somebody's gonna have to contest here pretty darn soon. Prophet moving forward, pulse pump built up, finds OG. Stalker up over the top with a statue, gets one, and Ultraviolet's got nowhere to go. Tucked into the corner, but there's no health pack. There is no saving him. He ends up going down. That's half the time bank, but 2 ticks established for the rain.
Yeah, Creative actually didn't have the Nano to save Smurf there. I think he was maybe 1% off, so the finest of margins to keeping Smurf alive. Unlike the end of Oasis, their Creative will definitely use this Nano in a timely fashion. Puts it onto Stalker, who will make very good use of that one, alongside Prophet to collect the kills necessary. And now they have further ultimates coming online, including Flux and Overclock to deal with the Atlanta Rain. Kai actually kind of struggling to keep up with the ultimate charge, but the rest of the players are coming up.
So far, out in the lead right now is Stalker. Now he's gonna pop it. Smurf desperately looking for a target, does find OG on the back end, and the primary fire will finish him off. Stalker in the meantime comes up with 2 with the overclocks. Looking for a little bit more as Nero is the last one standing, and he cannot escape. Will end up falling, and there's a team kill. Dynasty holding firm, but still have to wait for some of these respawns to rejoin.
So it's an expensive fight for Seoul Dynasty though. 2 ultimates traded for only the 1. And important ultimates for Rain coming online, so waiting for Kai to get that overclock. She's quite significantly behind Stalker, to be honest with you. Comes down to the transfer of Vindane. Prophet has to be the one to make a play here, because otherwise Seoul don't really have anything to open with.
60 seconds.
Trance v Trance is going to be available here, unless one of these Zenyatas get picked. OG about to have his just a little bit sooner. Dive coming through. There's the blade pull. Prophet, Creative, and Smurf. Everybody going down. There's just so much damage there in the hallway. The kills come through. Vinham very wisely knowing that Pop in the Transcendent's not going to do a damn thing. Holds onto it. Smurf now going to be swapping over to the Winston to match. And it's just over 3 minutes for Rain in the time bank.
And it was 3 separate kills, and I think in mostly 3 separate areas as well, so almost impossible for Vindame to do much about it. Even if he pops the trance, he'll save 1, 2 members at best. A third one is guaranteed to go down. They will be playing at a deficit. But this is more along the lines of the Seoul Dynasty that we're used to. Smurf going back over towards his trademark Winston, playing the dive alongside Prophet's Tracer. So that has been the dynamic duo for the Seoul Dynasty that has gotten them a lot of distance over in the regular season.
Already quite a forward push here from the side of the Rain, wanting to keep the Dynasty at arm's length, make sure that they cannot get established over by the archway. They can try to lock that payload through, so have been able to break through. As Nano goes out onto Smurf. Nade coming down, Smurf just pushing forward, forces the Transcendence out. Hit him. found Hawk. I believe was also just trying to duke it out and break down the back lines to the side of the Seoul Dynasty. It does not work out. Now the transcendence is going to be used for Mayhem as they go charging forward.
Kai in the pressure.
Further eliminations. The chase is there. Kai taken down. Prophet able to just double up alongside Smurf. They get the kill. They get Nero, who was taking it after the back lines. Dynasty will be able to halt the cart.
Amazingly well played by Creative, especially there. You see the Nano coming through onto Smurf to start things out, but he actually shuts down Hawk because there was a bio nade placed on the Hawk. It meant that no Atlanta Reign members could do anything to help him stay up. Smurf's still alive. He's able to shut down Kai, just get in his face, and Kai can't get this overclock to really find any value for the Atlanta Reign, so now they're freshly out of ultimates, waiting for at least a Primal Rage to come up. Seoul Dynasty have drawn a line in the sand.
Yep, Smurf has gotten on pace after that last fight, basically alongside Hawk for the Primal Range. Just catching up despite the late swap. OG, oh no! Oh, in the hell, he's out in the middle of nowhere. Prophet scoops that, lobs in the stick, gets Hawk as well. He looks for the final shot there on De Niro, and Stalker will be able to claim those, but I mean, OG just out in the middle of nowhere gets punished.
And Prophet will just find the perfect play to take down in the alleyways as well. Doing his best Jack the Ripper impression or something in the streets of London as the Seoul Dynasty. I mean, that's going to really make things difficult for the Atlanta Reign's further attack attempts. 45 seconds remaining. Seoul Dynasty still a play to play through, waiting for the next play to come on in, but UV has no nano boosts. This one's going to have to be a dry blade from Nero.
Hawk just taking that high ground position there for just a brief moment. Smurf does find him. Primal v Primal at the ready. Blade about to be up for Nero. No Transcendence to mitigate that damage from Mayhem yet. Well, that's a good amount of catching up to do in that regard. 33% off. As for now, Atlanta Reign is poking and prodding, looking and hoping for a pick. Hawk gonna be taking a nap over by the car. Wakes up, there's the Primal, the supports, kind of zoned out away from the rest of the squad. They need some peel. He's knocking him down into the tube. Creative getting juggled around, but somehow not dying. The trance is there from Mayhem. Do keep him alive. We're falling lower and lower, but now OG gonna be, he gets his head taken off. Stalker fights both supports. The blade gets pulled, but Nero's instantly down to 48, and there's the shot from Stalker. Absolutely goes nuclear. Finds 3 in the fight, and there it is. So the OT bleeding away. One bell swoop, a great start overall for the side of the Atlanta Reign. And that initial push out, but as soon as the Dynasty gain control of the cart, they do not release it at all.
It's an insane couple of pickups from Stalker as well. The young kid just coming on in, deleting OG and Ultraviolet. 2 rookies on the side of the Atlanta Reign, but that was trans denied. It was nano denied as well. You're probably asking, well, what was going on with the Reign? Were they not meant to pull a dry blade? Should they not have gone earlier? They actually wanted to wait for the nano. Ultraviolet was sitting around, I think, 84, 85%. And for the Atlanta Reign, they're thinking, well, final fight is definitely upon us. We could pull the blade, but if we kind of just play this out a little bit longer, try and really stall out the fight, we're going to be able to use double support ultimates, actually get a nano blade and go in. Seoul Dynasty cut that plan in half. They had the tempo on their side. This is what I'm talking about, why it's so different to what that look onto University. Seoul Dynasty on a dive, able to be so much more aggressive, able to take the game within their own hands. You'll see it here again. OG had no chance. Ultraviolet, because he was booped into, I guess, the tunnels there, could not see Nero, could not see anybody to use a nano, and both OG and Ultraviolet are going to end up dying and ending their fight without using their ults.
Well, you saw it right there, an immaculate final fight from Stalker. Both supports just stuck down inside of the tube. They get cleaned up with relative ease. Now the Dynasty have a win condition to play off of to try to tie up this series. A couple last second flip arounds here. As Prophet not actually going to go for the shot, just swaps off the Widow straight into the Genji.
No one there, so fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, the rest of Seoul Dynasty walked out. I was like, no one's here. You can just swap off, it's fine. We'll be able to spot Hawk very briefly. Proper Genji as well, so haven't seen a lot of that this stage so far. Obviously it was a big factor to kickoff clash, but for the most part, Prophet's just been playing Tracer in the Midseason Madness qualifiers.
Spots Nero, has the Mega Pack to play off of, grabs that for himself. Oh, we have a little bit of a wet noodle fight between
Stalker
the two
again.
But Stalker once more finds an opening kill. He gets Kai as well. Stalker just looking to dip him. Mayhem and Prophet will go down, however, so it's going to be a 2 for 2. No progress being found on the point just yet. They will start inching their way forward, but Hawk is still around to keep this contested. He's looking for the rail shot, catches OG in the chest. Not the headshot that he so desperately wanted. So the Dynasty just going to have to go for a bit of a brief reset.
Oh, just making OG skip a heartbeat, though. That was a shot that connects regardless. Hawk now eats a fire nade. Possibly will go down. They're trying to get Stalker. They'll get him. It is a trade, though.
Yep, Makai's taking out Vinheim. Comes up with 2. Both DPS dead to the Zenyatta's headshots. And the supports are now contained back through the archway. The point cap coming through for the side of the Dynasty. They can go for maybe a last-second contest here, as the second tick is just about to come in. Hero returning. Trying to get into a position. Hawk makes his way through, and yeah, they're going to try to fight for this one. See if it works out. Nano Boost starts things off. Vinheim taken down. Massive kills already found from the side of the Atlanta Reign. So yeah, the go button, the Nano Boost, it does wonders for them. They stave off the Dynasty for a bit longer.
And that all comes down to the fact that Ultraviolet kept OG alive in the corner there as well, because you did see in a previous fight towards the end, Smurf diving very deep towards the bookstore to try and chase down OG, was discorded by Vinheim as well, but he backs off. He didn't have the support on his own side. He didn't want to overcommit and get slept. Had they actually killed OG though, that would have been a different situation. I don't think Atlanta Reign could have retaken.
Prophet again, falling low. Being able to do nothing to mitigate the damage coming out from the wind stand. And now the kills just continue to spill forth. Nero finding 2 of them. The team wipe. Now 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on the side of the Dynasty.
That's significant because this is a situation where Seoul Dynasty are very likely to have to spend here. The Nano is already gone. They're about 4 ultimates.
Yeah.
Time is going to be factored. Now, the good news for Seoul is they don't have to finish the map here. Only the 1 point for Atlanta Reign. So partway through B is the target for Seoul. Their ability to snowball is going to be impacted if they spend too many ults here. And I think Atlanta Reign, they're going to force it.
Oh, Nero, though, looking to be slinking around the back. He has not been scouted yet. Looks like they finally do turn to the side. Check their corners. Spot him out. Pulse bomb at the ready. Nero could absolutely shut down this push once more. And now we're getting ready to dip below a minute. Overclock, however, pop from Stalker, and he immediately finds Kai. Looks for Nero as well. Moves forward. Pops the recall. Has not used that pulse bomb yet. And Hawk goes in. He has a 2-for-1 special and a melee hit. Gets the kill. First on the Vinheim, then follows up for another. Pulse bomb slap down. Nero not going to be able to find a kill, though, and Creative will just be able to spam him out off the back of the anti-nade. Creative does fall in his dying breath.
Kai did again.
Sleep out on the Hawk and goes sleeping forward. And yeah, as you say, Kai has just not really been able to play too much Overwatch on this map. In the meantime, the point was capped, and now it's 3 minutes here for the Dynasty to try to push forward, still holding on to 2 ults.
There's 3 ultimates burned there by the Seoul Dynasty. You see that Hawk coming on in did have a lot of impact and trying to hold on to that point, especially off the back of UV popping the Nano as well. But Kai being dead straight away twice, I mean, you have a situation where just Stalker kills him, Kai returns from spawn, and Prophet kills him as he comes back in. So didn't really get to play the game there. Nero gets outplayed by Creative as well, who also sleeps Hawk. So Creative did a lot of work on that offense. Speaking of work, cut out for the Seoul Dynasty. They lost a lot of time on A. 2 ultimates available, and Atlanta Reign are building back on for more defensive. Atlanta Reign reset Seoul again. Atlanta Reign put themselves into a position to win this map.
Smurf just trying to play sneakily here. Drops down. Hawk down about half HP. Does have that Primal Rage to rely on should he fall low. Golden Box of victory getting ever closer here for the Dynasty. They're looking to finish it. Hawk goes on the offensive, forces the trance out immediately. Blade now going to be pulled. He's looking for OG. The trance comes through in reply. Prophet not really going to be able to find too much value here. In fact, he goes down. So much damage coming through from Hawk, from Nero. They get the elimination. Vinheim is only able to get OG at the end of it all. Smurf will just get cleaned up here. Dynasty are once more going to have to reset and go again.
Yeah, this is disastrous now for the Seoul Dynasty because this is the position where Atlanta Reign can actually set up defensive positions. They can have flanks as well. Look at Nero. He'll be looking towards the back line. And for Seoul Dynasty, the snowball has been impacted. This is a kind of flow-on effect from A. You know, they had to spend ultimates to just get A done. They have limited ultimates to play through for B. Limited time as well because they really couldn't cap A with any sort of efficiency. Creative did not have Nano for the previous fight, which could have been a big difference maker. They'll have it now, but I guess it'll just have to go on to maybe even Stalker if they can just wait a little bit longer, but no, Smurf first.
It goes to Smurf and OG falls. Prophet this time finding his target with the swap over onto the Tracer. Nano out onto Kai. Challenge there from Smurf, moves up to the high ground, gets woken up off the back of the sleep dart. Now he's in the back lines, punishing Ultraviolet for putting him to bed. The cart moving forward, Nero dashing up, manages to keep it contested for just a brief moment, but the overclock is there. Stalker gets the kill, the push comes through, and the Dynasty, they tie it up 1-1.
Big players coming in. Smurf straight towards the back line. Nano being popped in. Ends up working out perfectly for Smurf. He had the Primal to play through there as well, so the survivability on Smurf to be able to make space for the rest of his team, brilliant stuff. Stalker was on 80% towards the overclock. Found it during that fight. That's exactly what you want to see. So Atlanta Reign, good effort, I think, on that A initially to burn down the timer and maybe even potentially get that full hold, which I think would have been definitely the death knell for the Seoul Dynasty. 2-0 would have been amazing for the Atlanta Reign, but we expected the Seoul Dynasty to be able to bounce back like this. I don't think they would have gone down quietly versus a team like the Atlanta Reign, so 1-1 it is.
And that it is. We'll see if there's going to be any swaps, though, depending on what escort map we end up with. Saw the Route 66 in the previous series. Could it be the Circuit Royale? I don't know. We'll have to just wait and see what Atlanta Reign wants to try to take us to, and you know what the flow-on effect is going to be for the rosters. See if there's any changes. See what map we have at our disposal. But for now, we are tied up 1-1. The Dynasty able to fight back on King's Row. We'll see who can take the lead, move it up the match point of the next map when we come back from the break. And we are back. Everything tied up now 1-1, and a lot of it is to do with this guy right here on your screen. Stalker coming in from map number 2 and looked absolutely fantastic on King's Row.
Which is exactly what Seoul Dynasty needed, especially considering that Stalker didn't play particularly well versus Shy in their opening matchup versus the Hangzhou Spark, but now versus Atlanta Reign. Fitz, who had a trouble dealing with Kai on Oasis, Stalker wasn't going to be falling for the same shenanigans here. In fact, it feels like opposite day on King's Row. As noted statistically, Kai had just about double the amount of kills as Fitz and half the amount of deaths. Here, Stalker, as we see on the stat card, 19 final blows to, wait for it, Kai only 4. So quite a significant difference in the amount of output in terms of actual final blows. And as far as deaths goes, pretty similar to the difference between Kai and Fitz on Oasis. Kai on 11, Stalker on 6, so just about half there, nearly. You're probably wondering why Fitz is in now over Stalker, considering that difference. Well, it's because we are going to Circuit Royale, which I think is a brilliant map pick for the Atlanta Reign. They definitely have this over the London Spitfire in the initial matchup. They were very good versus the London Spitfire, namely because of Kai's difference maker on the Widowmaker. So why is Fitz in? Because Fitz is the dedicated Widowmaker player for the Seoul Dynasty. Stalker, he's playing the Sojin. That's kind of his role in the team currently, and Seoul Dynasty placed their belief in Fitz for their Widow.
That they do, and I mean, he's delivered impeccable moments for us in the past. Just hopefully, for his sake, is able to shake off that first map where he got hard diffed by Kai. And, you know, with a slightly different matchup, moving away from the Ashe into the Widow properly, maybe he can find some success. We'll have to just wait and see, though, as the Atlanta Reign will be first on the defense. You can already see Kai, he's got the Widow in hand.
And I'm interested in what Prophet is going to play. I think mostly in the past he's gone towards the Hangzhou here. In my opinion, the best thing to do on a map like this in terms of DPS lineups, you should be playing 2 out of the following 3 heroes. Between Widowmaker, Hangzhou, and Sojin, you should be having 2 of them. If you only have 1 of them, it doesn't feel good. If you have none of them, you need to readdress what you're doing on this map. Like, you have to ask yourself what it is that you're trying to achieve here, because the meta dictates that you should be playing 2 out of those 3. Genji has been seen somewhat. Some teams do play towards that. If you are going to be playing the Genji, you're looking to get very aggressive in this kind of matchup, whereas playing anything else would mean that you want to be playing mostly for the poke. So being that the Genji is going to come through, they at least still have the Widowmaker. Prophet's going to go over the top. Pretty standard stuff. No one's going to play forward. This play, by the way, that Prophet just did doesn't catch anyone out anymore because, well, the defense is usually around the corner.
Yeah, well, that they are. Kai just sat right here on the ground, not hiding behind statue or anything, just found Fitz. Early shutdown, a great start for the side of the Atlanta Reign here on this defense. Prophet very much going to have to be the one to get on top of that Widowmaker, try to get the punish.
Well, we're about to get a shield fight coming through, but Prophet doesn't have as good of a long-range pokes kind of hero, so this is where Atlanta Reign can get an advantage. Nero playing this Hangzhou means that when we get into the actual shield fight, Nero can really do a lot here, provided he does hit the shots, and there he does hit them.
Yep, he had the recon arrow out. Fitz not playing back, stays in that position. He gets a perfect little shot right through the blades of grass. Fitz goes down once more.
That's a standard
23%.
Standard Hangzhou position as well. Everyone sort of plays that spot. Prophet's also played that spot defensively also. So everyone should know about the fact that Nero is going to be found there. So Fitz is going to go hunting here. We go. Prophet's going to dive in as well.
That he does. I mean, they're throwing everything right now at Nero to try to displace him. The Discord Orb out onto the Hangzhou as well. Immortality Field used by Ultraviolet just to keep him in the fight. They do take that down as Fitz falls low, 20 HP. Somebody's got to give him some healing. Kai gets Prophet now. Infrasight already up. I mean, you can see Fitz, he's got 37% ult charge, and widely, that's just been natural charge. He hasn't been hitting too many shots. That's just the steady tick up. Hawk will find 3. Creative.
So
looking for the reset, will find 1.
I'm going to point this out. You want to talk about a diff. Here's a stat card for you. Kai, 2 final blows. That's fine. Fitz, obviously 0 final blows. Here's the kicker, though. Kai currently sitting on 2,050 damage on Widowmaker. Fitz, 190. Not even 200. He hasn't even done enough damage to kill a single 200 HP play. He's on 190 damage.
I was going to say, let me guess before you said it. I was going to say 215, so I wasn't that far off.
You would have been 25 off, yeah. So Fitz has done literally kind of nothing at the moment. He needs to really be able to start hitting some shots.
Smurf popping the flux, catches, what, 3-4 people there. Immortality Field, however, is at the ready. Hawk does get taken down in the chaos. Fitz nailing the headshot. Now OG going to crumble. So that will be the point A, snatched up to the side of the Seoul Dynasty. So 2.5 minutes going to be added to the time bank as they look for some additional kills for some stagger here.
Yep.
As well as maybe
there we go.
potential split spawns.
Fitz just did about 900 damage in the space of that one fight. He's now up to 1100. So 2 kills, 3 final blows, and a lot more damage output as they start winning that fight. Blow the doors wide open. Vindane mostly solo pushing here. So to see how much distance they can get and how far we can get the snowball going. Double infra sights being popped, so bit of a stall moment here as both teams will wait this out. Or maybe they won't.
Oh, well.
Maybe Smurf will just...
No, they will not, apparently. Smurf finding an advantage. Does get tagged low, though. The headshot coming across. Discord orb out. Goes down below half HP. Every side's about to expire from either side. Then we go right back into a more neutral fight, but Prophet dead off the rip this time around as Nero rejoins in with the rest of the team.
You need to wait for Fitz to come back here as well. Sorry, not Fitz. Prophet to come back in. Fitz is already there, but once Prophet returns, Blade has to be on call, and this Blade needs to be popping OG's Transcendence such that it'll give Smurf a free flux later on.
There's the Dragon Strike, chucked through, forces Creative forward. Still safe though, they have the projected barrier. Hugs behind that, as well as the architecture of the map. Keeps himself safe. Now the window going to be invested. Fitz looking for the pop shot. Flux coming through. Smurf already dead. Kai finds that shot. Grecian gets the stun of the Mayhem. Transcendence used by Creative. They just have to back away though. They're using the ult to escape. Now the Atlanta Rain, they're pushing forward. They're looking for these kills.
Oh,
Fitz
that's
will find one. Blade pulled, but Prophet's just dead. OG strikes him down. Kai gets Creative. And he will find OG, finds Nero. Suddenly, young rookie on the Dynasty. Looking to drag this back, spare themselves some blushes in the fight, but they still
only have
to wait to... Well, that they do. Cart's still slowly inching forward, and they've got enough people now to the Rain to go ahead and keep this contested, so it's not just going to be a free cap.
Smurf has to ult here. This is where you've got to counter this ultimate if you can. Okay, well, Seoul Dynasty, I guess they back out because their players aren't there. That's one way of countering it. You just kind of walk away from the window. It's if they really wanted to take the space, but you sort of see that situation. Part of the reason why Seoul can't push up despite there being only 2 Atlanta Rain members is because their own members are still respawning. And that's going to be a solo catch of the Hawk, who's still alive.
Yeah, Flux only found one. I think he actually did like a 360 while he was in midair. Either way, still alive. Sight for sight once more between the Widowmakers. Looking for some targets. Hawk continuing to get beaten lower and lower. Immortality Field finding an immense amount of value thrown down around the corner, so they haven't been able to clear it out. Smurf eventually does get on top of them though. Finds the kill, and the cap is going to be there. They were just a sliver away. Finally do get it. It's going to be 2.5 minutes now as the team kill is there. Dynasty on the final stretch of the map. The question is, can they finish?
Yeah, the time is, you know, it's getting a little bit low here, and Circuit Royale can be quite difficult to finish. We've actually seen a decent amount of Circuit Royale finishes more lately, so teams are getting a better hang of the attacking phase, especially when you can try and snowball a little bit towards the pool. This pool control is going to be super important. Seoul Dynasty, payload has not moved up far enough that the rest of their 4 members can actually push up, so they'll just give away most of the pool control for now, but they need some sort of ult to actually fight for it. Vindane would love to use the window. Eventually he will, but Nero's saving this dragon for it. So as soon as the window comes down, Nero's going to counter the dragon.
Cart just being moved forward. Prophet having that be his job. Rounds the final corner. Spitz goes on the hunt. Spots Kai, but Kai spots him just a little bit faster. Headshot flies across. Fitz back to the respawn room once more.
Fitz might change as well. This is not a good point for Widowmaker offensively. Far more advantageous for the defense of Widowmaker. A lot of Widowmakers on attack here end up going towards the Sojin. Or in the case of MN3, he actually goes towards the Genji, but that's because Zed is on something else. Prophet's already got the Genji though, and Fitz doesn't normally play that, so we'll have to see what happens. Fitz will for now stay on it. This is going to be the big push. Oh, what is that? Hello?
Yeah, I mean, a huge amount of damage from Creative. He might not be the ones finding the kill, but he certainly helps set him up. Nero and OG both just evaporating in the blink of an eye. Now the window going to be used. Nero just now respawning, so wasn't there to try to force their position. The Dragon Strike going to be coming in on the back end. Dynasty just waiting it out, pushing in past the pool, continuing to try to keep this high ground contested. 11% away from having the flux.
Payload's still pushing, by the way, so they have the pool control. Prophet's on the ground. Atlanta Rain have to put out 2 fires at the same time.
The Dragon Blade at the ready. Prophet again, falling low. Transcendence is there, however, this time Creative escorting him forward. Kai gets Mayhem, Smurf taken down before he can use the Flux. It's a big trade up here for the side of the Atlanta Reign, only losing out on their Hangzhou. They've got the faster run backs. Fitz, however, evens it out just a little bit more, taking down Ultraviolet. Mayhem now swapping over to the Lucio just to try to rejoin a little bit faster, and Prophet eventually gets that shot through across onto Kai. Dives in, OG falling lower and lower. He's forced back into the spawn room. Cart held, Mayhem there, gets the touch. Hawk pulled up into the air. Cart still contested. Nero jumps forward on the Tracer, making sure that it's still contested while their tank is up in the skies. Smurf going to be taken down, Mayhem falling. Yeah, as you say, it's looking so very likely, and the OT will bleed down. So right in front of point C is as far as it goes for the side of the Dynasty. The win condition is there for the Atlanta Reign if they can finish the map.
So big from Kai towards the end there, getting important frags. I mean, Smurf not being allowed to use his Flux on the final fight, having to respawn, come back in and attempt a, I guess, a hero Flux. It's just really not the same. Seoul Dynasty, if they can't quite get across the line with both a Blade and a Flux, then the respawn advantage of the Reign, especially OT, was going to overpower them. They killed Kai, sure, but they ran out of resources. Kai will respawn. Atlanta Reign have more members. Hawk's going to be able to survive against the Flux, given that the rest of his team has arrived, has the kinetic grasp available to avoid a bunch of damage despite being slammed down. Atlanta Reign will mostly be fine, but Seoul Dynasty made it very far, given the fact that they did this crazy wide swing up the stairs towards the pool. 2 frags straight away. Nero dies, so, well, Seoul Dynasty lose, I'm trying to remember who exactly died. Seoul Dynasty lose 2 straight away. And it's an incredibly rough situation for the Atlanta Reign. That was almost strange how 2 players instantly died in that way. You would have imagined that Atlanta Reign would have been able to hold the angle. They would have had the initial damage output. They certainly had the ultimates, but couldn't use them until they respawned.
Well, now Dynasty going to be needing a strong defense here. Fitz, once more, having a rough go of it. See how he fares with those defensive sight lines. Should be an advantage for him, but Kai's been on a bit of a tear.
Fitz has started to catch up a little bit. Current tally for final blows is 7 for Kai, 5 for Fitz, so we're not talking about a monumental gap anymore. Kai definitely still has the better of Fitz, but it is at least slightly closer.
Well, great start as Creative gets Hawk. Not exactly certain how that one happened, but either way, Dynasty not going to question it too much. It'll just be grateful for it. Yeah. Like you said, it's a DPS. Mayhem was showing that earlier. Now Creative's doing it. And Prophet's dead.
What? It took a
what a casual, the most casual headshot.
It took them so long to dislodge Nero from that same position, but Nero just destroys Prophet. So the Hangzhou position behind the statue instantly taken away.
Hey, it wasn't even behind the statue. It was behind the barrier on the street itself. He was so much further forward, so much less cover, and just kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Great shots though. 2 for 1. Prophet hitting the chest shot with the arrow into Fitz, finding one as well, and there you go. The heat up, seeming like it's working well. Finds another. Jump up, tries to get the headshot on the Ultraviolet, can't quite get that punish for an additional stagger. The rest of the Reign being able to pull away is good for them as Ultraviolet narrowly survives the forward push from Smurf.
Tell you what,
as they maintain control of the cart in the corner.
Sometimes you just need those defensive sight lines on the Widowmaker, right? Attacking Widowmaker, you kind of need your team to build space for you first to get those angles, otherwise all you can really hope for are those hook shots. Defensively, Spitz has a lot more space to play through, but as we talk about building space, Hawk pushing up, that's going to give Kai more to use.
Spitz again,
Flux available.
Shot not going to connect. Flux looking decent. He does manage to get the catch onto 3. The Immortality Field not there for Kai. It's dropped down. Dead once more. Ultraviolet stunned up by the accretion. As they push forward, the Immortality Field here keeping Dynasty alive into the fight as Fitz finds another kill. This time Ultraviolet does go down. The Hawk will get punished at the front lines. 1 minute and 47 seconds now remaining for the Reign. 3 ults nearly there for them. Need to utilize them.
Yeah, this is, I think, the difference between defensive sniping and offensive sniping. Fitz has now overtaken Kai, both in final blows and in damage, not by a significant amount, by about 100 damage in 2 final blows. But Kai definitely not able to find the same value attacking as defending, which is, I think, similar to what we saw when Kai was defending and Fitz was attacking. Still 3 ultimates online for Seoul, 4 soon, including Creative with that Transcendence. Looking for Kai to maybe, or rather Hawk to maybe open up this fight with the Flux.
The jump across, OG taking the shot at the chest. Would have been catastrophic had he fallen there. Same with Kai. Again, just shot in the chest. They stay alive though. Smurf falling low. Discord orb out onto him. Kai gets the headshot. There's the finish. Now Prophet dead as the infrasight is pulled. And the cleanup is going to be found. Accretion gets the hit there onto Creative. The cleanup comes through. Atlanta Reign get the cap. Now they've got 3 minutes and 18 seconds for the push.
And there's some good snowball potential here as well, because for whatever reason Fitz went for the infrasight. His team was already kind of dying. He pulls an infrasight out. You can't even call that a hero ult because it's not a Dragon Blade or anything, right? It's just a bit of info, and the only info that Fitz sees as well, I think we're losing. He'll at least get the opening shot coming through. The snowball potential I was going to talk about is the fact that Kai can actually use infrasight up when Ultraviolet respawns to give themselves an info advantage over Fitz, who can't counter with his own infrasight. Usually both infrasights will be used to trade each other. Here, Seoul Dynasty have to play blind.
They do, which means that they're playing back around the corner. Kai gives a wave, seeing Fitz over on that right-hand flank. Smurf pushing forward, kinetic grasp out, still takes a hell of a lot of damage as soon as it expires though. Needs to continue to play safe, but Kai gets Fitz. No infrasight, no problem. Finds the shot, gets another. Creative taking down Benhaim out of the fight, and Kai is absolutely on fire. Prophet trying to trade him. And he can't make it happen. Yeah, 4 as you say. Huge sequence of events from Kai. And there you go. A massive time bank now to work with on this final stretch is Creative.
Oh, stagger.
Yeah. The alley-oop is there. Nero just moves forward. Storm Arrow's at the ready, gets the kill.
And this is, I think, the difference of the infrasight. Like, I kind of teed it up, right? This is what you can do when the other team doesn't have an infrasight. So it is not insignificant that Fitz wasting his infrasight trying to defend A really, you know, cost his team a big information disadvantage. And Seoul played extremely lost for the later parts of B because they had to play defensively versus Kai's offensive infrasight, and Atlanta Reign used that to perfection. Kai got a number of kills off the back of that one, and Seoul Dynasty just didn't know what hit them.
I mean, look at his percentage. He's at 97% already. One more tap or just, you know, 4 more seconds. He's got another infrasight already. Just massive from Kai. Fitz trying to catch up, but still 38% left to go. Or rather, 28% left to go. I can do math.
And just pushing on the ground. You see that Reign not even going for the pull. Seoul Dynasty have to kind of push on out. They can't afford to sit idly by because they're just allowing this payload to push in.
They are. And while it's not the headshot that we were looking for there on our screens, it's Creative getting taken down. Nero opening it up. Prophet now eliminated. Somebody's going to have to contest. There's the drop down. Smurf trying to play forward. Mortality field used. Creative. He's got the Transcendent at the ready. Needs to use it. Flux not going to connect. But now Creative has the touch. Transcendent's going to be expiring here rather soon. Prophet coming back, clears out the Immortality field, but up on the high ground. Nero just snipes away, kills him off, and Prophet is a second too late to keep it contested. Atlanta Reign on their map pick will be able to push it to the end. They complete, and now they move up 2-1.
And it really comes down to me. I think Kai is the playmaker that gets it across the line for the Atlanta Reign. And part of the difference between the two teams is the fact that, okay, both Widowmakers are going to have initial struggles attacking as a Widowmaker specifically on A, but Fitz didn't really start to catch up until we got further into the map, specifically on the defense. Kai found a pretty wide opening gap that he took advantage of on B that pushed him forward. I'm going to go back to the infrasight advantage. You know, it's rare to see that specific ultimate provide you the tools to get a payload across the line and win you fights. You don't normally think an infrasight is going to be the difference maker, but here I very specifically think it was Kai's infrasight where Fitz didn't have one that got Reign that advantage.
Very much agree. Well, the players taking a quick little break, but they don't have very long. When we come back, we'll be going into what very well could be the last map of this series, the last map for the Dynasty in the mid-season madness, unless they can take the 5. We'll see where they elect to go for push when we return.
222 days since our screens were last graced by the Overwatch League, and it's an honor to don the headset again to bring you our 5th season.
I'm excited. First day of Overwatch League 2022.
I mean, it's been a treat of matches today. All types of upsets.
Feels like forever since we've had Overwatch League. To be back with such a fresh game, I'm here for it.
Soldier's back in the mix, Genji's back in the mix. It has been a long time coming, and it feels great to be back.
Proper's just eviscerated the Eternals backline. Proper has arrived. There is a direct pipeline from the very best talent to the San Francisco shop.
Pelican could take down Dylan early. Pick up on the slip, he's gone! The revenge! Live events are back here at the Overwatch League.
Dallas Fuel, they do this composition to perfection.
Funny Astro has been incredible for his entire career, just forcing the position of the Dallas Fuel.
Okay, so this was the anti-nade that set the entire thing up. What is more satisfying than that? I cannot name a single thing.
Come at me, bro. Let's see what you got.
Can fight on top of this. What a trade. There's no way Happy hits those.
Are we going to be in someone's YouTube video?
Where's your god now?
Dante on Doomfist, I think, is one of the biggest standout things for that team.
Fire in the breath, the sleeping dragon has awoken. They pushed the current reigning champions to the brink.
Oh, that aim from MM3! One fight to rule them all now, Lemon.
Ooh, beautiful stuff. This guy's a real deal.
The cars just ran over Krillin and Mac.
It's sports. It's unpredictable.
Gladys is creeping. He obviously vented for this spot. Backs are just looking so open.
I just saw this guy kill Develop.
He is the alpha and the omega. He is everywhere and nowhere all simultaneously.
BJ Gone getting a triple boot.
Helen top 5 plays. Jack Hunter is available. Lip is going to pop that.
Grand Finals MVP, Lip sealing the deal.
All 5 members. They've shown that they can absolutely contend with the best.
Gushue is going A mode, and Spark are just pummeling down the fusion.
Who expected this? Your power rankings are terrible.
Feels pretty darn good to be back here in a LAN setting. It's been quite some time. The Overwatch League's most decorated franchise here in a new era.
The pulse on the mag! Another from Proper!
Sparkle on a Genji meta.
Sparkle found an opening. There's one, there's two.
That's the Sparkle I want to see in this series.
Those stats getting padded by Sparkle. Sparkle with 2 and another one.
This is going to be a heck of a weekend, I'll tell you right now. You get Kai set up, it is going to be just like that the rest of the game.
Back on their side of the map, that's a stink.
Oh, checkmate!
A Widow player potentially without equal.
That is some filthy stuff.
Where did that come from? A triple Death Blossom.
The Pelican comes out of nowhere. That's 2 with the Storm Arrows. Millimeters away from victory, and they've done it!
Shanghai Dragons just continue to play right out in front of the spawns.
There's the blade. B can be used. Nice pin. Long pin too.
Alfie into the back there, managing to fight 2. Basically the equivalent of 3 people. He nearly had all of the kills.
Seoul Dynasty have not defeated the Shanghai Dragons since the 2020 playoffs. I think these are the top 2 teams in APAC.
MM3 goes absolutely monstrous. They take down the Dragons. I sweet. Best Widowmaker in all of APAC.
Oh, he fell onto it.
Chester, who has been frightening ever since he joined this team.
Smurf knows what it feels like to win everything, hungry to experience that feeling once more.
Ederson is locked in, ready to go. Ederson with a 5K. That's what you want to see. They might just pull the trigger here. They do, but an unreal wall from Shanghai.
Now the stakes get ratcheted up a notch.
It is do or die. Pops the recall. Is looking for the target. Stick comes in. He's going to find him. Problem in the meantime, found 2 with the pulse bomb.
Han Bin is the best Sire in the world right now.
Shu has absolutely taken matters into his own hands.
But Panapan free firing on the fuel. And after so very long, the Dynasty will be able to best the Dragons.
Playoffs Prophet has certainly arrived. The script writers, they're not messing around today.
You step up to the plate, son. With a victorious war, the Gladiators are just tearing them apart. Seoul Dynasty will dominate their way and secure the kickoff Clash title.
And we are back. The Dynasty backs up against the wall on their last legs.
2-1 the scoreline at the moment as the Atlanta Reign close out a win on Circuit Royale. The Dynasty now need to win on push to take this into 5 if they want to stay alive in the tournament. The reigning champions of the East very well could be going home today.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a big surprise that we're here as well. And let me explain what I mean by that. Specifically, Circuit Royale is a fantastic map for the Atlanta Reign. I dare even say it's probably maybe their top map, given that it just plays towards all their strengths. You get to have Hawk on his signature. Sigma over there, Kai obviously on the Widowmaker has just diffed everybody on this map. Now we saw him yesterday, or on day 1 rather, completely annihilating London. It was the only map they actually won, but Kai got that win for them. And now versus Seoul Dynasty, Fitz once again just cannot hold the candle to Kai, whether that be on a Sojourn or Ash on Oasis, or now on Circuit Royale. Where the Seoul Dynasty have succeeded is with Stalker in to play the Sojourn. They won King's Row off the back of that, plus Smurf playing Dive. Now they can go over towards Coliseum, where more Dive hopefully is on the cards for a player like Smurf on maybe a Ball, maybe a Winston again. Seoul Dynasty relying on the young kid Stalker, and that's, I guess, the horse that they have to ride to try and take this one home into a Map 5. I do think we have a high shot of a Map 5 here. Questions as to what Atlanta Reign will run. Yesterday, well, not yesterday, it feels like yesterday to me. Day 1, they played Hawk on Rhine versus Hardy. Didn't go well. But today, you're not playing against the London Spitfire anymore. Is it going to be the Rhine again? Yeah, there it is. It's going to do it.
That they are. Let's see if the Dynasty, decide to swap things up once they see the composition. Should have a decent read that, this could be coming through. Don't let the scorelines at the top of your screen fool you at all. There we go. Thank you, production. On point. Flip it over. 2-1. Atlanta Reign on match point. If they can close out Coliseum here and now, they stay alive. They eliminate the Eastern champions.
Well, the composition for the Seoul Dynasty can be pretty tricky to rush down. So for the Atlanta Reign, I think Ryan is pretty well played here. And one thing that we did want to see is, okay, London's not here anymore. We don't get to see London versus an APAC team, but we do get to see Atlanta Reign play a Rhine Brawl versus an APAC team. So how are Seoul Dynasty going to dissect this one? We already have potential flanks coming on through. Smurf that we saw making a big flank out from the back now.
There he is, goes in for the pile driver, gets the knock up on the 2. Stays safe, Maywall out from Nero. Just cutting things off. Make sure that they can top everybody back up. Now go back on the offensive. Hawk receiving the Discord Orb, gets knocked down to about half HP, keeps that shield raised. Ducks back here. Into the side room, man. Stay safe, but Stalker once more finds an opening kill, and now he gets a second one. Hawk goes down. Kai will put an end to this. There's the damage already dealt. Is it far too late for them to continue forward? We'll have to just wait and see. Kai gets another elimination as Mayhem goes down. Pile driver from Smurf finishes off Nero. Dangerously low is creative. Gets the kill onto Kai. OG there for the alley-oop, but it's quickly traded thereafter. It's an absolute bloodbath as the bot will start pushing now for the side of the Dynasty, looking to retake the lead, just 0.2 meters away from that. Can't quite make it happen. Hawk re-arrives, everybody scatters.
Nero comes back on a Sombra as well. I was actually going to suggest maybe he swap over towards a Tracer to chase down Smurf's ball, but the Sombra actually works for that as well. This is one of the few times where I will actually accept the Sombra. I think it's a good counter. It's a good way to sort of at least put the pressure on the Smurf. May isn't going to do you a lot of favors in this particular matchup, so that might have been a misread coming through from Atlanta Reign, but I do believe they are on the right heroes now. Kai versus Stalker, though. That has to be the conversation so far. Both players looking towards an overclock.
Pulse bomb, there's the stick, it could be massive. Mortality field does come up in time to keep them safe, and Stalker again finding another kill, finds a second. That's the support side of the fight. He's gonna get himself a third. Absolutely massive from Stalker. Once more, comes back through, continues to deliver on the Sojourn.
Yeah, absolutely. There'll be the 3K allowing the overclock to be coming online. I mean, Kai's not that far behind, but Seoul Dynasty off the back of that will be able to get some decent mileage. Atlanta Reign now move over towards the Doom, so this is an ever-changing composition. Look, if Atlanta Reign want to play towards an actual dive composition, we'll see if they want to continue with the BAP or not, because this is where you actually want to think about maybe Ultraviolet playing the Ana again. It's much more helpful to Hawk, and it can counter Smurf as well.
Nade down, looking for Hawk. They put decent damage out onto the Doom Fist. He jumps up onto the high ground. Breaking line of sight is Stalker aware of Kai's position. Pops the overclock, looks for a target, but everybody is quite far back, so I'm not sure how much value he's going to be able to find with this ult. Maybe a bit of a zoning ult here as it will expire.
Big distance though. Gives some push.
True.
This ends
Now Overclock gonna be matched. Kai using it, seeing the supports, looking for the shot. Tex Vindheim so very low. The immortality field was there. He keeps himself alive for a little bit longer, but the transcendence is far too late to try to save his cohort. Creative cannot keep Vindheim in this. At least does manage to stay alive for a little bit longer, and Stalker once more continues to do work, this time fighting Ultraviolet, but Nero quickly trades it back. Prophet finds OG, tries to get an elimination with that pulse bomb, but Nero does manage to find the kill.
Still
once
pushing.
more. Heavily back and forth, very bloody, but it's the Dynasty still pushing, as you say.
Yeah, they won't be able to quite get the cap here. I think Smurf will try and make it competitive in terms of just being annoying. He actually could cap a little bit more if he wants to, but won't take the risk there. Doesn't want Nero just hunting him down. So 61.77, just a little shy from actually getting the checkpoint, but it is a decent early lead in the first 4 minutes. So Seoul Dynasty can certainly be happy with that. Stalker leading so far in the final blows department, as you'd expect. I mean, so impactful in those early 4 minutes.
Damn it.
There he is. Bot contested for now, the EMP thrown in, Vindheim taken down, the dive into the back line, looking great for the side of the Atlanta Reign. Smurf only able to find OG before taking a nap. That was met with a hack. Prophet dies, Smurf does find another one. The supports are gone, as you say, but it's just gonna be Smurf left, and he will fall. So the bot now gaining some distance for the side of the Reign.
Not a lot of distance though, because eventually Rain have to slow down. They have to wait for supports to push on up, so this isn't going to be a situation where Rain can necessarily force a flip. See how far away Ultraviolet OG is. I talked about UV eventually moving to Ana. That's definitely happened at this stage. Just wanted to play the window first, and it's not going to be a lot of distance, right? 21 meters, and had they had at least one support alive, possibly could have pushed further than that, but you'll do for this now.
Window goes out, Meteor Strike dropping down, Immortality Field of Response, Vindheim. Johnny on the spot with that. Keeps them in the fight as the overclock going to be popped by Kai. Stalker pulling back around the corner, still just 9% away from having that ult himself. Smurf drops the minefields back over towards the bot.
Dude.
Creative takes Kai's head off as he was trying to get in a little bit of a cheeky flank angle. Smurf, however, caught out, nowhere to go, ends up falling, but the same could be said for Hawk, overstepping his bounds. Stalker cleans that up, finds Ultraviolet as well, as in his dying breath throws the nano onto OG, but it doesn't matter. The cleanup is still there.
Now down to about 4 minutes, created with a further frag as well. It's actually going to be a late stag onto Nero. Opportunity here for Seoul Dynasty to maybe force a cap. If Seoul Dynasty actually hit the checkpoint, they're going to get that stall moment through, and just getting that through means they have a lot of advantages for the rest of the push available. And finally, yep, that's going to be the checkpoint confirmed.
So
all 5 alive, by the way, for Seoul.
That they are. Again, Seismic Slam out, finds 3. Stalker going to be taken down. Nice punch there from Hawk. And another one being sent to sailing off the side of the map. Dangerous, precarious spot to be playing in. The bot will be taking control of here for the side of the Reign.
Yeah.
Good distance is set up. The checkpoint already established for Dynasty.
7-3, 8-9. Really, really good distance here for the Seoul Dynasty. 50 ahead of Atlanta Reign. Quick turnaround though, that's what you definitely want to see, with Hawk being able to just punch a couple of guys off. UV, by the way, on a big flank with Nero, so I have to catch up on what Ultraviolet wants to do there. Maybe looking for a backline sleep dart or Byronade.
Yeah, trying to get into the back line here. No
he
pulse
just
bomb
dies.
to work with. Prophet has one though, and he's going to take down OG. It's the supports once more out of the fight for the side of the Reign. With Hawk as low as he is, it's a quick cleanup. Dynasty just do not allow the Reign to gain too much distance at all. The bot once more under their control. Nero, a late death. Right now, just the supports alive for the side of the Reign, so they're going to have to reset and try to wrest control away from the Dynasty.
So the little excursion that UV and Nero go on, unsuccessful. UV dies almost immediately to Stalker. Maybe if you slept creative a Vindheim and Nero goes in, that could have been a kill. But, try to get tricky with it. Sadly, it does not work out. 2:45 now. Time is seriously becoming an issue for the Atlanta Reign, and there's a lot of distance.
Okay. Yeah, he narrowly manages to escape. That was looking catastrophic for the side of the Reign. Nano now out onto Hawk. 65 HP. They're trying to kill him through the mitigation.
Oh, fancy footwork.
Lower. Still somehow does manage to stay alive. Yeah, but Prophet eventually does hound him down. Gets the kill. Smurf as well. Falling lower. Anti has expired. Prophet just walks in behind OG, gun to the back of the head, pulls the trigger. Zenyatta gone. Vindheim getting chipped away at. Shield is raised. Nero trying to finish him off, and as Prophet tries to peel, Kai shuts down Prophet.
Well, it does mean that Seoul Dynasty no longer push, but once again, this is not their goal, right? Seoul Dynasty, this far ahead, no longer need to play for distance. They just got to play for stall, play for the defense, prevent Atlanta Reign from pushing underneath this entire archway. There's a few different ways they can contest this one, and Atlanta Reign, until they can get all 5, it's not really going to look good for them. Waiting for OG to catch up, but OG's actually in a 1v1 against Smurf.
Sneaky Nero. Dropping down, trying to get the one clip there on a creative. He cannot do so. And actually ends up falling. The whip shot from Mayhem getting that elimination. Stalker and Kai both have the overclocks rolling, but as Kai tries to take the high ground, Stalker denies it. A great headshot follow-up hit is there as Ultraviolet dies. OG dies quickly thereafter. There's the Atlanta Reign. Feels very rare with it, been able to actually play with both of their supports in the fights. Consistently getting picked off. Dynasty once more, keeping the bot locked on Reign's side of the map.
This is going to be a rough OT for Reign. Reign at this point need to bank up very significantly in ultimates. They would ideally be able to win a couple of fights just in the neutral without having to spend anything. You're having to think about the long game now if you're the Atlanta Reign. A minute left to go. Brilliant opening pick. 5v4, that's what you need. You need these fights. We can just get picks and don't spend.
But Smurf now going to be taking a nap in the back lines as well. They'll turn their sights over towards him. Anthony goes out and he doesn't stand a damn chance. The cleanup comes through. Nero picked off by Creative in the back end, but Creative himself was in a poor position, so Kai is able to find it, so it's additional stagger. Push now coming in. Let's see how close they can get this to the checkpoint here.
If they don't get creative, they're just down 4v5. It's very hard to wait for Nero, right? Despite him being a tracer, he has to come back all the way from his spawn, so you have to get a trade there. So very good from Kai to get that trade.
Now once more, onto Hawk. Good juke there from Vinhade to dodge the punch. Meteor Strike dropping down onto Smurf, but it's enough to kill. Good damage focus on the side of the Atlanta Reign. They get rid of the tank.
Watch the cap.
Out, however, still Vinhade just giving that green HP over to people. And the bot once more pushing forward, getting closer and closer to the checkpoint. Atlanta Reign starting to feel it. Vinhade going to be taken down. They still need to make the checkpoint as we enter into overtime. They have just shy of just over 4 meters rather, left to go. But Ultraviolet is dead. Smurf dropping in the minefield, finds Hawk as well. 2 members now down. The polls from Mount Fernio are not going to be able to find anything. The Transcendence is here from Creative. They keep everybody alive. Another kill for Smurf. Make it 4 in the fight as the OT ticks down. And we are not done yet. The Dynasty fight back. They say, we have not picked up many maps so far this tournament. In fact, this is just the second one that they've gotten. But they fight tooth and nail to take this all the way to game 5.
They have the wonder sub, right? When you start losing, you feel like Fitz isn't really able to come up to snuff against a player like Kai. Stalker certainly can. Stalker comes in with a massive statement. I'm the better Sojin in this series. You might be the better Widowmaker, but Widowmaker's only going to be effective for that one map. The rest of the series is still within the hands of the Seoul Dynasty. Smurf playing a dive here, going over towards the ball. Atlanta Reign, slow start. Remember, they came through with the initial Ryan brawl with the May as well for Nero. I will again repeat, I think that is a misread, not necessarily the Ryan, but certainly the May. You have to know that Seoul are going to be playing a dive there. May's not going to help you. Hawk and Ultraviolet eventually have to change gears as well, so that's 3 players that had to swap off their initial picks, which does slow them down significantly as far as the economy is involved, and that's why Seoul Dynasty can win the neutral, force swaps, have ultimate advantages, and snowball to 70 meters very quickly.
I like the map ends. Smurf just combing his hair, making sure that he looks good on camera. He is just cool, calm, and collected, as is Stalker, who's been looking immaculate in the 2 maps that we've seen him in. Honestly, at this point, it seems like we're likely going to see him stick through for the 5th and final. We'll see if he can continue to have this immense amount of value and help them get a win in a map 5 Dynasty. They need it to move forward to the tournament. Atlanta needs it. Who's going to get it? I don't know, but we'll have to just wait and find out. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We, of course, have a 5th and final map for you here to round out the first day of eliminations. Dynasty holding on by a thread. Managed to get a win on Coliseum. Now we have one last round of control selected by the Atlanta Reign to decide who is staying in mid-season madness and who is going home.
This one's for all the marbles. Only one sub coming through. It will be Venom coming in for Nero, which basically dictates that the Atlanta Reign will be mostly playing a dive composition here. Fun fact though, Reign can actually still play the full Ryan Brawl if they want to. Venom also plays a pretty sick May. That's something a lot of people don't know, but he actually did display that during the kickoff clash, but unlikely to see much more out of that. I think for the Reign, going back towards a Doom, going back towards more of their own dive style is probably going to end up being correct there. For the Seoul Dynasty though, this is also a pretty good map. I think this is not a particular map that favors anybody. This is the most neutral map that we could really go to. Ilios, I don't even know who I would favor on that one, but we don't even have to think about it at this stage. Lijiang is just going to be a very clean, honest 50-50 here. I legitimately think that either team could potentially take this one. However, the one swing card for me, the one piece of utility on the side of Seoul Dynasty is Stalker. I think he's been by far the outstanding player here of all 10 players. And if Atlanta Reign can't shut this guy down, they're not going to beat the Seoul Dynasty. Aside from that, though, Atlanta Reign have a very good shot.
Yeah, I mean, we saw with Fitz-in, able to control him, able to get those punishes regularly, but it's very much few and far in between when they've been able to get the better of Stalker. The guy has just been basically immortal in the two maps that we've seen from him so far. Now we'll see if he can maintain that as we go into the third. A couple celebratory baskets going through to give them some good luck. Yeah. As the gates open up, Stalker going to be swapping not onto the Soldiers, this time onto the Tracers. Prophet takes to the skies, and Kai is dead off the rip.
Yeah, I think Prophet maybe has a bad read here as well. He maybe assumed that it was going to be Orion coming through, but in either case, they have the opening frags. They're going to win this fight regardless. Lucio Moyer from Atlanta Reign, I mean, I don't know if you want me. I don't know if you want me complaining about this lineup anymore. I mean, Lucio Moyer, like I said, my piece during the Dallas game. I don't think this comp works.
Well, that was just an opening shooting gallery. Everybody getting involved there from the side of the Dynasty. Quick kills coming through as the Atlanta Reign looking to rush back over to the point now. Discord onto Hawk. Smurf down below half HP. Hawk jumping around the corner, puts quite a bit of damage there on him. Ultraviolet in position, gets the kill. Smurf taken down as well. Seems like Reign may be able to find a pretty quick flip here, but Stalker does manage to find one. Pops the recall to stay safe. Chase is there from Venom. Grabs the Mega Pack, but Atlanta have control of the point.
The problem here is because Stalker's on the Tracer, Prophet can't swap off unless he goes Genji. Prophet is typically not a Sojourn play on this team. Okay, Echo is actually an okay choice as well, but ideally what you want here is you want Prophet Tracer and Stalker Sojourn. So this is a potential pitfall for Seoul Dynasty if they can't figure out their comp.
Hawk better getting a bit of that damage. Kai with a nice headshot takes Vinheim out. Stick comes through. Kai dead. Stalker continuing to find some value as Hawk going to be taken down this time around. Sticky bombs are able to get it done. Prophet just poking and prodding, makes his way through the windowsill. Throws out some more bombs this time, not really going to be finding too much of a connection. The beam going to be an early cancels. He turns the sights over to OG, who makes his exit out the window.
Nano available. UV down as well. This is Big Smith for two!
Oh! Absolutely huge. I wonder if that was knocked off the side of the map or if they just straight up died. Given his position right here. I think it's going to be the former. OG has to make his exit. Just as quickly as they gained control of the Reign, they do lose it. Dynasty now back.
Take a look.
Thank you. Observance for the replay.
Oh, that is disgusting.
That's just
so good.
That is
from
just
Smith.
juiced.
And he gets his media strike off the back of that as well. So what you're going to see here is Seoul Dynasty can play aggressively. When Ultraviolet goes for the Cole, Smith can just dive on top of him with the Nano.
Yeah, the trance is already out from Vinheim. Coalescence used, but Prophet down out of the skies. Can't keep him protected. Smurf now goes up into the sky. Does he want to take it aggressively is the question. Overclock is rolling from Kai. Spots him. He's got no HP, and Kai says, thank you very much. All too easy for me. Creative dead to the pulse bomb. Venom finds both of the supports. The cleanup will be there. Dynasty going to be losing control of the point once more, and Atlanta Reign now in a position where they can retake this lead.
Outbreak going to be on the cards for Vindame now. Seoul have to identify the Coalescence as the prime target there. That's the strength of the Atlanta Reign. When they have Coalescence, that's their go button. So for the Seoul Dynasty, bad timing. Profit ends up going down early. It's a 4v5. If they're going to commit into that fight, and they actually did, you need to send Smurf in. You have the Nano there available as well. UV got his full coal, and Seoul Dynasty can't allow him to do that again.
Stalker and Venom. Having a little mild skirmish over towards White Room. The supports with Dynasty are hanging out currently. Smurf contesting the point. Stalker backing him up. Pulse Bomb still in the pocket. He's looking for it. Pushes forward. Tries to get Kai. Can't make it happen. In fact, Kai, while under that pressure, caught Smurf in the head with a rail. Venom finds Stalker. Prophet still committing the dupe to this fight, despite the fact that they lose a couple people. Creative does manage to help swing it back in their favor just a little bit by taking down OG, but now Creative is going to fall. Prophet does build up for a Meteor Strike with the duplicate, but he's going to pop it, but he needs to find some value, some kills. He's not finding a damn thing. Gets knocked out of it, immediately gets taken down. Stalker rejoining, does find a single elimination, dealing with Ultraviolet. The OT is going to start bleeding away faster and faster in the rain. They still will maintain control of the point. The first round, Lijiang Tower Gardens going their way.
And I have to rewind this again, and we have to talk about the discussion of Profit coming in on the fire. I think that is a fatal misread coming through from the Seoul Dynasty. I say fatal because they're now down severely match point against Atlanta Reign. We move over to Control Center, and if it ends here, Seoul Dynasty are going to have to revisit that moment with a lot of pain in their eyes. You have to assume, they must have assumed that Atlanta Reign were going to come through with the Rhine comp or something like that. They were thinking, okay, maybe, you know, we'll do the typical thing that most people do against London Spitfire when they play up against their Rhine on Gardens. You bring up the Farah, you know, seems to be able to work. It worked for Mayhem earlier today. The biggest issue I have with Profit starting onto the fire, whether they believe it's going to be a Rhine comp from Atlanta Reign or not, is the fact that Stalker begins on the Tracer, which locks out both Profit from playing his own Tracer, and also potentially locks out Stalker from playing the Sojin, because you now have to delete 2 ultimates, 2 players swapping to get onto your actual heroes. Reminder, how did Seoul Dynasty beat Atlanta Reign on the maps they've actually beaten them on? Stalker playing his Sojin, diffing Kai's Sojin. Sojin for Kai here, no competition on the other end. Profit playing an Echo, that's easy money for Kai to beat. You need Stalker back on a Sojin, you need Profit on towards a Tracer. A fatal error in their opening composition that snowballed out of control in terms of losing that round for them. That is really poor from the Seoul Dynasty.
Well, we'll see if they get their heads on straight and rectify the mistakes that we just saw there on Gardens, but well, pressure certainly is mounting, and Dynasty have not been pushed like this for quite some time. I mean, I guess you would say they haven't been pushed like this since they bested the Shanghai Dragons in that lower bracket during the kickoff clash. That was pretty much the last time they felt this much pressure. It's maybe able to get the better of them here today. We'll have to just wait and see what the comps look like, what they decide to piece together as we do go into Control Center for the second round, but they absolutely need to find success here. Ready ups are coming through from the side of Atlanta Reign, so whatever issue they were experiencing should be taken care of, and we can get, you know, this action going once more.
This is what I said earlier before we got into Lijiang Tower, right? This is very winnable for both teams, but specifically, Atlanta Reign would need to get over the line of dealing with Stalker. Well, Seoul Dynasty just, Stalker deals with himself when he's just not playing the Sojin, clearly. So, Reign are like, thank you very much, Seoul Dynasty. You dealt with Stalker for us. This is where it needs to turn back around the other way again. I don't know if University is particularly a strong round for the Seoul Dynasty in terms of submap here. They don't necessarily get to play dive. In fact, they're going to come through on towards their broad composition. What does Stalker go? Tracer. Alrighty. Well, they better hope this is going to work. It's going to be a Cassidy, Tracer, Zarya brawl versus a Doom, Lucio Moira.
Okay, well, just as quickly as we got back into it, we'll have another pause as I'm Profit calling for it. So
Profit's like, wait, hang on. He's like, are we on the right heroes, guys? Are we really on the right heroes?
Swap. I'm trying to move off the Cassidy, but my H button isn't working.
I would strongly prefer Stalker to actually start on maybe a Genji here, if only for the possibility that it allows Profit to go back on a Tracer, if things go poorly. Because you're in the same sort of situation here, but now that Stalker is locked in Tracer, Profit cannot take the Tracer. He's going to end up having to go towards, I suspect, maybe a Genji here instead of the Echo. simply because the Echo being blocked in terms of the height of this particular map, but also you want a good nano target. Echo's a fine nano target, but Genji is just so much better because of the blade. Those things become important. I'm also a little bit nervous about the Smurf Zarya because I don't think this was good for them on Oasis. So yeah, this would be a very disappointing exit for the Seoul Dynasty if, to me, they threw away Gardens. They did a great job of coming back to even get us here by winning Coliseum. And now we finish in a situation where I don't know if this Zarya comp is going to be good enough for Seoul to win.
It's a lot of eggs all in one basket. I mean, I guess basically it is the way that they have to play this out. They've only got, 2 more rounds to be played if they can win here on Control Center, try to extend it over the night market. But right now, from what we are seeing, it is a very risky gamble that they are taking. Well, they haven't gotten
because here's the thing.
What the issue is, but hopefully
night market is, to me, fine for the Seoul Dynasty. Smurf can go back towards a Doom. You definitely will play the Sojin Tracer there. To bow out in map number 5, when Stalker's Sojin is what got you here, to not even have Stalker play Sojin at all on map 5, I think is a critical error. Truly, I do.
It's a bit of a weird one. Really odd adjustment, but who knows? I don't know. Coach Toby making the call, but it could come back to bite them in the rear.
He's rolling dice. He's rolling dice. That's all I'm saying.
Well, they are. Big gambles being taken. And somebody is going to be very upset at the end of it. They're going to lose their life savings on these gambles.
I mean,
have to wait and see if it's on the side of the Reign or if it's the Dynasty.
I think Atlanta Reign have been given a lifeline. I think they are very comfortable into this sort of matchup. I would even go. I don't want to curse them by saying I favor them here, but this is the best shot for Atlanta Reign. And no matter what happens here, I think both teams have played very well so far. I mean, let's take a look at the Tracer stats just from that opening round on to Gardens. Obviously a bit of a struggle for the Seoul Dynasty. Now, Stalker does have a pretty good Tracer, but I think his key hero, once again, is the Sojin. So Seoul are kind of doing themselves a disservice by not playing that hero.
I mean, maybe they'll make an adjustment in the end. Just kind of have to wait and see. I think the ready ups once more getting ready to come through, so hopefully we'll get this back underway, in which we are right now. Time ticking down, and hopefully we can avoid any further issues. Yep, it is just going to be at Cassidy. Let's see how it looks for Prophet. As right now, Rail charged up to Kai, waiting for an opportunity.
Kai looks a bit different.
Click.
Kai and Smurf have become the same person. No, it's fine. Big punch coming through from Hawk.
That explains the map losses.
Yeah.
So a little sleeper agent there as Smurf will be taken down. Kai finding the elimination. The nade able to just go ahead and clean him up. And Atlanta Reign, much like we were seeing on the first map of Oasis, are able to lock down the point first and foremost. Stalker as well going to be taken down. Everybody collectively retreating backward over towards the dropship.
Very comfortable opening fight win for the Atlanta Reign. Hawk with the triple punch, leading to a number of frags. Seoul Dynasty walking out. Good damage from Stalker and Prophet, though. The Deadeye is actually almost available. That's maybe something they can work with. 70% on the Nano as well.
Oh boy, meat grinder here in the hallway. Mayhem going to be taken out. Stalker does manage to find Hawk and Prophet down to a sliver of HP. He's trying to hold on, but OG just gets right on top of him. Just pumping that primary fire right there into his head. It's the kill as Stalker tries to make his way over to the health pack, but cannot do so.
Smurf changed.
Smurf now swapping it up.
And this is the thing, I felt like this was they were going to realize that I felt like they should have realized Zarya wasn't the answer after Oasis. This just is unfortunate. And now they want to be playing the dive, but again, the DPS situation means that they are stuck on these heroes for the time being. Coalescence coming, by the way. Have to shut this call down.
Nearly there. Mayhem just a little bit further behind OG as far as that charge is concerned. Venom lobbing forward, tries to get the stick. Prophet going to be down. Trying to survive, and oh my goodness, okay. Master Deadeye comes up with both supports. Big kill coming through. Dynasty, long last, going to be able to lock down the point for themselves, but Atlanta Reign, they give themselves a nice little lead, 71% established.
I ask for a Coalescence shutdown. Prophet says one of those coming right on up. Deadeye will collect a couple of kills here. UV now moving over towards the Ana. That's going to do great into the matchup versus Smurf. Creative's already there. Sound barrier available for both teams.
Prophet stunned up there for just a moment. Smurf and Hawk going back and forth. The Meteor Strike used first here by Hawk. Doesn't get the shielding though. Sound barrier used while he was still up into the air, but it will just be a trade out. Both of the Doomfists now falling high. Continuing to push up, yet gets the headshot. Prophet eliminated. Now looking for a little bit more. OG antied out, Creative able to snipe and find that kill, but he's under an immense amount of pressure. Peel does come through and everybody just piles in on top of Kai. They get that kill. Venom does get Creative, but Ultraviolet going to be traded just as quickly, and Dynasty looks like they may just be able to maintain control at this point, but now they're without their support, so things do become a little bit more dicey.
Possible available for Stalker, has to stay alive here. Actually ate a punch from, I believe, Hawk, but out alive. Seoul Dynasty can catch up to percentage points. 71, not that far away, and a couple more ultimates available than the Rain do, including ones that are closer. Smurf and Creative. Prophet actually kind of making this Cassie work strangely. I don't consider this hero to be as good as a Sojin, but Seoul, this is the hand that they've been dealt. They have to play it.
All right, recall forced. Stalker. Pulse bomb. Held, waiting for an opportunity. Now going to be antied out. He jumps forward. There's going to be the stick. Goes out onto Hawk. Takes it low. They managed to find the kill in the end. It's going to be a 2-for-1. And Smurf has fallen before using the Meteor Strike. Prophet for now going to be taking a nap, and oh boy, it is one that he's not going to wake up from. Kai puts that rail right into his head. Cleanup on the Cassidy is there. Nano still being invested. They want to try to win this and get this flip right now before Dynasty can make their way to 99%. With Vinheim going down, that looks a hell of a lot more likely. Smurf falling low, takes the Meteor Strike up, comes straight back down, doesn't find a kill for it, doesn't find damage either. Big Bionade out onto 3. Venom recalls to get rid of the debuff. As a Deadeye from Prophet, point blank there onto Hawk, not going to find the kill, but the primary fire will in the end. Kai turns his attention back over to the Cowboy, takes his head off once more. The flip is there, Atlanta Rain now in control, 99%, but it's going to be last fight opportunity for them.
Yeah, he hasn't changed just yet, though the Nano's coming online as well for Creative very slowly. They have to be able to get back in for this final contest. It might all end here, 99-99. Can Seoul take us to a third round, or Atlanta Rain going to knock Seoul out of the mid-season madness? The support ultimates could not be further away for Seoul, though.
The touch needing to come through here relatively.
Oh my God!
Prophet makes his way up onto the high ground, rolls away. Lude's getting locked down by Hawk. A massive kill. An opener there for the side of the Dynasty as we're in the double OT. Ultraviolet now OG dead. Hawk stunned up off the back of the Meteor Strike. He will get dropped, and oh man! Huge opening kill for Prophet. The closeout comes through. Kai knocked away. They say, no touch for you. We will be getting that third and final round.
Smurf saying, hey, look but don't touch, baby. We're gonna go all the way. Another map 5, another third round. And for Seoul Dynasty, what on earth? A Prophet Cassidy is the tool that they were going to use, and somehow that ends up working. Here's what I can guarantee for this final round. Prophet will be starting on the Tracer. Stalker gets to play a hit scan. He can move either between the Ash or the Sojin. And the Atlanta Rain, I felt like they had an olive branch on that control center, but I guess no one expected the Prophet Cassidy to actually do as much work as it actually did.
I certainly didn't. We've only seen it a couple times. I mean, we've only seen Cassidy, period, in the Overwatch
and
League.
Not from Prophet, really. By the way. Not from him. From hit scan plays, not from flex DPSs.
Well, he worked a treat. Nice Bionade to open. OG and Hawk both having to back away. Stalker pushing the corner, looking for some shots. Not much to be found, but Atlanta Rain will take the inside track to get their way over to the point as it gets ready to lock. They're going to be looking for it. Smurf starting to make his way over, though, and the contest is there. Hawk punching over to the flank, not going to find anything. They do pull off the point for just a moment, so the cap is there for the side of the Atlanta Rain, starting to tick up. Hawk, however, he's overstepped. He put himself in the corner. They shut him down. Venom as well. Sliver of HP remaining, does manage to grab the health pack as OG kind of getting bogged right there in the corner. Narrowly survives, antied out. Looks like he will be allowed to escape, but it's a very fast flip here for the Dynasty. Only 18% for the Rain.
Literal 1 HP there for OG, but like you said, escape. Some fantastic Bionades have landed from Creative. One on top of Hawk, and obviously Hawk doesn't have a Meteor Strike. He's just going to die once he's been purpled. So Creative has really been popping off in terms of landing these skill shots. Nearly has a Nano available. That could be the first ultimate of this round.
Looking for the dive on a Creative. He does manage to stay alive for a little bit longer, but OG knocks him off the side of the map. That's the support's gone. Now the DPS getting ready to join him. Prophet with a recall stays alive for a little bit longer, but Smurf dazed up, nowhere to go. Gets hounded down. Venom finding the kill, and Dynasty, yeah, they take a lead by 9%, but now they're about to lose it.
And they have to get really active here now because we're once again back in Coalition's territory. Atlanta Reign can do quite a lot of damage with that. Playing with the Ashe, by the way, also means that Seoul Dynasty can't play Coast. They have to play main. Or at least if they try and play Coast, Stalker will be in trouble. You have to get this Bob in and hope it doesn't get...
Profit! He's just dead. He just absolutely gets bodied right off the rip. Now Mayhem going to be taken down as well with a pulse bomb. Stalker just flattened by the meteor strike. A quick cleanup. And that's 2 ults committed to the fight from the side of the Dynasty, getting absolutely nothing for them.
Stalker, like 50% later from Atlanta Reign is like, yeah, that's Sojin here that I carried on earlier. Might want to play that a little bit more. The Bob, I don't know where it went. I was going to say you can't afford to have the Bob get knocked away and not hit the point, but they got bigger problems to worry about when Prophet dies at the rip. Straight away, 4v5. Doesn't look great. Seoul Dynasty finally playing the comp that I thought they just played for the entire way through, but we made it there at the end, 70% accounting for Reign, and here comes the call.
You have quite a bit of damage there on Ultraviolet. Prophet turns his sights over to OG, jumps forward, tries to throw in the pulse bomb, doesn't get the kill, but Stalker swaps to the Sojourn, kills Kai. Question mark, coincidence? I don't know. Gets that elimination. No, now Hawk gonna be taken down. OG sniped as well. I don't know how that was a headshot.
Hey, Kilios.
Feet either way. He gets it.
It's almost like when Stalker plays his best hero, they are winning. Wow. That's, I can't believe it. Who knew? Who knew? Couldn't be me. Definitely wasn't Toby, apparently, but here we are.
I think we're geniuses for figuring this out so much sooner
than the team did. Stalker, wait, Stalker on Sojin? Wow. Woo! Who figured that one out? Congrats.
Well,
he died.
Finally figured out that 1 + 1 = 2. But yeah, he has died. Headshot. And that's devastating because Dynasty did not have time on their side whatsoever. Nate coming down, pushing the corner. The overclock is through, and Mayhem is dead. Atlanta Reign now looking for the flip, but they are at 92%.
Have to touch.
No one there to contest. The touch going to have to come through. Smurf playing right out front.
He's there.
Where is it? There you go. Moves in, forces the OT. Prophet dead again. Kai charges up the rail, hits him in the back. The kill comes in. Nano boosts out on the Smurf to try to keep him alive. Stalker
into trouble.
Going to be antied. He's trying to stay alive. Dead. He gets taken down. OG's out. Mayhem dead. Creative able to find Hawk. That's the only kill they've gotten so far. Smurf, the last one left standing as Prophet needs to rejoin. The meteor strike, he drops back down. He gets both of the supports. Is that going to be good enough? Smurf now having fallen. Prophet needs to go playoff mode. Try to drag this back into their favor if they want to have a hope, if they want to have a chance. But he is so damn low, and now he's dead. Mayhem rejoins. The nade comes in. Stalker comes back, finds Venom. Straight out of the tracers.
He's dead, he's dead!
Has fallen once more. The supports, they clear off the point. Mayhem has to make his exit, and that is going to do it. They try. Smurf just can't quite get there in time. The Atlanta Reign will take down the champions of the East. The Seoul Dynasty are eliminated as Reign take this series 3-2.
#1 seed from the Eastern Division, #3 seed globally. Down and out, 2 matches, not a single victory, and the Atlanta Reign will complete the biggest upset I think so far of this entire tournament. We thought Mayhem beating London was going to be a big upset. No way. This one was huge. And the rest of the team coming in to celebrate. Gator moving from a blue hat to a purple hat. It is what it is.
Like a Gladiators hat.
Yeah, I know. Wild. We'll take those. You take the 3-2. Incredible stuff. I mean, again, that last Lijiang Tower, I truly did feel once more that it was anybody's map to take. It truly was. But I still look back at Gardens, even that control center, despite Seoul Dynasty winning it, that was tough for them to win. They just, personally for me, did themselves no favors in that sort of matchup. Took Stalker 50% of Night Market to finally go towards the Sojin. But when push comes to shove, Kai getting that initial pickup on Stalker after Stalker came in and won a fight, and then allowing the Atlanta Reign to snowball that point further forward. Some major heroics from Smurf and Prophet towards the end to try and pull it through. That was legitimately like that Seoul versus Shanghai Outlaws moment where you're thinking, is Prophet going to do it again? Is he going to create magic where they probably will be in a situation where they could lose? And what it comes down to is Seoul come back in, Stalker is alive, but he's hard focused down, OG's running after him. They know who the target is, they know if they kill Stalker, they probably can't win that. And the Atlanta Reign, they pull through in the last seconds, and what an incredible finish. That's a photo finish to me.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic from the side of the Atlanta Reign. You know, we talked about it. These guys have had these lower bracket runs, and this is definitely a first step forward and a major one for them to be able to take down the Eastern champions and the, you know, the 3rd overall seed team. So a very unfortunate event here for the side of Seoul Dynasty, but Atlanta Reign could be holding their heads high and probably holding Kai up over their heads, lifting him in celebration because he is going to be our player of the match. He was just so consistent the whole way through. Sojourn, Widowmaker, didn't really matter. Guy was just looking absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, even when he was struggling versus Stalker, he was still putting up numbers. It wasn't a gargantuan diff, it was a notable diff, but he stuck in there and he was incredibly good, especially versus Fitz. I mean, that entire Circuit Royale, that's all Guy, and it's one of those magic moments where we saw versus London, they weren't able to get a lot done, but this was going to be the map that they were going to win no matter what, and so being able to pick this map, having this up their sleeve, knowing that they were going to have the better Widowmaker in this matchup, having Hawk play the Sigma as well, gives them at least this one map to play through. Colosseo doesn't go well, so there's things to work on. We know the Atlanta Reign still need to consider how they're going to start winning push maps in the future. Thank goodness for them, this entire tournament is double control. But when you get to that final map, I mean, Atlanta Reign, they were able to clutch on through, get important kills when it mattered. They were able to actually make this Lucian Warrior work in various ways. And thankfully for them as well, you know, I think Seoul Dynasty took their foot off the gas pedal, decided to do some weird stuff, and for the Atlanta Reign, they're like, you know what, if you're not interested in winning, we're going to progress forward.
And that they did. I mean, nearly a kill a minute there from Kai on the Sojourn throughout that. And again, the Widowmaker, something that teams really have to be concerned about moving forward. Just a wild day overall, Avril. We nearly maxed out. We went 19 out of 20 potential maps throughout this evening. Yep. Just the Fusion who were able to make it a little bit cleaner with that 3-1 victory. But yeah, what an absolute crazy day it has been here to kick off the eliminations, the mid-season madness, truly living up to the tournament's name. But that does it for you and I as far as the casting is concerned. We'll be back tomorrow to bring you guys some more action. But of course, we have the Watchpoint post show that's going to be breaking down everything that has occurred today, and there's been a lot to unpack. So good luck, Avali, Johnny, and Costa. I think you guys have a hell of a lot to discuss, and they're going to be coming up in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Chase on here, chase the lily one. You have two. I'm back up. Soldier one. Come here. Listen. No! Fucking go! Let's go!
Welcome everybody to the Watchpoint Post Show. My name's Danny. I'm here with Venom from Atlanta Reign for the post-match interview. Venom, congratulations on the win. And why are you so good? 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리고 왜 이렇게 잘하시나요?
감사합니다.
He just says thank you, and I think he admitted it. All right, I mean, let's talk about this match. I mean, this was one crazy match, and I think you guys all did a fantastic job. But I want to ask you about Seoul Dynasty. What were your expectations of Seoul Dynasty going into the match, and how were they like? Or how were they like in while doing the match? 일단 첫 번째 질문은 서울에 대해서 일단 경기 시작 전에 좀 어떤 팀이라고 예상을 했고 또 경기를 하면서 실제로 겨뤄보니까 좀 어떤 팀이었나요?
사실 뭐 이제 사실 저희랑 크게 막 별 차이가 날 거라고 생각하진 않았어요. 왜냐면 저희가 이제 생각보다 일주일 동안의 스크림이 되게 좋지 않았기 때문에 어떻게 뭐 그냥 최대한 열심히 해보자, 볼 트레이서만 막아보자 이런 식으로 게임 했는데 네, 잘 된 것 같아요.
I mean, I didn't think that they were any different from us. I mean, throughout in our scrims in the past couple of weeks, we didn't really have a good scrim. We didn't really have good results. So going into today's match, we just wanted to focus on what we were doing and really focus on the ball tracer. And I think it sort of really worked out well for our team. All right, let's look forward. So tomorrow, you guys, your next match is going to be up against Houston Outlaws. What can we expect from the Atlanta Reign tomorrow? 자, 이제 그러면 내일로 넘어가서 이제 오늘 경기로 인해서 내일 이제 휴스턴 팀과 경기를 펼치신데요. 이제 또 베넘 선수와 또 아틀란타 팀에게 좀 팬들은 좀 어떤 모습을 예상할 수 있나요?
저번에 저희가 이제 한번 경기에서 졌었는데 이제 이번에는 어떻게 보면은 펠리칸 선수 겐지한테 좀 몰아지는 시기 많은 것 같아서 그쪽을 한번 잘 막아보도록 해서 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
겐지 펠리칸 겐지에게 좀 많이
네, 펠리칸 선수 겐지한테 많이 좀 몰아주는 조화나 뭐 이런
그런 걸 많이 한다고요, 네, 팀이?
네.
한다는 거였죠?
네, 네.
네, 알겠습니다. Alright, for tomorrow, I mean, we did lose to the Houston Outlaws before, but tomorrow I know that the Houston Outlaws love to really support their Genji player, which is Pelican. So I think we're going to try to use that to our advantage for tomorrow's match against Houston Outlaws. Alright, Venom, thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 이거 알아들으시죠? 영어로 안 해드리죠?
네.
알겠습니다. I didn't have to translate. He understood it. Alright, everybody, that is it for the interview. Amelie, take it away.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danny and Venom. Guys, that last game of the day, going all the way to 5 maps, I'm gonna be honest, it was incredibly entertaining for me to watch because the two of you just got so frustrated watching Seoul, the team that you predicted to win, just get cleaned out by that. And listen,
You went for Atlanta.
I chose Atlanta. I'm the prediction queen. But before I let you guys talk about the game, I took down some quotes while you two were yelling back and forth, and I just want to read a couple right here.
What is this?
Yes, I did, because I'm a professional.
Of course.
So on the final map where Prophet came out with Cassidy, Custa, you said, how does he win the game if he's on a trash hero? Johnny comes in with, seeing Prophet on Cassidy is like a 35-year-old in a soccer game. And then, of course, finally, we hear Custa say, dang it, Seoul, you did this to yourself.
All factual. All factual. Oh, no. Come on, Seoul. You are the #1 seed in the East. You are a great team. You have great players. And you're going to tell me, in the final map of Lijiang Tower, on the first round, you're going to come out with the Prophet Farah. On the second round, you're going to come out with the Prophet Cassidy. And in the third round, you're going to come out on an Ashe instead of Sojin for Stalker? Come on, man. They had it. They're so good. If they just took the dive mirror, they played Xayah on both control maps, unable to win any of them, but they are the better dive team. Every time they ended up in that doofus mirror, they won.
Why are you wearing this?
Come on. You're hurting me. I'm physically pained.
It's just so difficult because each time the Dynasty come up to play, you keep telling me, just watch for Prophet. This team is going to absolutely dominate, and they've lost both times, and now they're out of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I tweeted out, it's just like, I kept yelling, just like, Prophet can't keep getting away with it. And he actually didn't. which is surprising given Profit's reputation, of course, and you know how clutch he is in these playoff moments. In many cases, like it was Profit who didn't show up on that night market. Instead, it was Venom actually who came up clutch for the Atlanta Rain on the Tracer. And also, I think Stalker was like Seoul's best player in the entire series, which is he's a rotational rookie. So again, like, yeah, disappointing, but you know, we gotta give credit to the Atlanta Rain, of course. You know, they always battle these out. And you know, Achilles and Avril, they actually had rested on the cast as well. Like, you know, if Seoul Dynasty's reputation is to always come out ahead in, you know, these tournament matches, Atlanta Rain, they never lose. Like, when you really expect them to, they go on these big playoff runs, even though, like, their form might not be great. You know, they've been losing, like, uncharacteristic matches. Like, Atlanta Rain, they come together and start winning these matches in the lower bracket. So they're doing it here once again, taking out the Kickoff Clash champions of the East in the first round of the loser bracket. It's crazy.
Yeah, I have to. Sorry, I want to jump in. Like, Atlanta, like, I don't want to take away from them. I was actually really disappointed when I saw them. Like, I'm like, I think Seoul's going to win this, but Atlanta actually looked to be in good form. I like what I've seen from them in this match. And then, like,
Lucio Moira.
The Lucio Moira on the last map, we always talked about it. It's fine to play Lucio Moira if the other team throws harder, but it was funny because me and Johnny are yelling at our screens during this moment when Profit blinked through the window in a 1v2. I really thought he had it.
Yeah.
He's done it so many times in the past, but Venom kept his composure and took it to him and won that 1v1.
Yeah, definitely. And the one thing that I wanted to add just at the end is having Seoul Dynasty, our third seed, get knocked out this early. Do you think it's going to have any further implications on the rest of the tournament?
Well, I don't even know anymore because I thought having Seoul Dynasty in the lower bracket was going to be a big implication
That was gonna
for
be the
a lot of teams. Like, I thought they were going to take out Atlanta Rain, they were going to take out the Houston Outlaws, and they were going to have this like weird effect where if you just ended up on the same side of the bracket as the Seoul Dynasty, it was going to be difficult. But hey, but this thing, I'm not going to defend them. I'm not going to say, like, Seoul Dynasty are a great team. They deserve to lose. They deserve to lose this match, and I'm glad that they went out in the first round in the way that they did.
Clip that and then just send it to Seoul Dynasty Twitter.
I'm wearing
so
a stupid hat during this whole thing as well.
Well, listen.
This is why I get paid the big bucks.
We're all professionals here on the desk. Johnny, if that's... Oh, actually, no, we do have one more play that I think you wanted to talk about a little bit.
Well, you know, it's just, you know, it's a moosh boosh for the coming later on. You know, it was a nice little clip. You know, we usually do something in the Watch.co show, you know, called Best of the Day. But you know, this is a little appetizer for that. You know, the whip into the Bionade. You go with this big flank as an honor. You're like, I got this, guys. I got it figured out. This is my time to shine. They have a trance. Doesn't matter. I have a Bionade. And Vindame's like, who's that up there? Boink.
No, and the next...
Screw you, ground. It's brutal.
You can, he's lining it up. He's like,
I love it. That's too good. That's too good.
That's perfect. I like, and as you said, just an appetizer as we're about to get into our best of the day. And Scott, I think that you're starting us off with a clip of your own.
Yeah, we're actually going back to what feels like a mortal age ago, the Dallas Fuel match. This is when Spark was on King's Row. He was going absolutely crazy, and no one can stop him. And he made that even more emphasized in this play where he's like, oh no, I've gone too deep. I'm in trouble. Well, you'll never take me alive. I will be the decider of my own fate, and I will go into the pit. I think he forgot that he used his dash. So he spectators not happy with it. But I just thought it was funny. You know, I think many of us have jumped in that pit before with no real follow-up plan.
Yeah.
Looking up in the final shuriken.
Yeah,
no! It's like, maybe this will get me somewhere.
It's so good. My people need me. Who's down there? What? Where are you going?
My people? Where have you gone?
Yeah.
But Johnny, what have you got lined up for us?
Talking about, you know, the death pit on King's Row, got another moment. And this was the same map, actually.
Yeah.
It was just moments later. MN3 tried to, you know, one-up him. Well, this case, you know, instead of going in, tried to leave, and things did not go too well. Let me just take this angle here.
Oh, no, come on.
Oh, I was not done. hate to see that. That's awful.
That's painful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The little head poked up. I mean, all the difference.
It's like the definition of miscalculation, right?
Yeah.
These are pro players. They should know every pixel of the map.
This is an elimination match.
Come on,
in a tournament for like $1 million, and you slid into the roof.
Now, both of those are very good best of the day clips, but listen, remember, the Fusion boys won today. So for my best of the day, I'm bringing it back. Pull it up, because you know exactly what I'm bringing up if you watch the pre-show. Oh no, it's not my predictions, even though I've got it all right. That's right, it's the Fusion Diva BZ cosplay. This is absolutely the highlight, not only of the day, but probably the entirety of the Overwatch League's history.
Yeah.
And look at, you get this
There are so many viewers who are like, who is this man?
Yeah.
And why is he on my screen?
And you know
Who
what?
is him?
I love that. I'm going to screenshot the chat saying who, and I'm just going to send that to him. But again, guys, just celebrating the Fusion's victory is what I'm going to continue to do.
We love history here on the Overwatch League, and
that was definitely a part of our history, for better or for worse.
And he broadcasted, that was one of them.
Yeah, that was one of them.
It was definitely a moment. But listen, we could talk about the best moments for hours and hours, but we've been here for the last 12 hours. So let's go ahead and talk about the bracket and see how everything has shaken up with today's results. And here we go. We see our first two matches in the upper bracket, the winner's bracket, that are going to take place tomorrow, Thursday. First match we're going to see is the San Francisco Shock taking on the Shanghai Dragons. Match after that, we are going to see the LA Gladiators take on the Hangzhou Spark. Then we're going to go ahead and take a look at the lower bracket. And here we go. We have Atlanta Reign taking on the Houston Outlaws. And we are going to see the Philadelphia Fusion take on the Mayhem. And we could also take a look at our schedule for the day, even though I just read through it, because, hey, we like seeing the time zones on the board. That's right, we're going to start tomorrow off 4 p.m. as usual, and that's going to be our first match. The Atlanta Reign, who we just saw win, taking on the Houston Outlaws. Guys, this has definitely been a day. We had multiple 5-map games.
Three of them.
Yeah. And I think
lots of Overwatch action.
Yeah, 4 and 5 game days. My brain is fried. You can tell I'm just running numbers through my head
We're just
anymore.
saying words at this point.
Yeah, you got any final thoughts before we sign off?
I'm really looking forward to Florida-Philadelphia Fusion, because the color palette looks like ice cream. So, you know, orange and, you know, pink, kind of like it looks yummy.
I'm excited for what comes tomorrow. If you think I look ridiculous now, just wait until you see what I look like in tomorrow's pre-show, because Awfully runs the show here, and I've lost control of the reins, so here we are.
I am absolutely unhinged. They can't control me. And yes, tomorrow we've got a special treat for the Watchpoint preview show. So don't miss it, okay? Be here, be there, because this is going to get even weirder and crazier. But that was our show for today. Thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow for some more Overwatch. What's happening?